Maigret Sets a Trap. Chapter 1. Commotion at Quai des Orfèvres. From 3:30 on, Maigret began to look up now and then at the clock. At 4:10, he initialed the last sheet he had been annotating, pushed back his chair, mopped his brow, and hesitated over his choice from the 5 pipes in the ashtray which he had smoked without bothering to tap them out afterwards. His foot had pressed the bell under the desk, and there was a knock at the door. Patting his face with his voluminous handkerchief, he called out gruffly, "Come in." It was Inspector Janvier, who, like him, had taken off his jacket but had kept on his tie, whereas Maigret had removed his. "Give this to the typist. Have someone bring it for me to sign when it's ready. It has to go to Comerio this evening." It was the 4th of August. The windows were wide open, but brought no relief, since they allowed in even more warm air, which seemed to be rising from the melting tarmac, the burning hot stonework, and even the Seine itself. One could imagine the river steaming like a pan of water on a stove. The taxis and buses on Pont Saint-Michel were moving more slowly than usual, seeming to drag themselves along, and it was not only in the police judiciaire that people were in shirt-sleeves. Men walking past on the streets were carrying their jackets over their arms, and Maigret had even noticed 1 or 2 wearing shorts, as if they were at the seaside. Only about a quarter of Parisians had stayed in the capital, and all of them must be thinking with identical longing of the others, the lucky ones who were at this very moment paddling at the edge of the waves or fishing in the shade on some quiet riverbank. Have they got over there yet? Haven't seen them. Lapointe's watching out for them. Maigret, as if it took some effort, chose one of the pipes and tapped it out, then conscientiously started packing it, before finally moving over to the window, where he stayed standing, his eyes fixed on a certain café-restaurant on the opposite embankment, Quai des Grands Vingrestards. The café facade was painted yellow. 2 steps led down into it from the street. The interior would be almost as cool as a cellar. The bar still had a genuine zinc counter of the old-fashioned kind, a slate on the wall with a menu chalked up on it, and inside there was a perpetual smell of Calvados. Even some of the booksellers' stores along the embankment were padlocked for the holidays. He remained without moving for 4 or 5 minutes, drawing on his pipe, then saw a taxi pull up not far from the little restaurant. 3 men got out and headed for the steps. The most familiar of the silhouettes was that of Inspector Lognon from the 18th arrondissement, who from a distance seemed even smaller and thinner than usual, and who was, for the first time in Maigret's experience, wearing a Panama hat. What would the 3 men be drinking? Beer, no doubt. Maigret pushed open the door of the inspector's office, where the same torpid atmosphere reigned as in the rest of the city. "Is the Baron out in the corridor?" "Has been for half an hour, boss." "No other journalists?" "Young Rougin's just arrived." "Any photographers?" "Just the one." The long corridor of the police judiciaire was almost empty, with a mere 2 or 3 clients waiting outside the doors of Maigret's colleagues. It was at his request that Baudard, from the fraud squad, had summoned for 4 o'clock the man all the newspapers were talking about, a certain Max Bernard, unknown 2 weeks ago, and suddenly the central figure in the latest financial scandal, one relating to billions of francs. Maigret had no business with Bernard. Baudard had no reason to call him in either at the present stage of the investigation, but because Baudard had casually mentioned that he would be interviewing this known criminal figure at 4 p.m. that day, at least 2 reporters who specialized in crime would be there with a photographer. They would stay until the interrogation was over. Perhaps if word got around that Max Bernard was at Quai des Orfèvres, a few more journalists would turn up. From the inspector's office, a slight commotion could be heard at exactly 4 o'clock, heralding the arrival of the fraudster who had been brought there from a Santé prison. Maigret waited another 10 minutes, pacing up and down, smoking his pipe, mopping his face from time to time, and glancing across at the little restaurant on the far side of the Seine. Then finally he snapped his fingers and said to Janvier, "Go ahead." Janvier picked up the telephone and dialed the restaurant number. Over there, Lognon must have been waiting next to the cabin, ready to tell the café proprietor, "It'll be for me. I'm expecting a call." Everything was going according to plan. Maigret, treading heavily and a little anxiously, went back into his own office, where, before sitting down, he drew himself a glass of water from the tap over the enamel basin. 10 minutes later, A familiar scene was unfolding in the corridor. Lorgnon, with another inspector from the 18th, a Corsican by the name of Alfonsi, was slowly climbing the stairs, with a man between them who appeared ill at ease, and was concealing his face with his hat. The Baron and his colleague, Jean Rougin, waiting outside Chief Inspector Bourrat's door, needed no more than a glance to take in the scene. They rushed across, as the photographer was already leveling his camera. "Who's that?" They knew Lorgnon. They knew the names of the Paris police almost as well as the staff of their own newspapers. If two inspectors, who did not belong to the police judiciaire, but were stationed in Montmartre, were bringing in to Quai des Orfèvres some individual who was hiding his face before he'd even seen any journalists, that could only mean one thing. "Is he for Maigret?" Lorgnon did not reply, but headed straight for Maigret's office and knocked discreetly at the door. It opened. The three figures vanished inside. The door closed. The Baron and Jean Rougin looked at each other with the expressions of men who had just discovered a state secret, knowing that they were both thinking the same thing, but felt no need to comment. "Get a good snap?" Rougin asked the photographer. "He accepted the hat was hiding his face. All the same, send your fast to the paper, then get back here. We don't know when they're likely to come back out." Alfonsi emerged almost at once. "Who was that?" they asked. The inspector looked awkward. "I can't tell you anything." "Why not?" "Orders." "Where's he from? Where did you pick him up?" "Ask Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "A witness?" "Don't know." "And you suspect?" "I promise you I don't know." "Thanks a lot for your help." "I suppose if it was the killer, you'd have handcuffed him." Alfonsi walked away with a regretful expression, like a man who would like to say more. A corridor returned to its calm, and for half an hour there were no further comings or goings. The crook, Max Berma, came out of the fraud squad office, but he had already been relegated by the journalists to secondary importance. They nevertheless put questions to Baudin as a matter of duty. "Has he given you any names?" "Not yet." "He's denying that certain politicians are involved." "He didn't deny anything and didn't admit anything. He's giving nothing away for now." "When will you be questioning him again?" "When certain facts have been checked." Maigret emerged from his office, still without jacket or tie, and headed for the commissioner's office, looking preoccupied. This was another sign. Despite the holiday season and despite the heat, the police judiciaire was about to experience one of its critical evenings, and the two reporters were thinking about certain interrogations that had lasted all night, in some cases over 24 hours, without anyone being able to discover what was going on behind the closed doors. The photographer was back. "You didn't tell them anything at the paper, did you?" "Just told them to develop the film and to keep the prints ready." Maigret spent half an hour in the chief's office and returned to his own room, brushing the reporters aside with a weary gesture. "Can you at least tell us if this is to do with—" "I've got nothing to say for the moment." At 6 o'clock, the waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine brought over a tray laden with beers. They had seen Lucas leave his office and go into Maigret's, but he had not re-emerged. They had seen Janvier hurry out, hat on head, and get into one of the police cars below. A more unusual development was that Lorgnon appeared once more, and, as Maigret had done, headed for the chief's office. True, he stayed there only 10 minutes, after which, instead of leaving, he entered the inspector's office. "Did you notice anything?" the Baron asked his colleague. "The hat he had on when he got here?" It was hard for them to think of Inspector Hard Done By, as everyone in the police and press corps called him, wearing an almost jaunty straw hat. Better than that. "He didn't smile, though, did he?" "No, but he's wearing a red tie." Lorgnon invariably wore dark-coloured neckties fixed up to a celluloid clip. "So what does that mean?" The Baron knew everything and communicated other people's secrets with a thin smile. "His wife's away on holiday." "I thought she was an invalid." "She was." "Cured, then?" For years, poor Lorgnon had been obliged, when not on duty, to do the shopping and cooking, and to clean his apartment on Place Constantin-Pecqueur, as well as taking care of his wife, who had declared herself to be a permanent invalid. She's met a new tenant in their building, and this woman told her about the spa at Pougelisvaux, and persuaded her to try taking the waters. Strange as it may seem, she's got off there not with her husband, who can't leave Paris right now, but with this neighbour. They're the same age, and the neighbour's a widow. The shuttling to and fro between offices was becoming more and more frequent. Almost all the men belonging to Maigret's squad had dispersed in different directions. Janvier had returned. Lucas was bustling about, sweat dripping from his brow. Lapointe appeared from time to time, as did Torrance, the newcomer Mauvoisin, and several other officers, whom the reporters tried to buttonhole, but it was impossible to get a word out of any of them. Young Maigret, a reporter on a morning daily paper, soon arrived. She was looking as fresh as if the temperature had not been 36 degrees in the shade all day. "What are you doing here?" "Same as you." "And that is?" "Waiting." "How did you know anything was happening?" She shrugged her shoulders and applied some lipstick. "How many of them are there in there?" she asked, pointing at Maigret's door. "Well, 5 or 6, hard to count them. They keep coming and going. They seem to be taking turns." "Putting the screws on him, are they?" "Well, the man in there must be getting pretty hot under the collar." "Did they have beer sent up?" "Yes." That was significant. When Maigret sent for a tray full of beers, it indicated that he thought they would be there for some time. "Lognon's still with them?" "Yes." "Does he look pleased?" "Hard to tell with him. He's wearing a red tie." "Why?" "His wife's gone off to some spa." They understood each other. They belonged to the same confraternity. "Did you see him?" "Who?" "The one they're putting through it." "Yes, but not his face. He was hiding behind his hat." "Young?" "Not young. Not old. Over 30, I guess." "Dressed how?" "Like anyone else." "What colour was his suit, Regin?" "Grey." "I'd have said beige." "What's he look like?" "Ordinary man in the street." Steps were heard on the stairs, and Maigret murmured as the others looked round. "Must be my photographer." By 7:30, there were 5 of them from the press in the corridor, and they saw the waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine come up with more beer and some sandwiches. This time it must be really serious. One after another the reporters went to a small office at the end of the corridor to telephone to their paper. "Should we go and eat?" "What if he comes out while we're away?" "What if they're going to be here all night?" "Should we send out some sandwiches too?" "Good idea." "And beer?" The sun was vanishing behind the rooftops, but it was still light, and if the air wasn't exactly sizzling now, the heat remained just as sultry. At 8:30, Maigret opened his door, looking exhausted, a lock of hair plastered across his brow. He glanced into the corridor, made as if to walk over to the reporters, but changed his mind, and the door closed once more behind him. "Looks like things are hotting up." "I told you we'd be here all night. Were you here when they questioned Mistorino?" "I was still in short pants." "It lasted 27 hours. "In August?" "I don't know what month it was, but—" Maigret's flowered cotton dress was clinging to her figure. Dark patches had appeared under her arms, and through the fabric, the outline of her bra and panties was visible. "Shall we have a game of belote?" The lights went on above their heads. Darkness was falling. The night shift clerk took up his place at the end of the corridor. "Can we get some air in here?" He went to open first one of the office doors, then the window, then another door, and after a few minutes, by trying hard, it was possible to feel something resembling a faint draught. "That's all I can do for you, gentlemen." At last, at 11 o'clock, sounds started to come from behind Maigret's door. Lucas was the first to come out, shepherding the unknown man who was still holding his hat in front of his face. Lognon brought up the rear. All 3 walked towards the stairs which connected the Police Judiciaire to the Palais de Justice, and then to the underground cells, known as the Mousetrap. The photographers jostled each other. Flashbulbs went off in the corridor. Less than a minute later, the glass door closed, and everyone rushed towards Maigret's office, which looked like the scene of a battlefield. Beer glasses littered the desks, cigarette ends and torn papers were strewn everywhere, and the air smelled of tobacco, now stale. Maigret himself, still jacketless, was leaning into the closet and washing his hands at the little enamel basin. "Can you give us some pointers, Chief Inspector?" He looked at them with a wide-eyed expression he always wore in these circumstances, appearing not to recognize anyone. "Pointers?" he repeated. "Who is he?" "Who?" "The man who just left here." "Someone with whom I have had a rather long conversation." "A witness?" "No comment." "Have you taken him into custody?" Maigret seemed to wake up a bit, and apologized in an amiable way. Gentlemen, I'm sorry not to be able to give you any answers, but frankly I can't make any statement at this stage.
Will you be making one shortly?
I don't know.
Are you going to see the examining magistrate?
Not tonight.
Is it to do with a cure?
Once more, you'll have to forgive me, but I can't give you any information.
Are you going home now?
What time is it?
11:30.
In that case, the Brasserie Dauphine is still open, so I'm going for a bite to eat. They watched as Maigret, Janvier, and Lapointe all left. 2 or 3 journalists followed them as far as the bar and stood at the counter drinking, while the 3 police officers, looking tired and concerned, sat down at a table in the back room and gave their orders to the waiter. A few minutes later, Lorgnon joined them, but not Lucas. The 4 men were talking in low voices, and it was impossible to hear what they were saying or to guess anything from their lip movements.
Better call it a day. Want me to take you home, McGee?
No, take me to the paper. Once the door had closed behind them, and only then, Maigret stretched. A merry, youthful smile appeared on his lips. That's it, then, he sighed. Janvier said, I think they've swallowed it. Well, I should damn well hope so.
What will they write?
No idea. But they'll manage to make it sound sensational, especially that young Rouget. He was a new recruit to journalism, young and aggressive.
What if they realize they've been tricked?
It's essential they don't. It was an almost entirely different Lorgnon who was eating with them, a Lorgnon who since 4 that afternoon had drunk 4 glasses of beer, and was not refusing the shot of spirits the cafe owner came to offer them. So, how's your wife getting on, Lorgnon?
She's written to say the treatment's going well. She's just worrying about me.
It didn't make them laugh or even smile. Some subjects are sacrosanct. It did not prevent him being relaxed, almost optimistic. You played your role very well, thank you for that. I hope that apart from Alphonse, nobody in your station knows anything about this.
No, nobody.
It was midnight when they separated. There were still customers sitting out on cafe terraces and more people than usual on the streets, breathing in the comparative coolness of the night air, since there'd been none during the day.
You're taking the bus?
Maigret shook his head. He preferred to make his way home on foot, alone. And as he trod the pavement, his excitement dropped away, and a more serious, almost anguished expression took over his face. If, as happened a few times, he passed a woman hurrying down the street alone, she would invariably be keeping close to the walls, and would shrink back, ready to run or shout for help at the slightest move on his part. Over the past 6 months, 5 women who, like these, had been on their way home or to see a friend, 5 women on foot in the streets of Paris, had been the victims of the same murderer. Strangely enough, all 5 crimes had been committed in just one of Paris's 20 arrondissements, the 18th, Montmartre, and not only the same arrondissement, but the same part of it, a very specific area which could be described as being between 4 metro stations, La Marque, Abbesse, Place Blanche, and Place Clichy. The names of the victims, the neighborhood where the attacks had taken place, and the time of each crime had become familiar to newspaper readers, and Maigret was literally haunted by them. He knew the list by heart, and could have recited it like a La Fontaine fable learned at school. 2nd of February, Avenue Rachel near Place Clichy, and hardly any distance from Boulevard de Clichy with its bright lights. Arlette Dutour, 28, a streetwalker, living in furnished rooms in Rue d'Amsterdam. 2 stab wounds in the back, one of which had killed her almost instantly. Her clothing had been systematically slashed, and there were a few superficial cuts to her body. No sign of rape. Neither her jewelry, which was of little value, nor her handbag containing a certain amount of money, had been taken. 3rd of March, Rue Le Pic, a little beyond the Moulin de la Galette. 8:15 at night, Josephine Simer, born in Mulhouse, a midwife aged 43. She lived in Rue Lamarck and was on her way back from the top of the Butte Montmartre, where she had been delivering a baby. A single stab wound in the back, which had penetrated the heart. Clothing slashed, superficial cuts to the body. Her midwife's bag was lying beside her on the pavement. 17th of April. Because of the coincidences of the dates, 2nd of February and 3rd of March, the police had been expecting another attack on the 4th of April, but nothing happened.
Ou Etex alongside the Montmartre Cemetery, almost opposite the Bretonneau Hospital. 3 minutes past 9 at night. Monique Juteau, a dressmaker, age 24, unmarried, living with her mother, Boulevard des Batignolles. She was coming back from visiting a friend who lived in Avenue de Saint Ouen. It was raining, and she had been carrying an umbrella. 3 stab wounds, clothing slashed, nothing stolen. 15th of June, between 9:20 and 9:30, Rue Durantin this time, still in the same district. Marie Bernard, a widow aged 52, who worked as a post office clerk and lived with her daughter and son-in-law in a flat on Boulevard Auchois. 2 stab wounds, clothing slashed. The second thrust had severed the carotid artery. Nothing stolen. 21st of July, the most recent crime so far. Georgette Lecoeur, aged 31, married with 2 children, living in Rue Le Pic, not far from where the second attack had taken place. Her husband worked nights in a garage. One of the children was ill. She was going down Rue Tollersay in search of a chemist's shop open at that time of night, and she had died at about 9:45 opposite a music hall. A single stab wound. Clothing slashed. It was hideous and monotonous. Police reinforcements had been posted in the area where the crimes had occurred, known as the Grande Carrière. Lorgnon had, like his colleagues, postponed his holiday leave. Would he ever be able to take it? The streets were being patrolled. Officers had been stationed at all the strategic points. They'd already been in position when the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th murders had taken place. "Tired?" asked Madame Maigret as she opened the door of their apartment at exactly the moment her husband reached the landing. It was a hot day. "Still nothing?" "Nothing. I heard just now on the radio that there'd been some excitement at Quai des Orfèvres." "Already?" "They seem to think he was to do with the murders in the 18th. Is that true?" "More or less." "Have you got any leads?" "Not that I know." Did you have any dinner?" "Yes, and I even had a bite of supper only half an hour ago." She didn't insist, and soon afterwards both of them were asleep with the bedroom window wide open. He arrived next morning at his office without having had time to read the newspapers. They had been placed on his blotter, and he was about to look at them when the telephone rang. From the first syllable, he recognized who was on the line. "Maigret?" "Yes, sir. Good morning." "Comelio, of course, the examining magistrate in charge of the inquiry into the 5 crimes in Montmartre. Is all this true?" "What do you mean?" "What all the papers are saying this morning." "I haven't seen them yet." "Have you arrested anyone?" "Not to my knowledge." "Perhaps it would be best if you were to come to my office right away." "Of course, sir." Luca, who had come into the room and overheard the conversation, understood the expression on Maigret's face. "Luca, tell the chief I've gone over to the Palais de Justice and probably won't be back in time for the daily report." And Maigret set off in the same direction taken the previous day by Lorgnon, Luca, and the mysterious visitor, the man whose hat had been hiding his face. In the corridor, where the magistrates had their offices, a gendarme saluted him, while some of those waiting there, witnesses or people called in for questioning, recognized him, and 1 or 2 made a sign of greeting. "Come in. Read this." He had been expecting this, of course, that Comelio would be jumpy and aggressive, and would be restraining with some difficulty the indignation that was making his little moustache quiver. One headline read, "Have the police nabbed the killer at last?" Another, "Almighty commotion at police headquarters. Is this the Montmartre maniac?" "I would observe to you, Detective Chief Inspector, that yesterday at 4 o'clock I was sitting here in my office less than 200 meters from yours, with a telephone on my desk. I was still here at 5 and at 6, and I left for another engagement only at 10 to 7. Even then I could have been reached whether at home, where you have often called me, or later at the home of some friends, whose address I took care to leave with my manservant." Maigret, who had remained on his feet, heard all this without reacting. "When an event as important as this—" Looking up, Maigret said quietly, "There hasn't been any event." Comelio, who was already launched so far into his speech that he could not immediately calm down, rapped the newspapers with his clenched fist. "And all this? Are you going to tell me this has all been invented by the journalists?" "It's mere speculation on their part."
In other words, nothing whatsoever happened, and these gentlemen speculated that you had an unknown man brought to your office, interrogated him for 6 hours, then sent him down to the mousetrap, and— I didn't interrogate anyone, sir. This time Camellia, taken aback, looked at him in complete incomprehension. I think you had better explain yourself to me so that I can provide some account to the public prosecutor, whose first action this morning was to call my office. A certain person did indeed come to see me yesterday afternoon, along with 2 inspectors. A person whom the 2 inspectors had arrested? It was in the nature of a friendly visit. And that was why the man was hiding his face with his hat. Camellia pointed to a photograph printed across 2 columns of the front pages of the newspapers. Perhaps that was mere chance, an automatic movement on his part. We had a chat. For 6 hours. Time passes quickly. And you had beer and sandwiches sent up. That is quite true, sir. The magistrate once more slapped his hand down on the newspapers. I have in front of me a detailed account of all your comings and goings. I'm sure that's correct. Who is this man? He's a likable fellow by the name of Maigret, Pierre Maigret, who worked in my squad for a while about 10 years ago, just after passing his exams. Later, hoping for faster promotion, and also, I believe, because of some unhappy love affair, he asked to be posted to Equatorial Africa, where he stayed for 5 years. Camellia could make no sense of this, and frowned at Maigret, wondering whether the chief inspector was mocking him. He had to leave Africa after an attack of fever, and the doctors have forbidden him to return. When he's fully restored to health, he will probably apply to be re-employed at the police judiciaire. And it was to receive this man that you created what the newspapers have not hesitated to call an almighty commotion. Maigret moved towards the door to check that nobody could be listening to their conversation. Yes, sir. That's right, he finally admitted. I needed a man whose appearance was as ordinary and non-distinctive as possible, and whose face was not known to the press or the general public. Poor Maigret has changed a lot since his spell in Africa. Do you see what I'm getting at? I can't say that I do. I didn't tell the reporters anything. I didn't say a single word to entitle them to think his visit had anything to do with the Montmartre murders. But you didn't deny it either. I repeated that I had nothing to say, which was the truth. And the result, cried the magistrate, pointing to the papers again. The result was the one I wanted to obtain. Without consulting me, of course, or even keeping me informed. That was entirely so as to spare you from sharing any of the responsibility, sir. It was all mine. What are you hoping to achieve? Maigret, whose pipe had gone out, relit it with a thoughtful expression, and then said slowly, I don't quite know yet. I simply thought that it would be worth trying something. Camellia was still puzzled, and he stared at Maigret's pipe, to which he had never been able to accustom himself. The chief inspector was in fact the only person who ventured to smoke in his office, and the magistrate considered this a kind of provocation. Sit down, he said in the end, regretfully, and before sitting down himself, he went to open the window. Chapter 2. Professor Tissot's Theories. It was on the previous Friday evening that Maigret and his wife had set off walking peaceably towards Rue Picpus to pay a neighbourly visit. In all the nearby streets, people were sitting in their doorways, and many had even brought chairs out onto the pavement. The Maigret's regular practice of dining once a month with Dr. Pardon had continued, with a slight variation, introduced about a year ago. Pardon had taken to inviting, along with the Maigret couple, one or other of his medical colleagues, almost always an interesting man, either in personality or because of his research, and the inspector often found himself sitting opposite the head of a leading medical institution, or some illustrious professor. He had not at first realized that it was these people who had asked to meet him, and who were studying him, asking countless questions. All of them had heard of him by reputation, and were curious to make his acquaintance. It had not taken long for them to feel that they had some common ground with Maigret, and some of their after-dinner conversations, aided by a well-aged liqueur in the Pardon's peaceful sitting-room, usually with the windows open onto the busy street, had lasted late into the night. Many times, following one of these chats, Maigret's opposite number would suddenly ask him with a serious expression,
And you were never tempted to go in for medicine? He would answer almost with a blush that such had indeed been his first intention, but that his father's death had obliged him to give up his studies. It was curious, was it not, that they could sense this after so many years? Their interest in human behavior, with its troubles and its failings, was almost identical with his own. And the policeman did not try to conceal that he was flattered that these professors, often household names, were drawn to talk shop with him almost as if they were colleagues. Had Dr. Pardon planned this deliberately that night, on account of the Montmartre killer, whose crimes had been preoccupying all of Paris for months? It was possible. Pardon was an unpretentious man, certainly, but capable of great tact and subtlety. This year he had had to take his holiday early in June, since that was the only time for which he could find a locum. When Maigret and his wife arrived, another couple was already in the living room with a tray of aperitifs. The man was of sturdy peasant build, with a ruddy complexion and thick grey crew-cut hair. His wife was dark and extremely vivacious. Dr. Pardon introduced them. "My friends the Maigrets, Madame Tissot and Professor Tissot." This was the famous Tissot, director of the Sainte-Anne Psychiatric Institution in Rue Cabanne. Although the professor was often called upon as an expert witness in court, Maigret had never had occasion to meet him, and he found himself faced with a solid, humane, and jovial psychiatrist of a kind he had not before encountered. They soon moved to the dinner table. It was still hot outside, but towards the end of the meal, a fine rain began to fall, and its sound, audible through the open windows, was the accompaniment to the rest of the evening. Professor Tissot was not taking a holiday because, although he owned an apartment in Paris, he returned almost every evening to his country property in Ville d'Avray, southwest of the capital. Like previous guests, he began, while talking of this and that, to observe the inspector with rapid glances, as if each impression added another touch to the image he was forming of him. It was once they had retired to the drawing-room, and the women had grouped themselves spontaneously in a corner, that he made a direct inquiry. "Does your responsibility not terrify you a little?" Maigret understood at once. "I presume you're referring to the murders in Montmartre." His interlocutor blinked agreement, and it was true that for Maigret this case was one of the most distressing in his career. It was not simply a matter of the police finding the murderer, and for society in general it was not, as it normally would be, a question of punishing the killer. It was a matter of defense. 5 women had died, and there was no reason to think it would stop there. Yet the normal defense mechanisms were not working. If proof were needed, it was that immediately after the first murder, a large-scale police operation had been launched, but it had failed to prevent the subsequent attacks. Maigret believed he could see what Tissot meant when he spoke of his responsibility. It was upon him, or rather upon his approach to the problem, that the fate of a certain number of women depended. Had Pardon felt conscious of this as well, and was that the reason for his arranging this meeting? "Although it is, in a sense, my area of expertise," Tissot had added, "I wouldn't care to be in your position, with the public panicking, the press doing nothing to reassure people, and the authorities calling for contradictory measures in response. Am I right?" "Yes, indeed." "I assume you've noted the characteristic features of the different crimes?" He was getting directly to the heart of the matter, and Maigret might have thought he was talking to one of his colleagues at the police judiciaire. "May I ask, between ourselves, what has struck you most about them?" This was almost like being asked an examination question, and Maigret, to whom this seldom happened, felt himself colouring. "The type of victim," he replied, however, without hesitation. "You are asking about the principal feature, I take it. I haven't told you about the others, which are quite numerous. When, as in this case, we have a series of crimes, our first concern at Quai des Orfèvres is to look for points they have in common." Tissot, a glass of Armagnac in his hand, nodded approval. The dinner had brought high colour to his cheeks. "The time of day, for example?" he asked. It was easy to guess his desire to show that he knew about the case, that he too, by reading the press reports, had studied it from every angle, including that of a police investigation. It was Maigret's turn to smile, since this was quite touching. "Yes, indeed, the time of day. The first attack took place at 8 in the evening in February. At that time of year it was dark. The crime on the 3rd of March was a quarter of an hour later, and so on with the other murders, ending in July,
with an attack a little before 10 o'clock. Evidently the killer was waiting for darkness to fall. And the dates? I've studied them 20 times until they're going round and round in my head. In my office you'd find a calendar covered in notes in blue, black and red ink, as if I were trying to decipher some secret language, and I've tried every system and code I could think of. Some people wondered at first whether it was anything to do with the full moon. People do tend to attach a lot of importance to the moon when something happens that they can't understand. What about you? Oh, speaking as a doctor, no. And as a man, I don't know. It doesn't seem to apply here at any rate, because only 2 of the attacks took place on nights when the moon was full. So I tried other approaches, the day of the week, for instance. Some people get drunk on Saturday nights, but only one of the crimes was committed on a Saturday, and there are certain occupations where the day off isn't Sunday but some other day. Maigret had the feeling that Tissot had, like him, envisaged all these different hypotheses. The first constant, if I can call it that, which we identified, was the district of Paris, the neighborhood west of Montmartre. It's clear that the murderer knows this like the back of his hand. It's as a result of this knowledge of the streets, the places that are well lit or not, and the distances between any 2 given points, that he has managed not only not to be caught, but even to avoid being seen. The papers have mentioned witnesses who claim to have seen him. We took statements from them all. The woman who lives on the first floor in Avenue Rachel, for instance, the one who was most categorical, claims the man was tall and thin, wearing a cream-colored raincoat and a felt hat pulled down over his eyes. In the first place, that sounds like a very standard description, the kind you get too many of in cases like this, and at Quai des Orfèvres we tend not to trust them. And in any case, from the window where this woman says she was standing, it's impossible to see the place she meant. As for the statement from the little boy, that was more convincing, but so vague it can't be used. It was about the attack in Rue d'Antin. Remember that? Tissot nodded. So, in short, this man knows the local streets very well indeed, and that's why people imagine he lives there, which has created a particularly distressing atmosphere locally. Everyone is watching the neighbors with suspicion. We've received hundreds of letters informing us about the strange behavior of perfectly normal people. We tried thinking in terms of a man who might not live in the neighborhood, but who might work there. That sounds very time-consuming. Thousands of man-hours, not to mention going through our files, checking and updating our lists of known criminals and maniacs. You must have received, like the other hospitals, a questionnaire about any patients discharged in recent years. Yes, my colleagues sent in our reply. The same questionnaire was sent to mental hospitals all over France, and even abroad, and to doctors who might have treated such patients. You suggested there was some other constant. You will have seen the photographs of the victims in the papers. They were published at different dates, obviously. I don't know whether you have the curiosity to line them up side by side. Tissot nodded again. These women came from different backgrounds, geographically in the first place. One of them was born in Mulhouse in Alsace, another in the south of France, another in Brittany, and the other 2 in either Paris or the suburbs. From the point of view of occupation, there's nothing to connect them. A prostitute, a midwife, a dressmaker, a post office worker, and a full-time mother. They didn't all live in the local area. We've established that these women did not know each other, and it's more than probable that they'd never even met. I hadn't realized that you conducted your inquiries from such varying perspectives. We went further than that. We checked, for example, whether they might have worshipped at the same church or shopped at the same butcher's, that they weren't patients of the same doctor or dentist, that they didn't happen to go on a particular day of the week to the cinema, or perhaps to a dance hall. So, when I say thousands of man-hours, and all this has yielded no result. Nothing. In fact, I wasn't really expecting that it would, but I was obliged to do the checks. We can't let even the slightest possibility be overlooked. Did you think about holidays? I know what you mean. They might all have taken their holidays in the same resort, in the country or by the sea, but nope, it wasn't the case. So it seems that the murderer picked them by chance, just as the occasion presented itself. Maigret was sure that Professor Tissot did not believe this, and that he had in fact noticed the same thing as himself. No, not entirely. These women, as I suggested, if you look carefully at their photographs, do have something in common. None of them is thin. If you don't look at their faces, but pay attention to their build, you'll see that they're all quite short and rather plump, even running to fat, with thick waists and generous hips, even Monique Juteau, the youngest of them. Pardon and the professor exchanged glances, and it was as if Pardon was saying, "I told you so, didn't I? He spotted it too." Tissot smiled. "My compliments, my dear Chief Inspector. I see that you have nothing to learn from me." He added after a brief hesitation, "I did mention something about this to Pardon, wondering whether the police had noticed it. It was in part because of that, but also because I had been keen to meet you for a long time, that he invited my wife and me here tonight." The men had been standing up all this while. Their host suggested they go and sit in a corner by the window, overlooking Rue Picpus, from which they could hear the distant sounds of radio sets. The rain was still falling, but it was so fine that the drops seemed to be alighting delicately on top of each other to form a sort of dark lacquer on the cobblestones. Maigret broke the silence. "Do you know, Professor, the question that troubles me most? The one that would, in my view, help us lay hands on the killer if we could only answer it?" "I'm listening." "This man is not a child any longer. He's lived for a number of years, 20, 30, maybe more, without committing any crime. And then, in the space of 6 months, he is killed 5 times. The question I ask myself is, how did this start? Why, on the 2nd of February, did he suddenly stop being an inoffensive citizen and turn into a dangerous maniac? You're a man of science. Do you see any explanation?" This made Tissot smile, and once more he glanced across at his medical colleague. "We men of science, as you call us, are readily assumed to have knowledge and powers that we don't possess, but I'm going to try and give you an answer concerning not only the initial shock, but the case in itself. And I'm not going to use any particular scientific or technical jargon, because that often only masks our ignorance. Don't you agree, Pardon?" He must have been alluding to colleagues towards whom he felt some animosity, since the two medical men seemed to understand one another. Faced with a series of crimes like the one we're talking about, most people will react by assuming that it must be the work of a maniac, a madman. And, by and large, that is true. To kill 5 women in the circumstances surrounding these 5 murders for no apparent reason, and then to lacerate their garments, certainly does not correspond to the behavior of a normal man as we would think of it. As for being able to determine why and how it began, that's an extremely complex question to which it's hard to give an answer. Almost every week, I'm called on to testify as an expert witness at the assizes. In the course of my career, I've seen the definition of responsibility in criminal matters change so rapidly that, in my view, all our conceptions of justice have been altered, if not overturned. We used to be asked, at the time of the crime, was the accused responsible for his actions, and the word responsible had a very clear meaning. Nowadays, it is the responsibility of man, with a capital M, that we're being asked to evaluate, to the point where I often get the impression that it isn't the jury or the judges who decide the fate of a criminal, but us, the psychiatrists. Yet in most cases we know no more than a layman would. Psychiatry can be described as a science when there is some trauma, say, or a tumor, or an abnormal transformation of a gland or a function. In cases like that, we can state in all conscience whether a given man is either healthy or sick, responsible for his actions or not. But those are the rarest of cases, and most of such individuals are already in institutions. So why do some other people, such probably as the one we're talking about, do things differently from their fellow men? I think, Chief Inspector, that in those cases you know as much, if not more, than we do. Madame Pardon had come over to him, carrying the bottle of Armagnac. Don't let me interrupt you, gentlemen. We are exchanging recipes. A little Armagnac, Professor? Just a drop. They carried on chatting in the evening twilight, which was as soft as the rain falling outside, until past 1 in the morning. Maigret could not later remember all of their conversation, which had often veered onto parallel topics. He did remember that Tissot had said, with the irony of a man who has an old score to settle, "If I subscribed blindly to the theories of Freud or Adler, or even today's psychoanalysts, I wouldn't hesitate to say that our man is a sexual maniac, even though none of his victims was attacked sexually. I could talk about complexes, too, and impressions formed in early childhood. And you would reject such an explanation. I wouldn't reject anything, but I distrust glib solutions. And you don't have a personal theory. Theory? No. An idea, perhaps. But I'm a little afraid I confess to mention it to you because you carry responsibility for the investigation on your shoulders. It's true that your shoulders are as broad as mine. Son of a farmer? From the Allier. I'm from the Cantal. My father's 88 and still lives on his farm. And anyone would have sworn that the professor was prouder of that than of his scientific qualifications. I have had passed through my hands many deranged, or perhaps semi-deranged people, if I can use an unscientific expression, who have committed criminal acts. And if there is a constant, to use your own word just now, it is one that I've always identified in them, a conscious or unconscious need to assert themselves. Do you see what I mean by that? Maigret nodded his assent. Almost all of them have been regarded by those around them, rightly or wrongly, as spineless, mediocre, or incompetent individuals, and they felt humiliated by that. What is the mechanism that makes this long-repressed humiliation suddenly burst out in the form of a crime, an attack, or some gesture of defiance or bravado? Neither I, nor I think my colleagues, have been able to establish that with any certainty. What I'm saying now isn't orthodox opinion, especially when put very briefly, but I am convinced that so-called motiveless crimes are above all a display of pride. Maigret looked thoughtful. Well, that fits with something I've noticed, he murmured. And that is? That if criminals did not feel the need, sooner or later, to boast of their acts, there would be a great many fewer of them in prison. Do you know where we look first for the suspect after the kind of crime we describe as squalid? In the old days, it was in the brothels. Now that they've been abolished, we have to question streetwalkers. Because the men talk. They're sure that with such women they're safe. It doesn't matter. They're not risking anything, which is in most cases true. They describe their crimes, sometimes with embellishments. Have you tried that lead this time? Over the last few months, we've approached all the prostitutes in Paris, especially in the Clichy-Montmartre neighborhood. And that hasn't produced anything? No. Then it's worse. You mean that not having been able to get it off his chest, he's bound to start again? I'd be inclined to think so. Maigret had in recent days been studying historical examples with analogies to the Montmartre case, from Jack the Ripper to the Dusseldorf vampire, by way of the lamplighter of Vienna and the homicidal Polish farmer in the French department of N. Do you think that such men would ever stop of their own accord? He asked. Still, there is the example of Jack the Ripper who stopped committing murders almost overnight. What evidence is there that he wasn't himself the victim of an accident or died of some disease? I go further than that, Inspector. And here, it's not the director of Saint-Anne talking, because I'm going to leave official theories a long way behind. Individuals of the kind you're after are driven unconsciously by the need to be caught, and that's another form of pride. They can't stand the idea that people around them should continue to think of them as quite ordinary, humdrum individuals. They have to be able to shout out loud to the whole world what they've done, what they're capable of. It doesn't mean that they allow themselves to be caught deliberately, but almost always they take fewer and fewer precautions as their crimes mount up in a way that seems to be taunting the police, tempting fate. Such men have confessed to me that it was actually a relief to be arrested at last, Tissot added. I've heard similar confessions. There you are. Whose idea had it been? They had been sitting so long that evening, discussing the subject from so many angles, that afterwards it was difficult to establish who had said what. Perhaps the suggestion had been put forward by Tissot, but so discreetly that even Pardon did not notice. It was already past midnight when Maigret had murmured, as if talking to himself, just supposing someone else were to be arrested, and in a way take the place of our killer, usurping what he thinks is his personal fame. They had reached a turning point in their discussion. I think in that case, Tissot replied, your man would indeed feel a degree of frustration. But it would remain to be seen how he'd react, and when he'd react. Maigret was already ahead of them, abandoning theory to envisage practical solutions. They knew nothing about the murderer. They had no description of him. Until now he had been operating in a particular area of Paris, but nothing proved that he would not strike again in another district of the capital, or somewhere else entirely. What made this threat so distressing was that it was so vague and imprecise. Would it be a month before his next crime, or only 3 days? They could not keep every street in Paris in a state of siege indefinitely. Parisian women themselves, who after each murder had, as it were, taken cover, would soon return to their normal lives and risk venturing out at night, telling themselves the danger was over. I know of 2 cases, Maigret went on after a short silence, where a criminal actually wrote to the newspapers to protest about the arrest of an innocent party. That kind of person often writes to the papers, under the compulsion from what I would call their exhibitionism. It would help us. Even a letter made up of words cut out of newspapers could become a lead in an investigation where they had nothing solid to go on. Obviously, there's another possible response you might make. The same thought has occurred to me. A very simple response. If the wrong culprit was arrested, the killer might immediately commit another murder like the first ones, or perhaps 2 or 3 more. They parted on the pavement, standing by the professor's car since he and his wife were returning to Ville d'Avray. "May I offer you a lift home?" "No, we live nearby and we're used to the walk. I have a feeling that this case may well bring me once again to act as expert witness in court. That's if I can lay hands on the culprit. I have every confidence in you." They shook hands, and Maigret sensed that it was the beginning of a friendship. "You didn't get a chance to speak to her," remarked Madame Maigret a little later as they were walking home. "That's a pity, because she's the most intelligent woman I've ever met. What's her husband like?" "Very impressive." She pretended not to see what Maigret was up to surreptitiously, something he had done as a child. The rain was so cool and delicious that from time to time he was sticking his tongue out to catch a few drops, which had a special taste. "You seem to be having a serious discussion." "Yes." And that was all that was said on the subject. Back at their apartment, the windows had been left open, and Madame Maigret had to wipe up a little water from the parquet floor. Perhaps it was as he dropped off to sleep, or else on waking next morning, that Maigret took his decision, and by complete chance it was in the course of that morning that his former inspector, Pierre Maigret, whom he had not seen for 8 years, turned up in his office. "What are you doing in Paris?" "Nothing, boss. I'm convalescing. The African mosquitoes have done me some damage, and the doctors insist I should take a few more months' rest. After that, I was wondering whether there might be some small job for me at headquarters." "Well, now, why not, Maigret? He was intelligent, and there was little risk you would be recognized. Would you like to help me out with something?" "Are you asking me that, boss?" "Come and see me about 12:30, and we'll go for lunch. Not at the Brasserie Dauphine, where they would not pass unnoticed. No, in fact, don't come back here at all, and don't do the rounds of the offices, but wait for me outside Châtelet metro station." They lunched at a restaurant in Rue Saint-Antoine, on the right bank, and the inspector explained to Maigret what he wanted him to do. To make it look convincing, it would be best if he was not brought into the police judiciaire by anyone from Quai des Orfèvres, but by some inspectors from the 18th arrondissement, and Maigret had immediately thought of Lognan. Who knows, it might even give him a bit of an opportunity. Instead of patrolling the streets of Montmartre, he would be involved more closely in the investigation. Choose one of your colleagues who can keep his mouth shut. Lognan had chosen Alphonse, and they had played out their little drama with great success, as far as the press was concerned, since all the papers were already talking about a sensational arrest. And now, as Maigret repeated to Camillo, the reporters were present throughout certain comings and goings, and they drew their own conclusions. Neither I nor any of my colleagues told them anything. On the contrary, we denied everything. It was unusual to see a smile, even a sarcastic one, on the magistrate's face. And what if tonight or tomorrow people stop taking precautions because of this arrest, or rather false arrest, and another crime is committed? I've thought of that. Firstly, for the next few nights, all the available officers from our service and the 18th arrondissement will be patrolling the district carefully. That's already been done, but without success, it seems to me. This was true, but did that mean they shouldn't try anything? I took another precaution. I went to see the prefect of police. Without telling me? As I said, I intend to take full responsibility for anything that might happen. I'm merely a policeman. You're a magistrate. This reply pleased Camillo, who instantly adopted a more dignified attitude. What did you ask the prefect? Permission to use as volunteers a certain number of women police officers from the municipal force. The auxiliary corps of women police officers usually handled only matters dealing with children or prostitution. He has recruited a certain number who correspond to a particular profile. For example, height and weight. I chose from among the volunteers the ones who most closely resemble the physical build of the 5 victims. And like the victims, they will be inconspicuously dressed. They will act as if they're local women just going from one place to another in their district, and some of them will be carrying a parcel or a shopping bag. So in sum, you are setting a trap. All the women I've chosen have been on physical training courses, and they've also been to judo classes. Camillo nevertheless looked nervous. Should I tell the public prosecutor about this? Better not. You know, Chief Inspector, I don't like this at all. And Maigret, with disarming frankness, replied, Neither do I, sir. It was true. And should they not try every possible means of preventing the slaughter continuing? Officially, I haven't been informed about this, then, said the magistrate, seeing Maigret to the door. You know absolutely nothing about it. Maigret would have preferred it, if that were true. Chapter 3. A Neighborhood Under Siege. The Baron, who as a reporter had frequented the police judiciaire almost as long as Maigret, accompanied by Rouget, younger but already sharper than his colleagues, plus 5 or 6 other less notable journalists, including Maigret, the most dangerous since she did not hesitate, with an air of innocence, to push open doors carelessly left unlocked, or to pick up papers left lying around, and 1 or 2 photographers, a few more at times, spent a good part of the day in the corridor at Quai des Orfèvres, which they had made their headquarters. Sometimes the greater part of the press crew would disappear to take refreshment at the Brasserie Dauphine, or to make telephone calls, but they always left someone on duty, so that the door to Maigret's office was never left unwatched. Rouget had also had the idea of getting someone from his newspaper to shadow Inspector Lognon, who was thus being followed from the moment he stepped outside his home on Place Constantin-Pecqueur in the morning. All these journalists knew the score, as they would put it, and had almost as much experience of police matters as a senior inspector, and yet not one of them suspected the deception that was taking place almost before their eyes, a kind of gigantic theatrical performance which had begun in the early hours, well before Maigret's visit to the examining magistrate. For example, inspectors normally stationed in more distant arrondissements, like the 12th, 14th, or 15th, had left home wearing different clothes from usual, some of them with suitcases or even a trunk, and they'd taken care, following instructions, to make their first port of call one of the capital's railway stations. The heat was almost as oppressive as on the previous day, and life had slowed down, except in the tourist districts, where the ubiquitous buses laden with foreign sightseers were driving around, the voices of their guides audible in the streets. In the 18th arrondissement, and especially in the area within which the 5 crimes had been committed, taxis were stopping in front of hotels and furnished tenements, and people were getting out of them as if arriving from the provinces and needing rooms, almost always insisting that they should have a view of the street. All this was taking place according to a precise plan, and some of the inspectors had received orders to have their wives accompany them. It was only rarely that such arrangements were set in motion, but in this case, could anyone be trusted? Nothing was known about the killer. That was another aspect of the question that Professor Tissot and Maigret had discussed during their evening of the pardons. So, in short, apart from these crimes, he must of necessity behave quite normally. Otherwise his oddities would have attracted the attention of those around him.
Of necessity, as you say, the psychiatrist had agreed. It's even probable that in his appearance, his behavior, and his occupation, this is the kind of person who would arouse the very least suspicion. He could not be a habitual sex offender, because these were already known, and since the 2nd of February they had been kept under observation, but without result. Nor could he be one of the wretched vagrants or disquieting individuals whom one turns to look at in the street because of their strange behavior. What had he been doing before his first crime? What did he do in the intervals between the murders? Was he a solitary individual living in rented lodgings or in furnished rooms? Maigret would have been prepared to lay money that, no, this would be a married man, leading a regular life, and Tissot, too, inclined to that hypothesis. "Anything's possible," the professor had said with a sigh. "You could tell me he was one of my own colleagues, and I wouldn't protest. It could be anyone, a workman, a clerk, a shopkeeper, or an important businessman. He might also be one of the managers of the hotels on which the police inspectors were descending en masse, which was why they could not simply turn up at the front desk, as they usually did, and announce, 'Police, give me a room with a view on the street and not a word to anyone.' Nor could they entirely trust the local concierges, nor their usual informers in the Montmartre district. When Maigret returned to his office after leaving Camillo, he was besieged by reporters, as he had been the day before. "Have you been conferring with the examining magistrate?" "I went to see him, as I do every morning." "Did you tell him about the person you questioned yesterday?" "We talked about this and that." "You still won't tell us anything?" "I've no comment to make at present." He went in to see the chief. A daily report had been handed in much earlier. The commissioner, too, looked concerned. "Camillo didn't ask you to put a stop to the whole thing?" "No. Of course, if something goes wrong, he'll let me take the rap." "Are you still sure about this?" "I have to be." Maigret was not trying out his experiment with a light heart, and was well aware of the responsibility he was shouldering. "You really think the reporters will swallow this, hook, line, and sinker?" "I'm doing my utmost to make them." Normally, he had a cordial working relationship with the press, which can provide the police with valuable services. At this time, he couldn't take the risk of an involuntary indiscretion. Even the inspectors who were now dispersed all over the Grande Carrière neighborhood were not sure exactly what was being planned. They had received orders to take up position at given points and wait for instructions. They suspected, of course, that it was to do with a murderer, but were not privy to the overall operation. "Do you think he's intelligent?" Maigret had asked Professor Tissot during their conversation. He had his own ideas about this. Nevertheless, he felt he would like to receive confirmation. "Yes, but it's the kind of intelligence that such people often have. For instance, he must have an instinctive and outstanding talent for playing a role. If we suppose he's married, for example, he has to revert to his normal behavior, not to mention keeping his sang-froid when he returns home after committing a crime. If he's unmarried, he must still have to meet other people, if only his landlady, the concierge, or the charwoman, that kind of person. Next day, he goes to work in his office or in a factory, and, of course, those around him will be talking about the Montmartre murderer. And in all these 6 months, nobody has suspected him. In 6 months, he hasn't put a foot wrong with time or place. No witnesses can reliably claim to have seen him in action, or even running away from the scene of the crime." That had led to a question which troubled the inspector. "I'd like your view on a particular point. You just said that most of the time he acts like a normal man, and then no doubt he thinks like a normal man." "I understand what you mean. Yes, probably." 5 times he has had what I would call a crisis. 5 times he has broken out of normality in order to kill. At what moment did the impulse seize him? Do you see what I mean? At what moment does he stop acting like you and me and start acting like a killer? Does it strike him at some point during the day, and does he then wait for nightfall to prepare his plan of action? Or, on the contrary, does the impulse come over him the instant an opportunity offers itself? At the very moment when, walking down an empty street, he sees a possible victim? For Maigret, the answer was of capital importance, because it might widen or narrow the field of inquiry. If the impulse struck at the moment of the attack,
The killer must live in the Grand Carrier neighborhood or very close by, or need to be there at night because of his work or for some other practical reason. If the opposite was true, it was possible that he could come from anywhere and have chosen the streets around Place Clichy, Rue Lamarck, and Rue des Abbesses because they offered an opportunity, or for some special reason known only to him. Tissot had reflected for a long while before speaking. "I can't, of course, offer a diagnosis, as if I had the patient in front of me." He had used the word patient, as if it concerned one of the people he normally dealt with, and the word, which Maigret did not fail to notice, pleased him. It confirmed that they were both envisaging these events from the same perspective. "In my view, though, to use a metaphor, there is a moment when he begins the chase like a wild beast, some big predator or even a domestic cat. Have you ever watched a cat prowling?" "Yes, often in my young days." "Its movements are no longer the same. It crouches down, drawing itself in, and all its senses are alerted. It becomes capable of perceiving the slightest sound or movement, or smell, over a considerable distance, and from that moment it knows how to scent dangers and avoid them." "Yes, I see." "It's rather as if, once he's in that state, our man is gifted with second sight." "There's nothing, I suppose, that allows you to suggest a hypothesis about what could trigger the mechanism?" "No, not at all. Perhaps a memory, the sight of a woman in the crowd, a whiff of perfume, a sentence overheard. It could be anything, including the sight of a knife or a dress of a particular color." "Did anyone check the color of the clothes the victims were wearing? The press didn't mention anything about that." "The colors were different, but they were almost all inconspicuous enough not to stand out at night." When Maigret returned to his office, he took off his jacket as he had the previous day, removed his tie, and opened his shirt collar. Then, since the sunlight was striking his armchair, he pulled down the canvas blind. After that, he opened the door to the inspector's room. "You there, Janvier?" "Yes, boss." "Anything to report?" "No anonymous letters." "Just letters from people pointing a finger at their neighbors." "Check them out. And I want Maigret brought up." Maigret had not had to sleep in the cells, but had gone home, leaving the Palais de Justice by an unmarked door. He was supposed to be back in the mousetrap by 8 in the morning. "Shall I go down myself?" "That would be best." "Still no handcuffs?" "No." He did not wish to go to such lengths of deception for the journalist's sake. Let them simply draw their conclusions from what they were seeing. Maigret would not go so far as to deal cheating cards. "Hello, get me the station at Grand Carrier, please." "Inspector Lognon." "Hello, Lognon. Any news your end?" "Someone was waiting for me this morning outside my front door, and he followed me. He's standing opposite the station now." "Not hiding, then?" "No, I think he's a journalist." "Get his papers checked. Everything going as planned?" "I've located 3 rooms belonging to friends. They don't know what it's about. Do you want the addresses?" "No. Get here in about 3/4 of an hour." The same scene as before was then reenacted in the corridor when Pierre Maigret made his appearance, flanked by 2 inspectors, once more holding his hat in front of his face. The photographers got to work. The journalists called out questions which were left unanswered. Maggie managed to dislodge the hat, which she picked up off the floor, as the ex-colonial policeman hid his face with his hands. The door closed behind him, and Maigret's office quickly took on the appearance of a command center. In the peaceful streets of Montmartre, when many of the small shops were closed for a month or a fortnight because of the summer holidays, the planned scenario was still being silently launched. Over 400 people had a part to play, not only the watchers in hotel bedrooms or in the few private apartments made available without risk of indiscretion, but also those who were going to take up set positions outside metro stations, at bus stops, and in the smallest bistros and restaurants open in the evening. So that it would not look too much like an invasion, the operation was to proceed in stages. The police women were also receiving detailed instructions by telephone, and as in military headquarters, maps had been spread out with the location of each person marked. 20 inspectors, chosen from those who did not as a rule appear in public, had hired, not only in Paris but in the suburbs and as far away as Versailles, cars with innocuous number plates, which would be parked at an agreed time in strategic places where they would not stand out from other vehicles. "Order up some beer, Luca." "Sandwiches?" "Yes, you'd better." Not only for the benefit of the journalists to make them think further questioning was taking place, but because they were all busy and no one would have time to go out for lunch. Lognon arrived in turn, still wearing his red tie and his straw hat. At first sight, the others wondered what had changed about him, and they were surprised to realize how much the color of a necktie can transform a man. He looked quite debonair. "Did the man follow you?" "Yes, he's in the corridor now. He is indeed a reporter." "Did one of them stay up at your station?" "One of them's actually inside the station." An early newspaper edition reported on events at about midday. It repeated the information carried by the morning papers, adding that there was a frenzied atmosphere at Quai des Orfèvres, suggesting major developments afoot, but the total secrecy still surrounded the man who had been arrested. If the police had been able to, the article remarked, the man would no doubt have been issued with an iron mask. This amused Maigret. He was helping the others, making phone calls along with them, drawing crosses in red or blue pencil on the street map, very happy to be breathing in the atmosphere of headquarters where he already felt at home again. The atmosphere changed when the waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine knocked at the door, since even for him it was necessary to put on a show, after which everyone fell on the beer and sandwiches. The afternoon papers carried no message from the murderer, who did not seem to have any intention of contacting the press. "I'm going to take a nap, boys. Tonight I need to be alert and wide awake." Maigret crossed the inspector's large office and went into a small empty room, where he settled in an armchair. A few minutes later, he had dozed off. At about 3 o'clock, he sent Maigret back to the mousetrap and ordered Janvier and Luca to take it in turns to get some rest. As for Lapointe, he was clad in workman's blue overalls and driving round the streets of the Grande Carrière neighborhood in a freewheel delivery van. Cloth cap aslant on his head, cigarette glued to his lower lip, he looked about 18, and from time to time, if he stopped in some cafe for a white wine and Vichy water, he telephoned headquarters. As time passed, everyone's nerves became more frayed, and Maigret himself was losing some of his assurance. There was no indication that anything at all would happen that evening. Even if the man decided to kill again in order to assert himself, it might be the next evening, or the one after that, or in 8-10 days' time, and it would be impossible to keep so many officers on this high level of alert. It would also be impossible to keep for a whole week a secret that was shared among so many people. And what if the man decided to act right away? His conversation with Professor Tissot was still echoing inside Maigret's head, and snatches of it kept coming back to him. At what moment would the impulse strike? Just now, while they were all occupied in setting the trap, he would be appearing to anyone he encountered as an ordinary man, like everyone else. People were talking to him, no doubt, serving him food or shaking his hand. He would be talking too, smiling or laughing perhaps. Had the trigger already been activated? Had it happened this morning when he read the papers? Or would he not be more inclined to tell himself that since the police thought they had the culprit, the investigation would be stood down, and therefore he would be safe? What proof was there that Tissot and Maigret were on the right track, and that they had correctly judged the reaction of the man the professor had called the patient? Until now, he had struck only at night time, waiting for it to be dark. But even at this hour of day, given the holidays and the heat, there were plenty of streets in Paris where several minutes could go by before any passer-by appeared. Maigret recalled how streets felt in the south of France in summertime at the siesta hour, the closed shutters and drowsy atmosphere of a whole village or town in the heat of the sun. Today, in Montmartre, there were streets almost like that. The police had, however, made a certain number of calculations. At each spot where one of the murders had taken place, the topography was such that the attacker had been able to disappear within a very short time. Shorter at night than in the daytime, of course, but even in broad daylight, with favorable circumstances, he would still have been able to stash his victim's clothes and make his getaway in under 2 minutes. Indeed, did all this necessarily take place in the street? What was there to prevent him knocking at a door where he knew a woman would be alone and acting in the same way as on the public thoroughfare? Nothing, except that manic individuals, like most criminals, even thieves, almost always employ the same method and repeat themselves in the smallest details. It would be light until about 9 o'clock, and not really dark until about 9:30. The moon in its third quarter would not be too bright, and there was a good chance that, as on the previous evening, it would be veiled in cloud because of the heat. All these details had their importance. Are they still out in the corridor? Just the Baron? The reporters generally arranged among themselves to leave one person on guard who would alert the others if anything happened. At 6 o'clock everyone is to go off as usual except for Lucas, who will hold the fort here, and Torrance will join him at 8. With Janvier, Lognon, and Mauvoisin, Maigret went to take an apéritif at the Brasserie Dauphine. At 7, he returned home and sat down to dinner, looking out through the open window onto Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir, calmer now than at any other time of the year. "You've been feeling the heat," remarked Madame Maigret, scrutinizing his shirt. "If you're going out again, you'd better change." "I am going out." He hasn't confessed. He preferred not to reply, since he disliked lying to her. "Will you be back late?" "More than likely." "Is there any hope that when this case is over we might take a holiday?" During the winter, they had talked of going to Brittany, a place called Buzec-Conques, near Concarneau. But as happened almost every year, their holiday plans had been postponed month after month. "Possibly," Maigret sighed. If not, it would mean that his scheme had failed, and that the killer had stepped through the net or had not reacted in the way he and Tissot had predicted. It would also mean more victims, exasperation from the public and the press, irony or bad temper from Camillo, and, as happened only too often, questions in the National Assembly and explanations to be delivered in high places. Above all, it would mean more dead women, short, plump women, looking like ordinary housewives popping out in the evening to go to the shops or visit someone nearby. "You look tired." He was in no hurry to leave. After dinner he loitered in the apartment, smoking his pipe, wondering whether to have a small glass of plum brandy, and sometimes moving to the window, where finally he stood, leaning on his elbows. Madame Maigret did not disturb him again. Only when he made to pick up his jacket she brought him a clean shirt and helped him on with it. He tried to be as discreet as possible, but she still saw him open a drawer and take out his automatic, which he slipped into his pocket. This did not happen often. He had no wish to kill anyone, even somebody as dangerous as in this case. Nevertheless, he had ordered all his colleagues to be armed and to protect the women at all costs. He did not return to Quai des Orfèvres. It was 9 o'clock when he arrived at the corner of Boulevard Voltaire, where an unmarked police car was waiting for him with a man at the wheel. The driver, attached to the police station in the 18th arrondissement, was wearing a chauffeur's uniform. "Where to, sir?" Maigret took his seat in the back, which was already in shadow as twilight fell, so that the car now looked like one of those which tourists could hire for the day from near the Madeleine or the Opera. "Place Clichy?" "Yes." On the way he did not say a word, and once they were at Place Clichy he simply muttered, "Go up Rue Cournancourt, not too fast, as if you're trying to read the house numbers." Near the boulevard, the streets were quite busy, and almost everywhere people were taking the air at their open windows. There were crowds, some of them rowdy, seated at the terraces of even the smallest cafes, and most of the restaurants were serving their customers outside. It seemed impossible that a crime could be committed in those surroundings, and yet the conditions had been almost the same when Georgette Decoing, the most recent victim, had been killed in Rue Tollerzay, less than 50 meters from a dance hall with a red neon sign lighting up the pavement. For anyone who really knew the area well, there were, not far from these animated main streets, 100 deserted alleyways, 100 dark corners where an attack could take place almost without risk. 2 minutes. They had calculated that the murderer had needed no more than 2 minutes, and if he was quick, even less. What was it that drove him to lacerate his victim's clothes after committing murder? He didn't touch the woman herself. There was no question here, as in certain other well-known cases, of exposing the victim's private parts. He slashed the fabric with thrusts of a knife, as if in some kind of paroxysm of rage, like a child who savages a doll or stamps on a toy. Tissot had talked about this too, but with reticence. One sensed that he was tempted to adopt some of the theories of Freud and his disciples, but it was as if he considered that too easy an explanation. We have to know about his past, including his childhood, and find the initial trauma which he himself may have forgotten. Every time he thought like this about the murderer, Maigret was overcome with feverish impatience. He was in a hurry to imagine a face, precise features, a human silhouette, instead of the vague figure people were calling the killer, or the madman, or the monster. The figure whom Tissot, perhaps by an involuntary slip of the tongue, had called a patient. He was angered by his own powerlessness. It was almost as if he faced a personal challenge. He would have liked to be able to confront the man, never mind where, look him full in the face and order him, "Now talk." He needed to know. The weight was agonizing, preventing him from giving his full attention to material details. Automatically, yes, he was registering the positions of his men at the different points where he had posted them. He did not know them all, many were not attached to his own division, but he still knew that a silhouette behind a certain window corresponded to a name, that a breathless woman hurrying past towards some unknown destination, taking short steps because of her high heels, was one of his auxiliary police officers. Since February and the first crime, the man had chosen a later hour every time to launch his attacks, from 8 o'clock to 9:45. But what about now, when the days were getting shorter again instead of longer, and night was falling earlier? At any moment one might hear the cry of a passer-by who had stumbled in the dark upon a body lying on the pavement. That was how most of the victims had been found, almost always after just a few minutes, and only once, according to a police pathologist, after about a quarter of an hour. The car had gone past Rue Lamarck and was entering an area where, so far, nothing had happened. "What shall I do, sir?" "Keep straight on, then come back via Rue des Abbesses." He could have remained in touch with some of his colleagues by using a radio car, but that would have been too conspicuous. What was to say whether before every attack the man did not watch all comings and goings in the district for several hours? Almost always, it is possible to sense when a murderer belongs to a particular category. Even without a description, one has a general idea of what he might look like, what social background he comes from. Please, don't let there be another victim tonight. This was a prayer such as he used to offer up at bedtime in his childhood. He did not even realize it. "See that?" "What?" "The drunk under the street lamp." "Who is it?" "Friend of mine. Get here. Loves dressing up, especially as a drunk." At 9:45, still nothing had happened. Stop by the Brasserie Pigalle. Maigret ordered a beer as he walked past the counter, then shut himself in the phone booth to call headquarters. It was Luca who replied. "Nothing." "Nothing yet. A streetwalker who's complaining she was harassed by a foreign sailor." "Torrance with you?" "Yes." "And the Baron?" "He must have gone home to bed." The time at which the last crime had been committed had gone past. Did that mean the man was less concerned with the darkness of the street than with the time of day, or that the false arrest had had no effect on him? Maigret had an ironic smile on his face as he returned to the car, and the irony was addressed to himself. Who knows? The man he was tracking through the streets of Montmartre might at this very moment be on holiday at some seaside resort in Normandy, or in a family hotel somewhere in the French countryside. A wave of despondency suddenly engulfed him from one moment to the next. His efforts and those of all his colleagues appeared to him to be vain, bordering on ridiculous. On what had he based this whole charade which had taken so long to organize? On nothing. Less than nothing. On a sort of intuition he had had after a good dinner while chatting in Parbon's peaceful drawing-room with Professor Tissot. But surely Tissot himself would have been alarmed had he learned where their informal conversation had led. And what if this man were not driven by pride, by the need to assert himself? He could not now recall all those words he had pronounced, as if he were making a discovery without feeling sick at heart. He had thought too much about it. He had worried away at the problem too long. He had lost belief in it now, almost doubting the reality of the killer. "Where to, sir?" "Wherever you like." The astonishment he saw in the eyes of the driver as he turned his head towards him made him aware of his own discouragement, and he felt ashamed. He had no right to lose faith in front of his own colleagues. Go up Rue Lepic to the top. He passed the Moulin de la Galette nightclub and looked at the exact spot on the pavement where they'd found the body of Josephine Simer, the midwife. So it was all real. Here and now, 5 crimes had been committed, and the killer was still at large, perhaps ready to strike again. Was that hatless woman, aged 40 or so, scurrying down the street with a poodle on a lead, one of the police auxiliaries? There were others in the nearby streets, risking their lives at this very instant. They were all volunteers, but it was Maigret who had given them their task. It was his responsibility to protect them. Had all the necessary measures been taken? That afternoon, on paper, the plan had looked faultless. Every area considered dangerous was being watched. The policewomen would be on their guard. Invisible watchers would be nearby, ready to intervene. But had some corner been forgotten? Might someone not relax their attention for only a minute? After the discouragement, he was starting to be overcome by a feeling of panic, which might have prompted him to cancel the whole operation had it still been possible. Perhaps the experiment had lasted long enough. It was 10 o'clock. Nothing had happened. Nothing would happen now. And that was just as well. On Place du Tertre, high up in Montmartre, there was a festive atmosphere. People were crowding round the little tables where rosé wine was being served, and music could be heard from every corner. A fire-eater was performing, and another man, despite the noise, was doggedly sawing away at a tune from 1900 on the violin. Yet 100 meters further on, the little alleyways were deserted, and the killer might find it easy to pounce without risk. Go back down again. Same way. He would have done better just to stick to the traditional approach, even if it was slow, even if it had produced no results in 6 months. Head for Place Constantin-Pecqueur. By Avenue Junot? Yes, if you like. A few couples were walking arm in arm along the pavements, and Maigret spotted one couple locked in an embrace, their eyes closed, in a corner under a gas lamp. 2 cafes were still open on Place Constantin-Pecqueur, and there was no light showing in Lognon's apartment. The local inspector, who knew these streets better than anyone, was patrolling them on foot, like a gun dog beating the bushes, and for a moment Maigret imagined him with his tongue hanging out, panting hot breaths like a spaniel. What time is it? 10:10. Hush! They strained their ears, and vaguely sensed the sound of people running towards Avenue Junot, the street they'd just driven down. And before the footsteps there had been something else, possibly a blast on a whistle or even 2. Where's it coming from? I don't know. It was hard to make out the exact direction from which the sounds had come. While the car was still stationary, a black vehicle from police headquarters hurtled past them, heading at top speed towards Avenue Junot. Follow that one. Other parked cars only minutes earlier had moved off as well, all heading in the same direction, and 2 more whistle blasts came through the air, nearer now that Maigret's car had already driven 500 meters. They could hear voices, men and women. Someone was running along the pavement, and another silhouette was dashing down the stone steps. Something had happened at last. Chapter 4. The Policewoman's Encounter. Everything was so confused at first in the poorly lit streets that it was impossible to find out what had happened. Only much later, by putting together witness statements, some more reliable than others, did an overall picture become clearer. Maigret, whose driver was driving hell for leather through steep and narrow streets that at night looked like theatre sets, was not sure exactly where he was, except that they seemed to be approaching Place du Tertre, from where vague sounds of music reached his ears. What added to the confusion was that things were moving in both directions. Cars and running figures, most of them police officers no doubt, were converging towards a point which seemed to be on Rue Norvin, while other silhouettes, a bicycle without lights, 2, then 3 cars, were on the contrary moving quickly in the opposite direction. "That way!" someone was shouting. "I saw him go past." People were chasing a man, possibly one of those whom Maigret had seen. He also thought he had recognized, in a small figure running so fast that he had lost his hat,
Inspector hard done by, but he couldn't be sure. What mattered most to him at this moment was finding out whether the killer had been successful, whether a woman was dead, and when he saw a knot of about a dozen people standing on a shadowy pavement, his eyes turned anxiously to the ground at their feet. The people did not seem to be looking downwards, though. He could see them gesticulating, and at the corner of an alleyway, a uniformed policeman, sprung from somewhere, was trying to fend off curious onlookers flocking over from Place du Théâtre. Someone loomed out of the darkness and approached him as he climbed out of a car. "Is that you, boss?" The beam of an electric torch flashed over his face, as if everyone distrusted everyone else. "She's not injured." It took him a little time to identify the speaker, although he was an inspector from his own service. "What happened?" "I don't rightly know. The man managed to escape. They've gone after him. Be surprising if he gets away with the whole district looking for him." At last, Maigret reached the centre of all the agitation. A woman in a light blue dress that reminded him of something. Her bosom was still heaving rapidly. She was beginning to smile again, the fragile smile of someone who has just escaped death by inches. She recognized Maigret. "I'm sorry I didn't manage to grab him," she said. "I'm still wondering how he slipped out of my hands." She was uncertain now to whom she'd already told the beginning of her story. "Look, one of the buttons of his jacket came off in my hand." She held it out to the chief inspector, a small, smooth, dark object with a short length of thread and even a scrap of material still attached to it. "He attacked you?" "Just as I was going past this little alley." A narrow corridor, pitch dark, without a door opening onto the street. "I was keeping my eyes open. When I saw the alleyway, I had a sort of intuition and had to make an effort to keep walking at the same pace." Now Maigret thought he recognized her, or at any rate the blue dress. Wasn't this the same girl he had seen a little while ago under the street lamp, locked in a close embrace with a man? "He let me get past the opening, and just then I sensed a movement, the air stirring behind me. A hand went for my throat. I don't know how, but I managed to get a judo hold on him." News of what had happened must have spread to Place du Théâtre, and most of the night owls had abandoned the tables with their red check cloths, the Chinese lanterns and the carafes of rosé wine, to come running in the same direction. The uniformed officer was overwhelmed. A police van was coming up Rue Colincourt. An attempt would be made to contain the crowds. How many inspectors were now chasing after the fugitive through the neighbouring streets, a maze of unpredictable twists and turns with many dark corners? Maigret had the feeling that in this respect at any rate the game was already lost. Once more the killer had demonstrated his genius by operating a mere 100 metres from a highly frequented tourist area, knowing full well that once the alert was sounded, the crowds would create chaos. As far as he could recall, he did not take the time to consult his battle plan. Mauvoisin was in charge of this sector, and would consequently be directing operations. He looked round for him, but he was not in sight. Maigret's presence served no purpose here. From now on, it was a matter of luck. "Get into my car," he told the young woman. He knew her to be one of the auxiliaries, and he was still somewhat ruffled at having seen her in a man's arms only a short while ago. "What's your name?" "Marthe Jusseron." "You're 22? 25. She was more or less of the same build as the 5 victims, but in her case, the bulk came from muscle. "Back to headquarters," Maigret ordered the driver. From his perspective, it would be best if he were at the point where all reports would inevitably converge, rather than hanging about here, where the frantic activity seemed chaotic. A little further on, he spotted Mauvoisin, who was giving instructions to his colleagues. "I'm on my way back to Quai des Orfèvres," he called out to him. "Keep me posted." A radio car was arriving now. 2 others, which were cruising in the locality, would be turning up soon as reinforcements. "Were you scared?" he asked his companion as the car reached streets where the traffic was calmer. A crowd was spilling out of a cinema on Place Clichy. The bars and cafes were brightly lit and reassuring, with customers sitting out on the terraces. "Not at the time, but straight afterwards. I thought my legs were going to give way." "Did you see him?" "For a moment his face was very close to mine, but I'm not sure I'd be able to recognize him again. I spent 3 years as a gym teacher before I did my police exams. I'm quite strong, you know. I've done judo like the other auxiliaries." "You didn't cry out?"
I don't know. It was later ascertained from an inspector who had been at a window in a nearby lodging house that she had called for help only after the assailant had run off. He was wearing a darkish suit. His hair was light brown. He seemed quite young. About how old, in your opinion? I don't know. I was too shocked. I knew what I was supposed to do if he attacked, but when it happened, everything went out of my head. I was thinking about the knife he was holding. You saw it? She was silent for a few seconds. I'm wondering now whether I really saw it or whether I just imagined it, because I knew he'd have one. On the other hand, I'd swear his eyes were blue or grey. He seemed to be in pain. I got a judo hold on his forearm, and it must have hurt him quite a bit. It was a matter of seconds before he was forced to bend over and fall on the ground. And then he managed to break free. Yes, I suppose he must have. He slipped through my fingers, and I still can't fathom how. I grabbed something, the button on his jacket, and next moment I just had the button in my hand, and this shape was running away. It all happened very quickly, though to me, of course, it seemed like a long time. You wouldn't like a drink, would you, to help you get over it? I never drink, but I wouldn't mind a cigarette. Go ahead. I haven't got any. A month ago I decided to give up smoking. Maigret got the driver to stop at the next tobacconist's. What kind? American. It must have been the first time in his life that he found himself buying American cigarettes. At Quai des Orfèvres, he ushered her inside, and they found Luca and Torrance each manning a telephone. Maigret looked inquiringly at them, and they both pulled negative faces. The man hadn't been caught yet. Sit down, mademoiselle. I'm feeling fine now. Oh, never mind about the cigarette. It's in the next few days that it'll be hard not to smoke. Maigret repeated to Luca, who had finished his phone call, the description he'd been given. Send that out to everyone, including the railway stations. And to the young woman, how tall would you say? No taller than me. So the man was quite short. Thin? Not fat, anyway. 20, 30, 40? She had said young, but the word can have quite different meanings. I'd say 30-ish. No other detail you can remember? No. Was he wearing a tie? I suppose so. Did he look like a prowler or like a labourer or an office worker? She was doing her best to cooperate, but her memories were fragmented. It seems to me that if I'd seen him in the street in any other circumstances, I wouldn't have noticed him. Respectable looking, as they say. Suddenly, she raised her hand like a pupil in class, and after all, it was not so long ago that she'd been a schoolgirl. He had a ring on his finger. A wedding ring, or some other kind? Wait a minute. She closed her eyes, seeming to take again the pose she had been in during the struggle. I felt it under my fingers. Then, when I was doing the judo hold, his hand was near my face. Not a signet ring. That would have been too big with a bulge in it. It was certainly a wedding ring. Hear that, Luca? Yes, boss. His hair. Long or short? Not short. I can see his hair now. It was covering his ear when his head was almost on the pavement. Still taking notes, Luca? Yes. Come into my office, mademoiselle. He automatically removed his jacket, although by now the evening was quite cool, at least compared to daytime. Sit down. Are you sure you won't have something to drink? Yes, sure. Before the man attacked you, did you not meet somebody else? A rush of blood flooded up into her neck and cheeks. She was a muscular and athletic woman, but her skin was fair and delicate. Yes. Tell me all about it. Well, I may have done wrong, but I suppose that's too bad. I have a fiancé. What does he do? He's in his last year of law school. He wants to join the police too. Not the way Maigret had joined the force in the past, going up through the ranks and starting in traffic control, but by passing a competitive graduate examination. And you saw him tonight? Yes. Did you tell him what this was all about? No, I just asked him to spend the evening on Place du Tap. You were afraid? No, I just wanted to feel he wasn't far away. And you arranged to meet him again, afterwards. She was ill at ease, shifting from one foot to another, trying to work out from brief glances whether Maigret was angry or not. I'll tell you the whole truth, sir, and too bad if I've made a mistake about this. My instructions were to act as naturally as possible, like any other girl or woman who might find herself walking along a street this evening.
Well, at night you often see couples who kiss goodbye and then go their separate ways.
Was that why you had your fiancé come along?
Yes, I promise you. I arranged to meet him at 10. We were assuming that if anything happened, it would be before 10, so I wasn't risking anything if at 10 o'clock I thought of trying another tactic.
Maigret looked attentively at her. It didn't occur to you that if the murderer saw you in the arms of another man and then going off down the road alone, that might trigger his crisis?
I don't know. I suppose there was a chance. Did I do wrong?
He preferred not to reply. It was always a dilemma to choose between observing discipline and showing initiative. Had he not himself tonight and on the preceding days committed some serious infringements to discipline? Take your time. Sit down at my desk. What you're going to do is, as if you were in school, write down what happened this evening, trying to remember the tiniest details, even ones that don't seem at all important. He knew from experience that this often yields results.
May I use your pen?
If you like. Call me when you're finished. He went back into the office where Lucas and Torrance were still sharing the phone calls. In a box room at the end of the corridor, a radio telegraphist was noting the messages received from the radio cars, which he then dispatched on scraps of paper via the office clerk. Up in Montmartre, they had gradually managed to disperse most of the crowds, but as was to be expected, reporters alerted by the news had come flocking to the site. The police had at first surrounded 3 blocks of houses, then 4, then the whole district, as time passed and the man had had more opportunities to make his getaway. The local hotels and lodging houses had been visited, all lodgers and guests being woken up, asked for their papers, and obliged to answer a few questions. There was every chance that the attacker had already slipped through the net, probably in the first few minutes, just when the whistle was heard, when people started to run, and Place du Tertre had spilled out its flock of sightseers. There was another possibility, that the killer lived nearby, not far from the site of his latest attack, and that he had simply gone home. Maigret toyed with a button that Marthe Jusserand had left with him, an ordinary button, dark grey with light blue streaks. No maker's name. Some stout tailor's thread was still attached to it, as well as a fragment of fabric, a few strands of a tweed suit. Telephone Meurs and get him to come over at once.
Here or to the lab?
Here. He had learned from experience that an hour lost at a critical point in an investigation could represent a head start of several weeks for the criminal.
Lorgnon wants to speak to you, sir.
Where is he?
In some cafe in Montmartre.
Hello. Lorgnon.
Yes, boss. They're still hunting for him. They've closed off a big chunk of the district, but I'm pretty sure he's the man I saw running down the steps, just opposite where I live. Place Constantin-Becker.
And you couldn't catch up with him?
No, I ran as fast as I could, but he's much faster.
And you didn't shoot? Those had nevertheless been the orders. Shoot on sight, aiming for the legs if possible, on condition passers-by were not put at risk.
I didn't dare because there was an old beggar woman asleep on the bottom step, and I might have hit her. Then it was too late. He disappeared into the shadows as if he'd faded into a wall. After that I searched the area square metre by square metre, and all the time I had the feeling he wasn't far away, that he was watching my movements.
That's all?
Yes. My colleagues arrived and we did a collective search.
With no result?
Just this. A man apparently went in, about that time, to a bar in Rue Caulaincourt where customers were playing belote. Without stopping at the counter, he went into the phone booth, which means he must have had telephone tokens. He made a call, then he went out again as he had come in. Not a word or a glance to the barman or the drinkers. That's why they noticed. The people in that bar had no idea what was going on.
Anything else?
This man is described as fair-haired, youngish, thin, no hat.
His suit?
Dark-coloured. My thoughts are that he called someone who came to pick him up in a car at a prearranged spot. We didn't think of stopping cars with more than one occupant.
It would be the first time in the annals of crime, indeed, that a maniac of this kind was not operating on his own. Thanks anyway, my friend.
I'll stay on the spot. We'll keep looking.
It's all we can do. It might just have been a coincidence. After all, anyone can go into a cafe simply to use the telephone without having time to stop for a drink. But it troubled Maigret all the same. He wondered about the wedding ring the policewoman had remembered. Could it be that in order to escape from the police cordon, the man had had the gall to telephone his wife? In that case, What excuse would he have given her? In tomorrow's newspapers she would surely read about what had happened in Montmartre. Is Mers here yet? He'll be along any moment. He was reading in bed. I told him to get a taxi. Marthe Jusserand brought him her essay, that is, her report on the events as she had experienced them. I didn't try to write it up in a fancy way, just to put it all down as objectively as possible. He ran his eye over the 2 sheets of paper without noting anything new, and it was only when the young woman turned round to pick up her handbag that he noticed that her dress was slashed at the back. That detail suddenly made concrete the danger Maigret had placed her in, along with the other women auxiliaries. You can go home to bed now. I'll get someone to drive you. Oh, there's no need, sir. Jean will certainly be downstairs with his car. He looked at her with an amused expression. But you couldn't have asked him to meet you here at headquarters, could you, since you didn't know you would end up here? No, but he was one of the first people to arrive from Place du Tertre. I spotted him among all the people staring, and the inspectors. He saw me talking to you and getting into your car. He'll be sure to have guessed you were bringing me here. Astonished, Maigret could only murmur as he shook hands with her. Well, my dear, I wish you all the luck in the world with your Jean. Thank you. And I apologize for all the turmoil I put you through. Of course, the press must not learn a whisper about the trap we laid. We will not be letting them know your name. Oh, good, I'd prefer it that way. Good night. He accompanied her courteously to the top of the stairs and returned to his inspectors, shaking his head. Strange girl, he grunted. Torrance, who had his own ideas about the younger generation, commented quietly, The girls are all like that these days. Mers entered the room a few minutes later, looking as fresh as if he'd had a good night's sleep. He knew nothing of the evening's events. The plans to entrap the killer had not been communicated to the laboratory staff. Some work for me, boss? Maigret held out the button, and Mers pulled her face. That's all? Yes. Mers turned it over several times in his hand. Want me to go upstairs and examine it? I'll come with you. It was almost out of superstition. The telephone calls kept coming in, one after another. Maigret still did not feel confident, yet every time the phone rang, he could hardly help giving a start, hoping that the miracle had happened. Perhaps if he wasn't on the spot, it would transpire after all, and they would come to the laboratory and tell him that the killer had been caught. Nurse switched on the lights and picked up first a magnifying glass, then tweezers, and a whole series of delicate instruments, before he examined the thread and the scraps of fabric under the microscope. I suppose you'd like to know where the garment was made that this button came from. I want to know everything there is to know about it. Well, first, the button, although it looks quite ordinary, is actually of very good quality. It's not the kind used for mass-produced clothes. I think it shouldn't be too difficult tomorrow morning to find out where it was made, because there aren't many button manufacturers. They nearly all have offices in Rue des Petits Champs, close to the wholesale drapers. And the thread. It's the kind most tailors use. The cloth is more interesting. As you can see, the weave is an ordinary grey, but there's a light blue strand which makes it typical of its kind. I'd be prepared to bet this isn't French-made suiting, but tweed imported from England. There are relatively few firms that handle such imports, and I can give you the list. Mers possessed lists of all kinds, directories, catalogues, which he used to determine very quickly the origin of an object, whether a gun, a pair of shoes, or a pocket handkerchief. And look, as you can see, most of the importers also have offices in Rue des Petits Champs. Luckily, the wholesalers still have their headquarters more or less grouped in certain districts of Paris. None of these offices will be open until 8 in the morning, most of them only at 9. I'll have the men make a start with the ones that open at 8. Is that all for tonight? Unless you think of anything else we should be doing? I'll try, just in case. He would no doubt be scrutinizing the thread and the scraps of tweed for some dust or other incriminating substance. After all, 3 years earlier, had they not identified one criminal thanks to traces of sawdust on a handkerchief, and another through a spot of printer's ink? Maigret suddenly felt tired. The tension of the last days and hours had dropped, and he found himself without energy, without a wish for anything, without optimism. Tomorrow morning he would have to face Camillo and the journalists who would besiege him with awkward questions. What was he going to tell them? He couldn't tell them the truth, but neither did he want to embark on a pack of lies. When he went back down to the police judiciaire, he realized that the ordeal by the press would not be for tomorrow, but straight away. Although the Baron wasn't there, 3 other reporters were, including young Rougin, whose eyes were bright with excitement. "May we have a word in your office, Chief Inspector?" Shrugging his shoulders, Maigret let them in and looked at the 3 of them standing there, notepads in hand and pencils at the ready. "So did your prisoner escape?" Inevitably they would start there, with a man whose existence had become an embarrassment now that events had taken a sudden new course. "No one has escaped." "Did you release him, then?" "No one has been released." "But tonight there was another attempted murder, wasn't there?" "A young woman was indeed attacked in the street, not far from Place du Tertre, but she got away with just a fright." "She wasn't injured?" "No." "Did her attacker have a knife?" "She's not sure about that." "She isn't here now?" They were peering round suspiciously. No doubt they had been told up in Montmartre that the young woman had been seen getting into Maigret's car. "What's her name?" "Her name's not important." "Are you keeping it a secret?" "Let's just say that it would serve no purpose to publish it." "Why not? Is she married? Was she somewhere she shouldn't have been?" "That might be one reason." "The right one?"
"I wouldn't know."
"Don't you think this is all becoming very mysterious?"
"The only mystery that concerns me is the identity of the killer."
"And have you discovered that?"
"Not yet."
"Have you got any new elements that might help you discover it?"
"Possibly."
"But of course you're not going to tell us about them."
"No, of course not."
"Did this young lady with a secret name see her assailant?"
"Not clearly, but enough for me to be able to give you a description." Maigret told them the few details she had recalled, but without mentioning the button torn from the jacket.
"That's pretty vague, isn't it?"
"Yesterday things were vaguer still, since we know nothing at all about him." He was in a bad mood, irritated with himself for having to treat them this way. They were simply doing their job as he was. He knew he was infuriating them by his answers, and even more by his silences, but he could not make himself act in his usual cordial manner. "I am very tired, gentlemen."
"Are you going home?"
"As soon as you let me get away."
"Are they still looking for him up there?"
"Yes."
"Are you going to release the man Inspector Lognon brought up here the day before yesterday, the one you interrogated twice?"
He had to provide them with an answer to this question. That man was not being interrogated. He wasn't a suspect, but a witness whose identity could not, for certain reasons, be divulged.
"As a precaution?"
"Perhaps."
"Is he still under police guard?"
"Yes."
"And there was no possibility he could have been in Montmartre this evening?"
"No." "Any more questions?"
"When we got here, you were up in the laboratory."
They knew the layout of the building as well as he did.
"Up there, they don't work on hunches but on evidence."
He stared at them without flinching.
"May we conclude that the man who Norvin left something behind, perhaps in the victim's hands?"
"It would be better in the interests of the investigation if you were not to draw any conclusions from my comings and goings. Gentlemen, I am quite exhausted, and I would ask you to let me go home now. In 24 or perhaps 48 hours, I may have something to tell you. Meanwhile, you'll have to be satisfied with the description of the attacker I've given you." It was 1:30 in the morning. In the next office, the telephone calls were coming in less frequently, and he went to bid good night to Torrance and Lucas. Still nothing. He had only to look at them to see that the question was pointless. The police would still be scouring the Montmartre area, street by street, house by house, until the dawn lit up the dustbins pulled out onto the edge of the pavements. "Good night, boys." He had kept on the car in case of further need, and the driver was pacing round the courtyard. To find a place open for a glass of cool beer, he would have had to go as far as Montparnasse, or the other way up to Pigalle, and he had no heart for that. Madame Maigret in her nightdress opened the door before he had time to get his key out of his pocket, and he headed gloomily and with an obstinate frown towards the sideboard, where the bottle of plum brandy was kept. He really wanted a beer, not a liqueur, but as he drank off his glass in a single gulp, he had a slight feeling he was getting his revenge. Chapter 5. The Cigarette Burn. It could have taken weeks. Everyone at Kitty's affair that morning was worn out, with a bad taste in the mouth. Some people, Maigret among them, had slept for 3 or 4 hours. Others who lived out in the suburbs had not slept at all. A search of the Grand Caviar neighborhood was still going on, with police watching the metro stations and observing any men coming out of buildings. "Sleep well, Chief Inspector." It was young Rouget, as fresh as a daisy and more ebullient than usual, calling out from the corridor in his high-pitched, rather strident voice. He seemed in particularly good humor this morning, and Maigret discovered why only when he picked up the newspaper to which the young reporter was attached. Rouget, too, had taken a risk. Already the previous day, then again during the evening, and finally when 3 or 4 of them had arrived to pester him, Rouget had suspected the truth. He had probably spent the rest of the night asking questions of certain people, hotel proprietors in particular. At any rate, his newspaper carried a banner headline, "Killer Escapes Police Trap." In the corridor, Rouget must have been waiting to see Maigret's reaction. "Our good friend, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret," his article ran, "will probably not dissent if we say that the arrest carried out 2 days ago and surrounded deliberately with much mystery was a trick intended to draw the Montmartre killer into a trap." Rouget had gone even further. He had woken a renowned psychiatrist in the middle of the night and asked him questions very like those Maigret had put to Professor Tissot. Were they calculating that the murderer would come and prowl round police headquarters to catch a glimpse of the man they had arrested instead of him? That is one possibility. And it is more likely that they hoped by wounding his vanity to provoke him into another attack in a district which had been well staked out with police officers beforehand. It was the only newspaper to have taken this line. The other reporters were all in the dark. "Still here," grunted Maigret when he saw Luca. "Don't you have a home to go to?" "I slept in an armchair, and I went for a dip in the Derini baths and shaved in my cabin." "Who's available?" "Almost everyone." "And nothing to report?" "Naturally." Luca merely shrugged his shoulders. "Get Janvier and Lapointe and 2 or 3 others." All he had drunk the previous night was a beer and a glass of plum brandy, but he still felt a bitter aftertaste. The sky was overcast, but not with real clouds, which might have brought cooler air. A greyish veil had gradually gathered over the city, a sticky kind of haze slowly covering the streets, laden with dust and petrol fumes that caught in the throat. Maigret opened his window, but shut it again at once, since the air outside was even more unbreathable than in his office. "Now then, you're going to go straight over to Rue des Petits. Here are a few addresses. If you have no luck with these, try others that you can find from the street directory. Some of them handle buttons, others suiting." He explained what Mercer told him about the wholesalers and importers. "We just might be lucky this time. Keep me posted." He was still in the same bad mood, and it was not, as everyone believed, because his plan had failed, because the man they were searching for had slipped through the net. He had expected that. The plan had not in fact been a failure, since his prediction had been confirmed, and now at last they had a clue, something to work with, however insignificant it seemed. His mind was focusing on the killer, who was beginning to take shape in his mind, since at least one person had caught sight of him. He envisaged him as a youngish man with light-coloured hair, probably melancholy or bitter. Why would Maigret have laid money just now that he came from a good family and was accustomed to a comfortable way of life? He wore a wedding ring, so he had a wife. He had had a father and mother. He had been a schoolboy, perhaps a university student. And this morning, he was alone against the Paris police force, against the entire Parisian population, and he would also, no doubt, have read Rouget's article in the paper. Had he slept once he had escaped the dragnet which had almost caught him? If his crimes brought him a kind of release, euphoria even, what effect would a failed attempt produce? Maigret did not wait for Camillo to call him in, but went straight to his office where he found the magistrate reading the papers. "I did warn you, Maigret. You can't argue either that I showed any enthusiasm for your plan or that I approved of it." "My men are following up a lead." "A serious one?" "They are in possession of a material clue. It will inevitably lead us somewhere. It might take weeks or it could take a couple of hours. In the event, it was less than 2 hours." Lapointe, on reaching Rue des Petits, had first gone to a set of offices where the walls were covered with buttons of every shape and size. "Purveyors of buttons since 1782, read a sign over the door with the names of the 2 partners.
and the collection on the walls was an exhibition of all the models of button manufactured since the company had been founded. After showing his police badge, Lapointe had asked, "Would it be possible to tell where this button comes from?" For him, for Maigret, and for the man in the street, it was just a button like any other. But the clerk who examined it replied without hesitation, "It comes from Murbach's in Colmar." "Does Murbach have a Paris office?" "Yes, in this building, 2 floors up." In fact, the entire building, as Lapointe and his colleague now realized, was occupied by button manufacturers. There was no Monsieur Murbach these days, but the son of the last Monsieur Murbach's son-in-law was in charge. He received the 2 policemen courteously in his office and turned the button over in his hands. "What is it exactly that you want to know?" "Did your firm make this button?" "Yes." "Do you have a list of the tailors to whom you would have sold ones like this?" The industrialist pressed a bell and explained, "As you may know, the wholesale drapers change the colours and sometimes the weave of their fabrics every year. Before they put the new types on sale, they send up samples so that we can make buttons to match, and those are sold directly to the tailors." A young man, who seemed to be wilting in the heat, entered the room. "Monsieur Jean-Fils, would you kindly find the reference number for this button and bring me the list of the tailors to whom we've sold ones like it?" Jean-Fils went out without having opened his mouth. In his absence, his employer went on to explain to the policemen how sales of buttons were organized. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the glass panel of the door. The same Jean-Fils came in and placed the button on the desk with a typewritten sheet of paper. It was a list of about 40 tailors. 4 in Lyon, 2 in Bordeaux, 1 in Lille, a few others in various French cities, and the rest in Paris. "Here you are, gentlemen. I wish you luck." They found themselves back in the street, its hubbub almost shocking after the offices, which had been as calm and quiet as a church sacristy. "What shall we do?" asked Brancard, who was working with Lapointe. "Start right away. I counted. There are 28 in Paris. If we took a taxi—" "Do you know where Janvier went?" "Yes, into that big building over there, or rather into the offices through the courtyard." "Wait here for him." Lapointe went into a little bar with sawdust on the floor, ordered a white wine and Vichy water, and shut himself in the phone booth. Maigret was still with Camillo, so the operator put him straight through to the magistrate's office. 40 tailors in all," he explained, 28 of them in Paris. "Shall I make a start?" "Just take 4 or 5 names yourself and dictate the rest to Lucas. He can send some men around." He had hardly finished dictating the list when Janvier, Brancard, and a 4th policeman entered the bar and waited for him at the counter. They were all 3 looking pleased with themselves. After a moment, Janvier opened the door of the booth. "Don't hang up, I need to speak to him." "It's not the boss on the line now, it's Lucas." "Pass him on to me, even so." For lack of sleep, they were all slightly feverish, and their breath was hot, their eyes bright with fatigue. "That you, Lucas? Tell the boss it's going well. BES Janvier here. We've hit the bull's-eye." It was really a stroke of luck. The man was wearing a suit made of English tweed. "I'll explain. I know how it works now. There are only about a dozen tailors up to now who've ordered this material. Many more received sample swatches. What they do is they show the samples to the customer, and then if he orders a suit, they get hold of an appropriate length. So we're hopeful we can be onto this quickly unless the suit was made in England, which is pretty unlikely." They split up outside the bar, each with 2 or 3 names on a piece of paper, and it was as if they were running a lottery between them. One of the 4 men would, in all likelihood, and perhaps this very morning, find out the name they'd been after for 6 months. It was Lapointe who had drawn the winning ticket. He had taken the left bank, the area around Boulevard Saint-Germain, which he knew well because he lived there. The first tailor he visited on Boulevard Saint-Michel had indeed ordered a length of this precious suiting fabric. He was even able to show the inspector the suit he had made from it, since it hadn't yet been delivered to the customer, and in fact was not quite finished. With one sleeve and the collar to complete, he was waiting for the customer to come for a fitting. The second was a little Polish tailor up on a 3rd floor in Rue Vanneau. He had only one assistant. Lapointe found him sitting cross-legged on his table, wearing steel-rimmed spectacles. "Do you recognize this material?" Janvier had requested several samples from the wholesaler to share with his colleagues. "Yes, why? Would you like a suit made in it?" "I want the name of the customer for whom you made one." "It was a while back." "How long?" "Last autumn.
You don't remember the customer's name? Yes, I do. Who was it? Monsieur Monsin. Marcel. And who is Monsieur Monsin? Well, he's a very respectable gentleman. I've been making his suits for a few years now. Lapointe was trembling, hardly able to believe it. The miracle was happening. The man they had been hunting so long, about whom so much printer's ink had been spilled, to whom so many hours of police time had been devoted, suddenly had a name. He was going to have an address, a civil identity, and before long, no doubt, he would have taken physical shape. Does he live nearby? Not far from here. Boulevard Saint-Germain, near Solferino metro station. You know him well, do you? Like all my customers. He's very polite, charming man. Has he been to see you recently? Last time was in November, about an overcoat, not long after I made the suit for him. Do you have his exact address? The little tailor looked through a notebook where names and addresses were penciled in, alongside numbers indicating the prices of clothes, no doubt, which he ticked off in red when they'd been paid for. 228A. Do you know whether he's married? His wife's been in with him several times. She always comes when he has to make up his mind about something. Is she young? About 30, I should think. She's very distinguished. A real lady. Lapointe could not control the trembling which had now taken over his entire body. It was verging on panic. So close to the goal he was afraid there would be some sudden hitch that would send everything into doubt again. Thank you. I may be back to see you again. He had forgotten to ask what Marcel Monsin's profession was as he rushed down the stairs and hurried along Boulevard Saint-Germain, where the building with the number 228A now appeared fascinating to him. And yet it was just a 19th century apartment building, in the same style as all the neighbouring blocks on the boulevard, with wrought-iron balconies. The street door stood open onto a beige-painted corridor, at the end of which a lift was visible. The concierge's lobby was on the right. He felt an almost painful desire to go inside, to ask the concierge for information, then go up to Monsin's apartment to finish with the famous killer once and for all, on his own. But he knew he had no right to do such a thing. Just opposite the metro entrance, a uniformed policeman was on duty, and Lapointe went over and identified himself. "Can you keep an eye on that building for a few minutes? I need to call headquarters." "What do you want me to do?" "Nothing. Or no, rather, if a man aged about 30, slim, fairish hair, happens to come out, can you find some excuse to hold on to him? Ask him for his identity papers, anything you can think of." "Who is he?" "His name's Marcel Monsin." "What's he done?" Lapointe preferred not to make it clear that most probably he was the Montmartre murderer. A few moments later he was in another café, telephoning. "Is that Quai Orfèvre? Get me Detective Chief Inspector Maigret right away. Lapointe speaking." He was so feverish that he was stuttering. "Boss, is that you? Lapointe here. Yes, found him." "How?" "Yes, name and address. I'm standing right opposite where he lives." He was suddenly struck by the idea that other suits had been made from the same fabric and that perhaps his man wasn't the right one. "Janvier hasn't phoned, has he?" "Yes. Well, what did he say?" They had tracked down 3 other suits, but none of the men corresponded at all to the description given by Marthe Jusseron. "I'm phoning from Boulevard Saint-Germain. I've got an officer watching the door." Yes, I'll wait for you. Just a minute, I'll check the name of this café." He came out of the booth and read backwards the name enamelled on the outside window. "Café Solferino." Maigret had told him to stay there without showing himself. Less than a quarter of an hour later, as he stood at the counter in front of another white wine and Vichy water, he recognized a number of small police cars parking at different places. From one of them, Maigret in person got out, and to Lapointe he looked more massive and heavily built than ever. "It was so easy, boss, that I hardly dare believe it." Was Maigret as nervous as he was himself? If so, it didn't show, or rather for those who knew him well, it betrayed itself in his grumpy and dogged demeanour. "What are you drinking?" "Oh, white wine and Vichy water." Maigret pulled a face. "Do you have draft beer here?" "Of course, Monsieur Maigret." "You know me?" "I've seen your picture in the papers plenty of times. And last year, when you were investigating something in the ministry offices across the road, you came in for a drink now and then." He drank up his beer. "Come along." During that time, a number of precautions had been taken on a lesser scale than the night before, but no less effective. 2 inspectors had gone up to the top floor of the building.
Others were on the pavement outside the house, others still on the opposite side of the road and at the corner, and a radio car was nearby. There was probably no need. Killers of this kind rarely put up any defense, certainly not an armed one. "Shall I come with you?" Maigret nodded, and they both went towards the concierge's lodge. It was a comfortable, respectable-looking one, with a small sitting room divided from the kitchen by a red velvet curtain. The concierge, a woman of about 50, was calm and smiling. "Who did you want, gentlemen?" "Monsieur Moncin, please. Second floor left." "You don't know whether he's at home, do you?" "He's probably there, because I haven't seen him go out." "Is Madame Moncin there as well?" "She came back from shopping about half an hour ago." Maigret couldn't help thinking of his conversation with Professor Tissot at the Pardons. This building was quiet and comfortable, and its old-fashioned atmosphere, its style dating from the previous century, had something reassuring about it. The lift, well-maintained with gleaming brass fittings, was waiting for them, but they preferred to go up on foot, treading on the thick crimson stair carpet. Most of the doormats in front of the dark wooden doors bore initials picked out in red, and all the bell pushes were polished. There was no sound to be heard from inside the apartments, and no smell of cooking in the stairwell. One of the doors on the first floor carried a brass plate indicating that the occupant was a specialist in chest diseases. From the second floor left, a similar brass plate carried the inscription in more stylish modern script, "Marcel Moncin, architect, interior decorator." The two men stopped and looked at each other, and Lapointe had the sense that Maigret was as keyed up as himself. It was the chief inspector who reached out to press the bell. They couldn't hear it ring, so it must have sounded deep inside the apartment. A time that seemed rather long elapsed before finally the door opened, and a maidservant in a white apron, who could not be as much as 20 years old, stared at them in amazement and asked, "What is it?" "Is Monsieur Moncin at home?" She seemed embarrassed and stammered, I don't know." So he was there. "If you wait a moment, I'll go and ask Madame." She had no need to go far. A woman who was still young appeared at the end of the corridor. On returning from shopping, she must have changed into a light peignoir because of the heat. "What is it, Odile?" "Two gentlemen who want to see Monsieur, Madame." She came forward, putting the sides of the peignoir together and looking Maigret in the eye, as if he reminded her of someone. "And you wanted?" she asked, trying to understand. "Is your husband at home?" "Well, that means he is." She blushed slightly. "Yes, but he's asleep." "I'm afraid I must ask you to wake him." She hesitated, then said quietly, "To whom do I have the honor?" "Police Judiciaire." "It's Chief Inspector Maigret, isn't it? I thought I recognized you." Maigret had unobtrusively moved forwards and was now standing in the entrance hall. "Would you wake your husband, please? I suppose he must have got in late last night." "What do you mean?" "Does he usually sleep until 11 in the morning?" She smiled. "Quite often. He likes to work in the evenings, and it can go on late into the night. He's a creative person, an artist." "So he wasn't out last night?" "Not as far as I know. If you'd wait a little while in the drawing-room, I'll go and get him up." She had opened the glass door into a drawing-room, which was furnished in a modern style, rather unexpected in this older building, but not aggressively so. Maigret thought that he could quite well live with a decor like this. Only the paintings on the walls, of which he made nothing at all, were displeasing. Lapointe stayed on his feet and kept his eyes on the main door of the apartment. Not that he needed to, since by now all the exits were guarded. The young woman who had departed with a swish of silk was away only a few minutes and returned, not without having combed her hair. "He'll be here in a moment. Marcel is rather shy, and I tease him about it, but he doesn't like to meet people without being properly dressed." "You have separate bedrooms?" She looked a little shocked at this, but replied simply, "Like many married couples, surely." It was, after all, almost standard in a certain social milieu. It didn't necessarily mean anything. What he was trying to discover was whether she was play-acting, whether she knew anything, or whether on the contrary she was genuinely wondering what possible connection there could be between Chief Inspector Maigret and her husband. "Your husband works at home?" "Yes." She went to open a side door, which gave on to a quite spacious office, its two windows looking down on Boulevard Saint-Germain. Inside, they glimpsed drawing boards, rolls of paper, and some curious models made of plaster and wire, reminiscent of stage sets. He works hard, does he? Too hard for his health. He's never been strong. We should be away in the mountains like other years, but he took on a commission that would prevent us from taking a holiday. He had rarely encountered a woman so calm and in control of herself. Shouldn't she be deeply alarmed when the papers were full of stories about the murderer and everyone knew Maigret was leading the investigation, to have him turn up on her doorstep? She was merely looking at him as if she was simply curious to meet such a famous man close up. I'll go and see if he's there already. Maigret, sitting in an armchair, slowly filled his pipe, then lit it, and exchanged a further glance with Lapointe, who could hardly keep still. When the door through which Madame Morsa had vanished opened again, they saw not her, but a man who looked so young as to suggest their visit was a complete misunderstanding. He was wearing indoor casual clothes of a light beige colour, which showed off his fair hair, delicate fine skin, and pale blue eyes. My apologies, gentlemen, for keeping you waiting. A smile in which there was something fragile and childlike floated on his lips. My wife has just woken me up. She says— Was she not at all curious to find out the purpose of their visit? She'd not come back. Perhaps she was listening outside the door, which her husband had now closed. I've been doing a lot of work lately, decorating a huge villa that a friend of mine is building on the Normandy coast. Pulling a fine lawn handkerchief from his pocket, he mopped his brow and patted his top lip, where beads of sweat had appeared. Even warmer than yesterday, isn't it? He looked outside at the lavender-coloured sky. It doesn't help to open the windows. I hope there's a storm on the way. I must apologize, Maigret began, but I have to ask you a few indiscreet questions. The first thing is that I would like to see the suit you were wearing yesterday. The question appeared to surprise him, but not to unnerve him. His eyes opened a little wider, and his lips pouted. His expression seemed to indicate what an odd request. Then, as he went to the door, "Excuse me for a moment." He was away only half a minute at most, and returned with a grey, well-pressed suit over his arm. Maigret examined it, and found inside a pocket a label with the name of the little tailor in Rue Vanneau. "This is what you were wearing yesterday." "Certainly. And last night as well." "Until dinner, then I changed into these more comfortable clothes before starting work. I tend to work all night." "And you didn't leave the house after 8? "I was in my office until 2 in the morning, or half past, which is why I was asleep when you arrived. I need a lot of sleep, like all people of a sensitive nature." He seemed to be asking for their approval, reminding them more of a student than of someone over 30. From close up, however, it was possible to see that his face was more gaunt than it had seemed, contradicting the impression of youth he had given at first. There was something tired and fragile about his complexion, not lacking in charm, as may happen with women of a certain age. "May I ask you to show me your entire wardrobe?" This time he stiffened a little and was perhaps on the point of protesting or refusing. "If that is what you wish. This way." If his wife was waiting behind the door, she had had time to move away, since they could see her at the end of the corridor, talking to the maid in the light modern kitchen. Morsa pushed open another door to a bedroom with coffee-coloured walls, in the middle of which was an unmade divan bed. He went to draw the curtains aside, as the room was dark, and opened the sliding doors of a fitted cupboard occupying the whole of one wall. There were 6 lounge suits hanging up on the right, all immaculately pressed as if they'd not been worn or were just back from the dry cleaners, and 3 overcoats, one lighter than the others, plus a dinner jacket and a morning coat. None of the suits matched the fabric in Lapointe's pocket. "Can you pass me that material?" Maigret asked him. He held it out to their host. "Last autumn your tailor delivered to you a suit made of this fabric. You remember?" Morsa looked at the sample. "Yes, I remember." "What has become of this suit now?" He seemed to think. "I know," he said finally. "I was on a bus and someone's cigarette scorched it." "And you sent it to be repaired?" "No, I hate any object that's less than perfect. It's obsessive, I know, but I've been like this since I was a child. I used to throw away a toy if it was scratched." "So, you threw away this suit? You mean you put it in the dustbin?" "No, I gave it away." "Personally?" "Yes, I picked it up one night when I was going out for a walk along the embankment, as I sometimes do, and I gave it to a tramp." A long time ago.
2 or 3 days.
Can you be a bit more precise?
The day before yesterday.
On the left-hand side of the cupboard, there were at least a dozen pairs of shoes lined up on shelves, and above them drawers containing shirts, underpants, pajamas, and handkerchiefs, all in impeccable order. Where are the shoes you were wearing last night? There was no intake of breath, and he did not appear troubled.
I wasn't wearing shoes, just slippers, which I always wear in my office.
Would you call the maid? We can go back to the drawing room.
Odile,
he called in the direction of the kitchen.
Come here for a minute.
The maid gave the impression of having arrived only recently from the French countryside, of which she still had something of the bloom.
Yes, monsieur.
She did not seem troubled either, only a little excited to be in the presence of an official personality whose name was in the papers. Do you sleep overnight in the apartment?
No, monsieur. I have a room up on the 6th floor with the other maids in the building.
And did you go up there late last night?
At about 9 o'clock, like I do every day, after washing the dishes.
And where was Monsieur Morsat then?
In his office.
And can you tell me what he was wearing?
Same as he is now.
Sure about that, are you?
Yes, monsieur, certain.
Have you seen his grey suit lately, the one with a little blue thread in the pattern? She thought for a moment.
I should say, sir, that I don't have much to do with monsieur's clothes. He's, very particular about them.
She'd been on the point of saying something like fussy. You mean he presses them himself?
Yes, that's right.
And you don't have permission to open his cupboards?
Only to put linen in when it comes back from the laundry.
So you don't know when he last wore his grey suit with a blue thread?
I think it was 2 or 3 days ago.
You didn't by any chance, while you were serving at table, hear mention of the jacket being scorched by a cigarette?
She looked at her employer as if to ask for his advice, and stammered, No, I don't think so. I don't listen to what monsieur and madame talk about at table. They're usually talking about things I don't understand.
That's all. You may go. Marcel Morsat was waiting calmly, a smile on his face, and just a few beads of sweat on his upper lip. I must ask you to dress for going out, if you will, and come with me to Quai des Orfèvres. My inspector will accompany you to your bedroom.
And into the bathroom, too?
Yes, into the bathroom, too. I'm sorry. I shall wait here and have a word with your wife. I regret this, Monsieur Morsat, but I have no choice in the matter. The architect-decorator made a vague gesture which seemed to signify, as you like. It was only as he reached the door that he turned and asked, May I know why? Not just now, no. Presently, in my office. And Maigret called from the corridor to Madame Morsat, who was still in the kitchen. Madame, would you mind coming here, please? Chapter 6. Sharing out the tweed suit.
Got the right one this time, have you?
Young Rougeau had asked cheekily as the chief inspector and Lapointe were crossing the corridors in Quai des Orfèvres with their captive. Maigret had simply stopped, turned his head slowly, and let his gaze rest for a moment on the journalist. The other man had coughed, and the photographers themselves seemed less eager in their approach. Sit down, Monsieur Morsat. If it's too warm in here, you may take off your jacket.
Thank you, I usually keep it on.
And indeed, it was difficult to imagine him looking dishevelled. Maigret had taken off his own jacket before going through to the inspector's office to issue instructions. Stooping slightly, his neck hunched between his shoulders, he wore an absent-minded expression. Once in his office, he lined up his pipes and packed 2 of them methodically after signalling to Lapointe to stay and take notes of the interview. Some concert pianists take up positions like this too, hesitating, adjusting the piano stool, running their fingers over the keys as if to tame them. Have you been married long, Monsieur Morsat?
12 years.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 32.
I was 20 when I got married. There was quite a long silence, during which Maigret put his hands palms down on the table. And you're an architect. Morsat corrected him. Architect-decorator. That means, I suppose, that you're an architect who specializes in interior decoration. He noted that his interlocutor had colored slightly. Not exactly. Would you mind explaining what you mean? I'm not qualified to draw up plans for a house because I don't actually have a degree in architecture. What qualifications do you have?
I began by doing painting, fine art.
When was that?
When I was 17.
You have your baccalaureate, do you?
No, when I was young I wanted to be an artist. The paintings you saw in our drawing room, they're by me.
Maigret had not been able to work out what they represented, but they had disturbed him by their sad and morbid character. Neither the lines nor the colours were clear. The dominant shade had been a purplish red, combined with curious shades of green that made him think of light under water, and it was as if the oil paint had spread by itself, like an ink stain on a blotter. So you don't have any architectural qualifications, and if I understand you correctly, anyone can set themselves up as an interior decorator.
I note the generous way you describe it. I suppose you're trying to make me understand that I'm a failure.
There was a bitter smile on his lips.
You'll be within your rights. Other people have told me so, he went on.
Do you have many clients?
I prefer to have just a few, people who believe in me and give me carte blanche, rather than to have a lot of clients who would oblige me to make compromises.
Maigret tapped out his pipe and lit another. Rarely had an interview got off to such an unpromising start. You were born in Paris?
Yes.
Which district?
Moussa hesitated. The corner of Rue Colincourt and Rue de Maistre.
In other words, right in the centre of the area where the 5 murders and the attempted attack had taken place. And you lived there for a long time?
Until my marriage.
Are your parents still alive?
Just my mother.
And she lives?
Still in the same building where I was born.
Are you on good terms with her?
My mother and I have always got on well.
And what did your father do, Monsieur Morsat?
Another hesitation, whereas Maigret had noticed none when his mother was mentioned. He was a butcher.
In Montmartre?
At the same address I just gave you.
And he died
when I was 14.
Did your mother sell the business then?
She had someone handle it for a while, then she sold it. But she kept the building and lives in an apartment on the 4th floor. There was a discreet knock at the door. Maigret went out to the inspector's office and returned, accompanied by 4 men, all about the same age, height, and general appearance as Moncin. They were all clerks at the prefecture, whom Torrance had hastily assembled.
Will you stand up, Monsieur Moncin, and go and line up with these gentlemen against the wall?
A few minutes passed, during which nobody spoke, and finally there was another knock at the door.
Come in, Maigret called.
Marthe Jusserand appeared, surprised to find the room so full of people. She looked first at Maigret, then at the men standing in a row, and frowned as soon as her eyes lighted on Moncin. They all held their breath. She had turned pale, for she suddenly realized the responsibility on her shoulders. She was so conscious of it that she appeared on the point of weeping with stress.
"Take your time," said Maigret encouragingly.
"That's him, isn't it?" she whispered.
"You should know better than anyone else, because you're the only person who saw him."
"I think it's him. Yes, I'm sure. And yet—"
"And yet?"
"Can I see him in profile?"
"Would you stand sideways, please, Monsieur Moncin?"
He obeyed without moving a muscle of his face. "I'm almost sure. He wasn't wearing the same clothes, and his eyes didn't have the same expression."
"This evening, Mademoiselle Jusserand will take you both to the place where you saw your assailant under the same lighting, and possibly with the same clothes." His inspectors were combing the embankments, Place Maubert, and all the usual haunts of Paris tramps, in search of the jacket with the missing button.
"You don't need me any more now?"
"No, mademoiselle, thank you for coming. Monsieur Moncin, you may sit down again. Cigarette?"
"No, thank you, I don't smoke." Maigret left him with Lapointe on guard, and the inspector had been told not to question him or speak to him, and to answer vaguely if he should ask any questions himself. In the inspector's office, Maigret met Lognon, who had come to ask for instructions.
"Could you go into my office and just take a look at the man sitting there with Lapointe?"
Meanwhile, he made a brief call to Comilio, and dropped in on the chief, bringing him up to date. When he caught up again with Inspector Hard-Done-By, the other man was frowning, with the look of someone vainly trying to remember something.
"You know him?"
Lognon had been working in the Grande Carrière police station for 22 years, and he lived 500 meters from the house where Moncin had been born. "I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before, but in what surroundings? His father was a butcher on Rue Colincourt. He's dead, but the mother still lives in the same building. Come with me."
They took one of the police judiciaire's small cars, and an inspector drove them to Montmartre. I'm still trying to think. It's infuriating. I'm sure I know him. I'd even swear we had contact of some kind. Did you give him a ticket for anything, some minor offence? No, it's not that. It'll come to me. The butcher's shop was quite a large one, with 3 or 4 assistants and a plump woman at the till. Shall I come up with you? Yes. The lift was cramped. The concierge came hurrying when she saw them entering it. Who do you want? Madame Morsat. 4th floor? Yes. I know. The building, although clean and well-kept, was nevertheless a couple of notches down from the bourgeois house on Boulevard Saint-Germain. The lift shaft was narrower, as were the doors, and the stairs, waxed or polished, were uncarpeted. Most of the doors carried visiting cards, rather than brass plates. The woman who opened the door to them was much younger than Maigret had expected, and very thin, so nervous that she was actually twitching. What do you want? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret from the Police Judiciaire. Are you sure it's me you want to speak to? She was as dark as her son was fair, with small bright eyes and a few stray hairs on her upper lip. Come in, then. I was just tidying up. The apartment was nevertheless in apple-pie order. The rooms were small. The furniture must date from its owner's marriage. Did you see your son last night? That was enough to make her stiffen. What do the police want with my son? Could you answer my question, please? Why would I have seen him? I suppose he sometimes comes to visit? Often. With his wife? I don't see that's any of your business. She didn't ask them to sit down, and stayed standing herself as if she hoped their conversation would be brief. On the walls were photographs of Marcel Morsat at various ages, some taken in the countryside, and some drawings and naïve paintings which he must have done as a child. Did your son call on you yesterday evening? Who says so? He did come then. No. Not later at night either? He's not in the habit of visiting me in the middle of the night. Are you going to tell me what these questions mean, yes or no? I warn you I won't answer. I'm in my own home. I have the right to say nothing. Madame Morsat, I am sorry to inform you that your son is suspected of having committed 5 murders during the last 2 months. She turned on him, ready to leap at his throat. What did you say? We have reason to think that he is the man who has been attacking women in the streets of Montmartre, and that he tried again, and successfully, last night. She began to tremble, and he had the feeling, without any clear reason, that she was play-acting. It seemed to him that her reaction was not the normal one for a mother who had suspected nothing of the kind. And you dare to accuse my Marcel? But I can tell you it's not true. He's innocent. He's as innocent as— She looked at the childhood photographs of her son, and clenching her fists went on, Just look at him. Take a good look, and you won't dare say such monstrous things. Your son has not been here in the last 24 hours, then? She repeated forcefully, No, no, and no. When did you last see him? I don't know. You don't remember his visits? No. Tell me, Madame Morsat, did he have any serious illnesses as a child? Nothing worse than measles and bronchitis one time? What are you trying to get me to say? That he's insane? That he's always been mad? When he got married, you gave your consent? Yes. I was rather stupid. I even— She didn't finish the sentence, but seemed to cut herself off short. You arranged the marriage. That doesn't matter. And now you don't get on with your daughter-in-law. What business is that of yours? My son's private life doesn't concern anyone, do you hear? Not you, not me. If that woman— Nothing. Have you arrested Marcel? He's in my office at Quai des Orfèvres. In handcuffs? No. Are you going to take him to prison? Possibly. Probably even. The young woman he attacked last night has recognized him. She's lying. I want to see him. I want to see her, too. I'll soon tell her. This was the 3rd or 4th sentence she had left unfinished. Her eyes were quite dry, though shining with fever or fury. Wait a moment. I'm coming with you. Maigret and Lognon looked at each other. She hadn't been asked to come. She was the one making decisions suddenly, and they heard her in the next room, where the door stood ajar, changing her dress and taking a hat out of a box. If you don't wish me to accompany you, I'll go by metro. I should warn you that the inspector will stay here and search the flat. She looked at the skinny Inspector Lognon, as if she wanted to grab him by the scruff of her neck and push him down the stairs. Him? Yes, madame. If you wish everything to be by the book, I'm willing to sign a search warrant for him." Without replying, but muttering indistinctly, she made for the door, saying to Maigret, "Come along, then." And from the landing to Lognon, "As for you, I've seen you somewhere before, and if by any chance you break anything or disarrange my cupboards—" For the whole of the journey in the car, as she sat beside Maigret, she was muttering to herself, "No, no, this can't be happening. I'll go to the top. I'll see the minister. I'll go to the President of the Republic if I have to, and the newspapers. I'll see that they publish what I tell them." In the corridor of the Police Judiciaire, she saw the photographers at once, and when they aimed their lenses at her, she marched straight at them with a clear intention of seizing their cameras so that they had to beat a retreat. This way. When she found herself in Maigret's office, where the only occupants were Morsin and a drowsy-looking Lapointe, she stopped dead, stared at her son in some relief, and said, without rushing towards him but enveloping him with her protective gaze, "Don't be afraid, Marcel. I am here now." Morsin had stood up and gave Maigret a look heavy with reproach. "What have they been doing to you? They haven't hurt you, have they?" "No, mamma. They're mad. I tell you, they're out of their minds. But I'll get you the best lawyer in Paris, never mind the cost. I'll give him all my money. I'll sell the house. I'll beg in the streets if I have to." "Mamma, do calm down." He hardly dared glance at her, and seemed to be apologizing to the policeman for his mother's attitude. "Does Yvonne know you're here?" She was peering round for her. How was it that at a time like this her daughter-in-law wasn't at her husband's side? "Yes, she knows, mamma." "What did she say?" "Madame, if you would sit down." "I don't need to sit down. What I want is to get my son back. Come along, Marcel. You'll see they won't dare keep you here." "I regret to tell you that we will, madame." "So you're arresting him?" "I'm holding him here to assist us with our inquiries." "It comes to the same thing. Have you given any thought to this? Do you realize the responsibility you're taking? I warn you, I'm not going to stand for this. I'll move heaven and earth." "Would you kindly sit down and answer a few questions, madame?" "No, I won't answer anything." And this time she went over to her son and kissed him on both cheeks. "Don't worry, Marcel. Don't let them scare you. Your mother is here. I'll take care of you. You'll soon be hearing from me." And glaring at Maigret, she headed determinedly for the door. Lapointe looked as if he were waiting for instructions. Maigret signed to him to let her go, and they heard her in the corridor shouting something at the reporters. "Your mother seems very attached to you." "I'm all she has left in the world." "Was she very fond of your father?" He opened his mouth to answer, but thought better of it, and Maigret thought he could understand. "What kind of man was your father?" Another hesitation. "Was your mother not happy with him?" To this he spat out with deep bitterness in his voice. "He was a butcher." "You were ashamed of him." "Inspector, I beg you not to ask me questions like this. I can see what you're getting at, and I can tell you that you're barking up the wrong tree. You can see the state you got my mother into. She got herself into a state all on her own. I presume that at Boulevard Saint-Germain or somewhere your men are putting my wife through the same treatment." This time Maigret chose not to reply. "She has nothing to tell you, any more than my mother or me. Question me as much as you like, but leave them alone." "Sit down." "Again? Will this take long?" "Probably. I suppose I've no right to have anything to eat or drink." "What would you like?" "Some water." "You wouldn't prefer beer?" "I don't drink beer, wine, or spirits." "And you don't smoke?" said Maigret thoughtfully. He took Lapointe over to the door. "Start questioning him gently at first, without getting to the heart of the matter. Talk to him about the suit. Ask him what he was doing on the 2nd of February and the 3rd of March, and all the other dates of the Montmartre murders. Find out whether he goes to see his mother on set days, and what time of day or evening, and why the two women don't get on." Then he went off himself to have lunch, sitting alone at a table in the Brasserie Dauphine, where he ordered a veal stew that gave off an aroma of good home cooking. He telephoned his wife to say he wouldn't be home, and was on the point of telephoning Professor Tissot. He would have liked to see him and chat as they had at Pardon's, but Tissot was a man as busy as himself, and anyway, Maigret had no precise question to put to him. He was melancholy and depressed for no particular reason. He felt that they were really almost there. Matters had moved faster than he had dared to hope. Marthe Jusserand's reaction had been significant, and if she had not been more categorical, it was because she had scruples. The story of giving the suit to a tramp was entirely unconvincing, and in any case they would soon hear about it, since the Central Paris tramps were not very many in number and were mostly well known to the police. "You don't need me any more, boss?" This was Maigret, who had played the role of presumed suspect and now had nothing left to do. "I called in at headquarters. They let me take a look at the man. You think he's the one?" Maigret shrugged his shoulders. Above all, he wanted to understand. It's easy enough to understand a man who was stolen, or who was killed in order not to be captured, or out of jealousy, or in a fit of rage, or to get his hands on an inheritance. Crimes of that kind, everyday crimes after a fashion, sometimes make him feel sad, but rarely disturbed him. "Imbeciles," he usually grunted. Since he claimed, like some of his illustrious predecessors, that if criminals were intelligent, they wouldn't need to commit murder. But he was nevertheless capable of putting himself in their place, reconstituting their train of thought or their sequence of emotions. Faced with a Marcel Monsat, however, he felt like a greenhorn, and this was so true that he'd not yet dared press the questioning too far. This was not a man like others he had encountered, men who had infringed the laws of society and more or less consciously placed themselves on its margins. Monsat was different. He was a man who killed for none of the reasons that other people would understand, and in an almost childish way, before slashing the garments of his victim with a knife, as if it gave him pleasure. In some sense, yes, he was intelligent. His childhood did not appear to have been particularly abnormal. He had married and seemed to be on good terms with his wife, and if his mother was somewhat excessive, there were nevertheless affinities between them. Did he realize it was all up with him? Had he realized it this morning when his wife had woken him and informed him that the police were waiting for him in the drawing room? What were the reactions of a man like this? Was he suffering? In between his crises, did he feel shame or hate for himself and his instincts? Or, on the contrary, did he feel a certain satisfaction in supposing himself to be different from other people, a difference which perhaps in his own mind amounted to superiority? "Coffee, Maigret?" "Yes." "A cognac?" No. If he drank spirits, it would be drowsy, and he was already feeling heavy, as almost always happened at a certain point in the investigation when he tried to identify with the people he was confronting. "Looks like you've got him, then." He looked up with inquiring eyes at the owner of the restaurant. "It's in the midday papers. They appear to think this time it's the right man who led you a dance, didn't he? Some people were saying he was like Jack the Ripper. He'd never be caught." Maigret drank his coffee, lit a pipe, and went out into the warm air, which seemed to stand still, imprisoned between the paving stones and the slate-coloured sky. A man with the appearance of a down-and-out was sitting on a chair in the inspector's office, cap in hand, and wearing a jacket entirely out of keeping with the rest of his clothes. It was Marcel Monsat's famous jacket. "Where did you find him?" Maigret asked his colleagues. "By the Seine, near Pont d'Austerlitz." He put no questions to the tramp, only to the inspectors. "And what does he say?" "That he found this lying on the embankment." "When?" 6 o'clock this morning." "Where are the trousers?" "They were in the same place, apparently. 2 of these men, their pals, decided to split the suit between them. We haven't got the one with the trousers yet, but he won't be long." Maigret went over to the tramp, leaned over, and noticed that there was indeed a cigarette burn on the lapel. "Take the jacket off." He wasn't wearing a shirt underneath, only a ragged vest. "Sure it was this morning, are you?" "Oh, yes, I am. My pal, he'll tell you, Big Paul. These gents here, they all know him." Maigret knew him too, and he passed the jacket to Torrance. "Take it to Meurs. I don't know if it's possible, but he might be able to work out whether the cigarette burn is recent or not. Tell him that in this case it's a matter of the last 48 hours. Got it?" "Yes, understood, boss." "If that lapel was burned last night or this morning," he pointed to his own office, "where have they got to in there?" "Lapointe has had beer and sandwiches brought up." "For both of them?" "The sandwiches, yes. The other one just drank Vichy water." Maigret pushed open the door. Lapointe, sitting at the desk, was leaning over the paper on which he was making notes and thinking up his next question. "You shouldn't have opened the window. It just brings more warm air in." Maigret went over to close it. Monsat followed him with his eyes with a reproachful air, like a defenseless animal being tormented by children. "Let me see." He glanced over the notes, questions, and answers, which told him nothing new. No further developments. The lawyer, Maître Rivière, telephoned to say he would handle his defense. He wanted to come over at once. I told him to contact the examining magistrate. Good, that was the thing to do. Anything else? Janvier phoned from Boulevard Saint-Germain. He's found in the office some scrapers of various models that could have been used for the crimes. In the bedroom he found a pocket knife with a safety catch, quite a common model, with a blade of less than 8 centimeters. The pathologist who had carried out the autopsies, Dr. Paul, had spoken at length about the murder weapon which had intrigued him. Normally, crimes of this kind are committed with butcher's knives, carving knives, daggers, or stilettos. From the shape and size of the wounds, I've been inclined to say this was done with a quite ordinary pocket knife, he'd said. Of course, a pocket knife would have bent back on itself, so it had to be a model with a safety catch. In my view, the weapon wouldn't look very dangerous in itself. What makes it lethal is the skill with which it's used. We've found your jacket, Monsieur Moncin. On the embankment? Yes. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. What had he been going to ask? Have you had enough to eat? The tray was still there with half a ham sandwich uneaten. The bottle of Vichy water was empty. Tired? He gave a resigned half-smile in response. Everything about this man, including his clothes, was in half-tones. He had retained from his teenage years an air of timidity and amiability, difficult to describe. Maybe it had to do with his blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes, or perhaps with fragile health. Tomorrow, no doubt, he would be in the hands of the doctors and psychiatrists, but it would be wise not to hurry things. Afterwards it would be too late. I'll take over, Maigret said to Lapointe. Can I go? Wait next door. Let me know if Mers comes up with anything. Once the door was shut, he took off his jacket, stumped into a chair, and put his elbows on the table. For perhaps 5 minutes, he let his gaze rest on Marcel Moncin, who had turned his head and was staring out of the window. Are you very unhappy? He murmured at last, as if reluctant to speak. Moncin gave a start and avoided looking at him for a moment before replying, Why would I be unhappy? When did you discover you were different from other people? The young man's face twitched, but he managed to give a sharp laugh. You think I'm not like other people? When you were younger. Well, you had already realized. Maigret had the feeling at that moment that if he could only find the right words, the barrier would fall between him and the man across the desk, who was holding himself rigid in the chair. He hadn't imagined the twitch of the face. A shift had happened for a few seconds, and it would not have taken much for tears to come to Moncin's eyes. You must know that there's no risk you will go either to the scaffold or to prison. Had Maigret made the wrong move? Chosen the wrong words? The man in front of him had stiffened once more and was back in control of himself, looking absolutely calm. There's no risk of anything at all, because I'm innocent. Innocent of what? What you're accusing me of. I have nothing more to say to you. I shall answer no more questions. It was not an idle threat. Maigret could sense that he had taken a decision, and would now stick to it. As you wish, sighed the chief inspector, pressing the bell. Chapter 7. In the Lap of the Gods. Maigret made a grave mistake. Would anyone else in his position have been able to avoid it? That was a question he often asked himself after the event, and of course he never found a satisfactory answer. It must have been about 3:30 in the afternoon when he went up to the laboratory, and Mers asked him, Did you get my note? No. I just sent it, and you probably passed the messenger on your way up. The burn on the jacket is no more than 12 hours old. Do you want me to give you details? No. You're sure about that? Certain, but I'll do a few tests. I presume there's no objection to my burning the jacket in a couple of other places. Some test burns would be evidence if it goes to court. Maigret nodded and went back downstairs. By now, Marcel Moncin would be in the criminal records section for the usual checks and would have to strip for an initial medical examination and measurements. Then, after dressing again, but without a tie, he would be photographed full face and in profile. The papers were already printing the photographs taken by the reporters when he had arrived at Quai des Orfèvres, and inspectors, also now armed with his picture, were once more patrolling the Grande Cavière neighborhood, endlessly asking the same questions of employees of the metro, local shopkeepers, and anyone else who might have seen the interior decorator the day before, or at the time of the other attacks. Maigret got into one of the cars in the courtyard and had himself driven to Boulevard Saint-Germain. The same maid as in the morning answered the door. "Your assistant is in the drawing room," she announced. She meant Janvier, who was alone there, putting the finishing touches to the notes taken during his search. Both men were equally tired. "Where's the wife?" "About half an hour ago she asked permission to go and lie down." "How did she act the rest of the time?" "I haven't seen much of her. Now and then she'd come and peer into the room where I was to see what I was doing." "You haven't questioned her?" "You didn't tell me to." "I suppose you haven't found anything very interesting?" "I chatted with the maid. She's only been here 6 months. The couple didn't have many visitors and didn't go out a lot. They don't seem to have any close friends. Occasionally they spend a weekend with her parents, who have a villa in Triel, and live there all year round." "What kind of people are the parents?" "Her father was a pharmacist on Place Clichy and retired a few years ago." Janvier showed Maigret the photograph of a group in a garden. It showed Morsat wearing a light summer jacket and his wife in a cotton dress, alongside a man with a pepper and salt beard and a buxom woman beaming vacantly, her hand resting on the bonnet of a car. "Here's another. The young woman with the 2 children is Madame Morsat's sister, who married a garage owner in Levallois. They have a brother, too. He's in Africa." There was a whole box full of photographs, mostly of Madame Morsat, including one of her on the day of her first communion and the inevitable wedding photograph of a young couple. "A few business letters, not many. He doesn't seem to have had more than a dozen clients. Some bills. As far as I can see, they don't pay them until the tradesmen have sent 2 or 3 demands." Madame Morsat, who had perhaps heard Maigret arrive or been alerted by the maid, appeared in the doorway, her features looking more drawn than in the morning, and it was clear that she'd done her hair again and applied fresh makeup. "You haven't brought him back?" she asked. "Not until he gives us a satisfactory explanation for certain coincidences." "You really think it was him?" He did not reply, and for her part she did not launch into any vehement protestations, merely shrugged her shoulders. "One day you're going to realize that you've made a big mistake. Then you'll be sorry for all the distress you've caused him." "Do you love him?" Hardly was the question out of his mouth than he thought it stupid. "He's my husband," she replied. Did that mean she did love him, or that as his wife it was her duty to stand by him? "Have you taken him to prison?" "No, not yet. He's at police headquarters. We'll be asking him some more questions." "What does he say?" "He refuses to answer." "You really have nothing to tell me, Madame Morsat?" "No, nothing." "You do realize, don't you, that even if your husband is found guilty, as I have every reason to believe, he's unlikely to go to the guillotine or to receive a prison sentence with hard labor?" "I told him this just now. I'm quite sure the medical experts will declare that he is not responsible for his actions. A man who kills 5 women in the street and then tears their clothes is sick. When he's not in a state of crisis, he may well deceive those around him. He certainly does practice some deceit, since no one seems to have harbored any suspicion about his behavior." "Are you listening to me?" "Yes, I'm listening." She might have been listening, but it was as if this conversation did not concern her and was nothing to do with her husband. She was even following with her eyes a fly that was crawling up the net curtain. 5 women have died so far, and as long as the killer or the maniac or the insane person, call him what you will, remains at large, other lives are at risk. Do you realize this? And you also realize that if, until now, he has attacked only unknown women who happen to be in the street, that might change tomorrow and he might start to attack people close to him. Are you not afraid?" "No." "You don't think that for months, and possibly for years, you've been in mortal danger?" "No." It was discouraging. Her attitude was not even one of defiance. She remained calm, almost serene. "You've seen my mother-in-law. What did she say?" "She protested energetically. May I ask why you and she are not on good terms?" "I don't wish to talk of such matters. They're not important." "What else could he do?" "Come along, Janvier." "You're not going to send my husband back to me?" "No." She saw them to the door and closed it behind them. That was almost all for the afternoon. Maigret went to eat with Janvier in La Pointe, while Lucas took his turn to remain alone with Marcel Morsat in Maigret's office. Then they had to resort to subterfuge to remove the suspect from the building, since a mass of journalists and photographers had colonized the corridors and anterooms. A few large drops of rain fell on the pavements at about 8 o'clock, and everyone hoped for the thunderstorm to break. But if it did, it must have been out somewhere to the east, where the sky remained a poisonous black. They had no need to wait for the exact time at which the previous night's attack had happened, since by 9 o'clock the streets were just as dark and the lighting exactly the same. Maigret came out alone onto the grand staircase, chatting with reporters. Lucan Janvier pretended to be taking Morsan to the mousetrap, in handcuffs this time, but once they were downstairs, they went into the courtyard, where they made him get into a car. They all met up at the corner of Rue Nova, where Marthe Jusseron was already waiting with her fiancé. It took only a few minutes. Morsan was taken to the exact spot where the young policewoman had been attacked. They had made him wear the jacket with the cigarette burn. There was no more light than now. The policewoman glanced around and nodded. "That's right, it was just like this. Now, try to look at him from the angle you saw him." She bent her head in various directions and had them move the man to different positions. "Do you recognize him?" Appearing deeply upset, her chest heaving, she whispered after a brief glance at her fiancé, who was keeping discreetly to one side, "It's my duty to tell the truth, isn't it?" "Yes, it's your duty." Another glance seemed almost to beg Morsan's forgiveness, as he stood waiting, seemingly indifferent. "Yes, I'm sure it was him." "You formally recognize him?" She nodded her head, and suddenly this young woman, who had been so brave, burst into tears. "I won't be needing you again tonight, and thank you, mademoiselle," said Maigret, shepherding her towards her fiancé. "You heard that, Monsieur Morsan?" "Yes, I heard." "You've nothing to say?" "No, nothing." "Take him back, men." "Good night, boss." "Good night, everyone." Maigret got into one of the police cars. "Take me home, Boulevard Châtellenois." But this time he stopped the car at Square d'Anvers to drink a beer in a brasserie. His own role was virtually over now. In the morning, Camillo, as examining magistrate, would no doubt wish to question Morsan, and would then send him for psychiatric tests. At Quai des Orfèvres, it would just be a matter of following routine, contacting witnesses, asking them questions, compiling as complete a file as possible. Why Maigret should have felt dissatisfied, though, was another matter entirely. Professionally, he had done all that was required of him, only he had not yet understood. The click had not happened. At no moment had he had the feeling of any human contact between him and the interior decorator. The attitude of the younger Madame Morsan worried him too. He would try once more with her. "You look exhausted," Madame Maigret remarked. "Is it really over?" "Who says so?" "The papers and the radio." He shrugged. After all these years, she still believed what was printed in the papers. "In a sense, it's over, yes." He went into the bedroom and began undressing. "I hope you'll be able to lie in a bit tomorrow morning." He hoped so too. He wasn't so much tired as sickened, without being able to say quite why. "Are you upset?" "No, don't worry. You know it often gets me this way in this kind of case." The excitement of the chase no longer existed, and it was as if he was plunged into a kind of void. "Pay no attention. Just pour me a little glass of something so that I'll sleep like a log for 10 hours. He didn't look at the clock before going to sleep, and tossed restlessly for a while in sheets that felt damp already, as a dog barked persistently somewhere nearby. He had no sense of a time, or of anything else, even where he was, when the telephone rang. He let it ring for some time, then stretched out his hand so clumsily that he knocked over a glass of water on the bedside table. Hello?" His voice was hoarse. "Is that you, boss?" "Who's that?" "Lorgnon here. Forgive me for disturbing you." There was a note of sadness in Inspector Hard-Done-By's voice. "Yes, I'm listening. Where are you?" "Rue de Maistre." And dropping his voice, Lorgnon went on as if regretfully. "There's been another murder. A woman. Knife, yes, her dress was slashed." Madame Maigret had put the light on. She saw her husband, who had been lying down until then, sit up and rub his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Hello, Lorgnon?" "Yes, I'm still here." "When? And anyway, what time is it now?" 10 past midnight." When did this happen?
About 3/4 of an hour ago. I tried to get you at headquarters. I was alone on duty.
I'm on my way.
Another? His wife asked.
He nodded yes.
But I thought the murderer was under lock and key.
More size in the mousetrap. Get me headquarters on the line while I get dressed.
Hello, is that the police judiciaire? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret wants a word.
Who's speaking? Grunted Maigret. Mon voisin? You've already heard from Lognon. I presume our man hasn't budged, has he? What? You've just checked? All right, I'll handle this. Can you send me a car right away to my home address, yes? Madame Maigret understood that the best thing to do in the circumstances was to say nothing, and she opened a sideboard to take out the plum brandy, handing a glass to her husband. He drank it off automatically, and she followed him onto the landing, listening to his footsteps going down the stairs. On the drive there, he did not open his mouth, looking straight ahead of him, and once he was out of the car and surrounded by a group of about 20 people in an ill-lit section of Rue de Mestre, he slammed the car door behind him. Lognon came to meet him with the look of someone announcing a death in the family.
I was at the station when they called me. I came straight over.
An ambulance was parked to the side of the road, and its attendants were waiting for instructions, their white coats patches of light through the darkness. A few bystanders were there as well, speechless and aghast. A female shape was lying on the pavement, almost up against the wall, and a trickle of blood zigzagged away from it, already congealing. Is she dead? Someone approached him, a local doctor, as Maigret later ascertained.
I counted at least 6 stab wounds, he said. I could only examine her superficially.
All in the back?
No, at least 4 in the chest, and one across the throat, which seems to have been made after the others, and probably after the victim was already on the ground.
The coup de grace, Maigret said grimly. Could it not be said that this murder had delivered a sort of coup de grace to him, too?
There are shallower cuts on the forearms and hands.
That made him frown. Do we know who she is? He asked, pointing to the dead woman.
I found her identity card in her bag. Janine Laurent, a domestic servant working for a couple called Durand de Rue de Clignancourt.
How old?
19.
Maigret preferred not to look at her. The little skivvy had certainly put on her best frock, sky blue tulle, almost a ballroom dress. No doubt she'd gone out dancing. She was wearing high-heeled shoes, one of which had come off her foot. Who raised the alarm?
I did, sir.
It was a bicycle patrol officer, patiently awaiting his turn.
I was doing my rounds with my partner here when I saw her lying on the left-hand pavement.
He had witnessed nothing of the attack. When he bent over the corpse, it was still warm and blood was still flowing from the wounds. Because of that, he had thought at first that the girl was not dead. Have her taken to the morgue and call Dr. Paul. And to Lognon, you've given instructions.
I got hold of all the men I could to comb the district.
But what was the use? It had already been done before without result. A car screeched to a halt, and young Rogen leaped out, his hair sticking up on end.
Well, my dear Chief Inspector, what now?
Who tipped you off about this? Maigret was angry and aggressive.
Someone from the street. There are people in this world who believe in the usefulness of the press. So you still haven't got the right man?
Without paying any more attention to the inspector, the journalist hurried over to the pavement, followed by his photographer, and while the latter took pictures, he was questioning the bystanders. Take care of the rest of it, Maigret muttered to Lognon. You don't need anyone. He shook his head and got back into the car, head bowed, as if trying to digest some uncomfortable reflections.
Where to, sir?
The driver asked. Maigret looked at him without finding an answer. Just go down towards Place Clichy. Or Place Blanche. There was nothing for him to do at Quai des Orfèvres. What else could be done that had not already been tried? Nor did he have the heart to go back home to a comfortable bed. Wait here for me. They had reached the bright lights of Place Clichy, where the café terraces were still illuminated.
What can I serve you, sir?
Anything you have.
Beer? Cognac?
Give me a beer. At a neighbouring table, a platinum blonde, her breasts largely revealed by her tightly fitting dress, was trying to persuade her companion to take her across the street into a nightclub with a flashing neon sign.
You won't regret it, I promise you. It might cost a bit, but...
Did he understand what she was saying? He was either an Englishman or an American, and kept shaking his head and saying, "No, no."
Can't you say anything else? No, no. What if I said no as well and just left you? He merely smiled placidly at her, and losing patience, she called the waiter and ordered more drinks. Then bring me a sandwich, since he won't take me to supper over the way. Other customers were discussing the sketches of a revue they'd seen in a nearby cabaret. An Arab was hawking peanuts. An old woman selling flowers recognized Maigret and preferred to inch away. He smoked at least 3 pipes without budging, watching the passers-by, the taxis in the street, hearing snatches of conversation as if he needed to plunge back into everyday life. A woman of about 40, overweight but still attractive, sitting alone at a small table with a crème de menthe in front of her, was smiling at him invitingly, evidently unaware of his identity. He raised his hand for the waiter. "Same again," he ordered. He had to give himself time to calm down. Just now, up in Rue de Mestre, his first instinct had been to rush back down to the mousetrap, go into Marcel Monsin's cell, and shake him until he confessed. "Oh, now, you piece of filth. It was you." He was so certain of this that it felt like physical pain. It was impossible that he could have been wrong from start to finish, and now it was neither pity nor curiosity that he felt for the would-be architect. It was anger, almost fury. It evaporated gradually in the cool of the night air and from contact with the life of the street. He had made a mistake. He knew that. And now, at last, he knew what it had been. It was too late to make up for it, because a young woman had died, just a country girl like thousands of others who came every year to try their luck in Paris. A girl who had gone out to dance after spending all day toiling in someone else's kitchen. It was even too late to verify the idea that had come to him. At this time of night he would find nothing, and if any clues existed, if there was any chance of finding witnesses, it could wait till the morning. His men were as harassed as himself. The old case had been going on too long. When they read the paper next morning, in the metro or on the bus or on their way to Quai des Orfèvres, they would all experience the same stupefaction and despair that had overcome Maigret himself earlier that night, and perhaps some of them would start losing faith in him. Lognon, when he had telephoned, had sounded embarrassed, and in Rue de Mestre he had almost seemed to be expressing his condolences. He could just imagine Camillo's reaction and the imperious phone call the magistrate would make as soon as he opened his newspaper. Treading heavily, he went to the counter for a telephone token. It was to call his wife. "Oh, it's you," she said in surprise. "It was just to tell you I won't be back tonight." For no particular reason, in fact. He had nothing to do immediately except stew in his own juice. He felt the need to be back in the familiar surroundings of Quai des Orfèvres, in his office, with a few of his men. He had no wish to sleep. There would be time for that when this was well and truly finished, and then he might even decide to apply for some leave. It was always the same story. He would promise himself a holiday, then when the time came, he would find excuses to stay in Paris. How much, waiter? He paid and made his way back to the little car. To headquarters. There he found Mauvoisin and 2 or 3 others, one of them eating salami and washing it down with red wine. "No, don't disturb yourselves on my account. No more news. Same as before. They're questioning passers-by. They've arrested a couple of foreigners without proper papers. Telephone Janvier and Lapointe. Ask them both to get here by 5:30 in the morning." For about an hour, sitting alone in his office, he read and reread the transcripts of all the statements, in particular those given by Monsin's mother and his wife. After that, he collapsed into an armchair and, unbuttoning his shirt, seemed to nod off facing the window. Perhaps he did indeed snatch some sleep. He wasn't aware of it. At any rate, he did not hear Mauvoisin come into the office at some point and then tiptoe back out. The windows paled, the sky turned grey, then blue, and finally the sun appeared. The next time Mauvoisin came in, he brought a cup of coffee which he had brewed over a gas ring, and Janvier had just arrived. Lapointe would soon be here. "What's the time?" 5:25. "Are they here?" "Janvier is. Lapointe." "Just arrived, boss," called Lapointe's voice. Both of them had shaved, whereas the overnighters had stubble and shadow on their cheeks. Come on in, both of you." Would it be another mistake not to contact the examining magistrate? If so, he'd take responsibility for it and cover the others. "Janvier, you're going to go to Rue Colincourt. Take a colleague along, doesn't matter who, whoever's the most rested." "To see the old lady?"
That's right. Bring her down here. She'll make a big fuss and probably refuse to come. Certain to.
He handed Janvier a sheet of paper which he had just signed, pressing the nib hard enough to break it. You just hand her this summons. As for you, Lapointe, your job is to go and fetch Madame Monson, the wife, from Boulevard Saint-Germain.
Do I need a summons too?
Yes, though in her case I doubt it'll be necessary. Put the two of them together in one office, make sure to lock the door, and come back to me.
The Baron and Rouge are out in the corridor.
Oh, for God's sake.
Does it matter?
It's all right. It doesn't matter if they see them.
The two officers went into the inspector's room where the lights were still on, and Maigret opened the door of his closet where he always kept some shaving tackle. He shaved himself, slightly cutting his top lip.
Is there any more coffee, Mauvoisin? He called.
In just a minute, boss. I'm making another round.
Outside, the first tugboats were starting up, setting out along the Seine to fetch the string of barges they would be towing up or downstream. A few buses crossed Pont Saint-Michel, which was almost deserted. Near the bridge, an angler was sitting on the embankment, his legs dangling over the dark water. Maigret began walking to and fro, avoiding the corridor and the reporters, while the inspectors took care not to ask him anything or even to look him in the face.
Lognon hasn't phoned. He called around 4 o'clock to say there was nothing new to report except that, yes, the girl had been dancing in a club near Place du Théâtre. She went there every week. Didn't seem to have any regular sweetheart.
And she left there alone.
That's what the waiters thought, though they weren't sure. They said they thought she was a good girl, not flighty.
From the corridor came a shrill female voice, but the words were indistinguishable. A few seconds later, Janvier came into the office, looking like a man who has just accomplished an unpleasant duty.
Done. But what a palaver.
She was in bed.
Yes. First of all, she would only talk through the front door and refuse to open it. I had to threaten to fetch a locksmith. In the end, she put on her dressing gown.
And you waited while she dressed. On the landing, she still refused to let me into the apartment. Is she on her own at the moment?
Yes, here's the key.
Go and wait for Lapointe in the corridor.
It took another 10 minutes before the two inspectors returned together to Maigret.
Both in there?
Yes.
Did any sparks fly?
They just exchanged one look and pretended not to know each other.
Janvier hesitated, then risked a question.
What shall we do now?
For the moment, nothing. Sit in the next office near the door between the two. If they decide to start talking, try to hear what they say.
And if they don't?
Maigret made a vague gesture that seemed to mean, it's in the lap of the gods now.
Chapter 8. Monson's Show of Temper. By 9 o'clock, neither of the two women, locked in a tiny office, had uttered a word. Perched on upright chairs, since there was no armchair in the room, they were sitting absolutely still, as if in a doctor's or a dentist's waiting room, without the resource of a magazine. One of them got up to open the window, Janvier told Maigret when he asked for news. Then she sat down again, and now there's nothing more to be heard. Maigret had not thought about it, but one of them at any rate must be in ignorance of the previous night's murder. Have some newspapers taken in, just put them on the desk as if it was routine, and arrange them so that they can see the headlines from where they're sitting. Camillo had already telephoned twice, the first time from his home, where he must have read the paper over his breakfast, and the second time from the Palais de Justice. Tell him I've been seen in the building and that someone's gone to look for me. One important question had been resolved by the inspectors who Maigret had sent out early to investigate. For Monson's mother, the answer was simple. She could easily enter or leave her building on Rue Colincourt at any time of the day or night without troubling the concierge, since as a householder she had her own key. Her concierge turned out the light in the lodge and went to bed at 10, or at latest 10:30, every night. On Boulevard Saint-Germain, the Monson couple, as tenants, did not have a front door key. Their concierge went to bed later, at about 11. Was that why, until last night, the attacks had always taken place fairly early in the evening? That when she was not in bed and the street door was not locked, the concierge paid little attention to tenants returning from an evening at the cinema or theatre, or a night out with friends. In the morning, she opened the street door at about 5:30 to drag the dustbins out onto the pavement, then went in to get dressed. Sometimes she went back to bed for an hour. That explained how, after the failed attack, Marcel Monsin could have left the house without being seen to get rid of the suit by leaving it on the Seine embankment. Would his wife have been able to go out the previous night and return fairly late after midnight perhaps, without the concierge remembering pulling the door release? The inspector, who had been over to Boulevard Saint-Germain, replied that yes, she could. The concierge says no, of course, he explained to Maigret, but the other tenants don't agree. Since she's been widowed, she's got in the habit of having a couple of glasses of some sort of liqueur from the Pyrenees at night. You sometimes have to ring 2 or 3 times to get her to open the door, and then she does it almost in her sleep, without hearing the tenants say their names as they go past. Other elements of information were arriving one after another, some by telephone. They learned, for instance, that Marcel Monsin and his wife had known each other since childhood and had gone to the same neighborhood school. One summer, when Marcel was 9, the pharmacist's wife from Boulevard de Clichy had taken him on holiday with her children to a villa they were renting in Étretat, in Normandy. It was also discovered that after their marriage, the young couple had lived for a few months in an apartment which Madame Monsin Senior had made available to them in the building she owned on Rue Colincourt, on the same landing as herself. At 9:30, Maigret took a decision. Go and fetch Monsin from the mouse trap, unless he's already in Camillo's office. Janvier, from his listening post, had heard one of the 2 women get up, and then the rustle of pages of a newspaper. He did not know which of the women it was, but still no sound of voices. The weather was bright once more, the sun was shining, but it felt less sultry than the previous days, as a light breeze was rustling the leaves on the trees, and sometimes lifting a paper on the desk. Monsin entered the room without a word, looked at Maigret, whom he greeted with a very slight inclination of his head, and waited to be invited to sit down. He had been unable to shave, and his light-coloured stubble blurred the sharp outlines of his face. He looked less clear-cut. His features were vaguer, from exhaustion as well, no doubt. You have been informed of what happened last night. He replied as if reproachfully, Nobody has spoken to me at all. Read this. Maigret passed him the newspaper which had printed the most detailed account of the attack in Rue de Maistre. While the prisoner was reading, the inspector did not take his eyes off him, and he was sure he was not mistaken. Monsin's first reaction was indignation. He had frowned, looking surprised and irritated. Despite the arrest of the interior decorator, another victim has been killed in Montmartre. He appeared to think for a moment that this was a trick, perhaps a fake newspaper concocted on purpose to get him to confess. He read it carefully, checked the date at the top of the page, and finally accepted that this report was true. Did he not seem to be bursting with a kind of repressed anger, as if something had been spoiled? At the same time, he was obviously trying to understand, and appeared finally to find the solution to the problem. As you see, Maigret said, someone is trying to save you, and too bad if that has cost the life of some poor girl who just arrived in Paris. Did a furtive smile cross Monsin's lips? He struggled to suppress it, but it was visible all the same, a childish glee, quickly stifled. Both women are here, said Maigret laconically, affecting not to look at Monsin. This was a strange struggle, such as he could not remember ever having had in the past. Neither of them was on firm ground. The least nuance would count, an expression, the trembling of a lip, the blink of an eyelid. If Monsin was tired, this was even more the case for Maigret, and furthermore he was full of disgust. He had been tempted once again simply to send the case straight to the examining magistrate and let him sort it out. They will be brought in shortly, and you will have to explain things to each other. What was Monsin's reaction at that moment? Fury? Possibly. His blue eyes glared more fixedly, he clenched his jaw, and directed at Maigret a reproachful glance. But perhaps there was fear in that expression too, since at the same time beads of sweat broke out, as they had the previous day on his forehead and upper lip. Are you still determined to say nothing? I've nothing to say. Don't you think it's time all this came to an end? Don't you think, Monsin, that there's been at least one crime too many? If you'd spoken up yesterday, this one wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with me. You know, don't you, which of those 2 women stupidly decided to save you? He wasn't smiling now. On the contrary, he looked more angry, as if he were resentful of the woman who had acted. I'm going to tell you what I think of you.
You're sick, in all probability, since I cannot believe that a man with a normal mind would act as you have. The psychiatrists will have to settle that question. Too bad for you if they declare that you are responsible for your actions. He was still watching the other man's reactions. Admit it. You would be seriously offended if they declare that you are not responsible for your actions. And indeed a gleam of anger seemed to have crossed Montsan's pale eyes. Never mind. So you were a child like any other. At least that was how things appeared. The son of a butcher. Did you feel humiliated to be the son of a butcher? No need for an answer. It humiliated your mother, too, and she saw in you a sort of aristocrat, somehow living in Rue Colincourt. I don't know what your father looked like, the ordinary hard-working butcher, or those photographs that your mother has piously kept, yet I didn't see a single one of him. She's ashamed of him, I suppose. You, on the other hand, from a tiny boy, you were photographed at every stage, and when you were 6 years old an expensive costume was specially made for you to go as a marquis to a fancy dress party. Do you love your mother, Monsieur Mossa? Still no answer. Did it eventually become oppressive to you, being pampered like this, made much of, treated like a delicate creature needing constant care? You could have rebelled, cut the cord, as so many others in that situation would have. Listen to what I'm saying. Other people will be handling you from now on, and they won't treat you with kid gloves. To me, you are still a human being. Don't you see that that is precisely what I want to get you to show, just a tiny spark of human feeling? But you didn't rebel, because you're lazy and because you have a sense of overweening pride. Other people may be born into titles, money, servants, and a life of luxury. You were born to a mother who had to be all that to you. If ever anything happened to you, your mother would be there for you. You knew that. You could do anything you pleased. Only there was a price to pay. You had to be docile. You belonged to your mother. You were her plaything. You didn't have a right to grow up into a man like other men. Was it your mother, afraid you might start gadding about, who arranged to get you married off at 20? Morsa was staring intently at him, but it was impossible to guess at his thoughts. One thing was clear. He was flattered that someone was taking all this notice of him, that a man of Maigret's importance was considering his words, deeds, and innermost thoughts. If the inspector were to make a mistake about something, would he react? Protest? I don't think you are in love, because you're too self-centered for that. You married Yvonne for a bit of peace and quiet, and perhaps in the hope of escaping from your mother. As a little girl, Yvonne was bowled over by the blonde, elegant boy that you were. You seemed to be made of very different stuff from your schoolmates, for all that you were the son of a butcher. And your mother was deceived by that. She saw Yvonne as a little goose whom she could shape any way she wanted, and she installed the pair of you on the same landing as herself in the building she owned so as to keep you under her wing. But none of this explains why someone would go out and kill people, does it? The real explanation won't come from the doctors, who will only be able, like me, to shed light on one aspect of the problem. You are the only one who knows the whole story. But I don't think you will be able to put it in words. This time he was rewarded by a slightly defiant smile. Did that mean that if he wanted to, Montsan could perfectly well make his acts understandable to other people? I'm coming to the end. The little goose turned out not only to be a real woman, but as possessive of female as your mother. Between the two of them it became a tug of war, with you as the prize, and there was no doubt you were being called one way and the other. Your wife won the first round because she managed to get you out of Rue Colincourt and transplant you to the apartment on Boulevard Saint-Germain. She gave you a new horizon, new surroundings, new friends, and from time to time you escaped to go back to Montmartre. Did you start then to develop towards Yvonne the same resentment you'd felt for your mother? The pair of them were preventing you from being a real man, Montsan. The prisoner threw him a glance full of rancor, then looked down again at the floor. That's what you imagined. That's what you tried hard to believe, but at heart you knew quite well it wasn't true. You simply didn't have the courage to be a man. You weren't one. You needed those women. You needed the atmosphere they'd created around you, with their fussing, their admiration, and their indulgence, and that was precisely what humiliated you. Maigret went over to the window to take a breath and mopped his forehead with his handkerchief, his nerves as on edge as those of an actor impersonating a desperate character. "You won't reply." "Very well. I know why it is impossible for you to reply. It would be too painful for your self-respect. Owning up to your cowardice, to the continual compromises you've had to make, would be too agonizing. How often did you feel like killing them? I don't mean the poor girls you killed in the street. I mean your mother and your wife. I'd be prepared to bet that when you were a boy or a youth, the idea sometimes entered your head of killing your mother, so as to be free. Not a real plan of action, no, just one of those thoughts that cross our minds and are then forgotten, that we put down to a moment of rage. And then the same thing happened all over again with Yvonne. You were their prisoner, a prisoner of both women. They fed and cared for you, they cosseted you, but at the same time they possessed you. You were their plaything, their treasure, and they fought each other over you. Between Rue Colincourt and Boulevard Saint-Germain, you became a shadow of a man, so as to have a bit of peace. When did it happen? What was the emotional shock? What sudden humiliation, stronger than before, was the trigger? I don't know. You're the only person who could answer that, and I'm not even sure that you can. But you formed a plan, vague at first, then becoming clearer and clearer in your mind, to assert yourself in some way. How could you assert yourself? Not in your profession, because you're well aware that you've always been a failure in that respect, or worse, an amateur. Nobody takes you seriously. How then? By some dramatic act. Because to satisfy your pride it had to be something spectacular, something everyone would talk about, that would give you the sensation of soaring high above the crowd. Was it at that point that you got the idea of killing the two of them? Only that was too dangerous a game. Any investigation would inevitably focus on you, and there would be no one left to support you, flatter you, and encourage you. And yet it was these two, the dominant females, that you hated. And it was females picked at random that you attacked in the street. Did it bring you some kind of relief, Monsieur, to find you were capable of killing? Did it give you a sense that you were superior to other men, or simply that now you were a man? He looked Monsieur sternly in the eye, and the other man almost tipped his chair over backwards. Because murder has always been considered the greatest of crimes, and some people might think it requires exceptional courage. I suppose the first one, on the 2nd of February, brought you a moment of relief, a kind of intoxication. You'd taken precautions because you didn't want to pay the price. You didn't want to go to the scaffold or to prison or to some mental institution. Monsieur Moncin, you are a bourgeois criminal. A sissy? A criminal needs his comforts and luxuries. That is why, ever since I set eyes on you, I've been tempted to use the methods the police get blamed for a lot, because you're afraid of blows, afraid of physical pain. If I were to hit you with the back of my hand, you'd collapse, and who knows whether you wouldn't prefer to confess than get another blow. Maigret must have looked terrifying, unintentionally, because of the anger that had been mounting gradually inside him. Moncin, shrinking in his seat, had turned, ashen-faced. No need to be afraid. I'm not going to hit you. In fact, I'm not sure that it's really you that I'm most angry with. You proved you were intelligent. You picked an area of Paris that you knew like the back of your hand, as only those who grew up there could have. You chose a silent weapon, and at the same time it was one that gave you physical satisfaction at the moment of impact. It wouldn't have felt the same pulling the trigger of a gun or pouring poison into a glass. You needed a furious, violent act. You wanted to destroy and feel that you were destroying. You stabbed, but that wasn't enough. You went into a frenzy of rage afterwards, like a child. You slashed the victim's dress and her underclothes, and no doubt the psychiatrist would see that as symbolic. You didn't rape your victims because you're incapable of that, because you've never really been a man. Moncin suddenly raised his head and stared at Maigret, gritting his teeth as if he was about to leap at him. Those women's dresses, their petticoats, bras, and panties, all that represented femininity, and you wanted to tear it into pieces. What I'm asking myself now is whether one of the two women suspected you, not necessarily the first time, but after that. When you went to Montmartre, did you tell your wife you were going to see your mother? Didn't your wife perhaps establish a connection between the murders and these visits? You see, Monsieur Morsat, I will remember you all my life, because in my entire career no case has disturbed me so much or taken so much out of me. After your arrest yesterday, neither of them assumed you were innocent, and one of them decided she was going to save your life. If it was your mother, she had only a short distance to get to Rue de Maistre. If it was your wife, that means she was prepared, supposing we let you go, to live side by side with a killer. I haven't rejected either of these hypotheses. The two women have been here since early this morning, sitting opposite each other in an office, and neither one of them has opened her mouth. The one who committed the murder knows she did it. The one who is innocent knows that the other is not, and I wonder whether she isn't secretly feeling jealous. Hasn't there been a struggle, a tug-of-war between them going on for years to see which one will love you most, possess you most fully? And what better way to possess you than to save your life? The telephone rang just as the other man was opening his mouth. Hello, yes, speaking. Yes, indeed, Monsieur Camelio, he's here. My apologies, but I need him for another hour. No, the press wasn't wrong. An hour. They're both here at headquarters. Impatiently he hung up and went to open the door to the inspector's office. Show in the two women. He needed to bring this to a close. If the momentum that had carried him this far did not enable him to make an end of it, he sensed that he would never get to the bottom of the case. He had asked only for an hour, not because he was sure of himself, but as the concession. In an hour he would pass the case over, and Camelio could do what he liked with it. Come in, ladies. His emotion was detectable only from a certain quiver in his voice and the exaggerated calm of some of his movements, such as holding out a chair for each of the women. I will not try to deceive you. Close the door, Janvier. No, don't go away. Stay here and take notes. I said I won't try to deceive you and make you believe Morsat here has confessed. I could have questioned you separately. As you see, I've decided not to resort to any tricks of the trade. The mother, who had refused to sit down, came towards him, mouth open, and he snapped at her sharply, Be quiet. Not now. Yvonne Morsat had sat down primly on the edge of her chair like a young lady on a social call. She had glanced briefly at her husband, and now she was staring at Maigret as if she wanted not only to listen to him, but to read his lips. Whether he confesses or not, he has killed 5 times. And you are both perfectly aware of that, since you know his weaknesses better than anyone else. Sooner or later it will be established. Sooner or later he will end up in prison or some institution. One of you imagined that by committing another murder while he was in here, she would be able to clear him of any suspicion. We simply need to find out now which of the two of you committed the murder last night of a certain Jeanine Laurent at the corner of Rue de Maistre. At last, the mother got a word in. You have no right to question us without a lawyer present. I forbid them both to say anything. It is our right to have legal assistance. Would you please sit down, madame, unless you have a confession to make? That's the limit. As if I had anything to confess. You're behaving like the uneducated lout you are, and you... During the hours she'd been sitting in a tete-a-tete with her daughter-in-law, she had been silently accumulating such a volume of bile that she was losing the faculty of speech. I must ask you again, please sit down. If you continue to act like this, I shall have you removed elsewhere by an inspector who will question you while I concern myself with your son and daughter-in-law. That prospect calmed her down suddenly. The change was palpable. She remained for a moment open-mouthed with stupor, then looked as if she were thinking, just you dare. Was she not his mother? Were her rights not longer established and worth more than those of a girl whom her son had happened to marry? He had emerged not from Yvonne's womb, but from hers. Not only did one of you hope to save Morsat, Maigret now continued, by committing a copycat murder while he was locked up here, but I am also sure that whichever of you it was had long been aware of what he had done. So, she must have had the courage to be alone day after day with him in a room without any protection or chance of escape if he took it into his head to kill her too. And that woman loved him enough, in her way, to... The look Madame Morsat Senior gave her daughter-in-law did not escape him.
Never had he seen so much hatred in human eyes. Yvonne had not moved a muscle, both hands clasped on her red leather handbag. She still seemed as if hypnotized by Maigret, not missing the slightest of his changes of expression. "I have simply this to tell you. I can say that Morsin's head will almost certainly not roll. The psychiatrist will, as usual, disagree about his state of mind. They will argue about it in front of a jury, who won't understand a word of what they say, and there is every chance he will get the benefit of the doubt, in which case he will be sent to a mental institution for the rest of his life." The man's lips trembled. What was he thinking at that precise moment? He must feel terribly frightened of the guillotine, and he would also fear prison. But perhaps he was imagining the scenes inside mental institutions, or lunatic asylums as the popular imagination paints them. Maigret was convinced that if they could promise him a room of his own, a personal nurse, the right to special care and the attention of some famous professor, he would willingly talk. But for the woman involved, it won't be the same. Paris has been living in the shadow of fear for 6 months, and people who have lived in such fear are not forgiving. And the jury will be made up of Parisians, fathers and husbands of women who might have been stabbed by Morsin at some street corner. There won't be any question of madness in her case. In my view, the woman will pay the full price. She knows this. One of you is that woman. One of you, intending to save a man, or rather not to lose something she considered her property, was prepared to risk her head. "I am quite prepared to die for my son," Madame Morsin Senior declared suddenly, enunciating each syllable clearly. "He's my child. What does it matter what he's done? What do they matter, those good-for-nothing women strutting around at night in the streets of Montmartre?" "Did you kill Jenny? "I don't know her name." "So you committed the murder last night in Rue de Mestre?" She hesitated, looked at Morsin, and finally said, "Yes." "In that case, can you tell me the color of the dress she was wearing?" This was a detail Maigret had asked the press not to publish. It was too dark to—" "Excuse me, you cannot be unaware that she was attacked less than 5 meters from a street lamp?" "I didn't notice." "But when you slashed the material of the dress, the crime had, in fact, been committed over 50 meters from the nearest street lamp." Then, in the silence, they heard Yvonne Morsin's voice, answering calmly like a schoolgirl in class. The dress was blue. She was smiling, still sitting demurely on her chair, and turning towards her mother-in-law, at whom she now looked defiantly. She was the one, in her own mind, who had won this battle. "Yes, it was blue," said Maigret with a sigh, letting his nerves relax at last. And the relief was so sudden, so violent, that tears came to his eyes. Perhaps tears of exhaustion. "Carry on from here, Juliet," he murmured, getting to his feet and picking up a pipe at random from his desk. The mother had shrunk into herself, suddenly aging 10 years, as if her sole reason for existing had been snatched away. Maigret did not look at Marcel Morsin, whose head had slumped onto his chest. The chief inspector pushed through the crowd of reporters and photographers who mobbed him in the corridor. "Was it? Do we know?" He nodded and muttered, "By and by, in a few minutes." And he hurried towards the glass door leading to the Palais de Justice. He spent barely 15 minutes with Camillo. When he returned, it was to issue instructions. Release the mother, of course. Camillo wants to see the other two as soon as possible. Together? Yes, at first. He'll be the one to give a statement to the press. There was someone he would have liked to see, but not in his office and not in the corridors or wards of an asylum. Professor Tissot, with whom he would have had a long conversation like the one that evening at Dr. Pardon's. He could not ask Pardon to organize another dinner party, and he was too tired to go over to Saint-Anne to wait for the professor to be free to see him. He pushed open the door of the inspector's office, where all eyes turned to him. "It's over, boys." He hesitated, looked round at his colleagues, gave them a weary smile, and admitted, "And now I'm going home to bed." It was true. This did not often happen, even when he had been up all night. Tell the chief. Then in the corridor, faced with the journalists, "Go and see Camillo. He will give you a full statement." They saw him plod down the stairs, alone, his back bent, and he stopped at the first landing to spend a moment or two lighting a pipe he had just packed. One of the drivers asked him if he wanted a car, and he shook his head. He wanted first of all to go and sit at the terrace of the Brasserie Dauphine, as he had long sat that other night at the terrace of another bar. "A beer, Inspector?" Looking up, he replied in an ironic tone, and the irony was all for himself, "No." 2. He slept until 6 in the evening in sheets damp with sweat, the window open onto the sounds of Paris, and when at last he reappeared in the dining room, his eyes still puffy, it was to announce to his wife, "Tonight we're going to the cinema," arm in arm, as was their habit. Madame Maigret asked no questions. She had a feeling he was coming back from a distant place, that he needed to get used to everyday life again, to rub shoulders with ordinary, reassuring people. Maigret's Mistake. Chapter 1. It was 8:25 in the morning, and Maigret was just getting up from the table, still finishing his last cup of coffee. Even though it was only November, the lights were on. At the window, Madame Maigret had to strain to see passers-by hurrying to work through the fog, their hands in their pockets, their backs stooped. "I think you should put your thick overcoat on," she said, because it was by observing people in the street that she knew what the weather was like outside. They were all walking quickly that morning, many wearing scarves, and they had a characteristic way of stamping their feet on the pavement to warm themselves. She'd seen several wiping their noses. "I'll get it for you." He still had his cup in his hand when the telephone rang. Picking up the receiver, he, too, now looked outside. The houses opposite were almost invisible through the yellowish cloud that had descended over the streets during the night. "Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Dupin here, from the Tail district." It was curious that it should be Dupin calling him, because he was probably the man most in tune with the atmosphere of that morning. Dupin was the chief inspector of the Rue de l'Étoile police station. He squinted. His wife squinted. It was said that his 3 daughters, whom Maigret didn't know, also squinted. He was a conscientious official, so anxious to do the right thing that he almost made himself sick. He made even the objects around him seem dull, and even though you knew he was the best man in the world, you couldn't help avoiding him. Not to mention that he always had a cold, winter and summer. "I'm sorry to bother you at home. I assumed you hadn't left yet, so I said to myself, you just had to wait." He needed to explain himself. He invariably felt the need to explain why he was doing this or that, as if he felt he was at fault. "I know you always like to be there personally. I may be wrong, but I have the impression this is quite an unusual case. Mind you, I don't know much myself yet. I've only just arrived." Madame Maigret was waiting, the overcoat in her hand, and her husband said under his breath to stop by getting too impatient. "Dupin." Dupin was still speaking in a monotonous voice. "I got to my office at 8 o'clock as usual, and was just going through the early mail, when at 8 minutes past I received a telephone call from the cleaning lady. She was the one who found the body when she entered the apartment on Avenue Carnot. As it's so close, I came straight here with my secretary. A murder. It could just possibly be suicide, but I'm convinced it's a murder." "Who is it?" "A young woman named Louise Fior. I've never heard of her." "I'm on my way." Dupin began talking again, but Maigret, pretending not to notice, had already hung up. Before leaving, he called Quai des Orfèvres and asked to be put through to criminal records. "Is Mers there?" "Yes, call into the phone." "Hello, is that you, Mers? Could you go straight to Avenue Carnot with your men?" "A murder. I'll see you there." He gave them the number of the building, put on his overcoat, and a few minutes later there was one more dark figure walking quickly through the fog. It wasn't until he got to the corner Boulevard Voltaire that he found a taxi. The avenues around Place de l'Étoile were almost deserted. Men were collecting the dustbins. Most of the curtains were still closed, and there were lights in only a few of the windows. On Avenue Carnot, an officer in a cape was standing on the pavement, but no crowd of onlookers had formed. "Which floor?" Maigret asked him. "Third." He walked through the main door with its highly polished brass handles. The lights were on in the lodge where the concierge was having her breakfast. She looked at him through the window but didn't get up. The lift worked noiselessly as in any well-maintained building. The carpets on the polished oak stairs were a fine, deep red. On the third floor, he was confronted with 3 doors and was hesitating when the one on the left opened. Dupin was there, his nose red, just as Maigret had expected to see him. "Come in. I thought it best not to touch anything until you arrived. I haven't even questioned the cleaning lady." Crossing the entrance hall, where there was only a coat stand and 2 chairs, they entered a living room where the lights were on. The cleaning lady was immediately surprised when she saw the light. In the corner of a yellow sofa, a brown-haired young woman lay slumped in a curious position, with a large dark red stain on her dressing gown. She was shot in the head. The shot seems to have been fired from behind, and very close. As you see, she didn't fall. She had simply collapsed onto her right-hand side, and her head was dangling, her hair almost touching the carpet. "Where's the cleaning lady?" "In the kitchen. She asked me if she could make herself a cup of coffee. She says she got here at 8 o'clock, as she does every morning. She has a key to the apartment. She came in, saw the body, claimed she didn't touch anything, and immediately phoned." It was only now that Maigret realized what he had found strange when he arrived. Normally, he would have had to get through a line of onlookers out on the pavement. Usually, too, the tenants are gathered on the landings, looking on. Here, though, everything was as calm as if nothing had happened. "Here's the kitchen through there." He found it at the end of a corridor. The door was open. A darkly dressed woman with black hair and eyes was sitting by the gas stove drinking a cup of coffee, blowing on the liquid to cool it. Maigret had the feeling he had met her before. Frowning, he looked at her closely, while she calmly sustained his gaze and continued drinking. She was very short. Sitting, her feet barely touched the floor, and she was wearing shoes that were too big for her, while her dress was too loose and too long. "I think we know each other," he said. "That's quite possible," she replied without flinching. "What's your name?" "Désiré Brault." The name Désiré put him on the right track. "Were you ever arrested for shoplifting in department stores?" "Among other things." "What else?" "I've been arrested so many times." Her face expressed no fear. In fact, it expressed nothing. She looked at him, answered his questions, but as for what she was thinking, that was impossible to guess. "Have you done time?" "You will find all that in my record." "Prostitution?" "What of it?" "A long time ago, evidently. Now she must be about 50 or 60. She was emaciated. Her hair wasn't white or even greying, but it had become sparse, and you could see the skull through it. There was a time when I was as good as any other woman." "How long have you been working in this apartment?" "Next month will make it a year. I started in December, not long before Christmas." "Are you here all day?" "Just from 8 to 12. The coffee smelled so good that Maigret poured himself a cup. Inspector Dupin was standing timidly in the doorway. "Would you like some, Dupin?" "No, thanks. I had breakfast just an hour ago." Désiré Brault stood up to pour herself another cup, too. Her dress hung loosely from her body. She probably weighed no more than a 14-year-old. "Do you work in other places?" 3 or 4. It varies from week to week." "Do you live alone?" "With my husband." "Has he been in prison too?" "Never. He just drinks." "Doesn't he work?" "He hasn't worked a single day in 15 years, not even to hammer a nail in the wall." She said this without bitterness, in a steady voice in which it was hard to detect any irony. "What happened this morning?" She made a movement of her head to indicate Dupin. "Didn't he tell you?" "All right, then. I got here at 8 o'clock. Where do you live?" "Near Place Clichy. I took the metro. I opened the door with my key, and noticed there was a light on in the living room." "Was the living room door open?" "No." "Was your employer usually still in bed when you arrived in the morning?" "She didn't get up until around 10. Sometimes later." "What did she do?" "Nothing." "Carry on." "I opened the living room door and saw her." "Did you touch her?" "I didn't need to touch her to know she was dead." "Have you ever seen anyone walking around with half their face shot off?" "What do you do then?" "I called the police station." "You didn't alert the neighbors or the concierge?" She shrugged. "Why should I have done that?" "What did you do after you phoned?" "I waited." "Doing what?" "Doing nothing." It was staggering in its simplicity. She'd simply stayed there, waiting for the doorbell to ring, perhaps looking at the body. "Are you sure you didn't touch anything?"
Quite sure. Did you find a gun? I didn't find anything. Dupin intervened. We looked everywhere for the weapon, but there was no sign of it. Did Louise Fillon own a gun? If she did, I never saw it. Are there any pieces of furniture that are kept locked? No. I assume you know what's in the cupboards. Yes. And you never saw a gun? No, never. Tell me, did your employer know you'd been in prison? I told her everything. Didn't that bother her? It amused her. I don't know if she also did time, but she might have done. What do you mean? That before she came to live here, she was on the game. How do you know that? Because she told me. Even if she hadn't told me. There was the sound of shuffling on the landing, and Dupin went and opened the door. It was Mers and his men with their equipment. Don't start right away, Maigret said to Mers. Phone the prosecutor while you're waiting for me to finish up here. Désirée Brault fascinated him, and so did everything that could be sensed behind her words. He took off his coat because he felt hot, and sat down, continuing to drink his coffee in little sips. Wouldn't you like to sit down? I'd love to. 'Tisn't often a cleaning lady gets asked to sit. And this time she almost smiled. Do you have any idea who might have killed your employer? Of course not. Did she have lots of visitors? I never saw any, apart from the local doctor once, when she had bronchitis. Mind you, I leave at 12. Do you know if she had a boyfriend? All I know is that there are a man's slippers and dressing gown in her wardrobe. A box of cigars, too. She didn't smoke cigars. Do you know who the man is? I never saw him. Do you know his name? Did he ever phone while you were here? Yes, sometimes. What did you call him? Piero. Was she a kept woman? I suppose someone had to pay the rent, didn't they? And pay for all the rest. Maigret stood up, put his cup down, and filled a pipe. What do I do now? She asked. Nothing. Just wait. He went back to the living room, where the men from records were awaiting a signal from him to get down to work. The room was tidy. In an ashtray near the sofa, there was cigarette ash and cigarette ends, 2, 3 in all, including 2 with lipstick marks on them. A half-open door led from this room to the bedroom, and Maigret noted with a touch of surprise that the bed was unmade, and that there was a hollow in the pillow, as if someone had been sleeping there. Isn't the doctor here yet? He isn't at home. His wife's phoning around the patients he was due to see this morning. He opened a few wardrobes, a few drawers. The clothes and underwear were those of a young woman who dresses without much taste, not the kind you expected to find in an apartment on Avenue Carnot. Look for prints and anything else you can find, Mers. I'm going down to talk to the concierge. Do you still need me? Dupin asked. No, I'm very grateful to you. Send me a report sometime today. You've done a good job, Dupin. You know, I immediately thought it would interest you. If there'd been a weapon near the sofa, I'd have said it was suicide, because the shot came from such close range. Although women like that usually use Veronal to kill themselves. I haven't known a woman to shoot herself in this neighborhood for at least 5 years. So, as there isn't any weapon, you've done very well, Dupin. I try the best I can to— He was still talking as he descended the stairs. Maigret left him on the doormat outside the concierge's door and went into the lodge. Good morning, madame. Good morning, Inspector. You know who I am? She nodded. You know what's happened? I asked the officer standing guard out there on the pavement. He told me Mademoiselle Louise is dead. The lodge had the comfortable appearance of all concierge's lodges in this area. The concierge herself, who was only in her 40s, was well, even smartly dressed. She was actually quite pretty, although her features were slightly too fleshy. Was she murdered? She asked as Maigret sat down by the window. What makes you think that? I don't think the police would be here if she died a natural death. She might have killed herself. Oh, that wouldn't have been like her. Did you know her well? Not that well. She never lingered in my lodge, just half opened the door as she passed to ask if she had any mail. She didn't really feel at ease in this building, if you know what I mean. You mean she wasn't from the same background as your other tenants? Yes. What do you think her background was? Oh, I don't rightly know. I have no reason to speak ill of her. She was quiet, not conceited. Did a cleaning lady ever talk to you about her? Madame Brault and I don't speak to each other. You know her. I've no reason to know her. I see her go up and down, that's enough for me. Was Louise Fillon a kept woman? It's possible. She certainly always paid her rent on time. Did she have visitors? Occasionally, but not regularly. Not what I'd call regularly. Maigret had the impression there was something holding her back. Unlike Madame Brot, the concierge was nervous and from time to time cast a rapid glance at the glazed door. It was she who announced, "The doctor's going up." "Tell me, madame, what's your name, by the way?" "Cornet." "Tell me, Madame Cornet, is there something you're trying to hide from me?" She made an effort to look him in the eyes. "Why do you ask that?" "No reason. I'd just like to know." "Was it always the same man who came to see Louise Fillon?" "It was always the same man I saw pass by here." "What kind of man?" "A musician." "How do you know he's a musician?" "Because once or twice I saw him with a saxophone case under his arm." "Did he come last night?" "Yes, about 10. "Did you open the door for him?" "No. Until I go to bed at 11, I leave the door open." "But you see who comes in?" "Most of the time. The tenants are quiet. Most of them are important people." "You say the musician in question went up at about 10? "Yes. He only stayed about 10 minutes, and when he left, he seemed to be in a hurry. I heard him stride off towards Place de l'Étoile." "You didn't see his face, whether he looked upset or—" "No." "Did Louise Fillon have any other visitors last night?" "No." "So, if the doctor discovers the murder was committed between 10 and 11, for example, it would be more or less certain, but—" "I didn't say that. I said she didn't have any other visitors." "Do you think the musician was her lover?" She didn't reply at once. "I don't know," she murmured at last. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I was thinking of the cost of the apartment." "You mean he wasn't the kind of musician who could afford to keep his girlfriend in a place like this?" "That's right." "It doesn't seem to surprise you, Madame Cornet, that your tenant has been murdered." "I didn't expect it, but it doesn't surprise me either." "Why?" "No particular reason. I have the feeling women like that are more exposed than others. At any rate, that's the impression you get from reading the papers." "I'm going to ask you to make me a list of all the tenants who came in or went out after 9 o'clock last night. I'll pick it up on my way out." "That's easy." He left the lodge in time to see the prosecutor and his deputy getting out of a car, together with the court clerk. All three looked cold. The fog had not yet cleared, and the steam from all their breaths mingled with it. Handshakes, the lift. Apart from the third floor, the building was still as quiet as it had been when Maigret arrived. The people here weren't the kind to watch out for comings and goings behind their half-opened doors, or to gather on the landings because a woman had been killed. Meur's technicians had set up their equipment all over the apartment, and the doctor had finished examining the body. He shook hands with Maigret. "What time?" Maigret asked. "Between 9 and midnight, roughly speaking. My guess would be 11 at the latest rather than midnight." "I assume death was instantaneous." "You saw her. The shot was fired at close range." "From behind?" "From behind and a little to the side." "She seems to have been smoking a cigarette when it happened," Meurs said. "It fell on the carpet and burned itself out. It's lucky the carpet didn't catch fire." "What exactly are we dealing with?" asked the deputy, who knew nothing yet. "I've no idea. Maybe a straightforward crime, though I'd be surprised." "Do you have any ideas?" "None whatever. I'm going to have another word with the cleaning lady." Before reaching the kitchen, he telephoned Quai des Orfèvres and asked Lucas, who was on duty, to join him immediately. After that, he ignored the prosecutors and the technicians, who were continuing with their usual tasks. Madame Brot had not moved. She was no longer drinking coffee, but was smoking a cigarette, which, given her physique, seemed strange. "I guess I'm allowed," she said, following the direction of Maigret's gaze. He sat down facing her. "Tell me." "Tell you what?" "Everything you know." "I've already told you." "How did Louise Fillon spend her days?" "I can only talk about what she did in the morning. She'd get up about 10, or rather she'd wake up but wouldn't get up straight away. I'd bring her coffee and she'd drink it in bed and smoke and read." "What kind of things did she read?" "Magazines and novels. She often listened to the radio. You probably noticed one on my bedside table." "Did she make phone calls?" "At about 11.
"Every day?"
"Almost every day."
"To Pierrot?"
"Yes. Sometimes at midday she'd dress and go out to eat, but that was quite rare. Most of the time she'd send me to the pork butcher's to buy cold meats or ready-made dishes."
Do you have any idea how she spent her afternoons? I assume she went out. She must have gone out because in the morning I'd find dirty shoes. I suppose she did the rounds of the shops like all women. Did she have dinner at home? There weren't usually any dirty dishes. Do you suppose she went to meet Piero? More another man. Are you sure you've never seen him? Quite sure. Did you ever see any other men? Only the men from the gas company or the delivery boy. Where was the last time you were in prison? 6 years ago. Have you lost the taste to shoplifting from department stores? I'm not as fast as I used to be. They're taking away the body. There were noises from the living room, and it was indeed the men from the Forensic Institute. She didn't get to enjoy it for long. What do you mean? I mean, she lived in poverty until she was 24, and then had barely 2 good years. Did she confide in you? We chatted like human beings. Did she tell you where she was from? She was born in the 18th arrondissement, practically in the street. She spent most of her life around La Chapelle. When she moved here, she thought it was going to be the good life. Wasn't she happy? The cleaning lady shrugged, looking at Maigret with a kind of pity as if surprised that he seemed to show so little understanding. Do you think it was fun for her to live in a building like this, where people didn't even condescend to look at her when they passed her on the stairs? Why did she come here? She must have had her reasons. Was it her musician who kept her? Who told you about the musician? It doesn't matter. Is Piero a saxophone player? I think so. I know he plays in a dance hall. She was only saying what she wanted to say. Now that Maigret had a clearer idea of the kind of girl Louise Fion had been, he felt certain that in the mornings the two women had chatted away to their heart's content. I don't think a dance hall musician would be in a position to pay the rent on an apartment like this, he said. Neither do I. So there must have been someone else, she said calmly. Piero came to see her last night. She didn't start, continued looking him in the eyes. And I assume you've jumped to the conclusion that he was the one who killed her. There's only one thing I can tell you. They loved each other. Did she tell you that? Not only did they love each other, but their one dream was to get married. Why didn't they? Maybe because they didn't have any money. Maybe also because the other man wouldn't let her go. The other man? You know perfectly well I'm talking about the one who paid. Do I have to draw you a picture? An idea occurred to Maigret, and he went to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. From it he took a pair of men's slippers in frosted kidskin, made to measure by a bootmaker in Rue Saint-Honoré, one of the most expensive in Paris. Taking down the dressing gown, which was of thick maroon silk, he found that it bore the label of a shirtmaker in Rue de Rivoli. Mers's men had already left. Mers himself was waiting for Maigret in the living room. What did you find? Prints, obviously. Some old, some more recent. Men's prints. One man at least. We'll have some pictures in an hour. Pass them on to records. I'd like you to take these slippers and this dressing gown. When you get to headquarters, hand them over to Janvier or Torrance. I'd like them to be shown to the shopkeepers who supplied them. For the slippers, it'll be easy, I assume, because they have an order number on them. It was quiet again in the apartment, and Maigret went back to the cleaning lady in the kitchen. You don't need to stay here any more. Can I clean? Not yet, not today. What should I do? You can go home, but don't leave Paris. It may be that... All right. Got it. Are you sure you have nothing else to tell me? If I remember anything, I'll let you know. One more question. Are you sure that from the time you found the body to the time Inspector Dupont arrived, you didn't leave the apartment? I swear. And nobody came in. Not a soul. She went and took down a shopping bag she probably always carried with her, and Maigret made sure there was no gun in it. Search me if you feel like it. He didn't search her, but to set his mind at rest and not without a touch of embarrassment, he passed his hands over her loose dress. That would have given you a thrill in the old days. She left, probably passing Luc on the stairs. His hat and coat were wet. Is it raining? It started 10 minutes ago. What do you want me to do, Chief? I don't know exactly. I'd like you to stay here. If anyone phones, try to find out where the call is coming from. There may be a call at about 11. Tell the officer to put a tap on the line. Apart from that, keep searching here. It's been done, but you never know. What exactly are we dealing with? A girl who used to walk the streets in Barbet and was set up in her own place by someone.
As far as we know, she was in love with a dancehall musician. Was he the one who killed her? He came to see her last night, but concierge says nobody else came up here. Do you have a description of him? I'm going down to question the concierge again. The concierge was busy sorting through the second post. According to her, Pierrot was a fair-haired, well-built man of about 30, who looked more like a butcher's boy than a musician. Do you have anything else to tell me? No, nothing else, Monsieur Maigret. If I remember anything, I'll let you know. It was strange. The same answer almost as the cleaning lady. He was convinced that both women, doubtless for different reasons, were avoiding telling him all they knew. As he would probably have to walk all the way to Place de l'Étoile to find a taxi, he turned up the collar of his coat and set off, his hands in his pockets, like the people Madame Maigret had seen from the window that morning. The fog had turned into a fine, chilly rain of the kind associated with head colds, and he went into a little bar on the corner of the street and ordered a toddy. Chapter 2. It was Janvier who was dealing with Pierrot the musician, reconstructing his movements up until the time he decided to vanish. Just before 11:30, Lucas, having a quiet poke around the apartment on Avenue Carnot, had at last heard the telephone ring. He had picked up the receiver, taking care not to say anything, and at the other end a man's voice had murmured, "Is that you?" Before growing suspicious of the silence that greeted him, Pierrot had added, "Is there someone with you?" Finally, in a worried tone, "Hello? This is Carnot 2235, isn't it?" "Carnot 2235? Yes." Lucas could hear the man's breathing on the line. He was calling from a public booth, probably in a bar, because there'd been the telltale noise of a token falling into the metal box. At last, after a while, the musician hung up. Then it was only a matter of waiting until the man in the listening room called. It took barely 2 minutes. "Lucas, your man phoned from a bistro called Chez Léon on the corner of Boulevard Rochoir and Rue Briquet." Immediately, Lucas phoned the Goutte d'Or police station, which was not far from Boulevard Rochoir. "May I speak to Inspector Janin?" As luck would have it, he was in the office. Lucas provided him with a rough description of Pierrot and the name of the bar. "Do nothing until Janvier joins you." He finally got through to Janvier. Meanwhile, it was still raining on this world of stone, brick, and concrete, through which wove dark figures and umbrellas. Maigret was in his office, his tie loosened, 4 filled pipes in front of him, finishing a report that had to be handed in by midday. Janvier half opened the door of the office. "He phoned, Chief. We know where he is. Lucas alerted the Goutte d'Or, and Janin should already be there. I'm on my way now. What should I do with him?" Maigret looked at him with large, tired eyes. "Bring him to me, and be nice about it. Aren't you going to lunch? I'll have some sandwiches brought up." Janvier used one of the little black cars of a police judiciaire, getting the driver to stop some distance from the bar. It was a narrow bistro, longer than it was wide, with so much steam on the windows that you couldn't see inside. When he opened the door, he glimpsed Janin waiting for him over a vermouth cassis. Apart from him, there were only 4 customers. The tiled floor was covered in sawdust, the walls were a dirty yellow, and the phone booth was next to the toilets. "Gone?" Holding out his hand, Janin nodded. The owner, who clearly knew the local officer, asked Janvier in a somewhat ironic voice, "Would you like a drink?" "A beer." The customers were also looking at them. Janin must have already asked his questions. "We can talk," he said in a low voice. "He came in at 11:15, as he does every day." "Does the owner know his name?" "All he knows is that he's called Pierrot, and he's a musician and probably lives in the area. He comes here every morning at 11:15 to have his coffee. Almost always he receives a phone call at 11. This morning he didn't get one. He waited half an hour and then went into the booth. When he came out, he looked worried. He stayed a while longer at the counter, then paid and left. Do we know where he has his lunch? The owner claims he doesn't know. Do you still need me?" "I don't know. Let's go outside." Once outside, Janvier glanced along Rue Briquet, which was very short and where you could see the signs of 2 hotels that were clearly used by prostitutes. If Pierrot was in the habit of having his morning coffee in the little bar, there was a good chance he lived nearby. "Should we take a look?" The first hotel was called Hôtel du Var. To the right of the corridor, there was an office with an old woman in it. "Is Pierrot at home?" As she probably also knew Janin, he took care not to show himself.
while of all those of the police judiciaire, Janvier was probably the one who looked least like a policeman. He went out more than an hour ago. Are you sure he hasn't come back? Positive. I haven't left the office. And besides, his key's on the board. She finally saw Jana, who had stepped forwards. Oh, so that's it. What do you want with the boy? Can I see the register? How long's he been living here? More than a year. He pays monthly. She went and fetched the book and leafed through it. Here you are. You know his house is above board. Pierrot's real name was Pierre Ehou. He was 29 years old and had been born in Paris. What time does he usually get back? Sometimes he comes back early in the afternoon. Sometimes not. Does he have women visitors? Like anyone else? Always the same one? She did not hesitate for long. She knew that if she didn't toe the line, Jeannin would have 100 opportunities to catch her out. You must know her too, Monsieur Jeannin. She was always hanging around here. It's Lulu. Lulu what? I don't know. I've always called her Lulu. Pretty girl, and a lucky one too. These days she wears fur coats and all that, and comes here by taxi. Did you see her yesterday? Janvier asked. No, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. That was Sunday, the day before yesterday, wasn't it? She arrived just after midday with some little packages, and they had lunch in his room. Afterwards they left arm in arm. I assume they went to the cinema. Give me the key. She shrugged. What was the point resisting? Try not to make it too obvious he searched his room. He'd blame me for it. To be on the safe side, to stop the old woman from phoning Pierre Herveau and bringing him up to date, for example, Jeannin stayed downstairs. 4 of the doors were open on the first floor, where the rooms that could be rented for an hour or even less were situated. Further up lived those tenants who rented by the week or the month, and noises could be heard behind the doors. There must be another musician in the hotel because someone was playing the accordion. Janvier went into room 53, which had a view of the courtyard. The bed was of iron, the rug threadbare and discoloured, as was the tablecloth. On the wash basin was a toothbrush, a tube of toothpaste, a comb, a shaving brush and a razor. In a corner, a big suitcase lay open, used only to put dirty washing in. Janvier found only one suit in the wardrobe, an old pair of trousers, a grey felt hat, and a cap. As for Pierrot's clothes, they consisted merely of 3 or 4 shirts, a few pairs of socks and pants. Another drawer was full of sheet music. It was on the bottom shelf of the bedside table that he finally spotted a pair of women's slippers, and hanging behind the door, a salmon-pink crepe de chine dressing gown. By the time he went back downstairs, Jeannin had had time to chat with the manageress. I have the addresses of 2 or 3 restaurants where he often has his lunch. It was only in the street that Janvier took note of them. You'd do better to stay here, he said to Jeannin. When the newspapers come out, he'll find out what happened to his girlfriend, if he doesn't already know. He might drop by the hotel. Do you think it's him? The chief didn't say. Janvier headed first for an Italian restaurant on Boulevard Rochois, quiet, cosy, and smelling of food cooked with herbs. 2 waitresses in black and white bustled from table to table, but there was nobody answering to Pierrot's description. Have you seen Pierre Herveau? The musician? No, he hasn't been in. What day is it? Tuesday. I'd be surprised if it came. It isn't his day. The second restaurant on the list was a brasserie near the Barbet intersection, and here, too, nobody had seen Pierrot. There was one last hope, a restaurant frequented by drivers, its front painted yellow, and the menu written on a slate hanging on the door. The owner was behind the counter pouring wine. There was only one waitress, a tall, thin girl, and the owner's wife could be glimpsed in the kitchen. Janvier approached the tin bar, ordered a beer. Everyone here probably knew each other because they were watching him curiously. I don't have draft beer, the owner said. How about a glass of Beaujolais? Janvier nodded, waited a few moments, then asked, Has Pierrot been in? The musician. That's right. He arranged to meet me here at 12:15. It was now 12:45. If you'd come at 12:15, you'd have seen him. They weren't suspicious. He seemed very natural. So he didn't wait for me. To tell the truth, he didn't even finish his lunch. Did someone come to get him? No. He left all of a sudden, saying he was in a hurry. What time is that? About 15 minutes ago. Janvier, looking around the tables, noticed that 2 of the customers were reading the afternoon paper over their lunch. One table near the window hadn't been cleared. and next to a plate still containing veal stew, a newspaper lay open. Was he sitting there? Yes. Janvier had only 200 meters to walk in the rain to join Jana, who was keeping guard in Rue Briché. Has you been back? I haven't seen anyone. He was in a little restaurant less than half an hour ago. A paper seller came in. Pierrot took one look at the front page and rushed out. I think I'd better call the chief. On Maigret's desk at Quai des Orfèvres, there was a tray with 2 huge sandwiches and 2 glasses of beer. Maigret listened to Janvier's report. Try to find out the name of the dance hall where he works. The manageress of a hotel probably knows it. It must be somewhere in the area. I'd like Jana to carry on watching the hotel. Maigret was right. The hotel's manageress did know it. She too had the newspaper in her office, but she hadn't made any connection between the Louise Fillon they were talking about and the Lulu she knew. All the newspaper had said in its first edition was, Louise Fillon, unemployed, was found dead this morning by her cleaning lady in an apartment on Avenue Carnot. She was killed by a gunshot fired at close range, probably sometime last night. Robbery does not appear to have been the motive. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret has taken personal charge of the investigation, and we believe he is already following a lead. Pierrot worked at the Grelot, a dance hall in Rue Charbonnière, near the corner of Boulevard de la Chapelle. It was still in the area, although in the less savoury part of it. From Boulevard de la Chapelle onwards, Janvier encountered Arabs wandering in the rain, looking as if they had nothing to do. There were other men apart from the Arabs, and women too, waiting for clients in the doorways of hotels in broad daylight, in spite of the regulations. The front of the Grelot was painted mauve, and by night the light was probably also mauve. At this hour there was nobody inside except the owner, busy having lunch with a middle-aged woman who might have been his wife. He watched as Janvier, who had closed the door behind him, advanced towards him. Janvier realized that the man had guessed his profession from the first glance. What do you want? The bar doesn't open till 5. Janvier showed his badge, and the owner didn't flinch. He was short and broad, with the nose and ears of a former boxer. Above the dance floor there was a kind of balcony, to which the musicians gained access by a ladder. I'm listening. Is Pierrot here? The other man looked around him at the empty room, and merely replied, Can you see him? Has he been in today? He starts work at 7 in the evening. Sometimes he drops by about 4 or 5 to play belote. Did he work yesterday? Janvier realized that something was up because the man and the woman looked at each other. What has he done? The owner asked cautiously. Maybe nothing. I just want to ask him a few questions. Why? Janvier went for broke. Because Lulu is dead. What? What are you talking about? He was genuinely surprised. True, there was no newspaper in sight. Since when? Since last night. What happened to her? Do you know her? She used to be a regular. She was here almost every night. I'm talking about 2 years ago. And now? She came from time to time, had a drink, listened to the music. What time did Pierrot slip out last night? Who told you he slipped out? The concierge on Avenue Carnot, who knows him well, saw him enter the building and come out a quarter of an hour later. The owner was silent for a good moment, thinking about how best to react. He too was at the mercy of the police. Tell me first what happened to Lulu. She was murdered. Not by Pierrot, he retorted with conviction. I didn't say it was by Pierrot. So what do you want with him? I need some information. You claim he was working here last night. I'm not claiming anything, it's the truth. At 7 o'clock, he was up there playing the saxophone. With his eyes, he indicated the balcony. But he slipped out about 9. He had a phone call. It was 20 past 9. Was it from Lulu? I have no idea. He's quite likely. I know, the woman said. I was near the phone. The phone was not in a booth, but in a recess in the wall, near the door to the toilets. He said to her, I'll be right there. Then he turned to me, Melanie, I have to go over there. I asked him, is something wrong? And he said it looks that way. Then he went up to talk to the other musicians and rushed out. What time did he get back? This time the man answered. Just before 11. Did he seem agitated? I didn't notice anything. He apologized for his absence and went back to his place. He played until 1 in the morning. Then, as usual, after closing, he had a drink with us. If he'd known that Lulu was dead, he wouldn't have had the guts. He was crazy about her. He always has been. I told him 100 times, you're wrong, Pierrot. You have to take women for what they are. And thanks very much, his companion interrupted curtly. It's not the same thing. Wasn't Lulu in love with him? Of course she was. Did she have someone else? A saxophone player couldn't have afforded an apartment in the Étoile area. Do you know who it was? She never told me, and nor did Piero. All I know is that her life changed after her operation. What operation? 2 years ago, she was very ill. She was living around here at the time. Was she on the game? The man shrugged. What else can a girl do around here? Carry on. She was taken to hospital, and when Piero came back from visiting her, he said there was no hope. It was something in her head. I don't know what. Then after 2 days, she was moved to another hospital on the left bank. She had some kind of operation and recovered in a few weeks. Only she didn't come back here, except to visit. Did she immediately move to Avenue Carnot? Do you remember? The owner asked his wife. Yes, I do. First, she had an apartment in Rue Lafayette. When Janvier returned to Kitty's affair at about 3, he knew no more than that. Maigret was still in his office, in his shirt sleeves, because the room was overheated, and the air was blue with pipe smoke. Sit down. Tell me. Janvier recounted what he'd done, and what he'd learned. I've asked for a watch to be kept on the railway stations, Maigret said when he'd finished. So far, Piero hasn't tried to take a train. He showed him a police record sheet containing both a full-face photograph and a profile photograph of a man who didn't look 30 but a lot younger. Is that him? Yes. At the age of 20, he was arrested for the first time for aggravated assault during a fight in a bar in Avenue de Florne. A year and a half later, he was suspected of being an accessory in a theft committed by a girl he lived with. But it was never proved. At the age of 24, he was arrested one last time for vagrancy. He wasn't working at that time, just living off the immoral earnings of a girl named Ernestine. Since then, nothing. I've had his description circulated with all force. Is Jeannin still watching the hotel? Yes, I thought it was wise. You did the right thing. I don't think he'll be coming back any time soon, but we can't take the risk. Only I need Jeannin. I'll send young Lapointe to replace him. You see, I'd be surprised if Piero tried to leave Paris. He spent all his life in a neighborhood he knows like the back of his hand, where it's easy for him to disappear. Jeannin knows his way around that neighborhood better than we do. Call Lapointe. Lapointe listened to his instructions and rushed out with as much zeal as if the whole investigation depended on him. I also have the file on Louise Fillon. Between the ages of 15 and 24, she was picked up more than 100 times in raids, taken to the cells, examined, put under observation, and most of the time released after a few days. That's all. Maigret sighed, knocking his pipe on his heel to empty it. Or rather, it isn't absolutely all, but the rest is vaguer. He might have been talking to himself, putting his thoughts in order, but Janvier was nevertheless flattered to be made party to them. Somewhere, there's a man who set Lulu up in that apartment on Avenue Carnot. It immediately struck me as odd this morning, a girl like her living in a building like that. You see what I mean? Yes. It wasn't the kind of building where kept women usually lived. It wasn't even the kind of area. That building on Avenue Carnot oozed comfort and respectability, and it was surprising that the owner or manager should have agreed to let an apartment to a prostitute. My first thought was that the reason her lover set her up there was to have her close at hand. Now, apparently, if the concierge isn't lying, Lulu didn't have any other visitors apart from Piero. She didn't go out regularly either, and she sometimes stayed at home for a whole week. I'm starting to understand. To understand what? Janvier turned red. I don't know, he said. I don't know either. I'm just speculating. The man's slippers and dressing gown found in the wardrobe certainly don't belong to the saxophone player. At the shirt makers in Rue de Rivoli, they can't say who bought the dressing gown. They have hundreds of customers and don't keep records of names for cash purchases. As for the bootmaker, he's an old eccentric who claims he doesn't have time to look at his books today, but promises he will one of these days. The fact remains that someone other than Piero was in the habit of going to see Louise Fillon and was intimate enough with her to put on a dressing gown and slippers. If the concierge never saw him, he must live in the building. That's the most logical explanation. Do you have a list of tenants? Lucas phoned it to me earlier. Janvier was wondering why the chief had that grumpy air of his, as if there was something about this business he didn't like. What you told me about Lulu's illness and operation might be a clue. And in that case, he took time to light his pipe, bent over the list of names that was on his desk. You know who lives just above her apartment? Professor Gouin, the surgeon, who happens to be the greatest brain specialist around. Janvier's reaction was, is he married? Of course he's married, and his wife lives with him. What are you going to do? First of all, have a conversation with the concierge. Even if she didn't lie to me this morning, she certainly didn't tell me the whole truth. I might also pay a visit to Madame Brute, who may also know more than she's telling. What shall I do? Stay here. When Janin phones, ask him to start looking for Pierrot locally. Make sure he has a photograph with him. It was 5 o'clock and already dark in the streets by the time Maigret crossed the city in a police car. That morning, while his wife was looking through the window to see how people were dressed, he had had a curious thought. He had told himself that this day answered exactly to the image you have of a working day. Those two words had come into his head for no reason, the way you remember the chorus of a song. It was a day when you couldn't imagine people being outside for their own pleasure, or even that they could find pleasure anywhere. A day when you were in a hurry, when you gritted your teeth and did what you had to do. Trudging along in the rain, diving into metro stations, into department stores, into offices, with nothing but dampness and greyness around you. That was how he, too, had worked. His office was overheated, and it was without any enthusiasm that he was once again on his way to Avenue Carnot, to a big stone building, devoid of charm. Good old Lucas was still there in the third-floor apartment, and from below Maigret caught a glimpse of him pulling the curtain aside and looking out gloomily into the street. The concierge was sitting at the round table in her lodge, busy mending sheets. With her glasses on, she looked older. It was hot here, too, and very calm, the only sounds the ticking of an old clock and the hissing of the gas stove in the kitchen. Don't get up. I've come to have a chat with you. Are you sure now she was murdered? She asked, as he took off his coat and sat down opposite her in a familiar manner. Unless someone took the gun off her after she died, which seems unlikely. The cleaning lady was only alone there for a few minutes, and I'm pretty sure she didn't take anything away with her when she left. Obviously, I didn't search her thoroughly. What are you thinking about, Madame Cornet? Me? Nothing in particular. That poor girl. Are you sure this morning you told me everything you know? He saw her turn red and bow her head lower over her sewing. A moment passed before she said, Why'd you ask me that? Because I have the impression you know the man who set Louise Fillon up in this building. Was it you who left the apartment? No, it was the manager. I'll go and see him. He'll probably know more about it. I also think I'll go up to the 4th floor. There are some things I need to ask there. This time she looked up abruptly. The 4th floor? That is Professor Gouin's apartment, isn't it? If I understand correctly, he and his wife occupy the whole floor. That's right. She had pulled herself together. I can at least ask them if they heard anything last night, he went on. Were they at home? Madame Gouin was. All day? Yes. Her sister came to see her and stayed until 11:30. What about the professor? He left for the hospital at 8. When did he get back? At about 11:15, just before his sister-in-law left. Does he often go to the hospital in the evening? No, not often. Only when there's an emergency. Is he at home now? No, he almost never gets back before dinner time. He has an office in the apartment, but he never sees patients there except in exceptional cases. Then I'll go up and question his wife. She let him stand and walk to the chair on which he had put his coat. He was about to open the door when she said in a low voice, Monsieur Maigret. He had rather been expecting it, and turned with a slight smile. As she was searching for her words with an almost imploring look on her face, he said, Is it him? She misunderstood. You don't mean it's the professor who— No, that's not what I mean. What I'm almost sure of, though, is that it was Professor Gouin who set Louise Fillon up in this building. She nodded reluctantly. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. I asked you if you knew the man who— No, you asked me if I ever saw anyone go upstairs apart from the musician. It was pointless to argue. Did the professor ask you to keep quiet? No, he doesn't care. How do you know? Because he doesn't hide. Then why didn't you tell me?
I don't know. I didn't see any point in dragging him into it. He saved my son. He operated on him for free and treated him for more than 2 years. Where is your son? In the army? In Indochina?
Does Madame Gouin know?
Yes. She isn't jealous. She's used to it.
In other words, the whole building knows that Lulu was the professor's mistress.
If any of them don't know, it's because they don't want to know. In a place like this, tenants mind their own business. He often went down to the 3rd floor in his pyjamas and dressing gown.
What kind of man is he?
Don't you know him?
She was looking at Maigret with an air of disappointment. He had often seen Gouin's photograph in the newspapers, but had never had the opportunity to meet him personally. He must be about 60, isn't he?
62, but he doesn't look it. Besides, for men like him, age doesn't matter.
Maigret vaguely remembered a powerful face with a large nose, a strong chin, but cheeks that were already sagging and bags under the eyes. It was amusing to see the concierge talk about him with the same enthusiasm as a girl from the conservatoire talked about her teacher. You don't know if he saw her last night before leaving for the hospital.
I told you it was only 8, and the young man came later.
The only thing that concerned her was to place Gouin beyond suspicion. And after he got back, she was visibly searching for the best answer to give.
Definitely not.
Why?
Because his sister-in-law came down a few minutes after he went up.
You think he saw his sister-in-law?
I assume she waited to see him before she left.
You're defending him quite fervently, Madame Colney.
I'm simply telling the truth.
Since Madame Gouin knows about it, there's no reason I shouldn't see her.
Do you think that's tactful?
Maybe not. You're right. Nevertheless, he headed for the door.
Where are you going?
Upstairs. I'll leave the door ajar when the professor gets back. I'll ask to have a word with him.
If you really must.
Thank you. He liked her. Once the door was closed, he turned to look at her through the window. She had got to her feet, and on seeing him seemed to think better of having stood up so quickly. She headed for the kitchen as if she had something urgent to do there. But he was convinced it wasn't the kitchen she'd been planning to rush to, but rather the side table by the window, where the telephone was. Chapter 3. Where did you find it? Maigret asked Lucas.
On the highest shelf of the cupboard in the kitchen.
It was a white cardboard shoebox, and Lucas had left on the side table the red string that had been around it when he discovered it. Its contents reminded Maigret of other treasures that he had seen so often in the country or among poor people. A marriage license, a few yellowed letters, sometimes a receipt from a pawn shop, not always in a box, but in a soup tureen from the best dinner set, or in a fruit bowl. Louise Fion's treasure wasn't so different. It didn't include a marriage license, but part of a birth certificate issued by the town hall of the 18th arrondissement, stating that Louise Marie Josephine Fion was born in Paris, daughter of Louis Fion, slaughterhouse worker, living in Rue de Cambrai, near the La Villette Abattoir, and of Philippine Le Flem, laundress. It was probably the mother who appeared in a photograph taken by a local photographer. The traditional backdrop showed a park with a balustrade in the foreground. The woman, who must have been about 30 when the photograph was taken, had been incapable of smiling to order and was staring straight ahead. She had presumably had other children apart from Louise, because her body was already shapeless, her breasts empty in her blouse. Lucas had sat down in the armchair he had been occupying before going to open the door to Maigret. The latter had been unable to stop himself smiling as he came in, because near the ashtray, in which was burning a cigarette, lay one of Lulu's cheap novels. The sergeant must have grabbed it out of boredom, and had already read almost half of it.
She died, Lucas said, pointing to the photograph, 7 years ago.
He handed his chief a press cutting from the births, deaths, and marriages column, which listed the people who had died that day, among them Philippine Fion, née Le Flem. The two men had left the door ajar, and Maigret was listening out for the noise of the lift. The only time it had been in operation, it had stopped on the 2nd floor. What about her father?
Just this letter.
It was written in pencil on cheap paper, and the handwriting was that of someone who hadn't had much schooling. Dear Louise, this is just to tell you that I'm in hospital again, and I'm very unhappy. Maybe you'll be kind enough to send me a bit of money so that I can buy tobacco. They say eating makes me sick, and they're letting me die of hunger. I'm sending this letter to the bar where someone who is here claims he saw you. I suppose they know you there. I won't make old bones. Your father. In the corner was the name of a hospital in Béziers, in the Hérault. The letter was undated, so there was no way of knowing when it had been written, probably 2 or 3 years earlier, to judge by how much the paper had yellowed. Had Louise Fillon received other letters? Why had she only kept this one? Was it because her father had died soon afterwards? Make inquiries in Béziers. All right, Chief. Maigret didn't see any other letters, just photographs, most taken at fairgrounds, some showing Louise on her own, others with Pierrot. There were also some identity photographs of a young woman taken with automatic cameras. The rest consisted of trifling objects, also one of the fair, an earthenware dog, an ashtray, a drawn glass elephant, even paper flowers. It would have been normal to unearth a treasure like this one somewhere in the area of Barbey or Boulevard de la Chapelle. Here, in an apartment on Avenue Carnot, the cardboard box took on an almost tragic aspect. Anything else? Just as Lucas was about to reply, the phone rang, making them both jump. Maigret hastened to pick up the receiver. "Hello," he said. "Is Monsieur Maigret there?" The voice was a woman's. "Speaking." "I'm sorry to disturb you. I phoned your office and they told me you were probably here, or that you would drop by. This is Madame Gouin speaking." "I'm listening." "May I come down and have a brief word with you?" "Wouldn't it be easier if I came upstairs?" The voice was firm. It remained so now as the reply came. "I'd rather come down, to avoid my husband finding you in our apartment when he gets home." "As you wish." "I'll be right there." Maigret had time to whisper to Lucas, "The wife of Professor Gouin, who lives upstairs." A few moments later they heard footsteps on the stairs, then someone coming through the first door, which had been left open, and closing it behind her. Then there was a knock at the door communicating with the entrance hall, which had remained ajar, and Maigret stepped forwards. "Come in, madame," he said. She did so naturally as she might have come into any apartment, and without looking round the room, her gaze immediately settled on Maigret. "Let me introduce Sergeant Lucas, if you'd like to sit down." "Thank you." She was tall and quite sturdy, without being fat. Gouin was 62, but she was probably 45, and seemed no older. "I assume you were rather expecting my phone call," she said with a hint of a smile. "Did the concierge tell you?" She hesitated for a moment without taking her eyes off him, and her smile intensified. "Yes, she did. She just phoned me." "So you knew I was here. The reason you called my office was to make your coming to see me appear spontaneous." She barely blushed and lost nothing of her self-confidence. "I should have suspected you would guess. I would have got in touch with you in any case, believe me. I've been meaning to talk to you since this morning when I found out what happened here." "Why didn't you do so?" "Perhaps because I'd rather my husband wasn't mixed up in this business." Maigret had not taken his eyes off her. He had noticed that she hadn't even glanced at her surroundings, that she had shown no curiosity. "When were you last here, madame?" This time again there was a slight blush on her cheeks, but she continued to play the game well. "So you know that too, though I can't see who could have told you, not even Madame Colmay." She thought it over, and soon found the answer to her own question. "I suppose I haven't behaved like someone coming into an apartment for the first time, especially an apartment where a murder's been committed." Lucas was sitting now on the sofa, almost in the place that Louise Fillon's body had been occupying that morning. Madame Gouin had settled into an armchair, and Maigret remained standing, his back to a fireplace, in which there were only fake logs. "Anyway, I'll answer you. One night, 7 or 8 months ago, the girl who lived here called me in a panic because my husband had just had a blackout. It was his heart. Was he in the bedroom?" "Yes." "I came down and gave him first aid." "You studied medicine?" "Before our marriage, I was a nurse." Ever since she had come in, Maigret had been wondering what her background was, but had been unable to figure it out for himself. Now he better understood that self-confidence of hers. "Carry on." "That's about it. I was going to phone a doctor who's a friend of ours when Etienne came round and forbade me to call anybody." "Was he surprised to find you at his bedside?" "No, he's always told me everything. He's never hidden anything from me. That night he came back upstairs with me and finally fell asleep peacefully." "Was it his first attack?" "He'd had another one 3 years earlier, but that was milder." She was still calm and self-controlled, just as you imagined her in a nurse's uniform by a patient's bedside. Of the two men, Lucas was the more surprised, as he wasn't yet familiar with the situation and couldn't understand how a woman could speak so calmly about her husband's mistress. "Why did you want to speak to me this evening?" Maigret asked. "The concierge told me you intended to talk to my husband. I wondered if it wasn't possible to avoid that, if a conversation with me wouldn't provide you with the same information. Do you know the professor?" "Only by reputation. He's an extraordinary man. You'll find only a few like him in a generation." Maigret nodded. "He devotes his whole life to his work, which he regards as a true vocation. Apart from his classes and his duties at the Concha Hospital, he sometimes performs 3 or 4 operations on the same day, and I'm sure you know these are extremely difficult operations. Is it any surprise that I should make every effort to spare him any worries? Have you seen your husband since the death of Louise Fillon?" "He came home for lunch. This morning when he left, there were already comings and goings in this apartment, but we didn't know anything." "How did he seem at lunch?" "It was a blow to him." "Did he love her?" She looked at him for a moment without replying. Then she glanced at Luca, whose presence she seemed to find disagreeable. "I think, Monsieur Maigret, from what I know of you, that you're a man capable of understanding. It's precisely because other people wouldn't understand that I'd like to avoid this story getting out. The professor is a man who shouldn't be the object of gossip, and his activities are too valuable to everyone to risk undermining them by pointless worries." In spite of himself, Maigret glanced at the place Lulu's body had occupied that morning, and it was a kind of comment on the words, pointless worries. "Do you mind if I try to give you some idea of his character?" "Not at all." "You probably know that he was born into a family of poor peasants in the Cevennes." "I knew he came from a peasant family." "What he's become by force of will. It wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say that he was never a child or a young man. You understand what I mean?" "Very well. He's a kind of force of nature. Even though I'm his wife, I don't mind saying that he's a man of genius, because others have said it before me and continue to say it." Maigret was still nodding. "People in general have a strange attitude to geniuses. They're prepared to admit that they're different from other people as far as intelligence and professional activities are concerned. Any patient of his thinks it's only natural that Guin should get up at 2 o'clock in the morning for an emergency operation that only he can perform, and but by 9 o'clock he should be at the hospital dealing with other patients. But those same patients would be shocked to learn that he's different from them in other ways, too." Maigret could guess what was coming next, but he preferred to let her talk. She did so with persuasive calm. "Etienne has never bothered with the little pleasures of life. He has no real friends. I don't remember him ever taking a proper holiday. His expenditure of energy is incredible. The only way he's ever found to relax is with women." She glanced at Luca, then turned again to Maigret. "I hope I'm not shocking you." "Not at all." "Do you understand what I'm saying? He's not the kind of man to flirt with women. He wouldn't have the patience or the inclination. What he asks of them is some quick relief, and I don't think he's ever been in love in his life. Not even with you. I've often wondered that. I really don't know. We've been married for 22 years. Before our marriage he was a bachelor and lived with an old housekeeper." "In this building?" "Yes. He just happened to rent our apartment when he was 30, and it's never occurred to him to move, not even when he was appointed to Concha, which is on the other side of the city." "Were you in his department?" "Yes. I imagine I can speak to you frankly." It was still the presence of Luca that embarrassed her, and Luca, who sensed it, was ill at ease and kept crossing and uncrossing his short legs. "For months he paid no attention to me. I knew, as did the whole hospital, that most of the nurses had their turn eventually, and that it never led to anything. By the next day he always seemed to have forgotten. One night when I was on duty and we had to wait for the result of an operation that had lasted 3 hours, he had me, without a word." "Did you love him?" "I think I did. I certainly admired him. A few days later, I was surprised when he asked me out to lunch with him in a restaurant off Faubourg Saint-Jacques. He asked me if I was married. He hadn't shown any interest in that before then. Then he asked me what my parents did, and I told him my father was a fisherman in Brittany. Am I boring you?" "Not at all. I really would like you to understand. Aren't you afraid he'll come back and be surprised not to find you upstairs?" "Before coming down, I phoned the Saint-Joseph Clinic. where he's operating right now, and I know he won't get home till 7:30. It was 6:15 now. What was I saying? Oh, yes, we had lunch together, and he wanted to know what my father did. This is where it gets harder, especially as I wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea. It reassured him to know that I came from a similar family to his. What nobody knows is that he's terribly shy. I was going to say unhealthily shy, but only with people who belong to a different social class. I assume that's why he was still unmarried at the age of 40 and why he'd never moved in what's called society. All the girls he had were common. I understand. I wonder if, with someone else, he could have... She blushed as she said these words, thus giving them a specific meaning. He got used to me, even though he never stopped behaving with the others the way he always had. Then one fine day, he asked me almost absent-mindedly if I wanted to marry him. That's our whole story. I came to live here. I've kept house for him. Did the housekeeper leave? A week after we were married. Needless to say, I'm not jealous. That would be ridiculous on my part. Maigret couldn't remember ever looking at anyone so intensely as he was looking at this woman. She sensed it and wasn't intimidated. On the contrary, she appeared to understand the interest he had in her. She was trying to say everything, to leave no character trait of our great man in the shadows. He continued sleeping with the nurses, with his successive assistants, in fact with any girl he came across who wasn't likely to complicate his life. Perhaps that's the main point. He would never accept an affair that would make him waste time he considered he owes to his work. What about Lulu? You already know she was called Lulu. I'm getting that. It's as simple as the rest, you'll see. Do you mind if I get a glass of water? Luca tried to stand up, but she'd already got to the kitchen, where they heard a tap running. When she sat down again, her lips were moist and there was a drop of liquid on her chin. She wasn't pretty in the usual sense of the word, nor was she beautiful, in spite of her regular features. But she was pleasant to look at. There was a kind of calming influence in her. Maigret would have liked to be treated by her if he was sick. And she was also the kind of woman you could have lunch or dinner with somewhere without worrying about keeping up the conversation. A friend, in other words. Someone who understood everything, who was never surprised or shocked or offended by anything. I suppose you know how old he is? 62. Yes. Mind you, he's lost none of his vigor. And I use the word in all its senses. All the same, I think all men, at a certain age, are terrified at the thought of seeing their virility diminish. Realizing as she spoke that Maigret was over 50, she stammered, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right." It was the first time they'd smiled at each other. I suppose it's the same with other men. I have no idea. The fact is, Etienne has been even more determined than ever in his sexual activities. Haven't I shocked you yet? Not yet. About 2 years ago, he had a young patient, Louise Fillon, whose life he miraculously saved. I assume you already know about her previous life. She comes from as far down the social ladder as it's possible to come, and that's probably what interested my husband. Maigret nodded, because everything she said sounded true, with all the simplicity of a police report. It must have started at the hospital when she was convalescing. Then he set her up in an apartment in Rue de Lafayette, after mentioning it to me casually. He didn't go into details. He's always been reticent about such things. All at once, in the course of a meal, he told me what he'd done, or what he was intending to do. I didn't ask him any more questions. And then we didn't speak about it any more. Was it you who suggested she come and live in this building? It seemed to please her that Maigret had guessed. For you to understand, I need to go into more detail. I'm sorry to be taking so long, but it all hangs together. Etienne used to drive his car himself. A few years ago, 4 years to be precise, he had a small accident on Place de la Concorde. He knocked down a woman who was passing. Luckily, she escaped with bruises. All the same, he was upset. For a few months we had a chauffeur, but he never got used to it. It shocked him that a man in the prime of life should have nothing better to do than wait for him for hours at the curb. I offered to drive him, but that wasn't practical either, so he got into the habit of using taxis. The car stayed in the garage for several months, and we ended up selling it. In the morning, it's always the same taxi driver who comes to pick him up and drives him around for the rest of the day. It's quite a long way from here to Faubourg Saint-Jacques.
He has patients at night, too, and often in other hospitals around the city. Going to Lafayette on top of all that. Maigret was still nodding, while Luca seemed to be dozing off. As luck would have it, an apartment became free in this building. At one moment. Did your husband often spend the night in Rue Lafayette? Only part of the night. He's always tried to be here in the morning for when his assistant, who's also his secretary, gets here. She gave a little laugh. In a way, it was all because of these domestic complications. I asked him if there was any reason he shouldn't set up a girl here. You knew who she was. I knew everything about her, including the fact that she had a boyfriend named Piero. Did he also know that? Yes. He wasn't jealous. He probably wouldn't have liked to find him with Lulu, but as long as it happened when he wasn't there. Carry on. He agreed to the idea. What about her? Apparently, she resisted for a while. What, in your opinion, were Louise Fion's feelings for the professor? Maigret was starting automatically to talk in the same tone as Madame Gouin about this man he had never seen and who seemed almost present in the room. Would you like me to be frank? Please. First of all, like all the women who come near him, she fell under his spell. You're going to think it's a strange kind of pride on my part, but even though he isn't what people call handsome and he's far from young, I know few women who have resisted him. Women instinctively feel his strength, and this time she couldn't find the words she was looking for. Anyway, it's a fact, and I don't think the women you question will contradict me. This girl was just like the others. What's more, he saved her life, and treated her in a way she wasn't used to being treated. All clear and logical so far. To be perfectly honest, I'm convinced the question of money played its part. If not money exactly, at least the prospect of a certain security. A life devoid of worries. Did she ever talk about leaving him for her boyfriend? Not as far as I know. Did you ever see the man? I passed him once, the front entrance. Did he come here often? Generally not. She'd meet him in the afternoon, somewhere or other. On rare occasions he came to see her. Did your husband know that? It's possible. Would he have been displeased? Perhaps, though not out of jealousy. It's hard to explain. Was your husband very fond of the girl? She owed him everything. He was almost her creator, since without him she would have died. Maybe he was thinking of the day when he wouldn't have any others. Plus with her, although this is only a supposition, he felt no shame. And with you. She stared at the carpet for a moment. I'm a woman, after all. He almost retorted, while she was nothing, because that was clearly what she thought. Perhaps it was what the professor thought, too. He preferred not to say it. All three were silent for a moment. Outside, the rain was still falling noiselessly. Lights had come on in the building opposite, and a shadow was moving behind the cream-coloured curtains of an apartment. Tell me about last night, Maigret said at last. He indicated his pipe, which he had just filled. Do you mind? Not at all. So far, he had been so interested in Madame Gouin that he had not thought about smoking. What would you like me to tell you? First, a detail. Was your husband in the habit of sleeping in her apartment? It was extremely rare. Upstairs we occupy the whole floor. On the left is what we call the apartment. On the right my husband has his bedroom and bathroom, a library, another room where even the floor is piled high with scientific pamphlets, and finally his office and his secretary's office. So you sleep separately. We always have. Our rooms are only separated by a boudoir. May I ask you an indiscreet question? You're perfectly entitled. Do you still have marital relations with your husband? She looked once again at poor Luca, who was feeling superfluous and didn't know what to do with himself. Not often. In other words, almost never. That's right. How long has that been the case? Some years. Do you miss it? Unembarrassed, she smiled and nodded. You're asking me to tell all, and I'm ready to answer you as frankly as possible. Let's say I miss it a little. Do you ever let on to him about that? Certainly not. Do you have a lover? The idea's never even crossed my mind. She paused and looked straight at him. Do you believe me? Yes. I'm grateful. People don't always accept the truth. When you're the companion of a man like Gouin, You're prepared to make certain sacrifices? So he would go downstairs to see her and come back up again. Yes. Is that what he did last night? No, it didn't happen every day. Sometimes almost a week would go by with him just dropping in on her for a few minutes. It depended on his work. I suppose it also depended on the opportunities he found elsewhere. You mean he continued having relations with other women? The kind of relations I described to you. And yesterday? He saw her for a few minutes after dinner. I know that because he didn't take the lift when he left, which is a sign. How can you be sure he only stayed for a few minutes? Because I heard him come out of his apartment and summon the lift. Were you listening out for him? You're terrible, Monsieur Maigret. I was listening out for him, yes, as I always did, not out of jealousy, but how can I explain without appearing pretentious? Because I considered it my duty, in a way, to protect him, to know everything he did, where he was, to follow him in my thoughts. What time was it? About 8. We'd eaten quickly because he was supposed to spend the evening at Kosher. He was worried about the consequences of an operation he'd performed in the afternoon and wanted to stay within easy reach of the patient. So, he spent a few minutes in her apartment, then took the lift. Yes, his assistant, Mademoiselle Deco, was waiting for him downstairs, as she usually does when he goes back in the evening to the hospital. She lives not far from here, in Rue des Acacias, and they always travel together. Does she also? He asked, giving an obvious meaning to these words. Yes, on occasion. Does that strike you as monstrous? No. Where was I? My sister arrived at about 8:30. Does she live in Paris? En Boulevard Saint-Michel, opposite the École des Mines. Antoinette is 5 years older than me and is never married. She works in a municipal library and is a very model of a spinster. Does she know about your husband's life? She doesn't know everything, but from what she's discovered, she thoroughly hates and despises him. So they don't get on. She never even talks to him. My sister is still a devout Catholic, and for her, Gouin is the devil incarnate. And how does he treat her? He ignores her. She doesn't come here very often, and only when I'm alone in the apartment. So she avoids him, as much as possible. And yet, yesterday, I see the concierge told you everything. It's true. They met last night. I didn't expect my husband back before midnight at the earliest. My sister and I were chatting. What about? This and that. Did you talk about Lulu? I don't think so. Aren't you sure? Actually, I am. I don't know why I gave that evasive answer. As a matter of fact, we talked about our parents. Are they dead? My mother's dead, but my father's still alive in Finisterre. We have other sisters there. There were 8 of us, 6 girls and 2 boys. Do any of them live in Paris? Only Antoinette and I. At 11:30, perhaps a little earlier, we were surprised to hear the door open and see Etienne come in. He simply nodded. Antoinette said goodbye and left almost immediately. Did your husband go downstairs? No. He was tired and worried about his patient, whose condition wasn't as satisfactory as he would have liked. I assume he has a key to this apartment. Of course. During the evening, did anything unusual happen? Did your sister and you hear any noise? In these old stone buildings, you can't hear anything from one apartment to another, let alone one floor to another. She looked at the time on her wristwatch and grew nervous. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to go back upstairs. Etienne may be back any minute now. Do you have any other questions to ask me? I can't think of any for the moment. Do you think it'll be possible for you to avoid questioning him? I can't promise anything, but I'll only bother your husband if I consider it indispensable. What do you think now? Now, I don't consider it indispensable. She stood up and held out her hand, as a man would have done without taking her eyes off him. I'm very grateful, Monsieur Maigret. As she was turning, her gaze fell on the cardboard box and the photographs, but Maigret couldn't see the expression on her face. I'm at home all day. You can come and see me when my husband isn't in. But in saying that, I'm sure you'll understand it isn't a demand, but a request. It never occurred to me to think otherwise. Thank you. She went out, closing the 2 doors behind her, while little Luca looked at Maigret with an air of a man who has just received a blow on the head. He was so afraid of saying something stupid that he kept silent, observing Maigret's face, in the hope of reading on it
what he must be thinking. Chapter 4. Oddly, in the car taking him back to the police judiciaire, it wasn't Professor Gouin or his wife that Maigret was thinking about, but almost unwittingly, Louise Fillon. Before leaving, he had slipped her fairground photographs into his wallet. Even in those photographs taken as they were on evenings when she should have been in a lively mood, there was no gaiety in her face. Maigret had known lots of women like her, born in identical surroundings, who had a more or less identical childhood and life. Some had a vulgar, boisterous gaiety about them that could give way without transition to tears or rebellion. Others, like Désirée Brot, became hard and cynical, especially with age. It was hard to define the expression he found in Lulu's photographs, an expression she must have had in life. It wasn't sadness, but rather the sullen expression of a little girl who keeps to herself in the school playground and watches her schoolmates play. He would have been hard put to explain in what way she had been attractive, but he sensed it, and he had often, in spite of himself, questioned such girls more gently than others. They were young and retained a certain freshness. In some respects they seemed barely more than children, and yet they'd been through a lot, and there were too many disgusting images in their no longer sparkling eyes, while their bodies had the unhealthy charm of something that will wither, that is half withered already. He imagined her in the hotel room in Rue Briquet, or in any room in the Barbet district, spending days on a bed, reading, sleeping, or looking at the murky window. He imagined her in some café or other in the 18th arrondissement, sitting for hours while someone like Pierrot played belote with 3 of his pals. He also imagined her in a dance hall, her face grave and almost inspired as she danced. He imagined her, finally, standing on a street corner, watching the men in the shadows without bothering to smile at them, and then leading them up the stairs of a rooming house, shouting out her name to the manageress. She had lived for more than a year in the impressive stone building on Avenue Carnot, where the apartment seemed too big, too cold for her, and it was there that he found it hard to imagine her. It was face to face with a man like Etienne Gouin that he couldn't somehow see her. Most of the lights were off in Quai des Orfèvres. He slowly climbed the stairs where wet soles had left prints and opened the door to his office. Janvier was waiting for him. It was the time of year when the contrast is most noticeable between the cold outside and the warmth of the buildings, which seem overheated, and where the blood immediately rushes to your head. Any news? The police machine was dealing with Pierre Héault. At the railway stations, inspectors were examining those travellers whose description matched his. At the airports, too, the hotel agency were probably also on the trail, scouring the hotels and rooming houses of the 18th arrondissement. In Rue Briquet, young Lapointe had been hanging about outside the Hôtel du Var since early afternoon. Now that night had fallen, prostitutes were prowling about the hotel. As for Inspector Janat, the local man, he was indulging in a more personal kind of search. The northeast of Paris was a stone jungle in which a man can disappear for months, where often you don't hear about a crime until weeks after it's been committed. Thousands of people, men and women, live outside the law in a world where they find as many refuges and helping hands as they want, and where the police occasionally cast a net and pick up someone they're looking for quite by chance, but are more likely to rely on a telephone call from a jealous girl or an informer. Gaston Renette called an hour ago. He was the ballistics expert. What did he say? You'll have his written report tomorrow morning. The bullet that killed Louise Fillon was fired from a 6.35 caliber automatic, what in the police judiciaire is called an amateur weapon. Real criminals, those who really have the intent to kill, use more serious weapons. Dr. Paul also phoned. He'd like you to get in touch with him. Janvier looked at his watch. It was just after 7:15. By now he's probably at the restaurant La Pérouse, where he's a guest of honor at a dinner. Maigret called the restaurant. A few minutes later, the pathologist came on the line. I carried out a post-mortem on the girl you sent me. I may be mistaken, but I have the impression I've seen her before. She was arrested several times. It couldn't have been Lulu's face, distorted by the gunshot, that the doctor thought he had recognized, but her body. Obviously the shot was fired at close range. It doesn't take an expert to see that. I reckon the distance was between 25 and 30 centimeters, no more than that. I assume death was instantaneous as could be. The stomach still contained undigested food, including lobster. Maigret remembered seeing an empty lobster can in the waste bin in the kitchen. She drank white wine with her meal. Is that of any interest? Maigret did not know yet. At this stage of the investigation, it was impossible to say what might prove important. I discovered something else that may surprise you. Did you know the girl was pregnant? Maigret was indeed surprised, so surprised that for a moment he did not speak. How far gone? He asked at last. About 6 weeks. She might not even have known. If she did know, she'd probably only recently found out. I assume you're certain about this. Absolutely. You'll get the technical details in my report. Maigret hung up and said to Janvier, who was standing waiting in front of the desk, she was pregnant. But Janvier, who knew only the broad outline of the case, was unimpressed by this. What should we do with Laporte? He asked. That's a good point. We should send someone to take his place. I have Lobert, who has nothing in particular to do. We should also relieve Lucas. There's probably no point, but I'd still like to have someone keeping an eye on the apartment. If I can eat something first, I'll go. Is it okay to sleep there? I don't see any reason why not. Maigret glanced at the latest editions of the newspapers. The photograph of Pierrot had not been published yet. It must have reached the editorial offices too late, but his complete description was given. The police are looking for Louise Fillon's boyfriend, a dancehall musician named Pierre Hérault, known as Pierrot, who was the last person to visit her last night. Pierre Hérault, who has served a number of prison sentences, has dropped out of sight. He is believed to be hiding in the La Chapelle district, which he knows well. Maigret shrugged, stood up, and hesitated before heading for the door. If there are any developments, can you be reached at home? He said yes. He had no reason to stay in the office. He had himself driven home in one of the cars, and as usual, Madame Maigret opened the door to the apartment before he had turned the handle. She made no reference to the fact that he was late. Dinner was ready. I hope you didn't catch cold. I don't think so. You should take your shoes off. My feet aren't wet. It was true. He hadn't walked all day. On a cabinet lay the same evening paper he had glanced through at the office. His wife knew all about it then, but she did not ask him any questions. She knew he wanted to go out again because he hadn't taken off his tie, as he almost always did. Once dinner was over, she watched her husband open the sideboard and pour himself a glass of sloe gin. Are you going out? Even a moment earlier, he hadn't been sure. To tell the truth, he had rather been expecting Professor Gouin to phone him. It was based on nothing specific. Wasn't Gouin thinking that the police would question him? Wasn't he surprised they weren't paying any attention to him, even though a lot of people knew about his relations with Lulu? He called Louise Fillon's apartment. Janvier had just settled in. Anything to report? Nothing new, Chief. I've let my wife know. It's nice and quiet here. I'm going to spend the night on the sofa, which is fantastic. Do you know if the professor's come home? Lucas told me he went up about 7:30. I haven't heard him go out. Good night. Had Gouin guessed that his wife would talk to Maigret? Had she been capable of not letting on to him? What had they said to each other as they were having dinner? Presumably once the meal was over, the professor was in the habit of retiring to his office. Maigret poured himself another glass, which he drank standing by the sideboard, then walked over to the coat stand and took down his heavy overcoat. Take a scarf? Do you think you'll be out for long? An hour or two. He had to walk as far as Boulevard Voltaire to find a taxi. He gave the driver the address of Agrello. There was little bustle in the streets, except round Gare de l'Est and Gare du Nord. Gare du Nord always reminded Maigret of his early years in the police. On Boulevard de la Chapelle, below the overhead metro, the familiar shadowy figures were in their places, the same as every night. And although it was obvious what the women were doing there, what they were waiting for, it was less easy to define the reasons some men had to be there, doing nothing, in the cold and dark. They weren't all searching for a temporary companion, nor did all of them have an appointment. There were men of all races and ages who emerged from their holes of night like rats and ventured to the edges of their territory. The neon sign of the Grello cast a purple light on a section of the pavement, and from the taxi Maigret made out muted music, more like a rhythm accompanied by a muted shuffling. 2 uniformed officers were standing on duty under a street lamp a short distance away, and at the door there was a midget who seemed to be taking the air, but who hurried inside when Maigret got out of the cab. That is always the way in such places. No sooner had Maigret entered than 2 men pushed past him and hurried out, heading for the darkest depths of the neighborhood. At the bar, others turned their heads away as he passed them, in the hope of not being recognized, and as soon as his back was turned, sped off in their turn. The short, stocky owner came towards him. "If it's Piero you're looking for, Inspector." He was deliberately speaking loudly, underlining the word inspector so that everyone in the room should know who he was. Here, too, the light was purple, and the customers sitting at the tables and in the booths could barely be made out, because only the dance floor was lit, and the faces received only the reflected glow of the spotlights, making them look ghostly. The music did not stop playing, or the couples dancing, but the conversations had ceased, and all eyes were turned to the massive figure of Maigret, who was looking for a free table. "Would you like to sit down?" "Yes." "This way, Inspector." Saying this, the owner had the air of a fairground entertainer, showing off in front of the painted canvas of his booth. "What are you drinking? It's on the house." Maigret had expected that as he came in. He was used to it. A mark." "An old mark for Inspector Maigret." The four musicians were on their balcony, wearing black trousers and dark red silk shirts with long puffed sleeves. They had found a way to replace Piero. Someone was playing the saxophone, alternating with the accordion. "Is it me you want to talk to?" Maigret shook his head and pointed to the balcony. "The musicians. Whoever knows Piero best." "That'd be Louis, the accordion player. He's the one leading the band. They'll be taking a break in a quarter of an hour, and he can come and talk to you for a bit. I don't suppose you're in a hurry." 5 or 6 more people, including one of the dancers, felt the need to go out for air. Ignoring them, Maigret looked calmly around him, and the people gradually resumed their conversations. There were a certain number of prostitutes here, but they weren't on the lookout for clients. They had come to dance, most with their boyfriends, and they were absorbed in their dancing, which for them was a kind of sacred ritual. Some had their eyes closed, as if in ecstasy. Others danced cheek to cheek with their partners, but without trying to move their bodies closer. There were also typists and shopgirls in the room, who were only there for the music and the dancing, and you didn't see any onlookers, any couples out for a good time as in most dance halls, getting a kick out of rubbing shoulders with the underworld. There were only 2 or 3 dance halls like this left in all of Paris. Most of the people here were initiates, and they drank lemonade rather than alcohol. From the balcony, the 4 musicians were looking imperturbably at Maigret, and it was impossible to guess what they were thinking. The accordion player was a handsome brown-haired man of about 30, who looked like a matinee idol and had long Spanish-style sideburns. A man with a big pocket in his apron collected small change. Couples remained on the dance floor. There was another dance, a tango this time, for which the spotlights changed from purple to red, erasing the women's makeup, staining the musicians' shirts. And then at last, the musicians put down their instruments, and the owner said a few words from below to the accordion player, whom he had called Louis. Louis looked once more at Maigret's table and made up his mind to come down the ladder. "You can sit down," Maigret said. "We start again in 10 minutes. That's all I need. What do you have?" "Nothing." A silence followed. They were being watched from the other tables. There were more men crowding around the bar now. In some of the booths, there were only women, touching up their makeup. Louis was the first to speak. "You're making a big mistake," he said in a rancorous tone. "About Piero. Piero didn't kill Lulu, but it's always the same. Why's he run away? He's no more stupid than anyone else. He knows he'll get the blame for it. Would you like to be arrested?" "Is he your friend?" "Yes, he's my friend. I probably know him better than anyone else." "Then maybe you know where he is." "If I did, I wouldn't tell you." "Do you know?" "No. I haven't heard from him since we said goodbye last night." "Have you read the papers?" Louis' voice was shaking with contained anger. "People assume that just because someone plays in a dance hall, he has to be some kind of tough guy. Maybe you think that too." "No." "You see the tall, fair-haired guy who plays the drums? Well, believe it or not, he's someone who graduated from high school and even spent a year at university. His parents are comfortably off. He's here because he loves it, and he's getting married next week to a girl who's studying medicine. I'm married too, if you really want to know. I have 2 children. My wife is expecting a 3rd, and we live in a 4-room apartment on Boulevard Voltaire." Maigret knew it was true. Louis was forgetting that the inspector knew that environment almost as well as he did. "Why hasn't Piero married?" he nevertheless asked in a low voice. "That's another story." "Didn't Lulu want to?" "I didn't say that." A few years ago, Piero was arrested as a pimp. I know. And, like I said, that's another story. What story? You still wouldn't understand. First of all, he was in care when he was a child. You know what that means? Yes. At the age of 16, they let him go, and he did what he could. In his place, I might have been worse than him. But I had parents like everyone else. I still have them. He was proud to be a man like any other, but at the same time he felt the need to defend those who found themselves on the other side of the tracks. And Maigret could not help smiling sympathetically. Why do you smile? Because I know all this. If you knew Piero, you wouldn't set all your informers on his tracks. How do you know the police are after him? The papers haven't made it all up. And you can already feel a stir in the neighborhood. When you spot certain faces around, you know what that means. Louis didn't like the police, and made no attempt to hide it. There was a time when Piero acted tough, he went on. And wasn't he? Will you believe me if I tell you he's soft-hearted, a romantic? Well, it's the truth. Did he love Lulu? Yes. Did he meet her when she was on the game? Yes. And he let her carry on? What else could he have done? You see, you don't understand. Then he let her have a regular lover who kept her. That's different. Why? Can you tell me what he had to offer her? Do you imagine he could have supported her with what he earns here? You support your family, don't you? Wrong. My wife's a dressmaker and works 10 hours a day as well as looking after the kids. What you don't understand is that when you're born around here, when you haven't known anything else... He broke off. I only have 4 minutes left. The other musicians were still looking at them from the balcony, their faces expressionless. What I know is that he didn't kill her, and the only reason he didn't get her away from that doctor of hers. So, you know who Lulu's lover was. What of it? Was it Piero who told you? Everyone knows it started at the hospital. All right. I'll tell you what Piero thought about it. She had a chance to get away from this once and for all, to have a steady life and not worry about the future. That's why he said nothing. And Lulu? Maybe she had her reasons. What were they? It's none of my business. What kind of girl was she? Louis looked at the women around them with the air of saying she was no different from the others. She had a tough life, he said, as if that explained everything. She wasn't happy down there. Down there clearly meant the distant Étoile neighborhood, which from here seemed like another world. She came here from time to dance. Did she seem unhappy? Louis shrugged. Did that word have a meaning in La Chapelle? Were there any truly happy women around them? Even the shop girls looked nostalgic as they danced and requested sad songs. We only have a minute. If you still need me after that, you'll have to wait for half an hour. When he got back from Avenue Cardinal last night, did Piero say anything to you? He apologized and said he'd had some important news, but didn't go into details. Did he seem down? He's always down. Did you know that Lulu was pregnant? Louis stared at him, incredulous at first, then stunned, and finally grave. Are you sure of that? The pathologist who carried out the post-mortem can't have made a mistake. How many months? 6 weeks. That made an impression on him, perhaps because he had children and his wife was expecting another. He turned to the waiter who was standing not far from them, trying to hear their conversation. Give me something to drink, Ernest. It doesn't matter what. He'd forgotten that the minute had passed. From a bar, the owner was watching them. I didn't expect that. Neither did I, Maigret added. I assume the professor's too old. Men have fathered children at the age of 80. If what you say is true, it's one more reason why he couldn't have killed her. Listen to me, Louis. The musician was still looking at Maigret with a certain suspicion, but he'd lost his aggressiveness. You may hear from Piero, one way or another. I'm not asking you to give him up, just to tell him that I'd like to talk to him, wherever he likes, whenever he likes. Have you got that? And will you let him go? I'm not saying I'll call off the search. All I can promise is that when he leaves me, he'll be free. What do you intend to ask him? I don't know yet. Do you still think he killed Lulu? I don't think anything. I doubt he'll be in touch with me. But if he does, I'll see he gets your message. Now, if you'll excuse me. Downing his drink, he climbed up to the balcony and secured the straps of the accordion around his waist and shoulders. The others didn't question him. He bent over them, but only to tell them the title of the piece they were going to play. The men at the bar examined the seated girls from a distance, looking for the ones they would ask to dance. "Waiter, there's nothing to pay. It's on the house." There was no point arguing. He stood up and headed for the door. "Have you found out anything?" There was irony in the owner's voice. "Thanks for the mark." It was pointless looking for a taxi in the neighborhood, and Maigret walked to Boulevard de la Chapelle, brushing aside the prostitutes who didn't know him and tried to approach him. 300 meters away were the lights of the Barbet intersection. It had stopped raining. The same fog as in the morning was starting to fall over the city, and the car lights were surrounded by halos. Rue Briquet was not far. He soon turned the corner and found Inspector Laubert, who was almost the same age as he was, but had never risen in rank, leaning against a wall and smoking a cigarette. "Anything?" "Lots of couples going in and out, but I didn't see him." Maigret felt like sending Laubert home to bed. He could have telephoned Janvier and told him to go home too, and called off the surveillance in the railway stations, because he was sure Pierrot wouldn't try to leave Paris. Only he was obliged to follow routine. He couldn't afford to take any risks. "Aren't you cold?" Laubert already smelled of rum. As long as the corner bistro remained open, he'd be fine. That was why he would stay an inspector all his life. "Good night, my friend. If anything new crops up, phone me at home." It was 11 o'clock. The crowds were starting to emerge from the cinemas. On the pavements, couples were walking arm in arm, and women had their arms round their partners' waists. There were some who lingered in dark corners, embracing, while others ran to catch their bus. Off the lighted boulevard, every side street had its own arrangement, its own shadows, and every one also had, somewhere along its length, the yellowish signs of 1 or 2 hotels. It was towards the lights that he walked. He went into a garishly lit bar of the Barbet intersection, where at least 50 people surrounded a huge brass counter. Although he had intended to order a rum, he said mechanically, because of what he'd drunk at the Crello, "A mark." Lulu had hung around here just as others were hanging around at this moment, attentive to the glances of men. He headed for the phone booth, slipped a token in the machine, and dialed the number of Quai des Orfèvres. He didn't know who was on duty. He recognized the voice of a newcomer named Lucien, who had been a good student and was already preparing for his exams in order to rise in rank. "Maigret here. Anything new?" "No, sir, except the 2 Arabs who got into a knife fight in Rue de la Goutte d'Or. One of them died as they were putting him on the stretcher. The other was wounded, but managed to get away." It was no more than 300 meters from where he was now. It had happened barely 20 minutes earlier, probably as he was walking along Boulevard de la Chapelle. He had known nothing, heard nothing. The killer might have passed him. Other dramas would occur in the neighborhood before the night was over, probably 1 or 2 that would come to light immediately, others the police would only hear about much later. Pierrot, too, had gone to ground between Barbet and La Villette. Had he known that Lulu was pregnant? Was it to tell him the news that she'd phoned him at the Brello to come and see her? Dr. Paul had said 6 weeks. That meant she must have suspected it for a few days. Had she told Etienne Gouin? It was possible, but not likely. She was more the kind of girl who would go to see a local doctor or a midwife. He could only speculate. Once back home, she hadn't come to a decision for a while. According to Madame Gouin, the professor had gone to see Lulu after his dinner, but had only stayed for a few minutes. Back at the bar, Maigret ordered another drink. He had no desire to leave immediately. It struck him that this was an ideal place to think about Lulu and Pierrot. "She didn't tell Gouin," he muttered under his breath. It was in Pierre Hérault she must have confided at first, which explained his hurried visit. In that case, could he have killed her? First, it was necessary to be sure she knew about her condition. If she had lived in another neighborhood, he would have been convinced she had seen a local doctor. In the Étoile, where she was always a stranger, that was less likely. The next day, a note would have to be sent to all the doctors and midwives in Paris. That struck him as essential. Since the telephone call from Dr. Paul, he'd been convinced that Lulu's pregnancy was the key to the drama. Was Gouin sleeping peacefully? Was he taking advantage of an evening off to work on some book about surgery? It was too late to go and see the cleaning lady, Madame Brot, although she lived not far from here near Place Clichy. Why hadn't she mentioned the professor? Was it credible that spending every morning in the apartment as she did, she was unaware of the identity of Lulu's lover? The two women chatted. She was the only person in the building who could have understood what someone like Louise Fion told her. The concierge had kept silent at first because she had a debt of gratitude to the professor and might well have been more or less consciously in love with him. It was as if all these women were determined to protect him. The prestige this 62-year-old man enjoyed among them was not the least curious aspect of his case. He did nothing to win them over. He used them almost distractedly in order to obtain a physical release, yet none of them seemed to resent this cynical attitude of his. Maigret would have to question his assistant, Lucille Deco. And also, perhaps Madame Gouin's sister, the only woman so far over whom the professor seemed to have no hold. How much do I owe you? He got in the first taxi he found. Boulevard Richelieu. I know, Monsieur Maigret. That gave him the idea that they should look for the taxi that had brought Gouin home from the hospital the previous evening. He felt heavy, numbed by the marquis of drunk, and he half closed his eyes as the lights glided past on either side of the car. It was Lulu he kept coming back to. He took his wallet from his pocket and looked at her photographs in the half-light of the taxi. Her mother hadn't smiled either when she had had her photograph taken. Chapter 5. The following morning, he had an unpleasant taste of muck in his mouth, and when at about 9:15 during the daily briefing he was told that he was wanted on the telephone, he had the impression that his breath still stank of cheap alcohol, and he avoided speaking too closely to his colleagues. All the heads of department were present in the commissioner's office overlooking the Seine, as they were every morning, all of them holding files of varying thickness. It was still grey, the river was a nasty colour, and people were walking as quickly as the day before, especially those crossing the windswept Pont Saint-Michel, the women lowering theirs to keep their skirts in place. You can take the call here. I'm afraid it might be a long one, Chief. It's best if I go to my office. The others, who couldn't all have drunk muck the previous evening, didn't look any better than he did, and everyone seemed in a bad mood. It must have been an effect of the light. Is that you, Chief? Maigret sensed a certain excitement in Janvier's voice. What's happened? He just dropped in. Do you want me to tell you in detail? Janvier, who had slept on the sofa in Lulu's apartment, couldn't have been looking too good either. I'm listening. Here goes. It happened a few minutes ago, no more than 10. I was in the kitchen drinking a cup of coffee I'd made myself. I didn't have either my jacket or tie on. I have to tell you I didn't get to sleep until quite late. Was it a quiet evening? I didn't hear anything. I couldn't sleep, that's all. Carry on. You'll see, it was all quite simple. So simple I still can't get over it. I heard a slight noise, a key turning in the lock. I kept still, but placed myself so that I could see into the living room. Someone came into the hall, crossed it, and opened the second door. It was the professor, who was taller and thinner than I'd imagined. He was wearing a long dark overcoat with a woolen scarf around his neck, and he had his hat and gloves on. What did he do? That's just it. That's what I'm trying to explain. He didn't do anything. He took 2 or 3 steps forward, slowly, like a man coming home. I wondered for a moment what it was he was staring at. And then I realized it was my shoes, which I'd left on the carpet. When he turned his head, he saw me and frowned. Slightly. He didn't flinch. He didn't seem either embarrassed or frightened. He looked at me like someone whose mind is on something else and who needs a moment to come back down to earth. Finally he asked without raising his voice, "Are you from the police?" I was so surprised by his appearance, the way he was taking things, that all I could do was nod. We were both silent for a while, and from the way he was staring at my bare feet, I had the impression he wasn't pleased with my lack of consideration. It's just an impression. Perhaps he wasn't bothered about my feet at all. I managed to say, "What are you doing here, Professor?" "So you know who I am." He's a man who gives you the feeling that you're nothing at all, that even when his eyes come to rest on you, you don't matter any more to him than a flower on the wallpaper. "I haven't come for any particular reason," he said. "I just wanted to have a look." And that's what he did. He looked at the sofa where the pillow and blanket I'd been using still were, and sniffed the smell of coffee. Still in a neutral voice, he said, "I'm surprised your boss hasn't been keen to question me. You can tell him, young man, that I'm at his disposal. I'm going to Cochin now, and I'll be there until 11. Then I'll drop by the Saint-Joseph Clinic before going home for lunch. This afternoon I have a major operation at the American hospital in Neuilly." He looked around again, then turned and went out, closing both doors behind him. I opened the window to watch him leave. A taxi was parked outside the building, and a young woman was waiting for him in the middle of a pavement with a black briefcase under her arm. She opened the door of the cab for him and got in behind him. I assume that when she comes to fetch him in the morning, she phones him from the lodge to tell him she's downstairs. That's all, Chief. Thanks. Do you think he's rich? They say he earns a lot. He operates on poor patients for free, but when he does work for money, he demands exorbitant fees. Why do you ask? Because last night, as I couldn't sleep, I made an inventory of the girl's things. They aren't what I was expecting to find. Yes, there are 2 fur coats, but they aren't top quality, and one of them is sheepskin. Not a single item from the underwear to the shoes comes from a well-known shop. It obviously isn't what she wore in Barbay, but nor are they the kind of clothes you'd expect to find in the apartment of a woman kept by a rich man. I didn't find a checkbook or anything to indicate that she has a bank account. But there were only a few $1,000 notes in a handbag and 2 more in the drawer of the bedside table. I think you can come back. Do you have a key? I saw one in the handbag. Lock the door when you leave. Put a thread or something on it so that we'll know if it's been opened. Has the cleaning lady been in? He had not told her the day before whether or not she could come back to clean the apartment. It hadn't occurred to anyone that she hadn't been paid. There was no point going back to the commissioner's office, where the daily briefing would be over by now. Laubert was still in Rue Briquet, most likely tired and chilled to the bone, although he'd probably warmed himself with a few glasses of rum since the bistros had opened. Maigret called the Goutte d'Or police station. Is Janan there? Hasn't he been in this morning? Oh, this is Maigret. Could you send someone to Rue Briquet where they'll find one of my inspectors, Laubert? They can tell him that unless there's anything new, he should phone in his report and go home to bed. Coming back from Barbet the previous evening, he had made up his mind to do various things this morning, and now he had to make an effort to remember them. He called Luca. How are things? Fine, Chief. There was a time last night when 2 cycle officers in the 20th arrondissement thought they'd laid their hands on Pierrot. They took the man to the nearest station. It wasn't Pierrot, but a young man who looks like him and who also happens to be a musician, in a brasserie on Place Blanche. I'd like you to phone Béziers. Try to find out if a man named Ernest Fillon, who was in the hospital in that town several years ago, still lives in the region. Got it. I'd also like the taxi drivers who usually park around Cochin in the evening to be questioned. One of them must have driven the professor home the day before yesterday. Anything else? That's it for now. It was all part of the routine, and awaiting him on his desk was a whole pile of documents that needed signing. Apart from the reports from the pathologist and from Gastine Renette, which he had to transmit to the prosecutor's department. He interrupted his work to ask for the telephone number of his friend, Pardon, who was a doctor and who he saw more or less regularly every month. Are you very busy? 4 or 5 patients in the waiting room, less than usual for this time of year. Do you know Professor Gouin? Several of my patients have been operated on by him, and I was present at the operations. What do you think of him? He's one of the finest doctors, not only that we have now, but that we've ever had. Unlike many surgeons, he isn't just a hand. He's a brain. Thanks to him, there have been a number of discoveries that are really important, and will remain important. And, as a man, what exactly do you want to know? What do you think of him? It's hard to say. He isn't very sociable, especially with an ordinary family doctor like me, but they say he's distant with other people too. So, he isn't liked. I'd say he's more feared. He has a way of answering the questions you dare to ask him. Apparently, he's even harder with some of his patients. The story goes that an extremely rich old woman once begged him to operate on her and offered him a fortune. You know what he replied? The operation would gain you 2 weeks, perhaps a month. The time I spent on it might save the entire life of another patient. Apart from that, the staff at Cochin love him. Especially the women. Oh, you've heard about that. Apparently, as far as that goes, he's quite something. Sometimes immediately after an operation, you know what I mean? Yes. Is that all? He's still a great man, despite that. Thanks, old man. Without really knowing why, he felt like talking to Desiree Broads. He could have summoned her, or had someone fetch her. It was the way most of the other heads of department worked. Some of them didn't leave their offices all day. He dropped in on Luca, who was busy phoning. I'm going out for an hour or two. He took one of the cars and had himself driven to Rue Nollet, behind Plastici, where Lulu's cleaning lady lived. The building was in a state of disrepair and clearly hadn't received a coat of paint in more than 20 years. The families crammed into it overflowed onto the landings, with children playing on the stairs. Madame Goutte lived on the 4th floor, on the courtyard side. There was no lift, and the stairs were steep. Maigret had to stop twice on the way up, sniffing more or less pleasant smells. "Who is it?" cried a voice when he knocked at the door. "Come in, I can't open." She was in the kitchen, in her slip, barefoot, doing her washing in a galvanized iron bowl. She didn't look surprised when she saw Maigret, didn't say hello, merely waited for him to speak. "I dropped by to see you." "Well, well." Because of the washing, the window panes are all steamed up. There was the sound of snoring in the next room, where Maigret noticed the foot of a bed, and Madame Goutte went and shut the door. "My husband's asleep," she said. "Drunk? Just for a change?" "When I spoke to you yesterday, why didn't you tell me who Lulu's long-term lover was?" "Because you didn't ask me. I remember it perfectly well. You asked me if I'd ever seen a man visiting her." "And you never saw him?" "No, but you knew it was the professor." From her manner, it was clear that she knew a lot more, only she wouldn't say anything unless she was forced to. Not because she herself had anything to hide, nor probably because she was protecting someone. In her case, it was a matter of principle, not to help the police, which was quite natural when it came down to it, given that they'd been hounding her all her life. She didn't like policemen. They were her natural enemies. "Did your employer talk to you about him?" "From time to time." "What did she tell you about him?" "She told me so many things." "Did she want to leave him?" "I don't know if she really wanted to leave him, but she wasn't happy in the building." Without being asked, he had sat down on a chair, making its straw bottom creak. "What was stopping her from leaving?" "I didn't ask her." "Was she in love with Piero?" "That's the impression I got." "Did she get a lot of money from Goutte?" "He gave her money when she wanted it." "Did she want it often?" "As soon as there was none left in the apartment. Sometimes I only found small notes in her bag, and in the drawer when I was about to go shopping. I'd tell her and she'd say, 'I'll ask for some later.'" "Did she give some of it to Piero?" "That's none of my business. If she'd been smarter—" She broke off. What would have happened? First of all, she would never have gone to live in that building, where she seemed like a prisoner. Didn't he let her go out? Most of the time she was the one who didn't dare go out for fear that Monsieur might suddenly decide to drop by and say hello. She wasn't his mistress. She was a kind of maid, except that what he expected of her wasn't to work, but to go to bed with him. If she'd continued to have an apartment somewhere else, then it was him who had to make an effort. But what's the point of all this? What exactly do you want of me? Information. Today, you come for information and you take your hat off. Tomorrow, if I'm unfortunate enough to stop at a shop counter, you'll have me thrown in jail. What information do you need? She was hanging up her washing on a line across the kitchen. Did you know that Lulu was pregnant? She turned abruptly. Who told you that? The post-mortem. So, she wasn't wrong. When did she tell you? Maybe 3 days before someone put a bullet in her head. Wasn't she sure? No, she hadn't yet been to the doctor. She was afraid of going. Why? The fear of being disappointed, I suppose. She wanted a child. I think she was pleased to be pregnant. It was still too early to celebrate. I told her that these days doctors have a thing that can tell you for sure, even after 2 or 3 weeks. Did she go to see a doctor? She asked me if I knew one, and I gave her the address of someone I know near here, in Rue des Dames. Do you know if she saw him? If she did, she didn't tell me. Did Piero know? Do you know anything about women? Have you ever met a woman who talks about these things to a man before she's sure? So, you don't think she told the professor either? Try to use your common sense. What do you think would have happened if she hadn't been killed? I can't read tea leaves. Would she have kept the child? Definitely. Would she have stayed with the professor? Unless she'd left with Piero. Who do you think was the father? This time, too, she looked at him as if he knew nothing about anything.
You don't imagine it was the old man?
It happens. You read about it in the newspapers. Only as women aren't cows who are kept in a shed and led to the ball once a year, it's hard to swear on anything. In the next room, her husband was moving on the bed and groaning. She went and opened the door. "Hold on, Jules. I'm with someone. I'll bring you a drink in a few minutes." And turning to Maigret, "Do you have any more questions?" "Not exactly." "Did you hate Professor Gouin?" "I told you I never saw him." "But you hated him anyway." "I hate all those people." "Supposing when you got there in the morning you saw a gun in Lulu's hand or on the carpet within easy reach of that hand, wouldn't you have been tempted to get rid of it, so as to rule out suicide and get the professor into trouble?" "Don't you ever get tired? Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know that when the police have a choice between a big shot and a poor devil of a musician like Pierrot, it's the poor devil they'll go after?" She poured some coffee into a bowl, sugared it, and called to her husband, "I'm coming." Maigret didn't insist. It was only when he was at the door that he turned and asked her for the name and address of the doctor in Rue des Dames. The doctor's name was Duclos. He hadn't been practicing there for long. In fact, he had probably only just qualified, because his consulting room was almost bare, with merely the essential instruments, all second-hand. When Maigret told him who he was, he seemed to understand immediately. "I knew someone would come and see me sooner or later." "Did she give you her name?" "Yes. I even filled out her record." "How long had she known she was pregnant?" The doctor seemed more like a student, and to make himself look important consulted his almost empty patient files. "She came here on Saturday. She was sent by a woman I treated." "Madame Brault, I know." "She told me she might be pregnant and she needed to be sure." "Hold on a moment. Did she seem worried?" "I can only reply no. When a girl like her asks me that question, I expect her to ask me if I'll do what I have to do to give her an abortion. That happens 20 times a week. I don't know if it's the same in other neighborhoods. Anyway, I gave her a thorough examination. I asked her for the usual urine sample. She wanted to know what happened then, and I explained about the rabbit test." "What was her reaction?" "She wanted to know if we had to kill the rabbit. I told her to come back on Monday afternoon." "Did she come?" "Yes, at 5:30. I told her she was well and truly pregnant, and she thanked me." "Did she say anything else?" "She asked me if I was absolutely sure, and I said I was." "Did she seem happy?" "I'd swear she did." So at about 6 o'clock on Monday, Lulu had left Rue des Dames and gone back to Avenue Carnot. At about 8, having finished dinner, the professor, according to Madame Gouin, spent a few minutes in the apartment on the 4th floor, then went to the hospital. Up until about 10 o'clock, Louise Fillon had been alone at home. She had eaten tinned lobster and drunk a little wine. Apparently, she had then gone to bed, since the bed had been found unmade, not untidy as if she'd slept with a man, but simply unmade. By then, Pierrot was already at the Greville, and she could have telephoned him immediately, but she hadn't called him until about 9:30. Was it to tell him the news that she had made him come all the way to the Étoile during his work hours? If so, why had she waited so long? Pierrot had jumped in a taxi. According to the concierge, she had stayed in the apartment for about 20 minutes. Gouin, according to both the concierge and his wife, had come back from the hospital just after 11 and hadn't dropped in on his mistress. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Madame Brault arrived to do her work, had found Louise dead on the sofa in the living room. She claimed there was no weapon near the body. Dr. Pole, always cautious in his conclusions, placed the time of death between 9 and 11. Because of the phone call to the Greo, he could substitute 9:30 for 9. As for the fingerprints found in the apartment, they belonged to only 4 people: Lulu herself, the cleaning lady, the professor, and Pierre Eo. Mers had sent someone to Cochin to photograph Gouin's prints on a form he had just signed at the hospital. For the 3 others, they hadn't had to go to any trouble, given that they all had criminal records. Lulu had obviously not expected to be attacked, since she'd been shot at close range. The apartment had not been ransacked, which indicated that the killer had not killed for money or to get hold of some document or other. "Many thanks, Doctor. I assume that after her visit nobody came to question you about her, and nobody phoned you to talk to you about her?" "No. When I read in the newspaper that she'd been killed, I expected a visit from the police, given that it was her cleaning lady who sent it to me, and she must have known. To tell the truth, if you hadn't come this morning, I had the intention, just in case, of phoning you in the afternoon. Soon afterwards, Maigret telephoned Madame Gouin from a bistro in Rue des Dames. She recognized his voice and didn't seem surprised. I'm listening. You told me yesterday that your sister works in a library. May I ask you which one? The municipal library on Place Saint-Sulpice. Many thanks. Have you found out anything? Only that Louise Fillon was pregnant. Oh. He was sorry he'd mentioned it over the phone, unable as he was to judge her reaction. Does that surprise you? Yes, it does, rather. It's probably ridiculous, but you never expect that of certain women. You forget they're devils just like the rest of us. Do you know if your husband was aware of the fact? He would have told me. Has he ever had children? No, never. Didn't he want them? I don't think he cared one way or the other. The fact is we haven't had any. Probably my doing. The little black car took him to Place Saint-Sulpice, which, for no clear reason, was the Paris square he hated the most. Whenever he was there, he had the impression of being someone in the provinces. Even the shops struck him as looking different, and the passers-by seemed slower and drabber. The library was particularly drab, dimly lit and as silent as an empty church. At this hour there were only 3 or 4 people, regulars probably, looking through the dusty books. Antoinette Olivier, Madame Gouin's sister, watched him advance towards her. She looked older than her 50 years, and had the somewhat contemptuous self-confidence of those women who think they know the truth about everything. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, of the Police Judiciaire. I recognized you from your photographs. Passing church, she spoke in a low voice, although he was reminded more of a school than a church when she invited him to sit down on the green baize table that served as her desk. She was fatter than her sister Germaine, but it was a kind of fat that seemed barely alive, and her skin was a neutral color, like that of some nuns. I assume you're here to ask me some questions. You assume correctly. Your sister told me you paid her a visit yesterday evening. That's right. I arrived at about 8:30 and left at 11:30. Immediately after that, Nan came home. She must have thought it the height of contempt to not even utter her brother-in-law's name, and she seemed quite pleased with the words, that man, detaching the syllables. Do you often spend the evening with your sister? For some reason, it struck Maigret that she was on her guard, and that she would be even more reticent than the concierge or Madame Brault. The others responded cautiously because they were afraid of harming the professor. This woman, on the contrary, was probably afraid of exonerating him. No, not often, she replied reluctantly. Meaning, once every 6 months, once a year, once every 2 years? Perhaps once a year. Did you fix an appointment? You don't fix an appointment with your sister. So, you went there without knowing if she was going to be in. Do you have a telephone in your apartment? Yes. But you didn't call your sister. She called me to ask you to come over. It wasn't as specific as that. She talked about various things. What kind of things? Family things, mainly. She doesn't write much. I'm more in contact with our other brothers and sisters than she is. Did she say she'd like to see you? More or less. She asked me if I was free. What time was that? About 6:30. I just got home and was making dinner. Were you surprised? No, I simply made sure he wouldn't be there. What has he told you? You mean Professor Doan? Yes. I haven't questioned him yet. Is that because you assume he's innocent? Because he's a famous surgeon, a member of the Academy of Medicine, and although she hadn't raised her voice, it had become more resonant with emotion now. What happened when you got to Avenue Carnot? He cut in. I went upstairs, kissed my sister on the cheek, and took off my hat and coat. Where do you go? To the little room next to Germaine's bedroom, the one she calls her boudoir. There's something sinister about the big drawing room, and it's almost never used. What do you do? What 2 sisters of our age do when we see each other after several months. We chatted. I gave her the news about everybody. In particular, I told her about Francois, a nephew of ours who was ordained a priest a year ago and is about to leave for northern Canada as a missionary. Did you have anything to drink? The question surprised her, shocked her to the point that her cheeks turned red. We had a cup of coffee to start with. And then I sneezed several times. I told my sister I was afraid I might have caught a head cold coming out of the metro, where the heat was stifling. It was too hot at my sister's, too. Were the servants in the apartment? They both went upstairs at about 9, after coming to say good night. My sister has had the same cook for 12 years. The maids change more often, for an obvious reason. He didn't ask the reason. He had understood. So, you sneezed. Charmaine suggested a couple of toddies and went to the kitchen to make them. What did you do during that time? I read a magazine article in which there was a mention of our village. Was your sister absent for a long time? Long enough to boil 2 glasses of water? The other times you were there, did you wait for your brother-in-law to get home before you left? I avoid meeting him as much as possible. Were you surprised when you saw him come in? My sister had assured me he wouldn't be back before midnight. How did he seem? The way he always does, like a man who thinks he's above the rules of morality and decency. You didn't notice anything special about him. I didn't bother to look at him. I put on my hat and coat and slammed the door on my way out. During the evening, did you hear any noise that might have been a gunshot? No. Until about 11, someone was playing the piano in the building, on the floor above. I recognized Chopin. Did you know your brother-in-law's mistress was pregnant? That doesn't surprise me. Did your sister tell you? She didn't talk to me about the girl. Did she ever talk to you about her? No. But you knew about her. She blushed again. She must have mentioned her at the beginning, when that man set her up in the building. Did it bother her? We all think in different ways, and you don't live for years with a man like that without it rubbing off on you in the end. In other words, your sister didn't blame her husband for the affair, and wasn't upset by Louise Fion's presence in the building. What are you getting at? He would have been hard put to answer that question. He had the feeling that he was digging further and further without knowing where he would end up, anxious to get a more precise idea of the people who'd been in contact with Lulu, and of Lulu herself. A young man who wanted some books disturbed them, and Antoinette left Maigret for 5 or 6 minutes. When she returned, she'd drawn on even deeper reserves of hatred for her brother-in-law, and didn't give Maigret time to open his mouth. When are you going to arrest him? Do you think he killed Louise Fion? Who else could it have been? Her boyfriend, Pierrot, for instance. Why would he have done that? Out of jealousy, or because she was planning to break up with him? What about that man? Do you imagine he wasn't jealous? Do you think a man his age doesn't get upset over a girl choosing a young man over him? What if he was the one she decided to break up with? She seemed to be trying to hypnotize him, the better to get the idea of the professor's guilt into his head. If you knew him better, you'd realize he isn't the kind of man who'd think twice about getting rid of a human being. On the contrary, I thought he was devoted to saving lives. That's vanity, to show the world that he's the greatest surgeon of our time. The proof of that is that he only accepts difficult operations. Perhaps because others can take care of the easier ones. You're defending him without knowing him. I'm trying to understand. It's not as complicated as all that. You forget that according to the pathologist who's really wrong, the murder was committed before 11 o'clock. It was after 11 when the concierge saw the professor come home, and he went straight up to the 4th floor. What's there to prove he didn't come back earlier? I assume it's easy enough to check his timetable with the hospital. Have you done so? It was Maigret's turn to almost blush. Not yet. Well, do it then. It'll probably be more worthwhile than hunting a young man who hasn't done anything. Do you hate the professor? Him and all those like him. She said this with such force that the 3 people in the library raised their heads from their books at the same time. You're forgetting your hat. I thought I'd left it in the entrance. With a scornful finger, she pointed to it on the green baize of the table, where the presence of a man's hat probably constituted unseemly behavior in her eyes. Chapter 6. Technically, as it were, Antoinette wasn't so wrong. By the time Maigret got to the Cochin Hospital on Faubourg Saint-Jacques, Etienne Douin had already left for the Saint-Joseph Clinic in Passy, together with his assistant. Maigret had expected that, since it was after 11. But he wasn't here to see the professor. Perhaps when it came down to it, he didn't want to meet him face to face just yet, although he didn't quite know why. Gouin's department was on the second floor, and Maigret had to negotiate with the office staff before he was given permission to go upstairs. He found the long corridor more animated than he expected, the nurses under great pressure. The one he approached as she came out of one of the rooms, looking less busy than the others, was a middle-aged woman with already white hair. "Are you the head nurse?" "The head nurse for the day shift." He told her who he was, and that he would like to ask her a few questions. "What about?" He hesitated to admit that it was about the professor. She had led him to the door of a small office, but didn't invite him in. "Is that the operating theatre I can see at the end of the corridor?" "One of the operating theatres, yes." "What happens when a surgeon spends part of the night in the hospital?" "I don't understand. You mean when a surgeon comes here to perform an operation?" "No. Unless I'm mistaken, they're sometimes here for other reasons. If they're afraid there might be complications, for example, or else to wait for the result of their operation." "That does happen. What of it?" "Where do they go?" "That depends." "On what?" "On how long they stay. If they aren't here for long, they come to my office, or walk up and down the corridor. But if they have to wait for several hours, in case an emergency operation is necessary, they go upstairs to the interns section, where there are 2 or 3 rooms at their disposal." "Do they use the stairs?" "Either that or the lift. The rooms are on the 4th floor. Most of the time, they rest until they're called." She was clearly wondering what these questions were in aid of. The newspapers hadn't mentioned Gouin's name in connection with the death of Lulu. It was likely that nobody here knew of his relations with the girlfriend of Pierrot the musician. "I don't suppose I can speak to someone who was here the night before last." "After 8 o'clock?" "Yes. I should have said the night of Monday to Tuesday." "The nurses who are here now are all like me. They belong to the day team. It may be that one of the interns was on duty. Wait a moment." She went into 2 or 3 rooms, and at last came back with a tall, bony, red-haired young man wearing thick spectacles. "Someone from the police," she said, and went and sat down in her office, but didn't ask them in. Maigret introduced himself. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "I thought I recognized you. What would you like to know?" "Were you here on the night of Monday to Tuesday?" "Most of the night, yes. The professor operated on a child on Monday afternoon. It was a difficult case, and he asked me to keep a close eye on the patient." "Didn't he come himself?" "He spent most of the evening in the hospital." "Was he on this floor with you?" "He got here just after 8 with his assistant. We went in together to see the patient and stayed there, looking out for something that didn't in fact happen. I don't suppose you want me to go into technical details." "I probably wouldn't understand a thing. So, you stayed with the patient for an hour or 2? "Less than an hour. Mademoiselle Deco insisted on the professor getting some rest, because he performed an emergency operation the previous night. In the end, he went upstairs to have a lie-down." "How was he dressed?" "He wasn't expecting to operate, and in fact he didn't have to. He was still in his normal everyday clothes." "Did Mademoiselle Deco keep you company?" "Yes. We chatted. The professor came down just before 11. I'd been in to see the patient every quarter of an hour. We went back together, and as the patient seemed out of danger, the professor decided to go home." "Did he leave with Mademoiselle Deco?" "They almost always arrive and leave together." So, from 9:15 to 11 o'clock, Gouin was alone on the 4th floor. "Alone in a room, in any case. I still don't see why you're asking these questions." "Could he have come down without your seeing him?" "By the stairs, yes." "Could he also have passed the desk downstairs without anybody noticing?" "Possibly. Nobody pays any attention to doctors going in and out, especially at night." "I'm very grateful. You mind telling me your name?" "Monsuit. Raoul Monsuit." This was where Madame Gouin's sister hadn't been so wrong. Physically speaking, Etienne Gouin could have left the hospital and had himself driven to Avenue Carnot and back without anyone noticing his absence. "I don't suppose I'm allowed to know why," the intern began, just as Maigret was about to walk away. Maigret shook his head. He went downstairs and crossed the courtyard to the little black car and the police driver waiting at the curb. When he got to Quai des Orfèvres, he didn't think of casting his usual glance through the windows of the waiting room. Before entering his office, he passed through the inspector's room, where Lucas stood up to talk to him. "I have some information from Béziers." Maigret had almost forgotten about Louise Fion's father. "The man died of cirrhosis of the liver 3 years ago. Before that he worked on and off in the town abattoir. Nobody had yet come forward to claim Louise's inheritance, if there was one. Someone named Louis has been waiting for you next door for the last half hour. A musician? I think so. Bring him to my office. Maigret went in, took off his hat and coat, sat down in his place, and picked up one of the pipes arranged in front of the desk blotter. A few moments later, the accordion player was admitted, looking uneasy, peering about him before sitting down as if expecting a trap. You can leave us, Luca. And to Louis, if you're going to be here for a while, I advise you to take your coat off. There's no need. He phoned me. When? This morning, just after 9. He was observing Maigret hesitantly. Are we still on? Are you referring to what I said yesterday? Of course. If Pierrot's innocent, he has nothing to fear. He didn't kill her. He would have told me. I did what you asked. I told him you were ready to meet him where he wanted, and that then he'd be free again. Let's be clear about this. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. If I think he's innocent, he'll be entirely free. If I think he's guilty, or if I have any doubts, I guarantee I won't take advantage of our encounter. In other words, I'll let him go. But then the search will resume. That's pretty much what I told him. And what did he say? That he was ready to see you. He has nothing to hide. Would he come here? Provided he isn't besieged by reporters and photographers. Provided also he can get here without the cops jumping him. Louis was speaking slowly, weighing his words, without taking his eyes off Maigret. Could it be done soon? Maigret asked. He checked the time. It wasn't yet midday. Between midday and 2 o'clock, the offices of Quai des Orfèvres were quiet and almost deserted. It was the time of day Maigret chose as often as possible when he had to set up a difficult interrogation. He could be here in half an hour. In that case, listen to me. I assume he has pocket money. Let him take a taxi and ask to be dropped outside the prison on Quai de l'Horloge. Not many people pass that way. Nobody will pay any attention to him. One of my inspectors will wait for him at the door and bring him to me through the interior of the Palais de Justice. Getting to his feet, Louis looked at Maigret again for a moment or two, conscious of the responsibility he was assuming on behalf of his friend. I believe you, he sighed at last. Half an hour tops. When he had left, Maigret phoned the Brasserie Dauphine to ask for some food to be brought up. Enough for 2 people and 4 glasses of beer. Then he called his wife and told her he wouldn't be home for lunch. Finally, just to be sure, he went upstairs to the commissioner's office, preferring to inform him about the experiment he was going to attempt. Do you think he's innocent? Until proven otherwise. If he was guilty, he'd have no reason to come and see me, or else he's tougher than I thought. What about the professor? I don't know. I still have no idea. Have you talked to him? No. Janvier had a brief conversation with him. The commissioner sensed it was useless to ask questions. Maigret had that heavy, stubborn air about him that everyone at headquarters knew so well. At such times, he was even less talkative than usual. The girl was pregnant, he simply added, as if it was bothering him. He went back to the inspector's room. Luca had not yet gone to lunch. I don't suppose the taxi's been found. There's no chance we'll find it before tonight. The drivers who work nights are all in bed. It might not be a bad idea to look for 2 taxis. I don't understand. It's quite possible that earlier in the evening, just before 10, the professor had himself driven to Avenue Carmaux, and then back to the hospital. I'll have it checked. He looked round for the inspector he would send to wait outside the prison and take charge of Pierrot, and chose young Lapointe. Go and stand on the pavement opposite the prison. After a while, you'll see someone get out of a taxi. It'll be the saxophone player. Is he giving himself up? He's coming to talk to me. Be nice to him. Try not to scare him. Bring him to me by way of the little courtyard and the corridors of the Palais de Justice. I promised him he wouldn't encounter any reporters. There were always some prowling in the corridors, but it was easy to get rid of them for a moment. By the time Maigret got back to his office, the beer and sandwiches were waiting for him on a tray. He drank one of the beers, but didn't start to eat, and then spent a quarter of an hour standing by the window, watching the barges glide by on the grey water. At last, he heard the footsteps of 2 men. He opened the door and signalled to Lapointe that he could go. Come in, Pierrot. The musician, pale, with bags under his eyes, was visibly upset. Just as his friend had done, he began by looking around him like a man expecting a trap. There's only you and me in the room, Maigret reassured him. You can take your coat off. Give it to me. He placed it on the back of a chair. Are you thirsty? He handed him a glass of beer and took one for himself. Sit down. I suspected you'd come. Why? His voice was hoarse, the voice of someone who hasn't slept all night and has smoked one cigarette after another. 2 fingers of his right hand had brown tobacco stains on them. He was unshaven. Whatever it was he'd gone to earth, he probably hadn't had a chance to shave. Have you eaten? I'm not hungry. He seemed younger than his age, and he was so nervous it was tiring to look at him. Even seated, he was still trembling from head to foot. You promised, he began. I'll keep my word. I came of my own free will. You did the right thing. I didn't kill Lulu. Suddenly, when Maigret was least expecting it, he burst into tears. It was clearly the first time he had let himself go since he'd learned of his girlfriend's death. He wept like a child, hiding his face with both hands, and Maigret was careful not to interrupt him. Basically, ever since he had found out from the newspaper in the little restaurant Boulevard Barbet that Lulu was dead, he hadn't had time to think about her, but only about the threat hanging over him. Overnight, he had become a hunted man, his freedom, if not his head, at stake with every passing minute. Now that he was at Quai des Orfèvres, face to face with the police, who had been his nightmare, he was suddenly letting himself go. I swear I didn't kill her, he repeated. Maigret believed him. He didn't look or sound like a guilty man. Louis had been right the previous day when he had talked about his friend as a weak man who acted tough. With his fair hair, his bright eyes, his almost chubby face, it wasn't a butcher's boy he made you think of, but an office clerk. You could imagine him strolling on the Champs-Élysées with his wife on a Sunday afternoon. Do you really believe it was me? No. So why did you tell that to the papers? I never said a word to the reporters. They write what they want. And the circumstances, I didn't kill her. Calm down now. You can smoke. Pierrot's hand was still shaking as he lit his cigarette. There's one question I have to ask you before anything else. When you went to Avenue Carnot on Monday night, was Louise still alive? Pierrot opened his eyes wide. Of course, he exclaimed. It was probably the truth. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited to read the paper at midday the following day to take fright and run away. When she phoned you at the Grelot, did you have any idea what she had to say to you? No, I had no idea. She was in a nervous state and wanted to talk to me right away. What did you think? That she'd made up her mind. To do what? To give it all up. Give up what exactly? The old man. Had you asked her to? I've been begging her to come and live with me for the past 2 years. He added as if challenging Maigret, as if challenging the whole world. I love her. He wasn't being assertive. On the contrary, he spoke haltingly. Are you sure you don't want a bite to eat? This time Pierrot automatically grabbed a sandwich, and Maigret took another. It was better this way. Both were eating, and that relaxed the atmosphere. No noise could be heard from the offices, except the tapping of a typewriter somewhere. Had Lulu ever before called you to Avenue Carnot when you were at work? No, not to Avenue Carnot. Once when she was still living in Rue de Lafayette, and she suddenly felt ill. It was only a bad case of indigestion, but she was afraid. She was always afraid of dying. Because of that word, and the images it evoked, his eyes grew wet again, and he paused for a while before biting into his sandwich. What did she say to you on Monday night? Hold on, though, before you answer my question. Tell me if you have a key to the apartment. No. Why not? I don't know. No reason. I didn't go there often, and when I did, she was always there to open the door. So you rang the bell and she opened the door? I didn't have to ring the bell. She was listening out for me, and she opened the door as soon as I got out of the lift. I thought she was in bed. She had been. She must have been in bed when she phoned me. She got up just before I arrived. She was in a dressing gown. Did she seem normal? No. What kind of state was she in? Hard to say. She looked as if she'd been doing a lot of thinking and was about to make a decision. I got scared when I saw her. Scared of what? The musician hesitated. You might as well know, he grunted in the end. I was scared because of the old man. I assume you mean the professor. Yes, I kept expecting him to decide to get a divorce and marry Lulu. Was it on the cards? If it was, she never told me. Did she want him to marry her? I don't know. I don't think so. Did she love you? I think she did. Aren't you sure? I don't suppose women are like men. What do you mean? He did not clarify his thought,
perhaps because he was unable to, and merely shrugged his shoulders. She was a poor girl, he finally murmured as if to himself. The mouthfuls went down his throat with difficulty, but he continued mechanically to eat. Where did she sit when you arrived? She didn't sit down. She was too nervous to sit. She started walking up and down and said without looking at me, "I have important news to tell you." Then, as if she couldn't hold it in any longer, "I'm pregnant." Did she seem pleased? She didn't seem either pleased or upset. Did you think the child was yours? He did not dare answer, but from his attitude it was clear that for him it was obvious. What did you say? Nothing. It had a strange effect on me. I wanted to take her in my arms. Wouldn't she let you? No. She kept walking up and down, talking to herself, saying things like, "I wonder what I'm going to do. This changes everything. It may be very important. If I tell him—" She meant the professor. Yes. She didn't know if she could tell him the truth or not. She wasn't sure how he'd react. And now Piero, who had finished his sandwich, sighed despondently. It's hard to explain. I remember the smallest details, and at the same time it's vague. I never imagined it would happen like that. What had you hoped? That she'd throw herself in my arms and tell me she'd finally made up her mind to come with me. Had the idea occurred to her? Maybe it had. I'm almost sure it had. She wanted it. In the beginning, when she came out of hospital, she claimed that she was obliged out of gratitude to act as she did. She felt indebted to Gua. He saved her life. I think he spent more time treating her than any other of his patients. Did you believe it? Believe what? Did you believe in Lulu's gratitude? I told her she wasn't obliged to keep being his mistress. He had plenty of others. Do you think he was in love with her? He was definitely attached to her. I guess she'd got under his skin. What about you? I loved her. When all said and done, why did she send for you? I've wondered that too. It was about 5:30 that she found out for sure at a doctor's in Rue des Dames that she was pregnant. Couldn't she have seen you then? Yes. She knew where I usually have dinner before going to Pavrello. She went back home. Later on, between 7:30 and 8, the professor dropped in on her. She told me. Did she also tell you if she'd announced the news to him? She hadn't told him anything. She ate something and went to bed. It's likely she didn't sleep. And about 9 o'clock, she phoned you. I know. I've thought about all that and tried to understand, but I still don't. The only thing I know for sure is that I didn't kill her. Answer this question frankly, Piero. If on Monday evening she told you she didn't want to see you again, would you have killed her? The young man looked at him, and a vague smile rose to his lips. Do you want me to put a noose around my own neck? You aren't obliged to answer. I might have killed her. But first of all, she didn't tell me that. Secondly, I didn't have a gun. You had one the last time you were arrested. That was years ago, and the police didn't give it back to me. I haven't had one since. I was going to add that I wouldn't have killed her that way. How would you have gone about it? I don't know. I might have hit her without realizing what I was doing, or put my hands round her throat. He stared at the wooden floor at his feet, and paused before adding in a less distinct voice, But maybe I wouldn't have done anything. There are things like that you think about when you're falling asleep, but that you never actually do. Did you ever think about killing Lulu as you were falling asleep? Yes. Because you were jealous of Gua. He shrugged again, which presumably meant that that wasn't the whole story, that the truth was more complicated than that. Before Gua, you were already Louis' fiancé boyfriend, and unless I'm mistaken, you didn't stop her from being on the game. That's different. Maigret was making an effort to get as close to the truth as possible, but he realized that absolute truth was elusive. You never took advantage of the professor's money. Never, he retorted so sharply with an abrupt movement of the head that he seemed on the verge of losing his temper. Did Louise ever give you presents? Nothing but trifles, a ring, ties, socks. And you accepted them. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. What would you have done if she'd left Gua? We'd have lived together. Like before? No. Why? Because I never liked that. What would you have lived on? First of all, I earn a living. Not much of one, from what Louis told me. Not much of one, maybe, but I wasn't planning to stay in Paris. Where did you plan to go? Anywhere. South America, Canada. He was even younger in character than Maigret thought. Lulu wasn't keen on the plan. Sometimes she was tempted, and occasionally she even promised that we'd leave in a month or two.
I assume it was in the evening that she spoke like that.
How do you know?
And in the morning she saw things in a clearer light.
She was afraid.
Of what?
Of starving to death.
They were finally getting there. There was a resentment in Piero that showed through in spite of him. Do you think it was because of that fear that she stayed with the professor?
Maybe.
She was often hungry in her life, wasn't she?
Just like me,
the young man retorted defiantly. Only she was afraid of being hungry again.
What are you trying to prove?
Nothing yet. I'm just trying to understand. The one thing we know for sure is that on Monday night someone shot Lulu at close range. You say it wasn't you, and I believe you.
Are you certain you believe me?
Piero murmured mistrustfully. Until proved otherwise.
And you let me go?
As soon as we finish this conversation.
You'll call off your search, order your men to leave me alone?
I'll even allow you to go back to your job at the Grelo.
And the newspapers?
I'll issue a press release in a while saying that you came to the police judiciary of your own free will, and that after you'd explained yourself you were allowed to go free.
That doesn't mean I'm not still under suspicion.
I add that there's nothing pointing to you.
That's something at least.
Did Lulu own a gun?
No.
You said just now that she was afraid.
Of life, of poverty, but not of people. She wouldn't have needed a gun.
You stayed just over a quarter of an hour at her place on Monday night.
I had to get back to the Grelo. Plus, I didn't like being there when the old man could come in at any minute. He has a key.
Did he ever do that?
Once.
What happened?
Nothing. It was an afternoon at a time when he never came to see Lulu. We'd arranged to meet in town at 5, but something happened that stopped me going. As I was in the area, I went up to see her. We were in the living room, chatting, when we heard the key turn in the lock. He came in. I didn't hide. He didn't look at me. He advanced into the middle of the room with his hat on his head and waited without saying a word. It was a bit as if I wasn't a human being.
When all's said and done, you still don't know exactly why Lulu sent for you on Monday night.
I assumed she needed to talk to someone.
How did your conversation end?
She said, I wanted you to know. I have no idea what I'm going to do. In any case, nothing's visible yet. You think it over too.
Did Lulu ever talk to you about marrying the professor?
He seemed to search in his memory. Once, when we were in a restaurant on Boulevard Rochua, and we were talking about a girl we both knew who had just got married, she said, if it was only up to me, he'd get a divorce and marry me.
Did you believe that?
He might have done it. At that age, men are capable of anything.
Maigret was unable to hold back a smile. I won't ask you where you've been hiding since yesterday afternoon.
I wouldn't tell you. Am I free to go?
Completely.
And your men won't arrest me when I leave?
To be honest, you'd do well to spend an hour or two in the vicinity without being too conspicuous to give me time to issue orders. There's a brasserie on Place Dauphine where you'll be left alone.
Give me my coat.
He seemed wearier than when he'd come in, because he was no longer living on his nerves. And I think you should also find a room in the first hotel you come to, and get some sleep.
I wouldn't be able to sleep.
In the doorway he turned.
What are they going to do with her?
Maigret understood. If nobody claims the body, he began.
Am I allowed to claim it?
If there's no family.
Will you tell me how to go about it?
He wanted to give Lulu a decent funeral. Their friends from the dance hall in the Barbet district would probably follow the hearse. Maigret watched his weary figure move away down the long corridor. He slowly closed the door, stood motionless for a while in the middle of his office, and at last headed for the inspector's room. Chapter 7. It was about 6 o'clock when the car from the police judiciaire stopped on Avenue Carnot, outside the building where the Gouins lived, but at the pavement opposite, the front of it pointing towards the Terre neighborhood. Night had fallen early. That day there'd not been any more sunshine than the 3 previous days. The lights were on in the concierge's lodge. They were also on at the Gouins on the 4th floor, in the left-hand part of the apartment. Here and there, other windows were lit. Some apartments were temporarily unoccupied. The Autremons, for example, Belgians who were in high finance, were in Egypt for the winter. The Count of Tavera and his family, who lived on the 2nd floor, spent the hunting season in their chateau somewhere to the south of the Loire. Wedged into the back of the car, wrapped in his overcoat with his pipe sticking out from his turned-up collar, Maigret did not move. He appeared to be in such a bad mood that after a few minutes the driver had taken a newspaper from his pocket and murmured, "Do you mind?" It was a wonder he could read without any more light than the reflected glow of a street lamp. Maigret had had the same air all afternoon. It wasn't a bad mood, strictly speaking. His colleagues knew that, but the effect was the same, and the word had been passed around Quai des Orfèvres not to disturb him. He had hardly left his office, except to emerge 2 or 3 times into the inspector's room, where he looked at them with big eyes, as if he'd forgotten what he'd come in for. He had dealt with some long-pending files with as much ardor as if they'd suddenly become really urgent. At about 4:30, he had made his first call to the American hospital in Neuilly. "Is Professor Gouin operating at the moment?" "Yes, he'll be at least another hour. Who shall I say called?" He had hung up, reread the report that Janvier had drawn up on the tenants of the building, and the answers he had been given. Nobody had heard the gunshot. On the same floor as Louise Fillon, on the left-hand side, lived a certain Madame Métital, a widow, still young, who had been to the theatre on Monday evening. On the floor below, the Crémieux had given the dinner party for 10 people, which by the time it ended had been really boisterous. Maigret had worked on another case and made a few unimportant phone calls. At 5:30, when he had called Neuilly again, he'd been told that the operation had just ended and that the professor was getting dressed. That was when he had taken the car. There were few other people passing on the pavements of Avenue Calmo, and not many cars on the street. Over the driver's shoulder, he could read a headline on the front page of the newspaper, "Pierrot, the musician, released." It was he who had informed the reporters in accordance with his promise. The clock on the dashboard, which let out a faint light, showed 6:20. If there'd been a bistro closer, he would have had a drink, and he was sorry now that he'd not stopped on the way. It was not until 6:50 that a taxi stopped outside the building. Etienne Gouin was the first to get out and stand motionless on the pavement for a moment, while his assistant emerged in her turn from the car. He was near a street lamp, and his figure stood out against the light. He must have been half a head taller than Maigret, and was almost as broad-shouldered. It was hard to judge his build because of his loose overcoat, which seemed too big for him, and much longer than was the fashion that year. He couldn't have been unduly bothered about his appearance, and his hat was placed just anyhow on his head. Standing there, he gave the impression of a fat man who had got thinner and retained only a strong frame. He was waiting without any impatience, staring absently at a point in space, while the young woman took money from her bag to pay the driver. Then, as the taxi drove off, he stood listening to what she was telling him. She was presumably reminding him of his appointments the following day before she left. She walked with him as far as the entrance, where she handed him the dark leather briefcase she'd been holding in her hand, and watched him enter the lift before setting off in the direction of the town. "Follow her." "Right, Chief." The car only had to glide down the sloping avenue. Lucille Decaux was walking quickly, without turning. She was short, brown-haired, and as far as could be judged, plump. She turned the corner into Rue des Acacias and went straight into a pork butcher's, then into the bakery next door, and finally, after about 100 meters, into a dilapidated-looking building. Maigret sat in the car for about 10 more minutes. Then he went into the building in his turn and spoke to the concierge, whose lodge was of a different class from the one on Avenue Calmo, cluttered with an adult's bed and a child's cot. "Mademoiselle Decaux?" "4th floor on the right. She just got home." There was no lift. On the 4th floor, he rang a bell and heard steps inside. "Who's there?" a voice asked from behind the door. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "One moment, please." The voice was neither surprised nor frightened. Before opening, she went to another room and took a few moments to come back. Maigret understood why when the door opened, and he saw her in a dressing gown, her feet in slippers. "Come in," she said, looking at him curiously. The apartment, consisting of 3 rooms and a kitchen, was extremely clean. The wooden floor, so highly polished, you could have slid on it as if on a skating rink. He was shown into the living room, which was more like a kind of studio, with a divan covered in a striped cloth, lots of books in cases, a gramophone and shelves of records. Above the fireplace, where the young woman had just lighted some logs, was a framed photograph of Etienne Gouin. "Do you mind if I take my coat off?" "Please do."
I was just making myself comfortable when you rang the bell." She wasn't pretty. Her features were irregular, her lips too thick, but she seemed to have a pleasant body. "Am I stopping you from having your dinner?" "It doesn't matter. Please sit down." She pointed to an armchair. She herself settled on the edge of the divan, pulling the hem of her dressing gown down over her bare legs. She didn't ask him any questions, merely observed him the way some people observe a famous person they at last see in the flesh. "I preferred not to disturb you at the hospital." "You would have found that difficult, because I was in the operating theatre." "Are you usually present at the professor's operations?" "Always." "How long has that been the case?" 10 years. Before that I was his student." "Are you a doctor?" "Yes." "May I ask how old you are?" "I'm 36. She was answering his questions without any hesitation, in a fairly neutral voice, but he nevertheless had the impression of a certain mistrust, perhaps a certain hostility. "I'm here to clarify a few points of detail. As I'm sure you know, in an investigation like the one I'm conducting, everything has to be checked." She was waiting for the question. "On Monday evening, unless I'm mistaken, you went to fetch your boss from Avenue Carnot just before 8. "That's right. I hailed a taxi and phoned the professor from the concierge's lodge to let him know I was waiting for him downstairs." "Is that your usual procedure?" "Yes. I only go up when there's work in the office or documents to take." "Where were you while the professor was coming down?" "By the door of the lift." "So, you know he stopped on the way down?" "He stopped for a few minutes on the 3rd floor. I assume you're aware of that." "Yes, I am." "Why haven't you asked the professor himself that question?" He preferred not to answer. "Did he behave just like the other evenings, or did he seem worried?" "Only about his patient's condition." "Did he say anything on the way to the hospital?" "He doesn't talk a lot." "You must have got to Cochin a few minutes after 8. What happened then?" "We went straight to the patient's room, along with the intern on duty." "Did you spend the whole evening there?" "No. The professor stayed in the room for about half an hour, watching out for certain reactions that didn't come. I told him you ought to get some rest." "What time was it that he went up to the 4th floor?" "I know you already asked these questions for the hospital." "Was it the head nurse of the department who told you that?" "It doesn't matter." "What time is it?" "It wasn't yet 9. You didn't go up with him?"
"I stayed with the patient. It was a child."
"I know. What time did the professor come back down?"
"I went up at about 11 to tell him that what he was expecting to happen had happened."
"Did you go into the room where he was lying down?"
"Yes."
"Was he dressed?"
"At the hospital he usually lies down fully dressed. He had simply taken off his jacket and loosened his tie."
"So, you spent all the time between 8:30 and 11 at the patient's bedside, which means it would have been possible for your boss to go back downstairs and leave the hospital without your knowing."
She must have been expecting this, because he had asked the same question in Cochin, and they must have told her. And yet he saw her chest rising more rapidly. Had she prepared her answer? "It would have been impossible, because I went upstairs at 10:15 to see if he needed anything." Maigret, who was looking her in the eyes, said without raising his voice and with a great deal of gentleness in his tone, "You're lying, aren't you?" "Why do you say that?" "Because I sense that you're lying. Listen, Mademoiselle Decaux, it's easy for me to reconstruct your actions at the hospital. I can do it right now. Even if you've taught the staff well, there'll be someone who'll feel uneasy and admit the truth. You didn't go upstairs until 11. The professor didn't leave the hospital." "How do you know that?" "Because I know him better than anyone." She pointed to the evening newspaper on a side table. "I found that on a table in Neuilly and read it. Why did you release that young man?" She meant Piero. From where he was sitting, he could read the name upside down. "Are you so sure he didn't do it?" "I'm not sure of anything." "But you suspect the professor of killing that girl?" Instead of answering her question, he asked, "Did you know her?" "You forget. I'm Monsieur Gouin's assistant. I was present when he operated on her." "Did you dislike her?" "I had no reason to dislike her." As he had his pipe in his hand, she said, "You can smoke. It doesn't bother me." "Is it correct to say that the relationship between the professor and you is more intimate than purely professional?" "They told you that too, did they?" She smiled with a certain condescension. "Are you very bourgeois, Monsieur Maigret?" "That depends on what you mean by that." I'm trying to find out if you have fixed ideas about conventional morality. I've been in the police force for nearly 36 years, my dear. In that case, don't speak about intimate relationships. Yes, we've had an intimate relationship, our relationship as colleagues. The rest is of no importance. Does that mean there's no love between you? Certainly not in the sense you mean it. I admire Professor Gouin more than anyone else in the world. I try to help him as best I can. For 10 hours, 12 hours a day, often more, I'm at his side, and it's become such a normal thing for both of us that sometimes he doesn't even notice. We often spend the whole night together waiting for particular symptoms to manifest themselves in a patient. When he operates in the provinces or abroad, I go with him. In the street, I pay his taxi fares, and I'm the one who reminds him of his appointments, just as I'm the one who phones his wife to say that he won't be home. A long time ago, right at the beginning, things happened between us, the kind of things that normally happen between a man and a woman who find themselves in frequent contact. It didn't mean anything to him. He's done the same thing with the nurses and with many of us. Didn't it mean anything to you either? Nothing at all. She was looking him straight in the eyes, as if challenging him to contradict her. Have you ever been in love? With whom? With anyone. With a professor. Not in the way you mean it. But you devoted your life to him. Yes. Was it he who chose you as his assistant when you qualified? It was I who put myself forward. It was something I've been thinking about ever since I started attending his classes. You said that at the beginning certain things happened between you. Am I to understand they don't happen any more? You're an excellent father-confessor, Monsieur Maigret. They still happen every now and again. In your apartment. He's never set foot here. I don't see him climbing the 4 floors to get here. At the hospital. Sometimes also in his apartment. You're forgetting I'm also his secretary, and that we often spend part of a day on Avenue Carnot. Do you know his wife well? We see each other almost every day. How would you describe your relationship with her? He had the impression that a harder look came into Lucille Decaux's eyes. I'm indifferent to her, she said. Is that mutual? What is it that you want me to tell you? The truth. Let's just say that Madame Gouin looks at me the same way she looks at her servants. I suppose she has to make an effort to convince herself that she's the professor's wife. Have you met her? Once again, Maigret avoided answering. Why did your boss marry her? So as not to be alone, I suppose. That was before you became his assistant, wasn't it? Several years earlier. Does he get on well with her? He's not the kind of man who quarrels with anyone, and he has a remarkable ability to ignore people. Does he ignore his wife? He has some of his meals with her. Is that all? As far as I know. Why do you think she married him? She was just an ordinary nurse, don't forget. The professor is said to be a rich man. Is he? He earns a lot of money. He doesn't care about things like that. But he has a considerable fortune. She nodded and uncrossed her legs, not forgetting to pull down on the hem of her dressing gown. In short, in your opinion, he isn't happy in his marriage. That's not quite correct. His wife couldn't make him unhappy. What about Lulu? Nor could Lulu, that's my belief. If he wasn't in love with her, how do you explain the fact that for more than 2 years? I can't explain it. You'd have to figure it out for yourself. Someone told me she'd got under his skin. Who told you that? Isn't it true? It is and it isn't. She'd become something that belonged to him. But he wouldn't have got a divorce in order to marry her. She looked at him in astonishment. No, of course not. He would never have put himself through the complications of a divorce. Even to marry you. He's never thought about it. And you? She blushed. Neither have I. What would I have gained by it? On the contrary, I would have lost on the deal. You see, I've always had the best of him and still have. He does hardly anything without me. I take part in his work. I read his books as he writes them, and often I'm the one who does the research. He won't cross Paris by taxi without me at his side. Is he afraid of dying, suddenly? Why do you ask that? She seemed surprised at Maigret's insight. It's been true for a few years now, pretty much ever since he discovered that he has a weak heart. The other time he consulted several of his colleagues. You may not know this, but most doctors are more frightened by illness than their patients. I do know that. He's never said anything to me about it, but gradually he's got into the habit of never being on his own. If he had an attack in a taxi, say, what could you do? Not very much. But I understand him. So basically, it's the thought of dying alone that frightens him. Why exactly have you come to see me, Inspector? Perhaps in order not to disturb your boss needlessly. His mistress was killed on Monday evening. I don't like that word. It's inaccurate. I use it in the meaning that's usually given to it. Physically speaking, Guan could have committed the murder. As you yourself admitted earlier, he was alone on the 4th floor of the hospital from 9:15 until 11. There was nothing to stop him going downstairs and getting a ride to Avenue Carnot. First of all, if you knew him, the idea would never even occur to you that he could kill someone. On the contrary, he retorted. He was so categorical that she looked at him with astonishment, without thinking of objecting. What do you mean? You admit that his work, his career, his scientific research, his teaching, his medical activities, whatever, is the only thing that matters to him. To an extent. To a much greater extent than anyone else I've ever met. Someone used about him the words, force of nature. This time she didn't ask who. Forces of nature don't care about the damage they cause. If for one reason or another Lulu had become a threat to his activities, how could she have threatened the professor's activities? You know she was pregnant. What difference would that have made? She didn't seem surprised. So you knew? The professor told me. When? Last Saturday. Are you certain that he told you? On Saturday? Absolutely. We were in the taxi coming back from a hospital. He told me, just as he tells me lots of things, without making much of it, as if he was talking to himself. I think Louise is pregnant. How did he seem? Fine. Quite ironic the way he usually is. You see, there are lots of things people think are important, and he doesn't. What surprises me is that he could have talked to you about it on Saturday, when it wasn't until about 6 on Monday evening that Lulu herself found out. You forget that he's a doctor, and that he was sleeping with her. You think he told his wife too? It's unlikely. What if Louise Fillon had got it into her head to get him to marry her? I doubt the thought ever crossed her mind, and even if it had, he wouldn't have killed her. You're barking up the wrong tree, Inspector. I'm not claiming you let the real culprit go. I don't see why that Pierrot would have killed the girl either. Out of love, if she'd threatened not to see him again. She shrugged. That's going a bit far. What do you think? I have no reason to think anything. He stood up to empty his pipe in the fireplace, and automatically, as if he were in his own home, picked up the tongs to arrange the logs. Are you thinking about his wife? He asked in a casual tone with his back turned. I'm not thinking about anyone. You don't like her. How could she have liked her? Germaine Gouin was a mere nurse, a fisherman's daughter, who overnight had become the lawful wedded wife of a professor, while she, Lucille Decaux, who had devoted her life to him and was quite capable of helping him in his work, was only his assistant. Every evening when they got back from hospital, she would get out of the taxi with him, but only to say good night in the doorway of his building and go home to her apartment in Rue des Acacias, while he went upstairs to his wife. Do you suspect her, Mademoiselle Decaux? I never said that. But you think it. I think you're only too eager to pry into my boss's actions during Monday evening, but that you don't care about hers. How do you know that? Have you spoken to her? I've at least learned, never mind how, that she spent the evening with her sister. Do you know Antoinette? Not personally. The professor's told me about her. He doesn't like her. It's she who hates him. He told me once that whenever they happen to meet, he always expects her to spit in his face. Do you know anything else about Madame Gouin? Nothing, she said curtly. Does she have a lover? Not as far as I know, but it's none of my business anyway. Is she the kind of woman who'd let her husband take the blame if she herself was guilty? She said nothing. Maigret couldn't help smiling. Admit, you wouldn't be upset if she was the one who killed Lulu, and we found out. The one thing I know for sure is that the professor didn't kill her. Did he mention a murder to you? Not on the Tuesday morning. He didn't yet know. In the afternoon he told me casually that the police would probably be phoning to ask to see him. And since then, he hasn't mentioned it again. Didn't Louise's death affect him? If he was upset, he hasn't shown it. He's the same as usual. I don't suppose you have anything else to tell me. Did he ever talk to you about Pierre Réau, the musician? Never. Did it ever occur to you that he might be jealous of him?
He's not the kind of man to be jealous of anybody. I'm grateful to you, my dear, and I'm sorry I delayed your dinner. If you happen to remember anything interesting, don't hesitate to phone me. Aren't you going to see my boss? I don't know yet. Is he at home this evening? It's his only free evening of the week. How will he spend it? Working as usual. He has the proofs of his book to go through. Maigret put on his overcoat with a sigh. You're a strange girl, he murmured as if to himself. There's nothing remarkable about me. Good evening. Good evening, Monsieur Maigret. She walked him out onto the landing and watched him go downstairs. Outside, the black car stood waiting. The driver opened the door. He almost gave in the address on Avenue Carnot. Sooner or later he'd have to make up his mind to talk directly to Gouin. Why did he keep putting it off? He seemed to be circling around him without daring to move in closer, as if the professor's personality overawed him. To Quai des Orfèvres. At this hour, Etienne Gouin must be in the middle of dinner with his wife. In passing, Maigret saw that there was no light in the right-hand part of the apartment. There was at least one point on which the assistant had been mistaken. Contrary to what she had asserted, Gouin's conjugal relations were less neutral than she thought. Lucille Decaux claimed that her boss didn't talk about his personal affairs with his wife, but as it happened, Madame Gouin had given Maigret details she could only have got from her husband. Had he also told her that he thought Lulu was pregnant? He had the driver stop the car a little further along the avenue, outside the bistro where he'd stopped once for a toddy. It was less cold this evening, and he ordered something else, a mark, even though it wasn't the hour for neat alcohol, simply because it was what he'd drunk the previous day. It was a habit they teased him about at Quai des Orfèvres. If he started a case with Calvados, for example, it was with Calvados that he continued. So that there were cases accompanied by beer, others by red wine. There had even been some where whiskey was the drink of choice. He was about to phone the office to ask if there was any news and have himself driven straight home. It was only because there was someone in the phone booth that he changed his mind. He didn't speak on the way. "Do you still need me?" the driver asked, once they were in the courtyard of the Police Judiciaire. "You can take me back to Boulevard Richelieu in a few minutes, unless you finished your shift." "I don't finish till 8. He went upstairs and switched the light on in his office, whose second door opened immediately to admit Luca. "Inspector Jeannin phoned. He's upset that nobody told him Pierre had been found." Everyone had forgotten about Jeannin, who would continue to search the La Chapelle neighborhood until he'd learned from the newspapers that the musician had been questioned by Maigret and released. He's asking if he still needs to keep an eye on him. There's no point anymore. Anything else? Luca was just opening his mouth when the telephone rang. Maigret picked up the receiver. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret speaking," he said with a frown. Immediately, Luca realized it was important. "This is Etienne Gouin," said the voice at the other end. "I'm listening." "I understand you've just questioned my assistant." Lucille Decaux had phoned her boss to let him know. "That's correct," Maigret said. "If you require information about me, it would have struck me as more proper for you to address me directly." Luca had the impression that Maigret was losing a little of his composure and was making an effort to regain it. "That's a matter of judgment," he replied quite curtly. "You know where I live." "Yes, of course. I'll come and see you." There was silence at the other end of the line. Maigret could vaguely hear a woman's voice. It was probably Madame Gouin saying something to her husband. "When?" the professor asked. "In an hour and a half. I haven't had dinner yet." "I'll be waiting." He hung up. "A professor?" Luca asked. Maigret nodded. "What does he want?" "He wants to be questioned." "Are you free?" "To go over there with you?" "Yes, but we'll have a bite to eat before that." They did so on Place Dauphine, at the table where the inspector had lunched and dined so many times that it was called Maigret's table. He didn't say a word throughout the meal. Chapter 8. Maigret had questioned thousands, tens of thousands of people in the course of his career, some occupying important positions, others who were more famous for their wealth, and others still who were considered the most intelligent of international criminals. Yet he attached an importance to this interrogation he had attached to no previous interrogation, and it wasn't Gouin's social position that overawed him, or his worldwide fame.
He was well aware that Luca, since the beginning of the case, had been wondering why he didn't just go and ask the professor a few specific questions. Even now, good old Luca was disconcerted by his chief's mood. The truth was something Maigret couldn't admit to him, or to anybody, not even to his wife. Frankly, he didn't dare formulate it clearly to himself in his own mind. What he knew of Gouin, what he had learned about him, impressed him, it was true, but for a reason that nobody would have been likely to guess. Like the professor, Maigret had been born in a village in the centre of France, and like him, he had had to fend for himself at an early age. Maigret had even started studying medicine. If he had been able to continue, he probably wouldn't have become a surgeon, lacking the necessary manual dexterity, but he nevertheless had the impression that there were a number of things that he and Lulu's lover had in common. It was pride on his part, and that was why he preferred not to think about it. They both, it seemed to him, had an almost equal knowledge of men and life. Not the same knowledge, and above all, not the same reactions. They were rather like opposites, but equal opposites. What he knew about Gouin he had learned from the words and attitudes of 5 different women. Otherwise, all he had seen of him was his shadowy figure on the pavement of Avenue Carnot, and a photograph above a fireplace. And the most revealing incident was no doubt the brief account that Janvier had given him on the telephone of her professor's appearance in Louise Fion's apartment. He was going to find out if he'd been wrong. He had prepared himself as much as possible, and the reason he was taking Luca was not because he needed his help, but to give a more official character to the interview, perhaps when it came down to it, to remind himself that he was going to Avenue Carnot in his capacity as a detective chief inspector of the police judiciaire, and not as a man interested in another man. He had drunk wine with his meal. Then, when the waiter had come and asked him if he would like any spirits, he had ordered an old Mark from Burgundy, so that by the time he got into the car, he felt warm inside. Avenue Carnot was quiet and deserted, with soft lights behind the windows of the apartments. As he passed the lodge, he had the feeling the concierge watched him walk by with an air of reproach. The 2 men took the lift. Around them the building was silent, withdrawn into itself and its secrets. It was 8:40 when Maigret pulled the polished brass handle which activated an electric bell. Footsteps were heard inside, and a fairly young and rather pretty chambermaid, wearing a smart apron over her black uniform, opened the door and said, "If you'd like to take your coats off." He had wondered if Gouin would receive them in the drawing room, in the family part of the apartment, so to speak. He didn't have the answer immediately. The maid hung the clothes in a wardrobe, left the visitors in the hall, and disappeared. She did not return, but before long Gouin appeared and came towards them. He seemed taller and thinner here. Barely looking at them, he murmured, "If you'd like to come this way." He walked in front of them, down a corridor that led to the library. The walls were almost entirely covered in bound books. The lighting was soft, and logs burned in a fireplace much larger than the one in Lucille Decaux's apartment. "Please, sit down." He pointed to some armchairs and chose one for himself. None of this mattered. Neither had yet looked at each other. Luca, who felt superfluous, was all the more ill at ease because the armchair was too deep for his short legs, and he was sitting closest to the fire. "I was expecting you to come alone," Maigret introduced his colleague. "I brought Sergeant Luca, who'll take notes." It was at that moment that their eyes met for the first time, and Maigret saw something like a reproach in the professor's gaze. Was there also, although he couldn't be sure, a degree of disappointment? It was hard to say, because on the surface Gouin was fairly ordinary. There are theatre actors, especially singing basses, who have tall, bony bodies like that, faces with strongly drawn features, bags under their eyes. The pupils were small and clear, without any particular gleam, and yet there was an uncommon weight in his gaze. Maigret would have sworn, as this gaze came to rest on him, that Gouin was as curious about him as he was about the professor. Did he, too, find Maigret more commonplace than the image of him he had built up? Luca had taken a notebook and a pencil from his pocket to disguise his unease. It was impossible to know yet what tone the interview would assume, and Maigret was careful to be silent and wait. "Don't you think, Monsieur Maigret, that it would have been more logical to address me directly rather than go and bother that poor girl?" He was speaking naturally, in a monotonous voice, as if he were saying banal things. "Do you mean Mademoiselle Decaux? She didn't seem to me the least bit embarrassed. I assume she phoned you as soon as I left her to bring you up to date. She repeated to me your questions and her answers. She imagined it was important. Women have a constant need to be convinced of their own importance. Lucille Decaux is your closest colleague, isn't she? She's my assistant. Isn't she also your secretary? Yes, she is. In fact, as I'm sure she told you, she follows me everywhere I go. It gives her the impression she plays a vital role in my life. Is she in love with you? As she would be of any employer, provided he was famous. She struck me as devoted to the point, for example, that she'd make a false statement if necessary, in order to get you out of trouble. She'd do so without any hesitation. My wife has also been in contact with you. Did she tell you? Just like Lucille, she reported your conversation in the minutest detail. He was speaking about his wife in the same detached tone he had assumed to talk about his assistant. There was no warmth in his voice. He was observing facts, relating them without granting them any sentimental value. The little people who approached him must have been delighted with his simplicity, and indeed there was no affectation about him. He was not in the least concerned about the effect he produced on others. It's rare to encounter people who do not play a role, even when they're alone. Most men feel the need to watch themselves living, to listen to themselves speaking. Not Gouin. He was himself, fully himself, and he did not bother to hide his feelings. When he had spoken about Lucille Decaux, his words and attitude seemed to say, what she takes for devotion is only a kind of vanity, the need to think herself exceptional. Any of my female students would do exactly the same. She makes her life interesting and no doubt imagines that I owe her a debt of gratitude. The only reason he didn't say this was because he judged Maigret capable of understanding. He was talking to him as an equal. I haven't yet told you why I phoned you this evening and asked you to come. Mind you, I was keen to meet you anyway. He was a man, and he was sincere. He hadn't taken his eyes off Maigret since they'd been face to face, and he was making no attempt to conceal it. He was examining him like a human specimen he wanted to get to know. My wife and I were having dinner when I received a telephone call. It was from someone you already know, a certain Madame Boat, who did the cleaning for Louise. He didn't say Lulu, but Louise. He spoke about her as simply as he spoke about the others, knowing perfectly well that it was superfluous to provide explanations. Madame Boat has got it into her head that she has something in her possession she can use to blackmail me. She didn't beat about the bush, although I didn't understand what she was talking about at first. She said, I have the gun, Monsieur Gouin. My first thought was to wonder what gun she meant. Will you allow me a question? Go ahead. Have you ever met Madame Boat? I don't think so. Louise told me about her. She knew her before she moved in here. Apparently she's a strange character who's been in prison several times. As she only worked in the apartment in the mornings, and I've hardly ever had occasion to go there at that time, I don't recall ever having seen her. I suppose I might have passed her on the stairs. You can go on. Anyway, she told me that when she went into the living room on Tuesday morning, she found the gun on the table, and— Did she say specifically, on the table? Yes. She added that she hid it in a potted plant out on the landing. Your men must have searched inside the apartment without thinking of looking outside. That was shrewd of her. Anyway, she now apparently has the gun and would be willing to give it back to me for a large sum of money. Give it back to you? It's my gun. How do you know? She described it to me, including the serial number. Have you had this weapon a long time? 8 or 9 years. I'd gone to Belgium to perform an operation. I travelled more in those days than I do now. I've even sometimes been called as far afield as the United States and India. My wife had often told me she was afraid of being alone in the apartment for several days, sometimes several weeks. In a hotel where I was staying in Liège, some locally manufactured weapons were on display in a case. I got the idea of buying a little automatic. I should have, but I didn't declare it to customs. Maigret smiled. What room was it in? In a drawer in my office. That was where I last saw it a few months ago. I've never used it. I'd completely forgotten about it when I got that phone call. What did you tell Madame Brot? That I'd give her an answer. When? Probably this evening. That was when I called you. Would you go over there, Luca? Do you have the address? Yes, Chief. Luca looked delighted to escape the heavy atmosphere of the room, because although the two men were talking quietly and in an apparently matter-of-fact way, there was an underlying tension in the air. Will you be able to find your coat? Would you like me to ring for the maid? I'll find it. Once the door was closed, they fell silent for a moment. It was Maigret who broke the silence. Does your wife know?
About Madame Beau's attempt at blackmail? Yes. She heard what I was answering on the phone because I took the call in the dining room. I filled her in on the rest. What was her reaction? She advised me to give in. Did you wonder why? You see, Monsieur Maigret, whether it's my wife, Lucille Decaux, or any other woman, they feel an intense satisfaction in convincing themselves that they're devoted to me. They compete with one another in helping and protecting me. He was speaking without any irony, without any resentment either. He was dissecting their state of mind with the same detachment he would have used to dissect a corpse. Why do you think my wife felt the need to speak to you? To give herself the role of a wife protecting her husband's peace and quiet, and his work. Isn't that the case? He looked at Maigret without answering. Your wife, Professor, struck me as unusually understanding towards you. She does claim not to be jealous. Is it only a claim? That depends on the meaning you give the word jealous. There's no doubt she doesn't care who I sleep with. Even with Louise Fillon? Not at first. Don't forget that Germaine was just an ordinary nurse before she became Madame Gouin overnight. Did you love her? No. Why did you marry her? To have someone in the house. The old woman who took care of me didn't have long to live. I don't like being alone, Monsieur Maigret. I don't know if you're familiar with that feeling. Perhaps you also prefer it when people around you owe you everything. He didn't object. On the contrary, the remark seemed to please him. In a way, yes. Is that why you chose a girl from a humble background? The others exasperate me. Did she know what to expect when she married you? She knew exactly what to expect. When did she start to be unpleasant? She's never been unpleasant. You've seen her. She's perfect. Takes marvelous care of the apartment. Never insists that I go out in the evening or that we invite friends for dinner. If I understand correctly, she spends her days waiting for you. Pretty much. She's content with being Madame Gouin and knowing that one day she'll be the widow Gouin. Do you think she's self-interested? Let's just say she won't be upset to get her hands on the fortune I leave her. For the moment, I bet you anything she's listening at the door. She was upset when I called you. She would have preferred me to receive you in the drawing-room, in her presence. He had not lowered his voice when he said that Germaine was listening behind the door, and Maigret could have sworn he heard a slight noise in the next room. According to her, she was the one who suggested you bring Louise Fillon here. That's true, I hadn't thought of it. I didn't even know an apartment was free. Didn't that arrangement strike you as strange? Why? The question surprised him. Did you love Louise? Listen, Monsieur Maigret, that's the second time you've used that word. In medicine, we don't know it. Did you need her? Physically, yes. Do I have to explain myself? I'm 62 years old. I know. That says it all. Weren't you jealous of Pierrot? I'd have preferred it if he didn't exist. As in Lucille Decaux's apartment, Maigret stood up to go and put straight a log that had collapsed. He was thirsty. The professor hadn't thought of offering him a drink. His mouth was furry from the mark he had had after dinner, and he hadn't stopped smoking. Did you ever meet him? He asked. Who? Pierrot. Once. Usually they both made sure it didn't happen. What were Lulu's feelings towards you? What should they have been? I suppose you know her history. Of course, she told me she was grateful, she was fond of me. The truth is simpler. She had no desire to fall back into poverty. You must know that. People who've really been hungry, who've been poor in the grimmest sense of the word, and who in one way or another have escaped, would do anything not to fall back into their old lives. It was true. Maigret knew it as well as anyone. Did she love Pierrot? How fond of that word you are, the professor sighed, resigned. She had to have something sentimental in her life. She also had to make problems for herself. I said earlier that women need to feel important. I suppose that's why they complicate their lives, ask themselves questions, always imagine that they have a choice. What kind of choice? Maigret asked with a hint of a smile, to force his interlocutor to be more specific. Louise imagined she had a choice between her musician and me. Didn't she? In actual fact, no. I've told you why. Did she ever threaten to leave you? She sometimes claimed she was thinking about it. Weren't you afraid it would happen? No. Didn't she ever try to get you to marry her? She didn't aim that high. I'm convinced she would have been a little terrified to become Madame Gouin. What she needed was security, a nice warm apartment, 3 meals a day, decent clothes.
What would have happened if you died? I took out a life insurance policy in her name. Did he also take one out in Lucille Decaux's name? No, there's no point. When I'm dead, she'll latch onto my successor just as she latched onto me, and nothing would have changed in her life. The ringing of the telephone interrupted them. Guan was about to stand up to answer, then stopped. That must be your inspector. It was indeed Luca, phoning from the Batignolles police station, the closest to Desiree Broad's apartment. I have the gun, Chief. She claimed at first she didn't know what I was talking about. What have you done with her? She's here with me. Have her taken to headquarters. Where did she find the gun? She still claims it was on the table. Why did she conclude it belonged to the professor? According to her, it's obvious. She isn't going into details. She's furious. She tried to scratch me. What does he say? Nothing definite yet. We're chatting. Shall I join you? Go to the lab first to make sure there are no prints on the automatic. That will give you a chance to take your prisoner there. All right, Chief. Lucas sighed unenthusiastically. It was only then that Guan thought of offering Maigret a drink. Would you like a glass of brandy? Gladly. He pushed a button. The maid who had admitted Maigret and Lucas soon appeared. The brandy. They did not speak as they waited for her. When she came back, there was only one glass on the tray. Please excuse me, but I never drink, the professor said, letting Maigret serve himself. It wasn't out of virtue, probably not for health reasons either, but because he didn't need it. Chapter 9. Maigret took his time. His glass in his hand, he was looking at the professor's face, while the professor, for his part, looked at him calmly. The concierge also owes you a debt of gratitude, doesn't she? If I'm not mistaken, you saved her son. I don't expect gratitude from anyone. Nevertheless, she's devoted to you, and like Lucille Decaux, would be ready to lie to get you out of an awkward situation. Of course, it's always pleasant to think of one's being heroic. Don't you feel alone sometimes, in the world as you see it? All human beings are alone, whatever they think. You just have to admit it and adjust to it. I thought you hated solitude. That's not the kind of solitude I meant. Let's say, if you prefer, that what distresses me is emptiness. I don't like to be alone in the apartment or in the street or in a car. It's about physical solitude rather than moral isolation. Are you afraid of death? I don't care about being dead. I hate death itself, with all it entails. In your profession, Inspector, you've seen it almost as often as I have. He knew perfectly well that this was his weak point, that this fear of dying alone was the little touch of human cowardice that made him, in spite of everything, a man like any other. He wasn't ashamed of it. Since my last heart attack, I've always had someone with me. Medically, it wouldn't be any help. Nevertheless, strange as it may seem, any presence reassures me. Once, when I was alone in the city and I felt faint, I went into the first bar I came across. This was the moment that Maigret chose to ask the question he had been keeping in reserve for a long time. What was your reaction when you realized that Louise was pregnant? He seemed surprised, not that the subject should be brought up, but that it should be considered a possible problem. I didn't have any reaction, he said simply. Didn't she tell you? No, I assume she didn't yet know. She found out at about 6 o'clock on Monday. You saw her after that. Didn't she say anything? Only that she wasn't feeling well and was going to bed. Did you think the child was yours? I didn't think any such thing. Have you ever had children? Not as far as I know. Have you ever wanted to? His reply shocked Maigret. For 30 years now, his greatest regret had been that he wasn't a father. Why should I? The professor asked. Precisely. What do you mean? Nothing. Some people who have no serious interests in life imagine that a child makes them important, useful in some way, makes them feel they'll be leaving something behind them. I'm not one of those people. Don't you think that given your age and her boyfriend's, Lulu would have assumed the child was his? There's no scientific basis for that. I'm talking about what she may have thought. It's possible. Wasn't that sufficient to make up her mind to leave you for Pierrot? He did not hesitate. No, he replied, still like a man who is sure he possesses the truth. She would surely have told me the child was mine. Would you have recognized the child as your own? Why not? Even if you had doubts that you were the father?
What difference does that make? One child is as good as any other. Would you have married the mother? I don't see why I should. Don't you think she would have tried to get you to marry her? If she had, she wouldn't have succeeded. Because you don't want to leave your wife. Simply because I find these complications ridiculous. I'm answering you frankly because I think you're able to understand me. Did you talk about it with your wife? On Sunday afternoon, if I remember correctly. Yes, it was Sunday. I spent part of the afternoon at home. Why did you tell her? I told my assistant, too. I know. And? He was right to think that Maigret understood. There was something terribly arrogant and at the same time tragic in the way the professor spoke about those around him, especially the women. He took them all at face value, without the slightest illusion, asking of each only what she could give him. It was as if, to him, they were not much more than inanimate objects. Nor did he take the trouble to keep silent in front of them. What would have been the point? He could think aloud without worrying how they might react, let alone what they might be thinking or feeling. What did your wife say? She asked me what I was planning to do. Did you tell her you would recognize the child? He nodded. Didn't it occur to you this might upset her? Perhaps. This time, Maigret suspected something in the other man that hadn't come through so far, or that he hadn't been able to spot. There was a secret satisfaction in the professor's voice as he said, "Perhaps." So you did it deliberately, he said sharply. Telling her, you mean? Maigret was sure that Guin would have preferred not to smile, to remain impassive, but he couldn't help it, and for the first time his lips curled strangely. In other words, you were quite content to upset your wife and your assistant. The way Guin kept silent constituted an admission. Mightn't one or other of them have got it into their heads to get rid of Louise Fillon? It's an idea they must both have been fairly familiar with for a long time. They both hated Louise. I don't know anyone who hasn't wished for the death of another human being at some time or other. Only people capable of putting that idea into practice are rare. Fortunately for you. It was all true, which is what made this conversation so incredible. What the professor had said from the start was, when it came down to it, what Maigret himself thought. Their ideas about men and their motives weren't so different. What was different was their attitude to the problem. Guin only used what Maigret would have called his cold reason, whereas Maigret tried to... He would have been hard put to define what it was he tried to do. Perhaps understanding people gave him a feeling that wasn't just pity, but a kind of affection. Guin looked at them from a great height. Maigret put himself on the same level as them. Louise Fillon was murdered, he said slowly. That's a fact. Someone went all the way. Have you wondered who? That's your job, not mine. Did it occur to you we might think it was you? Of course. At that time I didn't yet know that my wife had spoken to you, and I was surprised you didn't come and question me. The concierge told me you knew about me. She too. And Guin accepted it as his due. You went to Cochin on Monday night, but you only stayed half an hour at your patient's bedside. I went up to sleep in a room on the 4th floor that's kept at my disposal. You were alone there, and there was nothing to stop you leaving the hospital without being seen, coming here by taxi and then going back to your room. At what time, according to you, did these comings and goings take place? It would have had to be between 9 and 11. At what time was Pierre Avro in Louise's apartment? At 9:45. So I would have had to kill Louise after that. Maigret nodded. Given the time it would have taken me to make the journey, I wouldn't have been back at the hospital between 10 and past. Maigret calculated mentally. The professor's argument was logical. And suddenly Maigret looked disappointed. Something wasn't happening as he'd foreseen. He was expecting what was to come, barely listening to what his interlocutor was telling him. It so happens, Monsieur Maigret, that at 10:05 a colleague of mine, Dr. Lanvin, who had just examined a patient on the 3rd floor, came upstairs to see me. He didn't trust his own diagnosis and asked me if I could come with him. I went down to the 3rd floor. Neither my assistant nor the staff in my department could have told you that, because they didn't know. This isn't the testimony of a woman anxious to get me out of trouble, but of 5 or 6 people, including the patient, who'd never seen me before and probably doesn't even know my name. I've never thought you killed Lulu.
He deliberately caught her by that name, which appeared to displease the professor. Maigret too had a desire to be cruel. I'd simply expected you to try to cover for the person who did kill her. Gouin took this in. A slight flush appeared on his cheeks, and for a moment he turned his eyes away from Maigret. The doorbell rang. It was Lucas. The maid admitted him. He had a little package in his hand. "No prints," he said, unwrapping the gun and handing it to his chief. He looked at both of them, surprised at the prevailing calm, surprised also to find them in exactly the same places, in the same poses, as if while he'd been running about the city, time here had stood still. "This is your gun, isn't it, Monsieur Gouin?" It was a fancy weapon with a nickel-plated barrel and a mother-of-pearl grip. If the shot hadn't been fired at close range, it probably would not have done much harm. "There's a bullet missing from the magazine," Lucas said. "I phoned Gaston Renette. He'll do the usual tests tomorrow, but for now, he's convinced that this is the gun that was used on Monday." "I assume, Monsieur Gouin, that both your wife and your assistant had access to your desk drawer. It wasn't locked?" "I never lock anything." That, too, was a kind of contempt for people. He had nothing to hide. He didn't care if anyone read his personal papers. "You weren't surprised when you came home on Monday night to find your sister-in-law in the apartment?" "She usually avoids me." "I think she hates you, doesn't she?" "It's another way to make her life interesting." "Your wife told me her sister just happened to drop by because she was in the neighborhood." "It's possible." "But when I questioned Antoinette, she told me her sister had phoned her and asked her to come over." Gouin was listening attentively, but it was impossible to detect any particular expression on his face. Sitting back in his armchair, his legs crossed, he kept his fingers together, and Maigret was struck by the length of those fingers, as slender as a pianist's. "Sit down, Lucas. Would you like me to ask for a drink for your inspector?" Lucas refused with a gesture. "There's another thing your wife stated that I need to check, and I can only do so through you." The professor gave a sign that he was waiting. "She said that some time ago you had a blackout while you were in Lulu's apartment." "That's true. A little exaggerated, but true." "Is it also correct that your mistress called your wife in a panic?" Gouin seemed surprised. "Who told you that?" "Never mind. Is it the truth?" "Not completely." "You do realize your answer is of great importance." "I realize it from the way you're asking the question, but I have no idea why. One night I didn't feel well. I asked Louise to come up here and fetch a flask of medicine which was in my bathroom. She did so. My wife opened the door to her because the servants were in bed and their rooms are on the 6th floor. My wife, who was also in bed when Louise arrived, went to look for the flask." "Did they go down together?" "Yes. Only in the meantime the attack had passed, and I'd already left the downstairs apartment. In fact, I was just coming through the door when Louise and my wife appeared, both in their nightdresses." "Will you excuse me for a moment?" Maigret said a few words in a low voice to Lucas, who left the room. Gouin didn't ask any questions, didn't appear surprised. "Was the door wide open behind you?" "It was slightly ajar." Maigret would have preferred him to lie. For an hour now he'd been hoping that Gouin would try to lie, but he was relentlessly honest. "Are you sure?" He was giving him a last chance. "Absolutely." "As far as you know, has your wife ever been to see Lulu in the apartment on the 3rd floor?" "You don't know her." Hadn't Germaine Gouin asserted that he was the only opportunity she'd had to see the inside of the apartment? The fact was, she hadn't gone inside that night, yet when she had come downstairs to meet Maigret, she hadn't looked around her with any curiosity, but had acted as if the place was familiar to her. It was her second lie, added to which was the fact that she hadn't mentioned that Lulu was pregnant. "Do you think she's still listening at the door?" It was a pointless precaution on his part to have sent Lucas to take up position at the entrance to the apartment. "I'm convinced of it," the professor began. And indeed, the communicating door now opened. Madame Gouin took 2 steps forward, just enough to be able to look her husband in the face, and never before had Maigret seen so much hate and contempt in human eyes. The professor did not turn away, but absorbed the shock without flinching. As for Maigret, he stood up. "I'm obliged to arrest you, Madame Gouin." "I know," she said, almost absently, still turned towards her husband. "I assume you heard everything?" "Yes." "Do you admit you killed Louise Fillon?" She nodded. and it looked for a moment as if she were about to throw herself like a fury at the professor, who still sustained her gaze. "He knew it would happen," she said at last in a staccato voice, while her chest rose and fell rapidly. "I wonder now if it wasn't what he wanted, if he didn't confide certain things to me, knowingly, to drive me to it." "Did you call your sister to give yourself an alibi?" She nodded again. "I assume you went downstairs when you left the boudoir on the pretext of making toddies," Maigret went on. He saw her frown, and her gaze turned away from Gouin and came to rest on Maigret. She seemed to hesitate. You sensed there was a struggle in her. At last, in a curt voice, she said, "It isn't true." "What isn't true?" "But my sister stayed on her own." As Gouin looked at him with an ironic glint in his eyes, Maigret turned red, because that look clearly meant, "What did I tell you?" It was true. Germaine was refusing to bear the weight of the crime alone. She could have just kept silent, but she had to speak out. "Antoinette knew what I was going to do. My courage failed me at the last moment, so she went down with me." "Did she go in?" "She stayed on the stairs." And after a silence, as if defying all of them, "Too bad. It's the truth." Her lips were trembling with contained rage. "Now he'll be able to renew his harem." Madame Gouin was wrong. There was little change in the professor's life. It was not until a few months later that Lucille Decaux moved in with him while continuing to be his assistant and secretary. Did she try to get him to marry her? Maigret had no idea. In any case, the professor did not remarry, and whenever his name came up in conversation, Maigret pretended not to hear, or hastened to talk about something else. Maigret and the Killer. Chapter 1. For the first time since they'd been going for dinner with the Pardons once a month, Maigret had a memory of the evening at Boulevard Voltaire that was almost painful. It had started in Boulevard Richelieu. His wife had phoned for a taxi because for 3 days it had, according to the radio, been raining harder than at any time in the past 35 years. The rain was coming down in sheets, frozen, lashing people's hands and faces, making their wet clothes stick to their bodies. On the stairs, in lifts and offices, feet left dark prints, and everyone was in a terrible mood. They had gone downstairs and spent almost half an hour on the doorstep, increasingly numb with cold, waiting for the taxi to arrive. Then, on top of everything, they had had to haggle for the driver to agree to take them such a short distance. "I'm sorry. We're late." "Everyone's late these days. Would you mind if we sat down at the table straight away?" The apartment was warm and intimate, and they felt all the better for the sound of the storm rattling the shutters. Madame Pardon had made her unparalleled bœuf bourguignon, and the dish, filling yet refined, had been the focus of their conversation. Then they had talked about provincial cookery, about cassoulet, and poté levain, about tuiles à la mode de Caen, and bouillabaisse. Basically, most of these recipes were born of necessity. If they'd had refrigerators in the Middle Ages. What else had they talked about? The two women, as usual, had ended up going to sit in a corner of the sitting room, where they chatted in low voices. Pardon had taken Maigret into his surgery to show him a rare edition given to him by one of his patients. They had sat down in their usual places, and Madame Pardon had come to bring them coffee and calvados. Pardon was tired. For quite a long time his features had been drawn, and sometimes a kind of resignation appeared in his eyes. He still worked 15 hours a day without a word of complaint or recrimination in his surgery in the morning, and spent part of the afternoon lugging his heavy medical bag from street to street, then back home, where the waiting room was always full. If I had a son, and he told me he intended to become a doctor, I think I would try to dissuade him. Maigret nearly looked away out of modesty. Coming from Pardon, these words were most unexpected, because he was passionate about his profession, and it was impossible to imagine him practicing another one. This time, though, he was discouraged and pessimistic, and most importantly, he was going so far as to express that pessimism. "They're turning us into civil servants and transforming medicine into a big machine for producing basic treatment." Maigret studied him, lighting his pipe. "Not only civil servants," the doctor continued, but bad civil servants, because we can no longer devote the necessary time to each patient. Sometimes I'm ashamed as I guide them to the door, nearly pushing them. I see their worried, even imploring faces. I feel that they expected something from me, questions, words, minutes, in short, during which I would attend to their case. He raised his glass. Your good health. He tried to smile, a mechanical smile that didn't suit him. Do you know how many patients I've seen today? 82. And that's not exception. After which they make us fill in various forms that take up our evenings. I'm sorry for boring you with that. You must have worries of your own at Quai des Orfèvres. What had they talked about after that? The sort of mundane matters that you don't remember the next day. Pardon was sitting at his desk, smoking his cigarette, Maigret in the stiff armchair reserved for the patients. The air was filled with a particular smell with which he was very familiar because he encountered it every time he visited, a smell that in a way reminded him of the offices of the station. The smell of poverty. Pardon's patients were local, almost all of them from a very modest background. The door opened. Eugénie, the maid, who had worked at Boulevard Voltaire for so long that she was more or less part of the family, announced, "It's the Italian, sir." "Which Italian? Pagliatti?" "Yes, sir. He's in a terrible state. Apparently it's very urgent." It was 10:30. Pardon got to his feet and opened the door of the sad waiting room in which magazines were scattered over a pedestal table. "What's wrong, Gino?" "It's not me, doctor, nor my wife. There's a wounded man on the pavement who seems to be dying." "Where?" "Rue Popincourt, less than 100 meters from here." "Was it you who found him?" Pardon was already in the doorway, putting on his black overcoat, looking for his doctor's bag, and Maigret, quite naturally, put on his coat as well. The doctor opened the door to the sitting room. "Oh, we'll be back right away. An injured man on Rue Popincourt." "Take your umbrella." He didn't take it. It would have seemed ridiculous, holding an umbrella as he leaned over a man dying in the middle of the pavement in the pelting rain. Gino was a Neapolitan. He kept a grocer's shop on the corner of Rue du Chemin Vert and Rue Popincourt. More precisely, it was his wife Lucia who kept the shop, while he made fresh pasta in the back room, ravioli and tortellini. The couple were popular in the area. Pardon had treated Gino for high blood pressure in the past. The pasta maker was a short man with a heavy, thick body and a flushed face. "We were coming back from my brother-in-law's in Rue de Charonne. My sister-in-law is going to have a baby, and we're expecting to drive her to the maternity hospital at any moment. We were walking in the rain when I saw—" Half of his words were lost in the storm. The gutters were real torrents that you had to jump over, and the few cars sent dirty water spraying several meters. The spectacle that awaited him in Rue Popincourt was unexpected. There were no pedestrians from one end of the street to the other, and only a few windows, apart from that of a small cafe, were still lit. About 50 meters from that cafe, a stout woman stood motionless beneath an umbrella shaken by the wind, and a light from a street lamp revealed the shape of a body lying at her feet. It brought back old memories for Maigret. Even before he had been at the head of the crime squad, while he had only been an inspector, he had sometimes been first on the scene of a brawl, a settling of scores, a knife attack. The man was young. He looked barely 20. He was wearing a suede jacket, and his hair was quite long at the back. He had fallen forwards, and the back of his jacket was stained with blood. "Have you called the police?" Pardon, crouching beside the injured man, interrupted. "Tell them to send an ambulance." That meant that the stranger was alive, and Maigret moved towards the light that he could see 50 meters away. Inscribed on the faintly lit display window were the words, "Chez Jules." He pushed the glass door, hung with a cream-colored curtain, and stepped into an atmosphere so calm that it was almost unreal. It was like a genre painting. It was a bar in the old style, with sawdust on the floor and a strong smell of wine and spirits. 4 middle-aged men, 3 of them fat and red-faced, were playing cards. "Can I make a phone call?" They watched with surprise as he walked towards the telephone on the wall, beside the zinc bar and the rows of bottles. "Hello, is that the station of the 11th arrondissement?" It was a stone's throw away at Place Léon Blum, formerly Place Voltaire. "Hello, this is Maigret. There's an injured man in Rue Popincourt, towards Rue du Chemin Vert. Oh, we need an ambulance." The 4 men grew animated. like figures in a painting coming to life. They kept their cards in their hands. "What is it?" asked someone in shirt sleeves who must have been the owner. "Who's injured?" "A young man." Maigret set some change down on the counter and headed towards the door. "A tall, thin guy in a suede jacket?" "Yes." "He was here a quarter of an hour ago." "On his own?" "Yes." "Did he look nervous?" The owner, probably Jules, glanced quizzically at the others. "No, not especially." "Did he stay for long?" "About 20 minutes." When Maigret was outside, he saw two officers on bicycles, capes dripping, standing near the injured man. Pardon had got back to his feet. "There's nothing I can do. He's been stabbed several times. They missed his heart, and none of his arteries has been cut either at first glance, or there would have been more blood." "Will he regain consciousness?" "I don't know. I don't dare to move him. Until we get him to a hospital, they won't be able to—" The two vehicles, the police car and the ambulance, arrived almost simultaneously. The card players, rather than getting wet, stood in the doorway of the little cafe and watched from a distance. Only the owner came over with a sack over his head and shoulders. He recognized the man's jacket straight away. "That's him." "He didn't say anything to you?" "No, except to order a cognac." Pardon gave instructions to the orderlies who were bringing their stretcher. "What's that?" asked one of the police officers, pointing to a black object that looked like a camera. The injured man wore it across his body. It wasn't a camera, but a tape recorder. It was drenched with rain, and when the man was being slipped onto the stretcher, Maigret took advantage of the fact to release the strap. "To Saint-Antoine." Pardon got into the ambulance with one of the orderlies, while the other one took the wheel. "Who are you?" he asked Maigret. "Police." "If you want to get in beside me—" The area was deserted, and less than 5 minutes later the ambulance, followed by one of the police vans, reached Saint-Antoine Hospital. Here, too, Maigret found old memories. The globe-shaped light above reception, the long, badly lit corridors where 2 or 3 people were waiting on benches in silent resignation, giving a start every time a door opened and closed, or when a man or woman in white moved from one place to another. "Do you have his name or address?" asked a matron enclosed in her glass cage with a counter in front of it. "Not yet." A doctor, alerted by a bell, approached from the end of the corridor, reluctantly stubbing out his cigarette. Pardon introduced himself. "Have you done anything?" The injured man, lying on a trolley, was being pushed into a lift, and Pardon, who followed it, made a vague gesture to Maigret from a distance, as if to say, "I'll be back in a minute." "Do you know anything, Inspector?" "No more than you do. I was having dinner with a friend in the area when someone came and told my friend, who is a doctor, that there was an injured man lying on the pavement in Rue Popancourt." The officer jotted this down in his notebook. Less than 10 minutes passed in a disagreeable silence, and Pardon reappeared at the end of the corridor. It was a bad sign. The doctor's face was anxious. "Dead?" "Even before they had time to undress him. Hemorrhage in the pleural cavity. I feared as much when I heard his breathing." "Was he stabbed?" "Yes, several times. Quite a thin blade. In a few minutes would bring you the contents of his pockets. Then I suppose they'll send them to the Forensic Institute." This version of Paris was familiar to Maigret. He had experienced it over the years, and yet he had never completely got used to it. What was he doing here? A knife blow, several knife blows that didn't concern him. That happened every night, and in the morning it would be summed up in 3 or 4 lines in the daily reports. By chance, he had had a ringside view, and he also felt somewhat involved. The Italian pasta maker hadn't had time to tell him what he had seen. He must have gone home with his wife. They slept on the first floor, above the shop. A nurse came towards the little group, holding a basket. "Who's in charge of the investigation?" The plainclothes officers looked at Maigret, and she spoke to him. "This is what I found in his pockets. You have to sign for it." There was a small wallet of the kind that can be slipped into the back pocket, a ballpoint pen, a pipe, a tobacco pouch containing some very pale Dutch tobacco, a handkerchief, some change, and 2 cassette tapes. The wallet contained an identity card and a driver's license in the name of Antoine Batil, 21, with an address at Quai d'Anjou, in Paris. It was on the Ile Saint-Louis, not far from Pont-Marie. There was also a student card. "Now then, Pardon, will you ask my wife to go home without me and go to bed?" "Are you going over there?" "I have to.
He probably lives with his parents, and I have to inform them. He turned towards the policemen. You could question Pagliatti, the Italian grocer in Rue Popancourt, and the 4 men who are playing cards chez Jules, if they're still at the cafe. As always, he regretted not being able to do everything by himself. He would have liked to go back to Rue Popancourt and go into the little cafe, where there was something like a fog around the globe light, and where the card players had probably resumed their game. He would have liked to question the Italian, his wife, perhaps a little old woman that he had only glimpsed at a lit window on a first floor. Had she already been there when the tragedy had occurred? But first of all, parents had to be informed. He called the duty inspector at the 11th arrondissement and told him what had happened. Did he suffer a lot? He asked Pardon. I don't think so. He lost consciousness straight away. There was nothing I could do there on the pavement. The wallet was of excellent quality crocodile skin. The ballpoint pen was super. The handkerchief hand-embroidered with an A. Would you be so kind as to call me a taxi? He asked the nurse. She did so from her cage without a hint of courtesy. Admittedly, it couldn't have been pleasant spending whole nights in so gloomy a place, waiting for local tragedies to wind up at the hospital. Miraculously, the taxi arrived less than 3 minutes later. I'll drop you off home, Pardon. I don't want to hold you up. You know, with this news I have to deliver. He knew the Ile Saint-Louis from when they had lived on Place des Vosges, and at that time they had often walked arm in arm around the island in the evening. He rang at a green door. Cars were lined up along the pavements, most of them luxury models. A narrow door opened up in the larger one. Monsieur Batil, please, he asked, stopping by a kind of skylight. A sleepy woman's voice replied simply, Second on the left. He took the lift, and some of the rain drenching his overcoat and trousers formed a puddle at his feet. The building, like most of the ones on the island, had been restored. The walls were white stone. The lighting came from torches in carved bronze. On the marble landing, the doormat bore a big red letter B. He pressed the button and heard an electric bell ringing very far away, but a very long time passed before the door opened silently. A young parlour maid in a fashionable uniform looked at him curiously. I like to talk to Monsieur Batil. The father or the son? The father. Monsieur and Madame haven't come home, and I don't know when they'll be back. He showed her his badge. She asked him, What is it? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. And you've come to see Monsieur at this time of night? Does he know what it's about? No. Is it that urgent? It's important. It's almost midnight. Monsieur and Madame have gone to the theatre. In that case, it's possible that they'll be back soon. Unless, as they often do, they go for supper with friends afterwards. Did the younger Monsieur Batil go with them? He never goes with them. She sounded embarrassed. She didn't know what to do with him, and he must have looked pitiful, dripping with water. He saw a vast hall, its parquet floor covered with a rug, light blue tending slightly towards green. If it's really urgent... She resigned herself to letting him in. Give me your hat and your overcoat. She glanced anxiously at his shoes. She still couldn't ask him to take them off. This way. She hung the coat up in a cupboard and hesitated to bring Maigret into the big drawing room that opened up on the left. Would you mind waiting here? He understood very clearly. The apartment was luxurious in a way that was almost excessively refined, and rather feminine. The armchairs in the drawing room were white, and the paintings on the wall were from Picasso's Blue period, and by Renoir and Marie Laurencin. The maid, young and pretty, was clearly wondering whether she was supposed to leave him on his own or keep an eye on him, as if she didn't place very much trust in the badge that he had shown her. Is Monsieur Batil a businessman? Don't you know him? No. So you don't know that he's the owner of Malène Perfumes and Beauty Products? He knew so little about beauty products, and Madame Maigret, who only used a small amount of powder, couldn't have kept him up to date. How old is he? 44, 45. He looks very young, and... She blushed. She must have been more or less in love with her boss. What about his wife? That's her portrait that you'll see if you bend down a little above the mantelpiece. In a blue evening gown. Blue and pale pink seemed to be the colours of the house, as in the paintings of Marie Laurencin. "Oh, I think I heard the lift." And in spite of herself, she gave a faint sigh of relief. She talked to them in an undertone near the door that she had rushed to open. They were a young couple, elegant, apparently carefree, coming home after an evening at the theatre. They each looked in turn from a distance at this intruder with the wet shoes and the trousers, who had risen clumsily from his chair and was trying to keep his composure. The man removed his grey coat, beneath which he wore a dinner jacket, and his wife, beneath her leopard-skin coat, was wearing a cocktail dress of a fine silver mesh. They had about 10 meters to walk, maybe less. Batil came over first, taking quick and nervous steps. His wife followed him. "I'm told you are Detective Chief Inspector Maigret," he murmured with a frown. "That's correct. If I'm not mistaken, you're the head of the crime squad." There was a brief and quite unpleasant silence, during which Madame Batil tried to guess what was happening. Already she had shed the relaxed mood with which she had passed through the door a few moments before. Strange time of night to... Might this have anything to do with my son? Were you expecting bad news? Not at all. Let's not stay here. Let's go into my office. It was the last room, which opened onto the drawing room. Batil's real office must have been elsewhere, in the Mile End building, which Maigret had often noticed in Avenue Matignon. The wood of the bookshelves was very light, lemon or sycamore, and the walls were covered with books. The leather armchairs were a very light beige, like the desk accessories. On the desk stood a photograph in a silver frame showing Madame Batil with the faces of 2 children, a boy and a girl. "Have a seat. Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" "Only 10 minutes or so." "Can I offer you a drink?" "No, thank you." It seemed as if the man was putting off the moment of hearing what Maigret had to say to him. "You aren't worried about your son?" He seemed to think about it for a second. "No, he's a calm and reserved boy, perhaps too calm and reserved." "What do you think about the company he keeps?" "He hardly sees anybody. He's quite the opposite of his sister, who is only 18 and makes friends easily. He has no friends, no colleagues." "Has something happened to him?" "Yes." "An accident?" "If you could put it that way. He was attacked this evening on the dark pavement of Rue Popincourt." "Is he injured?" "Yes." "Seriously?" "He's dead." He would have preferred not to see them, not to witness their abrupt collapse. The chic couple, full of ease and confidence, disappeared. Their clothes no longer came from the grand stylist, the smart tailor. The apartment itself lost its elegance and charm. Now there was only a man and a woman still struggling to believe in the reality that they were being told about. "Are you sure that it's my Antoine Batil, isn't that right?" Maigret held out the wallet, still drenched with water. "That's his, yes." He automatically lit a cigarette. His hands were trembling, his lips too. "How did it happen?" "He came out of a little local bar. He walked about 50 meters through the squalling rain, and someone stabbed him several times from behind." The woman grimaced, as if she was the one who had been stabbed, and her husband put his arm around her shoulders. He tried to speak, but wasn't immediately able to do so. And to say what, in any case? What was running through his head, even if it wasn't his current concern? "Have they arrested the—" "No." "Did he die straight away?" "Upon arrival at the Saint-Antoine hospital." "Can we go and see him?" "I would advise you not to go there tonight, but tomorrow morning." "Did he suffer?" "The doctor says not." "You should go to bed, Martine. At least lie down in your bedroom." He led her away gently but firmly. "I'll be with you in a moment, Inspector." Batil was away for almost a quarter of an hour, and when he came back he was very pale, his features drawn, his face expressionless. "Please, have a seat." He was small, thin, and nervous. It was as if Maigret's big heavy bulk made him uneasy. "You still don't want anything to drink?" He opened a small bar and took out a bottle and 2 glasses. "I won't pretend I don't need it." He served himself a whiskey and poured some into the second glass. "A lot of soda?" And straight away, I don't understand. I can't understand. Antoine was a boy who hid nothing from me, and besides, there was nothing to hide in his life. He was... I find it hard to talk about him in the past tense, and yet I'll have to get used to it. He was a student. He was studying literature at the Sorbonne. He wasn't part of any group. He didn't have the slightest interest in politics. He stared at the tan carpet, arms dangling, and said to himself, "They've killed my boy. Why? But why?" "That's what I'm here to find out." He looked at Maigret as if for the first time. "Why did you take the trouble to come here in person? For the police, it's just a run-of-the-mill event, isn't it?" "Just by chance, I was almost at the scene." "Did you see anything?" "No." "Did anyone see anything?" "An Italian grocer who was going home with his wife. I have brought you the objects I found in your son's pockets, but I forgot his tape recorder." The boy's father didn't seem to understand straight away. Then he murmured, "Ah, yes." He nearly smiled. "That was his passion. You will probably laugh. His sister and I joked with him about it. Other people are wild about photography and go hunting for photogenic faces, even under bridges. Antoine collected human voices. Often he spent whole evenings doing it. He went into cafes, stations, all kinds of public places and switched on his tape recorder. He wore it around his neck and lots of people thought it was a camera. He had a miniature microphone hidden in his hand." At last Maigret had something to cling to. "Did he ever have any trouble?" "Only once. He was in a bar near the Cafetiere des Termes. 2 men were leaning on the counter. Antoine, leaning on his elbows beside them, was discreetly recording. 'Come on, kid,' one of the 2 men said suddenly. He took his tape recorder off him and removed the cassette. 'I don't know what you're playing at, but if I ever see you round here again, try not to have that thing with you.'" Gérard Batil took a sip and went on, "Do you think that anything is possible? We can't rule anything out. Did he often go out voice hunting?" 2 or 3 evenings a week. Always alone. I told you he had no friends. He called those recordings human documents. Are there many of them? Maybe 100, maybe more. From time to time he would listen to them and erase the ones that didn't work. "At what time do you think? Tomorrow?" "I'll let the hospital know. After 8 at any rate." "Could I have the body brought back here?" "Not straight away." The boy's father understood, and his face turned even paler, as if he was imagining the post-mortem. "Excuse me, Inspector, but I—" He couldn't keep going. He needed to be alone, or perhaps go and join his wife. Perhaps weep, or shout meaningless words into the silence. He said as if to himself, "I don't know what time Minou will be coming back." "Who's—" "His sister. She's only 18, but she lives as she pleases. I imagine you have a coat?" The maid appeared just as they reached the cupboard and helped Maigret to put on his wet overcoat and held out his hat. He found himself on the stairs, then passed through the little door and stayed there for a while watching the rain come down. The wind seemed to have subsided a little. The torrents of rain were less furious. He hadn't dared to ask permission to ring for a taxi. Shoulders hunched, he crossed Pont Marie, took narrow Rue Saint-Paul, and eventually found a taxi parked outside Saint-Paul metro station. Boulevard Richelieu. "Got it, Chief?" Someone who knew him and didn't protest that he was too short a journey. Raising his head, once he had got out of the car, he noticed light in the windows of his apartment. As he was climbing the last flight of stairs, the door opened. "I hope you haven't caught a cold." "I don't think so." "I've got some boiling water to make you a hot run." "Sit down, let me take your shoes off." His socks needed wringing out. She went and fetched him a pair of slippers. Pardon told his wife and me. How did the parents react? Why did you have to— I don't know. He had attended to the matter automatically because it had happened almost right in front of him, because it reminded him of so many years that he had spent in the streets of Paris at night. They didn't grasp it straight away. They'll both be going to pieces now. Are they young? The man must be a bit over 45, but I would say less than 50. His wife looks barely 40, and she's very pretty. You know Mylène perfumes? Of course, everyone.
Well, it's them. They're very rich. They have a chateau in the Saloni, a yacht in Cannes, and they give glittering parties. How do you know? You forget that I sometimes spend hours waiting for you, and I sometimes read the newspaper gossip columns. She poured some rum into a glass, added some sugar, left in the spoon so that the glass didn't shatter, and added boiling water. A slice of lemon? No. The room felt small and cramped. He looked around at the decor like someone coming back from a long journey. What are you thinking about? As you said, they're very rich. They live in one of the most sumptuous apartments I've ever seen. They were coming back from the theatre, still in high spirits. They saw me sitting at the end of the hall. The maid told them in a low voice who I was. Take your clothes off. In the end, weren't he and his wife better off here? He put on his pajamas and went to brush his teeth, and a quarter of an hour later, a little light-headed because of the rum, he was in bed next to Madame Maigret. Good night, she said, bringing her face close to his. He kissed her as he had done for so many years, and murmured, Good night. As usual. That meant, shall I wake you up at 7:30 as usual with your coffee? He muttered an already vague yes, because sleep had suddenly hit him. He didn't dream. At any rate, if he did, he didn't remember it. All of a sudden, it was morning. As he drank his coffee, sitting up in bed, and his wife opened the curtains, he tried to see through the tulle covering the lower parts of the windows. Is it still raining? No, but judging by the way the men are walking with their hands deep in their pockets, it isn't spring yet, whatever the calendar says. It was the 19th of March, a Wednesday. His first task was to telephone Saint-Antoine Hospital, and he had a great deal of trouble getting through to a member of the administrative staff. Yes, I would like him to be put in the special room. I know he's dead. That's no reason for his parents to go and see him in the basement. They'll be there in an hour or two. After their visit, the body will be transferred to the Forensic Institute. Yes, don't worry, the family will pay. Yes, they will fill in as many forms as you like. He sat down opposite his wife and ate 2 croissants while drinking a fresh cup of coffee and looking mechanically into the street. There were still clouds moving very low in the sky, but they weren't the same unhealthy color as the previous day. The wind, which is still strong, shook the branches of the trees. Do you have any idea? You know I never have ideas. And if you do, you never say so. Didn't you think Pardon looked terrible? Did you notice that too? He isn't just tired, he's getting pessimistic. Yesterday he talked to me about his profession as he has never done before. At 9 o'clock, he was in his office and called the 11th arrondissement station. Maigret here. Is that you, Lavelle? He had recognized his voice. I expect you're calling about the tape recorder. Yes. Have you got it? Demarie collected it and brought it here. I was worried that the rain might have ruined it, but I got it working. I wonder where the boy recorded these conversations. Can you send me the recorder this morning? At the same time as the report, which will be typed up in a few minutes. Some mail. Some filing. The previous evening he hadn't told Pardon that he too was weighed down under administrative paperwork. Then he went to the morning briefing in the commissioner's office. In a few words he gave an account of what had happened the previous day. Because of Gérard Batil's celebrity, the case risked causing a stir. In fact, when he got back to his office, he bumped into a group of journalists and photographers. Is it true that you almost witnessed a murder? I only got to the scene quite quickly because I was very close by. Is it true that this boy, Antoine Batil, is the son of Batil the perfume maker? How had the press found out? Did the leak come from the station? The concierge says... Which concierge? The one in Quai d'Anjou. He hadn't even seen her. He hadn't given her his name or his title. The maid must have talked. It was you who told the parents, wasn't it? Yes. How did they react? Like a man and a woman who are being informed that their son has been killed. Do they suspect anyone? No. Don't you think it might be a political matter? Definitely not. A love affair, then? I don't think so. And nothing was taken, was it? No. So? So nothing, gentlemen. The investigation is just beginning, and when it has yielded some results, I'll pass them on. Have you seen the daughter? Who? Minou, the Batil's daughter. Apparently she's famous in certain well-heeled circles. I haven't seen her, no. She keeps strange company. You tell me that, but I'm not investigating her. You never know, do you? He forced his way through them, pushed open the door of his office and closed it again. He gave himself enough time to fill a pipe, standing by the window, and then opened the door to the inspector's office. They weren't all there yet. Some were making phone calls, others typing up their reports. Are you busy, Jean-Pierre? Another 10 lines to type, Chief, and I'll be done. Come and see me. While he was waiting, he phoned the forensic doctor who had replaced his old friend, Dr. Pohl. We'll send it to you towards the end of the morning. Yes, it's urgent, less because I'm waiting for the post-mortem than because the parents are impatient. Do as little damage to him as possible. Yes, that's right. I see you understand. Much of Paris high society will pass to pay their respects. I've already got journalists in the corridor. The first thing was to go to Rue Popincourt. The previous day, Gino Pagliatti hadn't had time to tell him much, and his wife had barely opened her mouth. Then there was the man called Jules and the 3 other card players. Finally, Maigret remembered the silhouette of the old woman he had seen at a window. What are we doing, Chief? Jean-Pierre asked as he came into the office. Is there a free car in the courtyard? I hope so. Drive me to Rue Popincourt, not far from Rue de Chemin Vert. I'll tell you where to stop. His wife was right, he noticed as he waited for the car in the middle of the courtyard. It was as cold as December. Chapter 2. Maigret realized that Jean-Pierre himself was rather surprised about the importance given to this case. Every night a certain number of stabbings are recorded somewhere in Paris, particularly in busy areas, and normally the papers would only have devoted a few lines to the tragedy in Rue Popincourt under the heading Other News. Stabbings. A young man, Antoine B., 21, a student, was stabbed several times while walking along Rue Popincourt at about 10:30. The crime appears to have been the work of a prowler, and the approach of a pair of local shopkeepers prevented him from robbing the victim. Antoine B. succumbed to his injuries upon arrival at Saint-Antoine Hospital. Except that Antoine B. was called Mathilde, and he lived on the Quai d'Anjou. His father was a well-known figure in Paris society, and almost everyone knew Maigret perfumes. The little black police car crossed Place de la République, and Maigret found himself in his own district, a network of narrow, busy streets, bounded by Boulevard Voltaire on one side and Boulevard Richelieu-Noir on the other. He and Madame Maigret crossed those little streets every time they came to the Pardons for dinner, and Madame Maigret often did her shopping in Rue du Chemin Vert. It was at Gino's, as the shop was commonly known, that she bought not only pasta, but mortadella, prosciutto from Milan, and olive oil in big gold cans. The shops were narrow, deep, and badly lit. Today, because of the overcast sky, almost all the lamps were lit, creating a fake daylight that made people's faces look like waxworks. A lot of old women, a lot of middle-aged men, too, on their own, carrying a basket of provisions. Resigned faces. Some of them stopped occasionally and brought a hand to their heart as they waited for the end of a spasm. Women of every nationality with a young child in their arms and a boy or a little girl clinging to their dress. Stop here and come with me. He started with the Pagliattis. There were 3 women customers in the shop, and Lucia was busy. My husband's at the back. Just push the little door. Gino was busy making ravioli on a long marble slab covered with flour. My goodness, Inspector, I thought you would come. He had a loud voice and naturally radiant features. Is it true that the poor boy is dead? The news wasn't yet in the papers. Who told you that? A journalist who was here 10 minutes ago. He took my photograph, and I'll be seeing my portrait in the paper. I would like you to repeat to me what you said last night, in as much detail as possible. You were coming back from seeing your brother and sister-in-law. Who is expecting a baby? Yes, Rue de Charonne. We had only brought one umbrella for both of us because when we walk in the street, Lucia always takes my arm. You remember the rain that was coming down, a storm. Several times I thought the umbrella was going to turn inside out, and I was holding it in front of us like a shield. Which explains why I didn't see him sooner. Who? The killer. He must have been walking in front of us a certain distance away, but I was only concerned with protecting us from the rain and not wading in the puddles. He might also have been standing in a doorway. When did you notice him? He was already past chez Jules, where the light was still on. Could you see how he was dressed?
I talked to my wife about that last night. We both think he was wearing a light-coloured mackintosh with a beret. He had a quick, agile way of walking.
Did he seem to be following the young man in the jacket?
He was moving faster than him, as if to catch up with him or overtake him.
How far were you from the two men?
Perhaps 100 meters. I could go and show you.
Did the one who was walking ahead turn round?
No, the other man caught up with him. I saw his arm going up and coming down. I couldn't make out the knife. He struck 3 or 4 times, and the young man in the jacket fell forwards onto the pavement. The murderer took a few steps towards Rue du Chemin Vert, then came back. He must have seen us because we were only about 60 meters away. He even bent down and stabbed him 2 or 3 more times.
You didn't chase him?
You know, I am quite stout, and I suffer from emphysema. It isn't easy for me to run.
He was blushing, embarrassed.
We quickened our step, and this time he vanished around the corner of the street.
Did you hear the sound of a car starting?
I don't think so. I didn't notice.
Mechanically, and without Maigret having to tell him to, Janvier was jotting down the conversation in shorthand. And when you reached the wounded man?
You saw him just as I left him. His jacket was torn in several places, and we could see blood flowing. I immediately thought about calling a doctor and rushed to Dr. Barjon's house, asking Lucia to stay there.
Why?
I don't know. I thought we couldn't leave him all alone.
Did your wife say anything when you came back?
As if on purpose, no one passed by.
The injured man didn't speak.
No, he was breathing badly, with a gurgle in his chest. Lucia will be able to tell you. She's at her busiest right now.
No other detail occurs to you?
No, I have told you everything I know.
Thank you, Gino.
How is Madame Maigret?
Very well, thank you.
An alleyway to the side led to a courtyard where behind glass a welder was working in his studio. The district was full of such courtyards and cul-de-sac, all of them with small craftsmen's workshops. They crossed the street, and a little further on, Maigret pushed open the door of Chez Jules. By day, the little cafe was almost as dark as it was in the evening, and the milky globe lamp was lit. A bulky man, whose shirt poked out between his trousers and his waistcoat, was leaning on the bar. He had a flushed complexion, a thick neck, and a goitrous-looking double chin.
"What can I get you, Monsieur Maigret?
A glass of Sancerre. It comes from my cousin, who—"
"Two," Maigret said, leaning in turn on the counter.
"Today you're not the first."
"A journalist, I know.
He took my photograph, as I am now holding a bottle. You know Le Bon? He worked in the highways department for 30 years. Then he had an accident, and now he's drawing his pension, plus a little allowance because of his eye. He was here last night."
"There were 4 of you playing cards. Isn't that right?"
"A game of manille. Always the same players every evening except Sunday. I'm closed on Sundays."
"Are you married?"
"My wife's upstairs. She's ill."
"At what time did the young man come in?"
"It must have been 10 o'clock.
Maigret glanced at the advertising clock on the wall.
"Ignore that. It's 20 minutes fast. First of all, he opened the door a few centimeters, as if to see what kind of place it was. It was a lively game. The butcher was winning, and when he's winning he gets insulting, as if he's the only one who knows how to play."
"So he came in. And then?"
"I asked him from my seat what he wanted to drink, and after hesitating he murmured, 'Do you have any cognac?' I waited until I played the 4 cards that I was still holding and went behind the bar. As I served him, I noticed a kind of triangular black box that he was wearing over his stomach, hanging around his neck, and I said to myself that he must have been a camera. Sometimes tourists get lost around here, but not very often. I went back to my seat at the table. The Boeuf dealt the cards. The young man didn't seem to be in a hurry. He wasn't interested in the game either."
"Did he seem anxious?"
"No."
"Did he face the door as if he was waiting for somebody?"
"Not that I noticed."
"Or as if he was afraid of seeing somebody bursting in?"
"No. He stood where he was with his elbow on the bar, and from time to time he sipped from his glass."
"What impression did he make on you?"
"Well, he was drenched. With his jacket and his long hair, he looks like some young people you see these days. We went on playing as if he wasn't there, and Babeuf was becoming more and more excited because he kept getting a good hand. 'Maybe you should go home and see what your wife's up to,' Le Bon joked.
Perhaps you should think about your own wife, who's a bit too pretty for you, and who—" For a moment I thought a fight was going to break out. It calmed down, as it always does. The Berth played his hand. "What do you think of that?" Then Le Bon, who was on the banquette beside me, elbowed me in the ribs and nodded towards the customer standing at the bar. I looked at him, not understanding. He looked as if he was laughing to himself. "Isn't that right, Francois? I wondered what you were trying to show me," he said to me in a low voice. "Just now." And the man with the glass eye took up the story. I'd noticed a movement of his hand on the device. "I have a nephew who got a thing like that for Christmas, and he enjoys recording what his parents say. He looked like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, standing there with his glass, but he was listening to everything that we were saying as the tape went round." "I wonder," Jules muttered, "what he expected to do with that." "Nothing. Like my nephew. He records for the sake of it, that he doesn't give it another thought. Once he paid one of his parents' arguments back to them, and my brother nearly broke the thing. If I catch you doing that again, you little brat. But Berth wouldn't be too happy if you played him back his boasts from yesterday." "How long did the young man stay?" "Just under half an hour." "He only had one drink?" "Yes, he even left a bit of cognac in the bottom of his glass." "So he went out, and you didn't hear anything more?" "Nothing. Just the wind and the water coming out of the drain pipe onto the pavement." "Did anyone come in before him?" "You see, in the evening I only stay open for the game, because only these few regulars come in. It only gets crowded in the morning for coffee, croissant, or a glass of white wine with Vichy water. At about 10:30 workmen come in for a break, when there's a building site locally. We do most of our trade before lunch, and in the early evening." "Thank you." Here again Janvier had jotted down the conversation, and the landlord of the bistro had kept darting little glances at him. "He didn't teach me anything new," Maigret sighed. "He only confirmed what I already knew." They returned to their seats in the car. Some women looked at them, because people already knew who they were. "Where to, Chief?" "To the office, first of all." His 2 visits to Rue Popincourt hadn't been pointless. First of all, there had been the account of the assault from a Neapolitan. Antoine Batil's assailant had stabbed him several times. He had started to move away, and then, for some mysterious reason, he had retraced his steps in spite of the couple a little way off on the pavement. Was it to finish off his victim, whom he had stabbed again before running off? He was wearing a light-coloured raincoat with a belt. That was all they knew about him. As soon as he reached Quai des Orfèvres in his office, which was pleasantly warm, Maigret called the Pagliati's shop. "Could I have a word with your husband? Oh, this is Maigret." "I'll call him, Inspector." And Gina was on the line. "Hello, how can I help you?" "Tell me, there's one question I forgot to ask you. Was the murderer wearing a hat?" "A journalist has just asked me the same thing. That's the 3rd one since this morning. I had to ask my wife. She's like me. She can't be certain, but she's almost sure that he was wearing a dark hat. You know, it happened so quickly." The light-coloured belted raincoat seemed to indicate quite a young man, while his hat probably added a few years. Not many young people still wore hats these days. "Tell me, Janvier, I don't suppose you know anything about these contraptions?" Maigret didn't know anything about them, any more than he knew about photography or cars, which was why his wife did the driving. In the evening, he barely knew how to switch from one television channel to another. "My son has one just like it." "Be careful not to wipe the recording." "Don't worry, Chief." Janvier smiled and pressed some buttons. They heard a hubbub, the sound of forks and plates, a confusion of voices in the distance. "And for Madame?" "Do you have bœuf Bruxelles?" "Of course, Madame." "With lots of onions and gherkins." "You know what the doctor told you. No vinegar." 1 minute steak and 1 bœuf Bruxelles with lots of onions and gherkins. Would you like salad with that?" The recording was far from perfect, and there was a constant background noise that prevented them from making out every word. A silence, then a sigh, very distinct. "You'll never see sense. Tonight you'd have to get up and have some bicarbonate of soda." "Who gets up, you or me? And then, when you go on snoring—" "I don't snore." "You do snore, particularly when you've had a bit too much Beaujolais, as you will do again tonight." "1 steak, medium rare. I'll bring the bœuf Bruxelles straight away." "You hardly touch it at home." "We aren't at home." There were some noises that sounded like gargling. A voice said, "Waiter, waiter, could you finally—" Then silence, as if the tape had been cut. Then a neutral voice said very clearly, because this time it must have been speaking right into the microphone, Brasserie Lorraine, Boulevard Beaumarchais. Almost definitely the voice of Antoine Batil, stating where the recording had been made. He had probably had his dinner at Boulevard Beaumarchais and discreetly turned on his tape recorder. The waiter would probably remember him. It would be easy to check. Go down there later, Maigret said. Turn the tape back on. Strange noises, first of all, in the street, because there was the sound of passing cars. For a while, Maigret wondered what the young man was trying to record, and it took him a moment to work out that it was the noise of water in the gutters. The sound was hard to identify, but all of a sudden it changed, and again they were in a public place, a cafe or a bar, with quite a lively atmosphere. What did he say to you? That he was okay. Some voices, faint but quite distinct. Did you go down there, Mimile? Lucien and Gouvion are taking turns, in this weather, with a car, as usual. Don't you think it's a bit too close? Close to what? To Paris, as long as he doesn't go there until Friday. Glasses, cups, more voices, silence. Recorded at the Café des Amis, Place de la Bastille. It wasn't far from Boulevard Beaumarchais and from Rue Popincourt. Batil didn't linger, probably to avoid being noticed, and set off through the rain to find a new place. What about your wife? It's easy to talk about other people, but you'd be better off keeping an eye on what's happening at home. It must have been the butcher, the card game at Chez Jules. Keep your nose out of my business. That's my advice. It's not because you're winning. I'm winning because I don't keep throwing my trumps away like an idiot. Would you two stop it? He started it. If the voices had been higher pitched, it could have been two children arguing. Can we get back to the game? I'm not going to play with someone who... He was talking generally, without getting at anyone in particular. Let him say it, if that's how it is. Silence. You see? He should keep his trap shut. I'm keeping my trap shut because it's all too stupid. Now I've got to play my cards. Maybe that'll shut you up. The sound was poor. The people talking were too far from the microphone, and Janvier had to play that part of the tape several times. Each time they could make out one or two more words. Eventually, Batil said, Chez Jules, a little local bistro, Rue Popincourt. Is that all? That's all. The rest of the tape was blank. Batil must have said his last words on the pavement a few moments before being assaulted by a stranger. And the other two cassettes. They're blank. They're still in their original wrapping. I suppose he was going to use them later. Did you notice anything? The ones from Bastille? Yes. Play that bit again. Janvier jotted it down. Then he repeated the few lines that seemed to assume a more precise meaning as they listened. It sounds as if there are at least 3 of them. Yes. And then, the two they talked about, Gouvion and Lucien. A bit more than half an hour after the recording, Antoine had been attacked in Rue Popincourt. Except they didn't take his tape recorder off him. Perhaps because the Pagliatis were approaching. I forgot something in Rue Popincourt. Last night I spotted an old woman at an upstairs window, more or less opposite the scene of the attack. I've got it, Chief. Shall I go there right now? Maigret, left on his own, went and stood by the window. The Batils must have gone to Saint-Antoine Hospital, and the forensic doctor would soon take possession of the body. Maigret still hadn't seen the dead man's sister, whom the family called Minou, and who apparently kept strange company. Convoys of barges glided slowly along the grey Seine, and tugs lowered their funnels as they passed under Pont Saint-Michel. In the season of bad weather, the terrace was shielded by glazed partitions and heated by 2 braziers. Around the horseshoe-shaped bar, the room was quite large, the tables tiny, the chairs the kind that cram everybody close together in the evening. Maigret sat down beside a pillar, and when one of the waiters passed close by, ordered a beer. He absently studied the faces around him. The clientele was quite mixed. At the bar, for example, there were mostly men in blue work overalls, or the local old people who had come for their glass of red wine. As to the others, the ones who were sitting down, there was a bit of everything. A woman dressed in black, surrounded by her 2 children and a big suitcase, as if in a station waiting room. A couple holding hands and gazing passionately into each other's eyes. Boys with very long hair sniggering and watching after the waitress and teasing her every time she passed by. Because as well as the 2 waiters in the cafe, there was a waitress with a particularly coarse face. In her black dress with her white apron, she was thin, her back bent with exhaustion, and she barely managed to raise a smile for the customers. Some men and women were quite well dressed, others less so. Some ate a sandwich and drank a coffee or a glass of beer, others were having an aperitif. The landlord was standing by the till, dressed in black with a white shirt and black tie, his brown hair carefully stuck to his bald patch, which it covered with an inadequate network of thin, dark lines. It was his post, evidently, and nothing that happened in his establishment escaped him. He watched the comings and goings of the two waiters and the waitress, while at the same time keeping an eye on the trainee who was putting the bottles and glasses on the trays. Every time he received a token, he pressed a button on the till, and a number appeared on the display. He had plainly been in the restaurant business for a long time, and had probably started out as a waiter himself. Maigret would discover later, when he went down to the toilet, that there was a second, smaller, low-ceilinged room downstairs where a few customers were drinking. Here, nobody was playing cards or dominoes. It was a place of passing trade, and there couldn't have been many locals. The ones who had been sitting at the table for ages were waiting until it was time for a meeting they were having somewhere nearby. At last, Maigret got to his feet and walked over to the till, without any illusions about the reception he would have. "Excuse me, sir." He discreetly held out his badge in the hollow of his hand. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of a police judiciaire. The manager's eyes kept their suspicious expression, the same one that he reserved for the waiters and the customers as they went in and out. "What do you want to know?" "Where were you yesterday at about 9:30? "I'd gone to bed. In the evening it's my wife who takes care of the till." "Were the same waiters on duty?" He went on watching after them. "Yes. I would like to ask them 2 or 3 questions about some customers that they may have noticed." The man's black eyes stared at him, not very encouragingly. "We only serve decent people here, and the waiters are very busy at this time of day. I would only need a minute with each of them." "Was the waitress here too?" "No. There aren't so many people in the evening." "Jean!" One of the waiters stopped abruptly by the till, holding his tray. The manager turned towards Maigret. "Go on. Ask your question." "Did you notice last night at around 9:30 quite a young customer, 21 years old, wearing a brown jacket and with a tape recorder around his neck?" The waiter turned towards the manager, then towards Maigret, and shook his head. "Do you know a regular who is known to his friends as Mimile?" "No." When it was the turn of the second waiter, the results were no more illuminating. They were reluctant to reply, as if they were afraid of the manager, and it was hard to tell if they were being sincere. Maigret, disappointed, returned to his table and ordered a second glass of beer. It was then that he went down to the toilets and downstairs found a third waiter, younger than the 2 up above. He decided to sit down and order a drink. "Tell me, do you ever work on the ground floor?" 3 days out of 4. We take turns to be downstairs." "Last night?" "I was upstairs." "In the evening, too, at about 9:30? "Until closing time at 11. They closed early because with this weather there weren't many people in." "Did you happen to notice a young man with quite long hair, wearing a suede jacket and with a tape recorder around his neck?" "Are you sure it was a tape recorder?" "Did you notice it?" "Yes. It isn't tourist season yet. I thought it was a camera like the Americans wear." Then a customer asked a question. "Which customer?" "There were 3 of them at the next table. When the young man left, one of them watched after him with an annoyed, uneasy expression. He called me over. 'Tell me, Toto.' Of course my name isn't Toto, but it's a thing some people say, particularly around here. 'What did that guy have to drink?' 'A cognac.' 'You didn't happen to notice if he used his tape machine?' 'I didn't see him taking photos.' 'Photos my eye, it's a tape recorder, you idiot. Have you ever seen that guy before?' 'It's the first time.' 'What about me?' 'I think I've served you 3 or 4 times.' 'Fine. Same again.' The waiter left because a customer was knocking on his table with a coin to attract his attention. The customer paid. The waiter gave him his change and helped him to put on his overcoat. Then he came back and paced around Maigret. "You said there were 3 of them?" "Yes. The one who shouted over to me and who seemed to be the most important is a man of about 35, built like a PE teacher with brown hair and black eyes under thick eyebrows." "Is it true that he only came 2 or 3 times?" "I only noticed him those times." "What about the others?" "The redhead with the scar is often in the neighborhood and comes in to drink a rum at the bar." "And the third one?" "I heard his companions calling him Mimile. I know that one by sight, and I know where he lives. He's a picture framer with a shop in Faubourg Saint-Antoine, almost on the corner of Rue Trousseau."
Rue Trousse is where I live. Does he come here a lot? I've seen him a few times, I wouldn't say often. With the other two? No, with a little blonde who looks like she's from around here too. A shop girl or something like that. Thank you. Do you have anything else to tell me? No. If anything comes back to me or if I see them again, in that case, call me at the police judiciaire. Me, or if I'm not there, one of my colleagues. What's your name? Julien Blanc. My workmates call me Blondinet because I'm the youngest. When I'm their age, I hope I'll be doing something else for a living. Maigret was too close to home to go for lunch at the Brasserie Dauphine. He was almost sorry. He would have liked to take Janvier there and tell him what he had just found out. Have you discovered something? His wife asked him. I don't yet know if it's interesting. I have to keep looking. At 2 o'clock, he called 3 of his favourite inspectors into the office, Janvier, Luca, and young Lapointe, who would probably still be called that when he was 50. Turn on the tape recorder, will you, Janvier? You two, listen carefully. Luca and Lapointe pricked up their ears, of course, as soon as the recording made of the Café des Amis began. I was there just now. I know the profession and the address of one of the 3 men who met around a table and talked in an undertone, the one nicknamed Mimile. He's a picture framer with a shop in Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine, 2 or 3 houses away from Rue Trousseau. Maigret didn't dare to get too excited. It had all gone a bit too quickly for his liking. You two, go and organize a stakeout in front of the framer's shop. Get 2 colleagues to take over from me this evening. If Mimile leaves, someone's got to follow him, ideally 2. If you meet somebody, one of you tail him. Similarly, if someone who doesn't look like a customer comes to the shop. In other words, I'd like to know who you might come into contact with. Got it, Chief. You, Janvier, look through the files for pictures of men of about 35, well-built, handsome fellows, brown hair, thick brown eyebrows, and black eyes. There must be a few, but this is someone who isn't in hiding, who has never been in trouble, or who may have served his sentence. Once he was alone in his office, he called the Forensic Institute. Dr. de Salle came to the phone. Maigret here. Have you finished the post-mortem, Doctor? Half an hour ago. You know how many times this boy was stabbed? 7. All in the back, or more or less level with the heart, and yet they missed it. The knife? I was getting to that. The blade isn't wide, but long and pointed. I guess it was one of those Swedish knives where the blade comes out when you press a button. Only one of those wounds was deadly, the one that perforated the right lung and caused a fatal hemorrhage. Did you notice anything else? The boy was healthy, fit, not very athletic. Egghead type, doesn't take any exercise. All the other organs in excellent condition. His blood contained a certain quantity of alcohol, but he wasn't drunk. He must have drunk 2 or 3 glasses of what I think was cognac. Thank you, Doctor. You will get my report tomorrow morning. All that was left was routine work. The prosecutor had appointed an examining magistrate, Poiret, with whom Maigret had never worked. Another young man. It struck him that the legal staff had been changing with disconcerting speed for some years. Might it seem that way because of his own age? He called the magistrate, who told him to come up straight away if he was free. He brought the texts that Janvier had typed up from the conversations recorded on the tape recorder. Poiret had had to settle for one of the older offices. Maigret sat down on an uncomfortable chair. Pleased to meet you, said the magistrate, who was tall with fair hair in a crew cut. Likewise. Of course I have come to talk to you about young Bathilde. The magistrate unfolded an afternoon newspaper with a 3-column headline on the front page. Beneath it was the photograph of a young man who hadn't yet grown his hair long and who looked very much like the son of a good family. I gather you've seen the father and mother. I told them the news, yes. They were coming back from the theatre, both in evening dress. If I remember correctly, they were practically singing when they came in through the door of their apartment. I have seldom seen 2 people go to pieces so quickly. Only child? No, there's a sister, an 18-year-old girl who sounds like a bit of a handful. Have you seen her? Not yet. What's their apartment like? Very spacious, luxurious, and cheerful, too. Some old items of furniture, it seemed to me, but not many. The overall effect was modern, but not aggressively so. They must be extremely rich, the examining magistrate sighed. I suppose so. The newspaper story about what happened seems quite fanciful to me. Does it mention the tape recorder? No. Why, does a tape recorder play an important part? Perhaps. I'm not sure yet. Antoine Batil had a passion for recording conversations in the street, in restaurants and cafes. He saw them as human documents. He led quite a lonely life, and often, particularly in the evening, he set off hunting like that, particularly in working-class areas. Yesterday he started in a restaurant on Boulevard Beaumarchais, where he recorded scraps of a marital dispute. Then he went to a cafe in Bastille, and this is the text of his recording. He held out the piece of paper to the magistrate, who frowned. This seems quite compromising, doesn't it? It's obviously about arranging to meet on Thursday evening, somewhere outside a house around Paris, probably a second home, because the owner won't arrive until Friday and will have to leave on Monday morning. That's what the text suggests, yes. To be sure, the favela will be empty. The gang has it put under surveillance by 2 of its men in turn. I also know who Mimile is, and I have his address. In that case, the magistrate seemed to be saying that it was all done and dusted, but Maigret was less optimistic. If it's the gang I think it is, he began, for 2 years, a number of important villas have had visits from robbers while their owners were in Paris. They almost always took paintings and precious knickknacks. In Tessancourt, they ignored 2 paintings that were only copies, which indicates connoisseurs. A connoisseur in any case. What's troubling you? That these people haven't killed yet. It's not their style. It can happen, however, as it did last night. Let's imagine that they suddenly suspected the tape recorder was running. It was easy for them to follow Antoine Batil, 2 of them, for example. Once he was in a deserted street like Rue Popincourt, all they had to do was jump on him and pull off his tape recorder. The magistrate sighed regretfully. Clearly, these robbers rarely kill, and when they do, it's in desperate cases. They've been working for 2 years without being caught. We don't even have any idea how they resell the paintings and artworks. That requires at least A brains behind the operation. A man who knows about painting, who has connections, who sets out what needs to be done, and perhaps gets involved after assigning a task to each member of the gang. This man, who must exist, wouldn't let his accomplices kill. In that case, what do you think? I don't think anything yet. I'm feeling my way. I'm on the trail, of course. 2 of my inspectors are keeping an eye on the framing shop that belongs to this man, Mimile. Another is searching through the files, looking for a 35-year-old individual with thick dark eyebrows. Will you keep me informed? As soon as I know anything. Was everything Gino Pagliatti said trustworthy? The Neapolitan had said that the murderer had stabbed the victim several times, that he had taken a few steps towards the corner of the street, had come back, and struck 3 more times. That didn't chime with the hypothesis of a semi-professional either, particularly since in the end he hadn't taken the tape recorder. Janvier had delivered a report on his visit to the woman he had seen at a first-floor window. Madame Esparbet, a widow, 72, lives alone in a 3-roomed apartment with kitchen where she has been for 10 years. Her husband was an officer. She has a pension and lives quite comfortably, but without any luxuries. Very nervous, she claims that she hardly sleeps these days, and every time she wakes up she's in the habit of going and resting her forehead against the window. It's an old woman's obsession, Inspector. What did you see last night? Don't worry about going into details, even if they don't seem interesting. I hadn't yet taken my evening bath. At 10 o'clock, as usual, I listened to the news on the radio. Then I turned it off and went and stood at the window. I hadn't seen rain like that for a long time, and it brought back old memories. Never mind. At about 10:30, or just before, a young man in a jacket came out of the little cafe opposite, and on his chest he was wearing something that looked like quite a large camera. I was quite surprised. Almost at the same time, I saw another young man. You said a young man? Yes, smaller than the first. A little bulkier, but not much. I didn't notice where he came from. In a few quick and probably silent steps, he was beside the other man and started striking him several times. I nearly opened the window and called to him to stop, but there would have been no point. The victim was already on the ground. Then the murderer bent over him and lifted his head, grabbing him by the hair to look at him. Are you sure of that? Certain. The street lamp isn't far away, and I vaguely made out his features. Then he went away. Then he turned back on himself, as if he had forgotten something. The Pelliatis were walking along the pavement under their umbrella about 50 meters away. Even so, he struck the man on the ground 3 times, then ran off.
Did he turn the corner of Rue de Chemin Vert?
Yes, the Pelliatis arrived then, but you know the rest. I recognized Dr. Pardon. I didn't know who was with him.
Would you recognize the attacker?
Not really. Not his face, only his frame.
Are you sure he was young?
I don't think he's over 30.
Long hair?
No.
Moustache? Sideburns?
No, I'd have noticed.
Was he drenched as if he'd been walking in the rain, or did he look like he'd just stepped out of a house?
They were both drenched. You only needed to be outside for a few minutes to have your clothes soaking.
A hat?
Yes, a dark hat, probably brown.
Thank you.
I've told you everything I know, but please don't put my name in the paper. I have nephews in good positions, and they wouldn't want people to know that I live here.
The phone rang. He recognized Pardon's voice.
Is that you, Maigret? Am I disturbing you? I didn't expect to find you in your office. I took the liberty of phoning to ask if you have any news.
We're following a lead, but there's nothing to say that it's the right one. As for the post-mortem, it confirmed your diagnosis. There was only one fatal blow, the one that pierced the right lung.
Do you think it's a financially motivated crime?
I don't know. There weren't a lot of prowlers and drunks in the street in this weather. There were no fights. In the 2 places where he stopped before going into Chez Jules, young Batil didn't argue with anybody.
Thank you. You see, I feel slightly involved in the case. Now, to work, I have 11 patients in my waiting room.
Good luck.
Maigret went and sat in his armchair, chose a pipe from his desk and filled it, his expression vague, like the landscape beyond the window, which was slowly filling with fog. Chapter 3. At about 5:30, there was a call from Luca. I thought you'd like me to give you an initial report, Chief. I'm in a little bar just opposite the framer's shop. His name's actually Aimé Bonchou. He moved into Rue de Faubourg Saint-Antoine about 2 years ago. He seems to come from Marseille, but we don't know that for certain. They also say that he was married down there, but that he separated from his wife, or divorced. He lives alone. An old woman from the area comes and does his cleaning, and he takes most of his meals in a restaurant frequented by locals. He has a car, a green 6CV, which he parks in the courtyard closest to his home. He goes out a lot in the evening and comes back in the small hours, often in the company of a pretty girl, never the same one. Not the kind of girls that you find locally or in the nightclubs in the Rue de Lappe. Girls who look like models, in evening dress and furs. Is that significant?
Of course. Go on.
Of all his colleagues, Luca was the oldest, and Maigret was often informal with him. He was also informal with Lapointe, because he had started very young, when he still looked like an overgrown child. There were only 3 customers, 2 men and a woman. The woman bought a magnifying mirror because he sells mirrors too. One of the men brought a photographic enlargement for framing and took a long time making his choice. The third, left with a framed canvas under his arm, I had a clear view of it, because he had come and looked at it closely when it was in the window. It's a landscape with a river, a bit of a daub.
Did he make any phone calls?
From my post, I can see the phone very clearly on the counter. He didn't use it. On the other hand, when the newspaper boy passed, he came out into the doorway to buy 2 different papers.
Is Lapointe still there?
For now, he's outside. A door at the back opens up not only onto the courtyard, but onto a network of alleyways, like many in the area. Given that he has a car and could use it, it will be a good idea for Lourtier and Neveu to bring a vehicle too when they take over from us.
Fine. Thank you.
Janvier had come back down with about 15 photographs, showing men of about 35, with brown hair and thick eyebrows. This is all I can find, Chief. You still need me. One of the kids has a birthday, and
wish him a happy birthday from me.
He went into the inspector's office, saw Lourtier, and told him to take a car to go to Rue de Faubourg Saint-Antoine.
Where is Neveu?
He's in the offices. He'll be back soon. Maigret had nothing more to do in the office, and with the photographs in his pocket, he went down into the courtyard, passed through the arch, greeted the guard with a wave, and headed towards the Boulevard du Palais, where he found a taxi. He wasn't in a bad mood, but he wasn't cheerful either. One might have believed that he was leading this investigation without any conviction, as if something had been skewed from the outset, and it all came back to the scene that had played out under the torrential rain in the darkness of Rue Popincourt. Young Batil, coming out of the dimly lit bistro where the 4 men were playing cards,
The Pariati's under their umbrella, still quite a way down the street. Madame Esparbet at her window. And someone, a man of 30 at most, who suddenly appeared on the scene. There was no way of telling if he was waiting in a doorway for Antoine Bastille to come out, or whether he too had been walking along the pavement. He walked quickly for a few meters, and then stabbed, once, twice, at least 4 times. He heard the footsteps of the pasta maker and his wife, who were less than 50 meters away. He walked towards the corner of Rue du Chemin-Vert, and, as he turned the corner, he retraced his steps. Why did he bend over his victim and only bother to lift his head? He didn't touch Antoine's wrist or his chest to check if the boy was dead. He looked at his face, to be sure that it really was the man he had decided to kill. From that moment something was wrong. Why did he stab the man lying on the ground 3 more times? It was a film that Maigret replayed constantly in his head, as if he was hoping that he would suddenly understand. Place de la Bastille, he said to the taxi driver. The landlord of the Café des Amis was still at the till, with his hair combed over his bald patch. Their eyes met, and there was nothing affable about the café manager's expression. Rather than sit on the ground floor, Maigret went down to the basement, where he found a place at a table. There were many more people than in the morning. It was time for aperitifs. When the waiter came to take his order, he was less friendly than before. "A beer, please." And holding out a packet of photographs, "See if you recognize any of these men." "I haven't got much time." "It'll only take you a moment." The manager must have had a word with him when he saw the inspector emerging from a basement after spending a lot of time down there. The waiter hesitated, then took the photographs. "I should go and look at them in the back room." He came back almost immediately and held out the bundle to Maigret. "I don't recognize anybody." He seemed sincere and went to fetch the beer that Maigret had ordered. Maigret had nothing planned except going home for dinner. He drank his beer slowly, climbed the stairs to the ground floor, and just opposite saw Lapointe sitting alone at a table. Lapointe spotted him too, but pretended not to know him. Émile Branchoux must have been somewhere in the café, and Maigret preferred not to look too hard at the customers. He had 200 meters to walk to his apartment, which smelled of baked mackerel. Madame Maigret cooked them in white wine on a low heat, with lots of mustard. She understood straight away that he wasn't happy with his investigation, and asked no questions. At the table, she said, "Don't you want the television on?" It had become a habit, an obsession. They talked a lot about Antoine Bastille on the 7 o'clock news. They went to the Sorbonne to interview some of his fellow students. And what did they say about him? That he was well behaved, rather self-effacing, a little embarrassed at belonging to such a well-known family. He had a passion for tape recorders and was waiting for a miniature version that you can hold in the palm of your hand to arrive from Japan. Is that all? They tried to question his sister, who only replied, "I have nothing to say." "Where were you that night?" "In Saint-Germain-des-Prés." "Did you get on well with your brother?" "He minded his business and I minded mine." Journalists were rummaging everywhere. Rue Popincourt, Quai d'Anjou, at the Sorbonne. Police stations on the edge of the city were getting involved. They had already found a label for the crime, the lunatic of Rue Popincourt. They stressed the number of stab wounds, 7, in 2 rounds. The murderer had retraced his steps, as if he hadn't finished, to strike again. "Doesn't that suggest the idea of revenge?" one of the reporters insinuated. If the 7 knife blows had been delivered one after the other, this might plausibly be a case of crazed, unpremeditated rage. Juries always interpret multiple blows as the sign of a murderer who has lost control. Bastille's murderer walked away, then calmly retraced his steps to deliver the last 3 blows. One of the papers ended with, "Did the tape recorder play a part in this case? We believe that the police attach a certain importance to it, but nobody at Quai des Orfèvres has agreed to answer questions on the subject." At 8:30, the phone rang. "This is Neveu, Chief. Lucas suggested I should keep you up to date." "Where are you?" "In the little bar opposite the framing shop." Before Lurchi and I got there, Émile Branchoux closed his door and walked in the direction of Place de la Bastille, where he had an aperitif. As he passed the till, he greeted the manager, who returned his greeting as if he was a local. The framer didn't talk to anyone. He just read the papers he had in his pocket. Lapointe was, "I saw." "Fine. Do you know that he went for dinner in a modest restaurant where they keep a napkin for him and call him Monsieur Émile?" "I didn't know that." "Lapointe claims to have eaten very well there, apparently the Henriette. And then Branchoux came home, closed the shutter of the shop, and attached the wooden panel over the glass door. There's a faint light coming through the slats of the shutters.
Lottie is watching the courtyard. Do you have a car? It's parked a few meters from here. On the first channel, male and female singers were prancing about. Maigret hated that kind of thing. On the second channel, there was an old American film with Gary Cooper, which Maigret and his wife watched. The film finished at 10:45, and Maigret was brushing his teeth in his shirt sleeves when the phone rang again. This time, it was Lottie. "Where are you?" Maigret asked him. "Rue Fontaine. The Fraber went out at about 10:30 and went and got his car from the courtyard. Neveu and I took the police car." "He didn't notice that you were following him?" "I don't think so. He came right here as if he had done so many times, and after finding a place to park, he went inside the Lapin Rose." "What's the Lapin Rose?" "A strip club. The doorman greeted him as if he knew him. We went in as well, Neveu and I, because in those places 2 men attract less attention than one on his own. Neveu even pretended to be slightly drunk." That was Neveu, who loved adding a personal touch. He also liked disguises, which he perfected down to the tiniest detail. "Our man is at the bar. He's shaken hands with the barman. The manager, a little fat man in a dinner jacket, came and shook his hand too, and 2 or 3 of the girls kissed him." "What about the barman?" "I was coming to that. He looks very much like the description we were given, between 30 and 40. Good-looking guy. Mediterranean type." Leaving the Café des Amis, Maigret should have handed the bundle of photographs back to Lucas, who was still in Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine, to pass on to Lottie. He had thought about it when leaving Quai des Orfèvres, then it slipped his mind. "Go back to the Lapin Rose. I'll be up there in 20 minutes. What's the name of the bar you're calling me from?" "You can't miss it. It's the local cafe. I didn't want to call from the club for fear that I might be heard." "Be at the bar in 20 minutes. Madame Maigret had understood, and with a sigh, she went and fetched her husband's overcoat and hat from Mehooks. "Shall I call a taxi?" "Thank you, yes." "Will you be long?" "Less than an hour." Even though they had had a car for a year, which Maigret had never driven, Madame Maigret preferred to use it as little as possible in Paris. They used it mostly on Saturday evening or Sunday morning to go to Montserrat, where they had their weekend home. "When I retire—" Sometimes it seemed as if Maigret was counting the days until he could step down. Other times he appeared to be panicking at the prospect of leaving Quai des Orfèvres. Until 3 months before, retirement age for detective inspectors was 65, and he was 63. A new decree had just changed everything and moved the age to 68. In some streets, the fog was thicker than in others, and the cars drove slowly with a halo around their headlights. "I've driven you before, haven't I?" "That's entirely possible." "But it's funny. I can't put a name to your face. I know you're well known." "An actor?"
"No."
"You've never been in films?"
"No."
"And I haven't seen you on television?"
Luckily, they reached Rue Fontaine. "Try to find a place to park and wait for me."
"Will you be long?"
"A few minutes."
"Then that's fine, because people will be coming out of the theatres and—"
Maigret opened the door to the bistro and found Lottie leaning on the bar. He ordered a cognac because they'd been talking a lot about cognac the day before, then took the photographs out of his pocket and slipped them into Lottie's hand. "Go and look at them in the toilet. It'll be safer." A few minutes later, Lottie returned and handed the photographs back to the inspector. "He's the one on top of the bundle. I've drawn a cross on the back. There's no possible doubt. Done. Just that he's 3 or 4 years younger in the photograph. He's still a handsome fellow. Go back down there. The stripping's about to start. We had to order champagne. It's the only thing they serve. Go on, and if something happens, particularly if the Freeman leaves town, don't hesitate to call me." In the taxi, he looked at the photograph marked with a cross. He was the handsomest man in the packet. There was something stubborn and sarcastic about his face. A hard man, the kind you come across in gangs from Corsica or Marseille. Maigret had a troubled night's sleep. He reached headquarters before 9 o'clock and sent Jean-Pierre up to records. "Any luck?" "I didn't dare to hope so. The instruction was quite vague." Jean-Pierre came down a quarter of an hour later with a file. "Mila, Julien Joseph François, born in Marseille, barman, single, height." After this came the various measurements of a man called Mila, whose last known address was a boarding house in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. Sentenced 4 years earlier to 2 years in prison for involvement in an armed robbery. It happened at the entrance to a factory in Puteaux. The attacker had released the spring of his briefcase, from which thick smoke had emerged. A constable at the crossroads had noticed. A chase. The robber's car had crashed into a street lamp. Mila had got off lightly, first of all because he had claimed to be only a decoy, and then because the criminals had used toy guns. Maigret sighed. He knew professionals very well, but he had never been very interested in them. For him it was routine, a kind of game with its own rules, and sometimes its ruses and tricks. Was it likely that a man who had used a toy gun in a hold-up would have attacked a young man twice just because he had recorded scraps of a compromising conversation? Or that once the young man had been killed, the murderer hadn't taken the trouble to take his tape recorder or make it unusable? Hello, put me through to Poiret, the examining magistrate, please. Hello. Yes? Thank you. Monsieur Poiret, Maigret speaking. I have some information here that raises a number of questions, and I'd like to pass it to you. Half an hour. Thank you. I'll be at your office in half an hour. All of a sudden, it was sunny. It was as if spring had turned up as arranged on the 21st of March. Maigret, with a photograph of Mila in his pocket, went to the commissioner's office for the briefing, as he did every morning. It was a day of comings and goings, of phone calls, of setting things up. The little gang, of which so far they knew only Mila and the framer, plus a third person as yet unidentified, was apparently planning a burglary in a country house near Paris. However, once it was beyond the boundaries of Paris, the police judiciaire of Quai des Orfèvres became powerless. This was the domain of Sûreté Nationale in Rue des Saussayes, and with the agreement of the examining magistrate, Maigret called his counterpart there. This was Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean, a veteran who was more or less the same age as Maigret, and who, like him, always had a pipe in his mouth. He was originally from Cantal, and still had the delightful accent. They met a little later in the huge buildings in Rue des Saussayes that the people from the police judiciaire liked to call the factory. After an hour's work, Grosjean got to his feet, grumbling. I'll still have to pretend to report this to my boss. By the time Maigret got back to his office, everything had been organized, not necessarily as he would have liked, but the way Sûreté Nationale usually worked. So, asked Janvier, who had stayed in contact with the men carrying out the stakeout in Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine. What a circus. Lucas and Maigret are at Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Emile came for an aperitif at the bar where they were based, without paying them any attention. Then he went for lunch, in the same restaurant as the previous night. No comings and goings, 2 or 3 customers who look like real customers. There's a little studio that communicates with the shop, and that's where he does his tinkering. At about 4 o'clock, Maigret had to go back up to see the magistrate to keep him up to date on the plan of action they had undertaken. When he came back down, he was handed a form on which only a name had been written, leaving blank the space reserved for the purpose of the visit. Monique Batil. How had her first name turned from Monique to Minou? He headed towards the waiting room and saw a tall, thin girl wearing dark trousers and a trench coat over a see-through blouse. You're Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, isn't that right? She seemed to look him up and down to check that he was worthy of his reputation. If you will be so kind as to follow me. Without a hint of awkwardness, she went into that office where so many fates had been played out. Seemingly oblivious, she remained casual and took a pack of gitane out of her pocket. Is it okay to smoke? A chuckle. I forgot that you smoke your pipe all day. She walked to the window. It's like where we live. You can see the Seine. Don't you think it gets boring? What did she want? Movable scenery? At last, she slumped into the armchair while Maigret went on standing by his desk. You must be wondering why I've come here. Don't worry, I'm not here out of simple curiosity. I must confess that while I associate with all kinds of celebrities, I'd never met a policeman before. There was no point in trying to interrupt her. Was it a mask she wore to conceal a deep shyness? Yesterday, I expected you to come and question my parents again, and question me, and then the servants. Oh, what do I know? Isn't that what usually happens? This morning I decided I'd come and see you in the afternoon. I've been thinking a lot. She spotted the faint smile on Maigret's lips, and guessed what was on his mind. I do think sometimes, believe me. I don't just say the first thing that comes into my head. My brother's body was found in Rue Popincourt. It's not an awful street, is it? What would you call an awful street? The street where thugs meet up in bars and plan their evil deeds, I don't know. No, it's just a street where ordinary people live. I thought so. Well, my brother went and did his recordings in other places, really dangerous places. Once I insisted that he take me along, and he said, 'Out of the question, little girl, you wouldn't be safe in the places I go to. I'm not safe there either.' I asked him, 'You mean there are criminals there?' 'Definitely. Do you know how many bodies are fished out of the Canal Saint-Martin alone every year?' I don't think he was trying to scare me or get rid of me. I insisted. I tried again several times, but he never wanted to take me along on what he called his expeditions." Maigret looked at her, surprised that she was nonetheless a sweet girl beneath her studied, sophisticated exterior, and fundamentally her brother seemed like her to have been nothing but a big child. On the pretext of carrying out psychological research, documenting humanity, in a sense he was trying to frighten himself. Did he keep the recordings? There are dozens of cassettes in his room, carefully numbered to match a catalogue that he regularly updated. Has anyone touched them since he died? No. Is the body at your home? The little drawing room, the one that we call Mother's drawing room, has been turned into a chapel of rest. The other drawing room is too big. There are also black curtains over the door of the building. It's all very gloomy. That sort of thing shouldn't exist these days, don't you think? What else do you want to tell me? Nothing. That he took risks. That he met all kinds of people. I don't know if he talked to them or if he had contacts in those circles. Did he ever carry a weapon? It's funny that you should ask me that. Why? He persuaded our father to give him one of his revolvers. He kept it in his room, and not long ago he said to me, "I'm so happy that I've just turned 21, I'm going to apply for a firearms license, given the nature of the kind of research I'm carrying out." This gave the scene in Rue Pauvancourt a new sense of drama, while at the same time making it seem almost unreal. A big kid. He was convinced that he was studying humans in their natural habitat, in bars and restaurants. He recorded scraps of conversation. He carefully labeled his findings when he filled in his catalogue. I'll need to listen to those recordings. Have you ever heard them? He never let anyone hear them. Only one day I thought I heard a woman sobbing in his room. I went to see. He was on his own, listening to his tapes. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Not right now. I'll probably call in at your apartment tomorrow during the day. I suppose a lot of people are passing through. It doesn't stop all day. Well, there we are. I hoped I could be useful to you. You may be even more useful than you think. Thank you for coming. He walked to the door and held out his hand. She was very happy. Good evening, Monsieur Maigret. Don't forget that you promised I'd be able to listen to the recordings with you. He hadn't promised anything at all, but he preferred not to argue. What had he been doing when he found her visitor form in his office? He had just come down from the examining magistrate's office. A circus, he thought grumpily. And he remained grumpy all evening, and for much of the night, because it really was a circus, the kind they know how to organize in Rue des Saussayes. At 7:30, Lucas phoned to say that the framer had lowered his shutters and attached the panel to the glass door. A little later, he went to his usual restaurant for dinner. Then he went for a walk as if to get some fresh air, all the way to Bastille, where he bought several magazines from the kiosk, and then went home. What should we do? Wait. Maigret and Janvier went for dinner at the Brasserie Dauphine. There was hardly anyone there. The two little rooms were particularly full at midday and around the evening aperitif. Maigret caught his wife to say hello. I've no idea what time I'll be back. It will probably be late unless somebody messes up. I'm not in charge of operations. He was only in charge of them in Paris, and that was why, at 9 o'clock, the car in which he was sitting, with Janvier at the wheel and fat Lourti in the back seat, pulled up just outside the framer's shop, or not far away. It was a black car, without any distinctive markings, but it was fitted with a radio transmitter and receiver. Another car exactly the same, and similarly equipped, was parked about 50 meters away. It contained Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean and 3 of his inspectors. Finally, in a side street, there was a police van from Rue des Saussayes with about 10 plainclothes policemen inside. Lucas was on guard, he too in a car, not far from Mila's furnished room in Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. He was the one who moved first. Hello, 287. Is that you, Chief? This is Maigret. Lucas speaking. Mila has just left in a taxi. We're passing through the center of the city, and it seems we're going to be heading along the left bank. At the same time, the door to the shop opened, and the framer, who was wearing a beige lightweight overcoat, locked the door and strode off towards Place de la Bastille. "Hello? 215, Maigret called. "Is that you, Grosjean? You read me. Hello? 215. 215 here. We want to go slowly towards Bastille. He's on foot. Over and out?" "Over and out." Maigret shrugged heavily. "To think that I'm playing a game of soldiers." At Place de la Bastille, Émile Bronchot walked towards Boulevard Beaumarchais and opened the door of a parked black Citroën DS that immediately pulled away from the pavement. Maigret couldn't see the man who was driving, probably the third man from the Café des Amis, the one who had been drinking rum and who had a scar on his face. Grosjean followed at a certain distance. He called from time to time, and Maigret replied, trying not to seem too bad-tempered. The van also stayed in contact. There wasn't much traffic. The DS drove quickly, and the driver didn't seem to notice that he was being followed. More importantly, he didn't suspect that he was at the head of a little cortege. At Porte de Châtillon, he stopped briefly, and a tall, dark-haired man standing by the pavement got into the car quite naturally. Now all three of them were united. They too were organized with almost military precision. They speeded up, and Janvier was careful not to lose sight of them without making himself noticed. They had taken the Versailles road and were passing through Petit Clamart almost without slowing down. "Where are you?" Grosjean asked regularly. "You're not losing sight of them?" "We're leaving my territory," Maigret grumbled. "You're in charge from now on. When we've reached our destination—" They turned left towards Châtenay-Malabry, then to the right towards Jouy-en-Josas. There were big clouds, some of them quite low, but much of the sky was clear and the moon appeared from time to time. The DS slowed down, turned left again, and shortly afterwards it could be heard braking. "Shall I stop here?" Jean-Pierre asked. "I think they're stopping." Yes, they've stopped." Loti got out of the car to go and see. When he came back, he announced, "They've found someone who was waiting for them. They've gone into a big garden or park, I'm not sure, where you can see the roof of a villa." Grosjean, lost in the countryside, wondered where they were, and Maigret informed him. "Where did you say you were?" And Loti whispered, "Chemin des Acacias. I saw the sign." Chemin des Acacias. Loti had taken up position on the corner of the road where Nila and his companions had got out of the car. They had left the DS on the edge of the pavement. The lookout was still there, while the other three seemed to have entered the house. The car from Rue des Saussayes pulled up behind Maigret's, and then, a few moments later, the impressive van crammed full of police officers. "Your turn now," Maigret sighed, stuffing his pipe. "Where are they?" "Probably in the villa whose gate you can see on the corner. The man on the pavement is their lookout." "Are you not coming with me?" "I'm staying here." A few minutes later, Grosjean's car turned into the path on the left so impetuously that the lookout, caught off guard, didn't have time to give the alarm. Before he knew what was happening, two men were on top of him and putting him in handcuffs. From the van, the policemen dashed into the villa's garden and hurried to surround it, checking all the exit routes. It was a modern construction, very large, and the water that could be seen glittering behind the trees was the swimming pool. All the windows were in darkness, the shutters closed. But then there was the sound of footsteps, and when, with Grosjean at their head, the men from Rue des Saussayes opened the door, they found in front of them three figures in rubber gloves who, alerted by suspicious sounds, were trying to flee. They didn't insist. They put their arms in the air without a word, and a few moments later, they too had handcuffs on their wrists. "Put them in the van. I'll question them as soon as I'm back in my office." Maigret took a short walk to stretch his legs. From a distance, he watched the men being pushed into the van and saw Grosjean coming towards him. "Won't you come with me to take a look inside?" First of all, they noticed, to the right of the gate, a pink marble plaque bearing the words in gold letters, "The Golden Crown." A crown carved into the stone reminded Maigret of something. What? He couldn't remember. There was no corridor. They stepped straight into a vast hall, where hunting trophies and paintings alternated on white stone walls. One of them had been unhooked and rested face down on a mahogany table. "A Cézanne," Grosjean murmured after turning it the right way up. There was a Louis XV desk in a corner. The leather desk blotter bore the same crown with below it a name. Philippe L'Herbier.
Come and look at this, Grosjean. He showed him the crown on the desk blotter, then the writing paper. Do you recognize it? The famous leather merchant in Rue Royale. A 60-year-old man with thick, immaculately white hair that made his face look fresher and younger. Not only was the shop the most elegant leather merchants in Paris, but it had branches in Cannes, Beauville, London, New York, and Miami. What should I do? Should I give him a call? That's up to you. He picked up the phone and dialed the number inscribed on the writing paper. Hello? Is this Monsieur L'Herbier? Monsieur Philippe L'Herbier? Yes? He isn't at home. Do you know where I could get hold of him? I'm sorry? At Monsieur Legendre's office in Boulevard Saint-Germain. You have the number? He took the pencil out of his pocket and wrote the numbers down on the fine writing paper embellished with a crown. Thank you. Legendre, the lawyer, was also a Parisian society figure. Maigret looked at the paintings, two more Cézanne, a Derain, a Sisley. He opened a door and found a smaller, more feminine drawing room, its walls covered with bouton d'or silk paper. It reminded him of Quai d'Anjou. He had found himself in the same world again, and the two men probably knew each other, if only from meeting in places that they both frequented. Philippe L'Herbier often appeared in the papers, particularly with reference to his marriages and divorces. He was called the most divorced man in France. 5 times? 6 times. The strangest thing was that after each divorce he waited less than 6 months to get married again, and always to the same kind of woman. All but one of them, an actress, were models with long, supple bodies and a more or less fixed smile. It was as if he only married them to dress them in gorgeous clothes and make them play a purely decorative role. Yes, thank you for putting me through. Hello? Monsieur L'Herbier, this is Detective Inspector Grosjean of the Sûreté Nationale. I'm in your villa at Jouy-en-Josas. What am I doing here? I've just arrested 3 burglars who are after your paintings. Grosjean, with his hand over the receiver, whispered to Maigret. He laughed, and speaking normally, What's that you say? That you're insured? Fine. You're not coming this evening. I can't leave the door open and I have no way of closing it. That means that one of my men will have to stay in the villa until you send someone with a locksmith. I would... He paused for a moment, listening, his face very red. He's hung up, he murmured at last. He was so furious that he had trouble breathing. Those are the people... the people... He probably wanted to add, we risk our lives for... But he realized that in the end, it would seem redundant at the very least. I don't know if he was involved, but he seemed to consider this business to be a happy joke. He instructed one of his men to stay in the villa until new orders were issued. Are you coming, Maigret? He still couldn't get over it. Paintings by Cézanne, well, it doesn't matter. Hundreds of thousands of francs worth of paintings in a villa where you only ever go to spend the weekend. He has a much bigger villa at Cap Antibes. It's also called the Golden Crown. If the papers are to be believed, he marks his cigars and cigarettes with the same gold crown. His yacht is called the Golden Crown. Is that true? Grosjean sighed in disbelief. Apparently so. And no one makes fun of him? That's up to whoever gets an invitation to one of his residences. They found themselves outside and stopped for a moment to look at the swimming pool, which must have been heated, because a light steam rose from it. Will you come to Oude-Saussay? No. The burglary has nothing to do with me, because it didn't happen in my territory. I'd just like, tomorrow if possible, to question them about something else. I think Poiret, the examining magistrate, would like to speak to them too. The case in Rue Popincourt? That's what put us onto them. That's true, but... Standing near the cars, the 2 men shook hands, each nearly as stout as the other, with the same careers, the same experiences behind them. I'm going to spend the rest of the night there. Ah, well. Maigret sat down beside Janvier. Lourty on the back seat smoked his cigarette, which appeared as a small red dot. And here we are, boys. So far, we've only been working for Oude-Saussay. Tomorrow, we'll try to work for us. And Janvier asked him, alluding to the less than cordial relations that had always existed between the 2 police bodies, Do you think they'll lend them to us? Chapter 4. It must have been a busy night at Rue des Saussets, where journalists and photographers, alerted as always by God knows who, soon came running and invading the corridors. As he shaved at 7:30, Maigret automatically turned on the radio. It was time for the news, and as he expected, they were talking about the villa in Juilly-en-Josas and the famous millionaire Philippe L'Herbier, the man with 6 wives and golden crowns. 4 men are in custody, but Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean remains convinced that none of them is the true head of the gang, the brains behind the operation. On the other hand, there are rumors that Detective Chief Inspector Maigret might intervene, not in the case of the theft of the paintings, but with regard to another crime they may have committed. We are maintaining the greatest discretion on the subject. It was also from the radio that he learned a detail. The 3 robbers and the lookout were unarmed. By 9 o'clock he was in his office, and just after the briefing he called Grosjean at Rue des Saussets. "Have you been able to get some sleep?" "Barely 3 hours. I wanted to question them straight away. None of them is budging. There's one in particular who's exasperating me. It's Julien Millard, the barman, the most intelligent of the 3. When you ask him questions, he looks at you stupidly and says in a soft voice, 'Unfortunately, I have nothing to say.'" "Didn't they ask for a lawyer to be present?" "Of course they did. Monsieur Rouet, inevitably. I'm expecting him this morning." "When will you be able to send me these fine fellows? Monsieur Poiret is waiting for them too." "At some point in the afternoon, I hope. I suppose he'll have to let me have them, because I don't expect to be spending long with them. The list of burglaries of the same kind committed around Paris over the past 2 years is a long one, 12 at least, and I'm sure they're responsible for most, if not all of them." "What about you? Rue Popincourt?" "No news." "Do you think my customers had anything to do with it?" "I don't know. One of the burglars, the little broad-shouldered one with a scar on his cheek, was wearing a light raincoat with a belt, wasn't he? And a brown hat." "Tomorrow, yes. We're studying his police record. Apparently he's a hard case, and he's been in trouble with the law on more than one occasion." "Also known as Mimile? The framer?" "No criminal record. He lived in Marseille for a long time, but he's originally from Roubaix." "I'll see you later." The newspapers published photographs of the criminals on the front page, handcuffs on their wrists, as well as a photograph of the leather merchant by the weighing station at Longchamp in tails and a light grey top hat. Millard stared at the camera with an ironic smile. De Maule, the sailor with the scar, seemed quite surprised by what was happening to him, while the framer held his hands in front of his face. The lookout, poorly dressed in a suit that was too big for him, looked like a lowly stooge. After an investigation that Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean of the Sûreté Nationale has been leading for almost 2 years, a good haul— Maigret shrugged. He was thinking not so much about the crooks, but in spite of himself, about Antoine Batil. Almost always, he had often repeated, it was by getting to know the victim that one was led to his murderer. The sun was pale. The sky was a very light blue. The temperature was still 2 or 3 degrees, and most of France was freezing, except the west coast. He put on his coat, picked up his hat, and called in at the inspector's office. "I'm going out for an hour or so, boys." Alone for once. He wanted to go to Quai d'Anjou by himself. He went on foot, walking along the embankments to Pont-Marie, which he crossed. He smoked his pipe slowly and kept his hands plunged in his pockets. Once again, his thoughts turned to the journey that the young man with the tape recorder had made that night, the night of the 18th to the 19th of March, which was to be his last one. Even from a distance he could see the black drapes that framed the coach gate, with an enormous bee, fringes and silver droplets. Passing in front of the lodge, he noticed the concierge following the comings and goings. She was still young and attractive. Her black dress was brightened by a white collar and trimmings which made it look like a uniform. He hesitated about going into the lodge for no reason, because he wasn't looking for anything in particular. He thought better of it and took the lift. The Batil's door was on the latch. He pushed it open and walked to the little drawing room that had been turned into a chapel of rest. A very dignified old lady stood by the door and nodded to him. Was she a relative, a friend, or a governess who represented the family? A man, standing up, held his hat in front of him and moved his lips, reciting a prayer. A woman, who must have been a local shopkeeper, knelt on a prie-dieu.
Antoine hadn't yet been placed in his coffin, but was lying on the mortuary cot, his clasped hands wrapped in a rosary. By the dancing candlelight his face looked very young. He looked more like 15 than 21. Not only had he been shaved, but his long hair had been cut, probably so that those who filed past didn't take him for a hippie. Maigret, too, mechanically moved his lips without conviction, then returned to the entrance hall and looked for someone to speak to. He found a valet in a striped waistcoat, vacuuming in the big drawing-room. "I'd like to see Mademoiselle Batil," he said. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." The valet hesitated and finally walked away, grumbling. "If she's got up." She had, but she seemed not to be ready, because he had to wait a good 10 minutes, and when she appeared, she was in a dressing gown, her feet bare in her slippers. "Have you found anything?" "No. I would just like to visit your brother's bedroom." "I'm sorry for receiving you like this, but I slept very badly, and in any case I don't usually get up early." "Is your father here?" "No, he had to go to the office. My mother is in her apartment, but I haven't seen her this morning." "Come with me." They walked along a corridor, then another that crossed it at right angles. Passing through an open door, beyond which Maigret could see an unmade bed and a breakfast tray, she explained, "That's my bedroom. Ignore it. It's a mess." 2 doors further on was Antoine's bedroom, overlooking the courtyard, which received the oblique rays of the sun. The Scandinavian furniture was simple and harmonious. One wall was covered with shelves full of books, records, and on 2 of the shelves, cassette tapes. On the desk, there were books, notebooks, colored pencils, and in a glass bowl, 3 tiny turtles swimming in 2 centimeters of water. "Did your brother like animals?" "He'd moved on a bit. There was a time when he brought back all kinds of animals. A crow with a broken wing, for example, hamsters, white mice, a grass snake more than a meter long. He claimed that he tamed them, but he never did." There was also an enormous globe on a stand, a flute on a pedestal table, and musical scores. "Did he play the flute?" "He took 5 or 6 lessons. There must be an electric guitar somewhere. He took piano lessons." Maigret smiled. "Not for long, I suppose." "Nothing ever lasted for long." "Except his tape recorder." "That's true. That passion lasted for almost a year." "Did he have an idea of what he wanted to do in the future?" "No, or at least he didn't talk to anyone about it. Father would have liked him to sign up for the science faculty and do chemistry so that he could take over the company, etc." "He didn't agree." "He hated business. I think he was ashamed of being the son of Mylène Perfumes." "What about you?" "I don't care either way." It was pleasant in this room, among objects that were different, certainly, but which felt like familiar objects. Someone had spent a lot of time in that room and made it his kingdom. Maigret picked up one of the cassettes from the shelf, but on the label there was only a number. "His notebook, which he used as a catalogue, must be here," Minou said. "Wait. Hang on. I imagine it must be up to date because he was very serious about it." It was a simple school exercise book with squared pages. On the cover, Antoine had written in fancy letters with pencils in several colors, "My Experiments." It started with Cassette 1, Family at Dinner Table one Sunday. "Why one Sunday?" he asked. "Because on the other days my father rarely comes home for lunch, and in the evening he and my mother often go into town for dinner, or have guests over. Even so, he had devoted his first recording to the family." Cassette 2, Autoroute du Sud, one Saturday evening. Cassette 3, Fontainebleau Forest at night. Cassette 4, Metro, 8 o'clock in the evening. Cassette 5, Midday, Place de l'Opéra. Then came the interval at the Théâtre du Gymnase. Then the sounds of a self-service restaurant on Rue de Ponthieu, the drugstore on the Champs-Élysées. Cassette 10, a café in Puteaux. His curiosity widened and very gradually changed social class. Workers leaving the factory, accordions on Rue de Lappe, a bar in Rue des Gravilliers, the area around Canal Saint-Martin, the Bal des Fleurs at La Villette, a café in Saint-Denis. It was no longer the centre of Paris that he was interested in, but the periphery, and one of the addresses was on the edge of a slum. Is it true that it was dangerous? More or less. Let's say that it wasn't to be recommended, and he was right not to bring you along. The people who frequent such places don't like people poking their noses into their business, particularly not with a tape recorder. You think it was because of that? I don't know. I have my doubts. In order to be certain, I would need to have heard all the tapes. From what I can tell, it would take hours, if not several days. Are you not going to do that? If I could take them away temporarily, I would give one of my inspectors the task of— I don't dare to assume that responsibility. Since he died, my brother has become someone sacred, and everything that belonged to him has been given a new value, do you understand? Before, we used to treat him a little like a big kid, which sent him into a fury. It's true that in some senses he did stay very young. Maigret's eye wandered along the wall to photographs of nudes cut from an American magazine. That's very young, too, she broke in. I'm sure that my brother had never slept with a girl. He courted 2 or 3 of my friends without ever going all the way. Did he have a car? My parents gave him a little English car for his 20th birthday. For 2 months, he spent his free time in the countryside and fitted the car with every imaginable accessory. Afterwards, he lost interest in it and only ever took it out when he really needed it. Not for his nighttime expeditions. Never. I'll ask Mother if I can let you have the cassettes. I hope she's got up. It was 10:30. She went away for quite a long time. She trusts you, she announced when she came back. All she asks is that you catch the murderer. My father, I should add in passing, is even more devastated than she is. He was his only son. Since it happened, he hasn't said a word to us, and he goes to his office early in the morning. How are we going to wrap all this up? We would need a suitcase or a big cardboard box. A suitcase would be better. Wait, I think I know where to find what we need. The suitcase she brought a little later bore the gilded crown of the leather merchant in Rue Royale. Do you know Philippe L'Herbier? My parents know him. They've been to his house for dinner 2 or 3 times, but he's not what you would call a friend. He's the man who spends his time getting divorced, isn't that right? His country house was nearly burgled last night. Don't you listen to the radio? Only on the beach, when it's playing music. She helped him put the cassettes in the suitcase, then added the notebook that served as a catalogue. Don't you have any more questions to ask me? You can always come and question me, and I promise to answer you as frankly as I've done so far. She was visibly excited to be helping the police. I won't walk you back to the door because I'm not dressed to walk past the mortuary room. People would see it as a lack of respect. Why do we suddenly have to respect someone when they're dead, when you were dismissive of them when they were alive? Maigret left, a little encumbered by his suitcase, particularly when he passed in front of the concierge. He was lucky enough to see a woman getting out of a taxi and paying the driver, so he didn't have to wait to find one. Quai des Orfèvres. He wondered who to entrust with the recordings of Antoine Batil. He needed someone with a good knowledge of the places where the recordings were made and who was familiar with the people who frequented them. Eventually, he went to the end of a corridor to find his colleague in the vice squad. Since he was holding his suitcase, his colleague asked him ironically, "Have you come to say goodbye before moving house? I have some recordings here, most of them taken on the edge of Paris in dance halls, cafes, and bistros. Am I supposed to be interested in that? Maybe not, but I am, and it may have something to do with an ongoing case. The one in Rue Pompincourt? Between ourselves, yes. I'd rather no one knew. One of your men must know these places, and perhaps the recordings will mean something to him. I understand. Spotting a dangerous individual, for example. Somebody who, for fear of being compromised. That's it exactly. Old Maigret. He's been in the job for almost 40 years. He knows the fauna of those places better than anybody. He wasn't a stranger to Maigret. Has he got any free time? I'll see to it that he does. Does he know how to use those contraptions? I'll go and get the tape recorder from my office. When he came back, a sad man with soft features and dull eyes was standing in the office of the head of the vice squad. He was one of the low-wage earners in the police judiciaire, one of the men who, for want of a certain basic training, remains at the bottom of the heap for their whole lives. By dint of walking around Paris, they acquire the posture of butlers and cafe waiters who stand up all day. They almost assume the same dull colour as the impoverished areas that they patrol. Oh, I know these machines, he said immediately. Are there a lot of cassettes? About 50, maybe a few more. At half an hour per cassette. Is it urgent? Quite urgent. I'll get him an office where he won't be disturbed, the head of the vice squad broke in. They explained in detail to Maigret what was expected of him. He nodded to show that he had understood, and went off with the suitcase, while Maigret's colleague said in an undertone, Don't worry, he looks soft in the head. He definitely has no illusions, but he's still one of my most precious collaborators. A kind of hunting dog. We let him sniff a trail, and off he goes, head down. Maigret went back to his office, and he hadn't been there for 10 minutes before the examining magistrate called him. "I've tried to get through to you several times. First of all, congratulations on last night's haul." "Who did so say did all that?" "I went to see the prosecutor, who was delighted. They're bringing me the 4 young men at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'd like you to be in my office because you know the case better than I do. When we've dealt with the burglaries, if you think it's useful, you can bring them down to your office. I know you have a special way of carrying out your interrogations." "Thank you. I'll be in your office at 3 o'clock. He opened the door to the inspector's office. "Are you free for lunch, Jaumier?" "Yes, Chief. I'll finish my report, and—" "There were always reports. There was always paperwork. What about you, Lapointe?" "You know I'm always free." Because that meant that all 3 of them were going to go for lunch in the Brasserie Dauphine. "We'll meet at 12:30. Maigret didn't forget to call his wife, and she asked him as usual, "Do you think you'll be back for dinner?" "A shame about lunch. I had snails." As if by chance, every time he didn't come back from me, it was something of which he was particularly fond. But perhaps they had snails at the Brasserie Dauphine as well. At 3 o'clock, when Maigret stepped into the long corridor with the offices of the examining magistrates on either side, the flashes of the photographers went off as a dozen journalists came charging towards him. "Are you coming to interrogate the gangsters?" He tried to dodge them without giving an answer either way. "Why are you here, and not Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean?" "Goodness, I have no idea. Ask the examining magistrate." "You're the one in charge of the Rue Pourbancourt case, aren't you?" He had no reason to deny it. "Might there by any chance be a connection between the 2 cases?" "Gentlemen, I have no statement to make for now." "You won't answer no?" "You would be wrong to draw any conclusions." "You were in Juillan Joseph's last night, isn't that right?" "I won't deny it." "In what capacity?" "My colleague Grosjean would be able to give you a more authoritative answer than I can." "Was it your men who discovered the trail of the thieves in Paris?" The 4 men arrested the previous night were sitting on 2 benches on either side of the magistrate's door, handcuffs around their wrists, surrounded by gendarmes, and they were not unamused by the scene. A short but bulky lawyer appeared from the far end of the corridor, his gown flapping like wings. Noticing the inspector, he walked towards him and shook his hand. "How are things, Maigret?" A flash. The handshake had been photographed, as if the whole scene had been prepared in advance. "So, what brings you here?" Monsieur Huet asked that question in front of the journalists, and not by chance. He was skillful and quick-witted, and was in the habit of defending high-level members of the underworld. Very cultured, a lover of music and theatre, he attended every dress rehearsal and major concert. "What's keeping us from going in?" "I don't know," Maigret replied, not without irony, and the little man with the broad shoulders knocked at the magistrate's door, opened it, and gestured to Maigret to come in with him. "Hello, my dear judge. I hope you're not too disappointed to see me here. My client—" The magistrate shook the lawyer's hand, and Maigret's. "Take a seat, gentlemen. I will bring in the accused. I imagine that you aren't afraid of them, and that I can leave the gendarmes outside." He had the handcuffs removed. The rather cramped office was full. The clerk stood at one end of a table that served as a desk. An extra chair had to be brought from a storeroom. The 4 men stood on either side of their lawyer, and Maigret had sat down slightly apart from the others in the background. "First of all, as you know, I must identify the accused. You are each to respond when your name is called out. Julien Millat. Here. Your surname, first names, current address, place and date of birth, profession." "Millat with a T?" asked the clerk, who was writing. "With an A, nothing more." It went on for quite a long time. De Maule, the man with the scar and the biceps of a fairground wrestler, was born in Quimper. He had been a sailor, and for now he was registered unemployed. "Your address?" "Here or there. I always find a friend to pull me up." "In other words, you're homeless?" "With what we got on unemployment benefit, you know." The 4th man, the lookout, was a poor, sickly-looking man who claimed to be an errand boy and lived in Rue de Monsigny in Montmartre. "How long have you been part of the gang?" "Excuse me, Your Honor," Huet cut in. "First of all, we have to establish that there is indeed a gang." "I was just about to ask you a question. Which of these men do you represent?" "All 4 of them." "Don't you think that during the preliminary hearing a conflict might arise between them as the result of a divergence of interests?" I severely doubt it, and if it did happen, I would call on my colleagues. Do you agree, gentlemen?" All four of them nodded. "Since we're still asking the preliminary questions, I was about to ask questions about ethical matters," Uwe continued with an ominous smile. "You should be aware that since this morning, this case has aroused a great deal of interest in the press. I've received quite a large number of phone calls, in the course of which I have collected information that has left me surprised, if not indeed shocked." He leaned back and lit a cigarette. The magistrate, faced with this prince of the bar, couldn't help feeling nervous. "I'm listening." "The arrest, in fact, was not carried out in the usual style of apprehensions of this kind. 3 radio cars, including a van full of plainclothes inspectors, arrived on the scene at more or less the same time as my clients, as if the police were aware of what was going to happen, and yet taking his place at the head of this procession was Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here, and 2 of his colleagues. Is that correct, Detective Chief Inspector?" "It is correct." "I see that my informant was not mistaken. Someone from Rue des Saussets, probably, perhaps a clerk or a typist. I have always thought that the territory of Quai des Orfèvres was limited to Paris. Let us say Greater Paris, of which Julian-Josas is not a part. He had got what he wanted. He had taken control of operations, and the magistrate no longer knew how to reduce him to silence. Might it not be because the information about, shall we say, this attempted burglary came from the police judiciaire?" "You aren't answering, Maigret." "I have nothing to say." "Weren't you there?" "I'm not here to be questioned. However, I am going to ask you another more important question. Is it not the case that while investigating a different case also recent, you happened by chance upon this one?" Maigret remained silent. "Please, Monsieur Uwe," the magistrate cut in, "just one moment. Some inspectors from a police judiciaire have been identified to me as having mounted a stakeout over the past 2 days opposite Amy Blanchot's shop. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret in person has been seen twice in a cafe in Bastille where my clients happened to meet the day before yesterday, and he questioned the waiters and tried to weasel out information from the manager. Is that correct? Forgive me, Your Honor, but I would like to put this case in its true perspective, which is perhaps not the one that you know. Have you finished, Monsieur Uwe?" "For now." "Can I question the first to be accused? Julien Millard, please tell me who alerted you to Philippe L'Herbier's villa, and who talked to you about the valuable paintings it contains." "I advise my client not to answer." "I'm not answering." "You are suspected of participating in the 21 burglaries of villas and chateaux which have taken place over the last 2 years in the same circumstances." "I have nothing to say." "All the more," the lawyer cut in that you have no evidence." "I repeat my first question, extending it to the other cases. Who alerted you to these villas and chateaux? Who then, probably the same person, took charge of the sale of the stolen paintings and artworks?" "I don't know anything about any of that." The magistrate, with a sigh, turned his attention to the framer, and Mimile proved to be no more talkative. As to Demau, the sailor, he was enjoying himself playing the clown. The only one with a different attitude was the lookout, the one who was called Gouvion, and who was of no fixed abode. "I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know these gentlemen. I found myself in the area in search of a place to kip that wasn't too cold." "Is that also your point of view, Monsieur Huet?" "I agree with him completely, and I should point out that this man has no criminal record." "Does nobody have anything to add?" "I would like to ask a question at the risk of repeating myself. What is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret's role in this, and what will happen when we leave this office?" "I'm not obliged to reply." "Does that mean that another interrogation will take place, not at the Palais de Justice, but in the offices of a police judiciaire to which I have no access? In other words, that it will involve not burglary, but another case entirely?" "I apologize, Monsieur Huet, but I have nothing to tell you. You'll probably want to ask your clients to sign the provisional statement, which will be typed up by tomorrow in 4 copies. You may sign them, gentlemen." "Thank you." And rising to his feet, the examining magistrate walked towards the door, followed reluctantly by the lawyer. "I must express my reservations." "I have noted them." Then to the gendarmes,
Please put the handcuffs back on the prisoners and take them to the police judiciaire. You can go through the communicating door. Would you stay for a moment, please, Detective Chief Inspector? Maigret sat down again. What do you think? I think that right now Monsieur Huet is busy informing the press and blowing this case out of proportion, so that from tomorrow, perhaps even in this evening's final editions, it will be spread across 2 columns. Does that bother you? I wonder. Just now I would have said yes. My intention was to keep the 2 cases very separate from one another and to make sure that the newspapers didn't get them mixed up. Now... He thought for a moment, weighing up the pros and cons. Perhaps it's better that way. By creating a stir, there is a chance that... Do you think one of those 4 men? I can't be certain of anything. Apparently a Swedish knife like the one used in Rue Popincourt was found in the sailor's pocket. The man wore a light raincoat with a belt and a brown hat. In any case, probably this evening, I'll put him in the presence of the Pagliatis, in the same street, in the same lighting. But it's hardly conclusive. The old lady on the first floor will also be called upon to identify him. What are you hoping for? I don't know. The burglaries and the matter for Eau de Saussay. What interests me are the 7 knife blows that cost a young man his life. When he came out of the magistrate's office, the journalists had disappeared. But he found them all, or perhaps even more, it seemed to him, in the corridor of the police judiciaire. The 4 suspects were nowhere to be seen, because they had been taken to an office where they were being kept under close watch. What's happening, Detective Chief Inspector? Nothing out of the ordinary. Are you dealing with the Jouy-en-Josas case? You know very well that it has nothing to do with me. Why are these 4 men here, rather than having been driven back to Rue de Saussay? Well, let me tell you. He suddenly took a decision. Huet was bound to have talked to them about a connection between the 2 cases. Rather than seeing more or less precise and tendentious information, wasn't it better to tell the truth? Antoine Batil, gentleman, had a passion. Recording what he called living documents. With a tape recorder around his neck, he went to public spaces, to cafes, bars, dances, restaurants, even the metro, and placed himself discreetly with his tape recorder turned on. On Tuesday evening at about 9:30, he was in a cafe on Place de la Bastille, and as usual, he had turned on his tape recorder. His neighbors were the burglars. 3 of them. The lookout wasn't there. The recording isn't of a first order. Still, we can understand that a meeting is being arranged for 2 days later, and that a certain villa that has already been watched. Less than an hour later, in Rue Popincourt, a young man was attacked from behind and given 7 stab wounds, one of which was fatal. Do you think he was one of those men? I don't think anything, gentlemen. My job is not to think, but to find evidence or obtain confessions. Did anyone see the attacker? 2 passers-by, a certain distance away, and a lady who lives opposite the place where the murder was committed. Do you think the burglars realized that their words had been recorded? Once again, I don't think anything. It's a plausible hypothesis. Sir Batil was followed by one of them until he was in quite a deserted place, and... Did the murderer take the tape recorder? No. How do you explain that? I don't explain it. The passers-by that you mentioned, I assume the other Pagliatis. You see, we know more than you might think. So did the Pagliatis, by rushing over, prevent the man from... No. He had only delivered 4 blows. After leaving the scene, he retraced his steps to deliver another 3. So he could have pulled the tape recorder off the victim's neck. So you haven't got anywhere? I'm going to question those gentlemen. Together? One by one. Who are you starting with? Yvonne de Marle, the sailor. When will you have finished? I don't know. You could leave one of your colleagues here. And go for a beer. Good idea. Thanks, Detective Chief Inspector. Maigret would also have liked to go for a beer. He went to his office and called in Lapointe, who knew how to do shorthand. Have a seat there. Take notes. Then to Janvier. Will you go and fetch the man called de Marle? The ex-sailor turned up with his hands clasped in front of him. Take off the cuffs. And you, de Marle, take a seat. What are you going to do to me? Give me the 3rd degree? I should tell you straight out, but I'm tough. And you're not going to get any of it out of me. Have you finished? I wondered why up there I was allowed a lawyer while here I'm on my own. Monsieur Huet will explain that when he sees you again. Among the objects taken from you was a Swedish knife. Now that's why you brought me in. It's been hanging about in my pocket for 20 years. It was a present from my brother when I was still a fisherman in Cap-Air, before I started on my liners.
When did you last use it?
I use it every day to cut meat the way you do in the country. It may not be elegant, but
On Tuesday evening,
you were with two companions at the Café des Amis on Place de la Bastille. That's what you say. You know, I can't remember what I did yesterday. They say I'm a bit absent-minded.
there was Mila the framer and you. You spoke in more or less covert terms about the burglary, and among other things you were given the task of finding a car. Where did you steal it?
What? The car. What car?
I don't suppose you know where Rue Popincourt is either.
I'm not from Paris.
None of the three of you noticed a young man at the next table turning on a tape recorder?
A what?
You didn't follow that young man.
Why? Please don't think that's my kind of thing.
Your accomplices didn't tell you to gain possession of the cassette.
Oh, right, it's a cassette now. Is that all?
That's all. And to Janvier, take him to the first free office. Same thing. Janvier was going to repeat the questions more or less word for word. When he had finished, a third inspector would take over. As it happened, Maigret didn't think much would come of it, but it was still the most efficient method. It could go on for hours. One such interrogation had lasted 32 hours before the man in question, who had come in as a witness, confessed to his crime. And yet, 3 or 4 times during the interrogation, the police had been on the point of letting him go. He was so good at acting innocent. "Go and get Mila for me," he said to Lorty in the inspector's office. The barman knew he was handsome, more intelligent, more alert than his accomplices. It was almost as if he enjoyed playing his part.
Hang on, the chatterbox isn't here.
He pretended to look around for his lawyer.
Do you think it's normal practice to question me in his absence?
That's my business.
I just have to say that I wouldn't want the whole procedure to be declared irregular because of a detail.
What was your first conviction for?
I can't remember. Besides, you can find that out from records upstairs. So even though I've never dealt with you personally, I have been a client here in the past.
When did you notice that your conversation was being recorded?
What conversation are you talking about? And what recording?
Maigret was patient enough to take his questions to their conclusion, even though he knew it was pointless. And Lorty would repeat them tirelessly, as Janvier was now doing with the sailor. Then came the framer's turn. At first sight, he seemed shy, but he was just as cool-headed as the others. "Have you been burgling unoccupied villas for a long time?"
I'm sorry.
"I'm asking you if—" Maigret was hot, and his back was sticky with sweat. The 4 men had agreed on a deal. Each one would play his part, and avoid being caught off guard by more or less unexpected questions. The sailor tramp stuck to his explanation. First of all, he wasn't at the meeting in Place de la Bastille. Then on Tuesday night, he was looking for a crib, as he put it. In an unoccupied house?
As long as the door's open? In a house? Or in the garage?
At 6 in the evening, the 4 men were taken back in a police van to Rue des Saussayes, where they would spend the night. "Is that you, Grosjean? Thanks for lending them to me. I didn't get anything out of them, no. They're not choir boys."
"You can say that again. We're all right with Tuesday's burglaries because they were caught red-handed. But as for the previous burglaries, if we don't find any evidence or witnesses—"
"When the papers get involved, witnesses will turn up, you'll see."
"Do you still think that the crime in Rue Popincourt was committed by one of the 4?
To tell you the truth, no."
"Do you have any suspicions?"
"No."
"So what are you planning to do?"
"Wait."
And it was true. In their final edition, the newspapers were already publishing the account of what had happened in the examining magistrate's corridor, and then the statements that Maigret had given at the police judiciaire.
"Is this the Rue Popincourt murderer?"
And below this question was the photograph of Yvon Damal, handcuffs on his wrists, near examining magistrate Poiret's door. Maigret looked for the telephone number of the apartment on Quai d'Anjou and dialed it.
"Hello? Who's speaking?"
"Monsieur Batil's valet?"
"Is Monsieur Batil there?"
"He's not back yet. I think he had an appointment with his doctor."
This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. When is the funeral?
At 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you. Maigret's day was over, and he called his wife to say that he would be home for dinner. After which, we'll go to the cinema, he added, to take his mind off things. Chapter 5. Just by chance, Maigret was joined by young Lapointe. They were both standing in the crowd on the embankment side, not opposite the dead boy's house, but the house next door, because there were so many onlookers that they hadn't been able to find a better vantage point. There were cars, including many chauffeur-driven limousines, all along the embankments, from Pont Louis-Philippe to Pont Sully, and others were parked on the other side of the island, on Quai de Béthune and Quai d'Orléans. It was a cool morning, chilly one might have said, very bright, very cheerful, pastel-coloured. They saw the cars stopping in front of the big black draped gate, and people going inside and upstairs, where they would bow in front of the coffin before reappearing and waiting outside for the convoy to form. A red-haired photographer, bareheaded, walked back and forth, pointing his lens at the rows of onlookers. He was not universally well received, and some people had no qualms about expressing their feelings to him. Nonetheless, he carried on imperturbably with his work. The public, particularly the ones who complained, would probably have been surprised to learn that he didn't belong to a newspaper, an agency, or a magazine, but that he was there on Maigret's orders. Maigret had gone to the laboratory at the Police Judiciaire early that morning, and with Meurs had chosen Van Ham, the best and, most importantly, the most resourceful of the available photographers. I would like photographs of all the onlookers, first of all opposite the dead boy's house, then opposite the church when the coffin is brought there, then when it comes out, and finally at the cemetery. Once the photographs have been developed, study them under the magnifying glass. It's possible that one person or several people will appear in all three places. They're the ones who interest me, make enlargements without the people around them. In spite of himself, Maigret looked around for a light-coloured raincoat with a belt and a dark hat. There was little chance of the murderer still wearing the same clothes, because the morning papers had given a description of them. The two cases, the one in Rue Popincourt and the burglary, were by now definitely seen as closely connected. There was much talk of the role of the Police Judiciaire and the previous day's interrogations, and the photographs of the 4 arrested men had been published. In one of the papers, below the portrait of de Marle, the sailor, in a raincoat and a brown hat, it said, "Is this the murderer?" The crowd was a mixture. First of all, near the house, there were those who had gone to pay their last respects to the dead boy and who were waiting to take their place in the cortege. Along the pavement, it was particularly the residents of the island and the concierges and shopkeepers of Rue Saint-Louis-en-l'Île. "Such a nice boy, and so shy. When he came into the shop, he always raised his hat. If only he had cut his hair a bit shorter. His parents should have told him. Elegant people like that. It made him look like a bad sort." Maigret and Lapointe exchanged a glance from time to time, and an absurd idea came into the former's mind. How eagerly Antoine Bastille would have slipped around this crowd with his microphone if he had been alive. Although if he had been alive, there would have been no crowd. The hearse appeared and pulled up at the curb, followed by 3 more cars. Were they going to drive to the church of Saint-Louis-en-l'Île, which was 200 meters away? The people from the funeral directors first of all took down the wreaths and bouquets. It wasn't only the hearse that was covered with them. Flowers were also piled up in the 3 cars. Among the people waiting, there was a third category, standing in small groups, the staff of Maigret perfumes. Many of the girls and young women were pretty, dressed with an elegance which in the morning sun had a somewhat aggressive quality. There was a movement in the crowd, like a current passing from one end of the rows to the other, and the coffin appeared, carried by 6 men. Once it had been slid into the hearse, the family appeared. At its head, Gérard Bastille was flanked by his wife and daughter. His features were very drawn, his complexion muddy. He didn't look at anyone, but seemed surprised to discover so many flowers. It was as if he wasn't fully present, as if he barely realized what was happening around him. Madame Bastille showed greater composure, although she sometimes dabbed her eyes through the thin black veil that covered her face. He knew the sister, whom Maigret was seeing in black for the first time, seemed taller and thinner, and she was the only one who paid attention to what was going on around her. Other photographers, these one's press cameramen, took some photographs. Aunts, uncles, and more or less distant relatives followed, and also in all likelihood the senior staff of the perfume and beauty products company. The hearse moved off, the cars full of flowers, and the family took their place behind it. Then the friends, students, teachers, and finally, the local shopkeepers. Some of the onlookers headed towards Pont Marie or Pont Sully to go back to their jobs, but others set off towards the church. Maigret and Lapointe were among them. They followed the procession along the pavement, and on Rue Saint-Louis-en-Lille they found another crowd that hadn't been at Quai d'Anjou. The church was already more than half full. From the street they could hear the deep murmur of a pipe organ, and the coffin was carried to the bier, which was only partly covered by flowers. A lot of people had stayed outside. The doors hadn't been closed again, and the absolution was already underway when the sun and the cool air entered the church. Aten Noster, the priest, who was very old, walked around the bier, waving his sprinkler, and then swung the censer. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem. Amen. Outside, Van Ham was still working. Which cemetery? Lapointe asked under his breath, leaning over Maigret's shoulder. Montparnasse. The Bertils have a family vault there. Are we going? I don't think so. Luckily, a lot of police officers had come to control the traffic. The immediate family took their seats in a car at the front. The more distant relations followed, then came Bertil's colleagues and friends who ran to find their cars and tried to edge their way in. Van Ham had taken the precaution of getting a lift in a little black police car that was waiting at a strategic point and picked him up at the last moment. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some groups were still conversing on the pavements. We can go back, Maigret sighed. They crossed the pedestrian bridge behind Notre Dame and stopped in a bar on the corner of Boulevard du Palais. What will you have? A white wine, a Vouvray. Because the word Vouvray was written in chalk on the mirrors. Me too. 2 Vouvrays. It was nearly midday when Van Ham stepped into Maigret's office with some photographs. I haven't finished, but there was something I wanted to show you straight away. 3 of us have been studying the photographs with a strong magnifying glass. I was immediately struck by this. The first photograph, on Quai d'Anjou, showed only part of the body and the face, because a woman was pushing from the side, trying to slip into the front row. The man was incontestably wearing a lightweight beige raincoat and a dark hat. He was quite young, about 30. His face was ordinary, and he seemed to be frowning as if displeased by something around him. Here's a slightly better photograph. The same face, enlarged. The mouth was quite thick, almost sulky, and the expression was that of a shy person. This is still Quai d'Anjou. We'll see if he's in the photographs taken in front of the church that we're developing right now. I brought these down to you because of the raincoat. Weren't there any other raincoats? Several, but only 3 with belts. 1 middle-aged man with a beard, and a man in his 40s without a hat, smoking a pipe. Bring down anything else you find after lunch. Basically, the raincoat didn't mean very much. If Bertil's murderer had read the morning papers, he knew that they had published his description. Why then wear the same outfit as he had in the evening in Rue Popincourt? Because it was the only one he had? Out of defiance? Maigret had lunch at the Brasserie Dauphine again, just with Lapointe this time, because Jean-Pierre and Lucas weren't in the building. At 2:30, Maigret received a phone call that relaxed him. It was as if a large part of his worries evaporated all at once. Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. I'm putting you through to Monsieur Frémier, our senior editor. Please stay on the line. Hello, Maigret. The 2 men had known each other for a long time. Frémier was the editor of one of the biggest morning newspapers. I'm just asking if your investigation is making any progress. I'm taking the liberty of calling you because we've just received a quite curious message, and it came by express telegram, which is quite rare for an anonymous communication. I'm listening. You know that we published the photograph of the members of the Jouy-en-Josas gang this morning. Below the picture of the sailor, my editor insisted on printing the words, "Is this the murderer?" I saw. This cutting that has just reached us has just 1 word written in green ink in large letters. No. Maigret's face brightened. If you'll forgive me, I'm going to send one of my men to fetch the message. Do you know which post office it was sent from? Oh, du Faubourg Montmartre. May I ask you, Inspector, not to mention this to any other journalists? I can't publish this document until tomorrow morning. It's already been photographed and the print will be ready shortly. Unless you ask us to keep it secret. No, on the contrary, I'd even like you to comment on it. At one moment, the best thing would be to suggest that it's a joke, stressing that the real murderer wouldn't risk compromising himself like that. I think I understand. Thank you, Premier. I'll send someone to you straight away. He went into the inspector's office, sent one of them to the Champs-Élysées, and asked Lapointe to follow him into his office. You look quite perky, Chief. Not really, not really. There's still a chance that I may be mistaken. He told Lapointe the story of the photograph cut from the newspaper and the no written in green ink. I'm even quite pleased about this green ink. Why? Because the person who struck 7 times in 2 rounds, if one might put it like that, under lashing rain, while a couple was walking along the pavement and a woman was looking through the window, isn't entirely a man like any other. I've often noticed that people who use green ink, or red ink, feel a profound need to distinguish themselves. For them, it's only one way of doing it. Do you mean that he's a madman? I wouldn't go that far. A lot of people would say an oddball. They exist on various levels. Van Ham stepped into the office carrying a thick bundle of photographs, some of which were still wet. Have you found the man in the raincoat anywhere else? Only 3 people apart from family and close friends appear in all 3 places. Quai d'Anjou, outside the church, and finally, not far from the vault in Montparnasse Cemetery. Show me. First of all, there's this woman. A young woman of about 25 with a dramatic facial expression. She looked uneasy, tormented. She wore a badly cut black coat, and her hair fell untidily on either side of her face. You told me only to pay attention to the men, but I thought— I understand. Maigret looked at her intensely, as if to penetrate her secret. She looked like a working-class girl who paid little attention to her outward appearance. Why was she as upset as the members of the family, more upset than Minou, for example? Minou had told him that her brother had probably never slept with a woman. Was she sure of that? Might she have been mistaken, and wasn't it possible that Antoine had a girlfriend? In the state of mind revealed by his pursuit of human voices in the most working-class districts, might not a girl like that have been the kind to interest him? In a moment, Lapointe, when we have finished, go back to Ile Saint-Louis. I don't know why, but I can see her as a salesgirl in a grocer's shop or a dairy. What do I know? Perhaps a waitress in a cafe or a restaurant. The second individual, Van Ham announced, showing the enlarged photograph of a man in his 50s. Had his clothes been slightly untidier, he might have been taken for a tramp. He looked straight ahead with a resigned appearance, and one wondered why the funeral was interesting to him. It was hard to imagine him stabbing a young man 7 times and then running off. The murderer hadn't come to the area in a car, that was more or less certain. It was more likely that he had taken the metro at Voltaire station, very close to the place where the crime had been committed. The metro clerk had only confused memories because 6 or 7 people had arrived at the station entrance in the space of 1 or 2 minutes. He had been punching tickets without looking up. It was mechanical. If I were to look at everyone who came through, my head would be spinning. Faces and more faces, almost all of them grumpy. Why had this shabbily dressed man stayed in front of a house and then in front of a church, and why had he gone to Montparnasse Cemetery after that? What about the third one? Maigret asked. You know him. He's the one I showed you this morning. You'll notice that he doesn't hide. He must have noticed that I was at all 3 places. Here, in the avenue at the cemetery, he's looking at me curiously, as if wondering why I was photographing the crowd and not the coffin or the family. It's true. He doesn't look worried or preoccupied. Leave these photographs with me. I'm going to look at them in my own time. Thanks, Van Ham. Tell Mers I'm very happy with the work you've done. In that case, Lapointe asked, once he was on his own with Maigret, shall I go to the Ile Saint-Louis and show people the photograph of the girl? It'll probably turn out to be pointless, but it's worth a try. Check if Janvier is back. Janvier quickly stepped into the office and glanced curiously at the pile of photographs. There you are, Janvier. I'd like you to go to the Sorbonne. I think it'll be easy for you to go to the office and find out what courses Antoine Batil attended most assiduously. It's to question his fellow students. Exactly. He may not have had any real friends, but he must sometimes have chatted to other students. Here, first of all, is a photograph showing a girl who seemed to be upset at the funeral this morning, and who followed the coffin all the way to the cemetery. Someone might have met him with her. Maybe they'd just heard of her. I get it. This one shows a man in a raincoat who is at Quai d'Anjou, then opposite the church, and finally at Montparnasse Cemetery. Show them that one too, just in case. I hope there's a class this afternoon and you'll be able to wait for them coming out. You don't want me to question the professor? I don't think they get to know their students. But hang on, there's another photograph. It may have nothing to do with the case, but we mustn't neglect anything. A quarter an hour later, Maigret was brought the newspaper cutting with the word "No" added in green ink. The word had been written in block letters almost 2 centimeters high and underlined with a firm stroke. The exclamation mark was a good centimeter longer. It looked like a vehement protest. Whoever had written those characters must have been indignant at the idea that a pathetic character like the former sailor could have been taken for the Rue Popincourt murderer. Maigret sat motionless over the newspaper cutting and the photographs for more than a quarter an hour, drawing gently on his pipe, after which, almost automatically, he picked up the phone. "Hello, Trémier. I was worried you might have left. Thanks for the document, which seems really interesting. At first, I thought of putting a small advertisement in tomorrow morning's paper, but it's possible that he doesn't read classifieds. There's bound to be another article on the case. Our reporters are studying previous burglaries. I have a number of them working within a radius of 50 kilometers of Paris, showing the photographs of the gangsters to all the neighbors and the villas they visited. Could you publish the following lines below the article or articles? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret would like to know what the sender of this message to the newspaper bases his claim upon. He asks him if he has interesting information to be so kind as to contact him either by letter or by telephone. I understand. Could you repeat it so that I'm sure of every word? Maigret repeated patiently. Fine. Not only will I publish this announcement on the first page, I'll put it in a frame. You must realize that you're going to be receiving letters or phone calls from lunatics. Maigret smiled. I'm used to it. You are too. The police and newspaper offices. Right. You'll be so good as to keep me informed. And the inspector immersed himself in the evening newspapers which had just been brought to him, groaning every time he found a new inaccuracy. There was an average of one, or at the very least an exaggeration, per paragraph, and the art thieves were becoming one of the most mysterious and best organized in Paris. The last headline, "When will the mastermind be arrested?" It was like the television news. He had sent the article and the photograph of the sailor with the "No" in green letters to the anthropometry department for any fingerprints that they might be able to take from it. The reply came quickly. A thumb on the photograph and a very good image of the index finger on the back of the paper. They don't correspond to any prints on file. That meant, obviously, that Antoine Batile's murderer had never been arrested, and more to the point, that he had never been convicted. Maigret wasn't surprised, and he was about to resume reading his papers when Lapointe came rushing in, very excited. "A lucky break, Chief. You were right. Crossing the footbridge, I noticed that I've run out of cigarettes. I go to Rue Saint-Louis-en-L'Île, I go into the cafe on the corner, and who do I see? The girl whose photograph I gave you." "Exactly. She's a waitress. Black dress and white apron. There was a table of people playing cards. The butcher, the grocer, the landlord, and a man with his back to me. I got my cigarettes and went and sat down. When she asked me what I wanted to drink, I ordered a coffee, and she went behind the counter to make me an espresso. 'What time do you close in the evening?' She looked at me with surprise. 'It depends on the evening. I finish at 7 because I open up in the morning.' She gave me my change and went off without paying me any more attention. I preferred not to talk to her in front of a landlord. I said to myself that you'd rather do it yourself." "You're right." "She seems constantly about to burst into tears. She comes and goes as if she's in a daze, and her nose is red." Janvier didn't get back to headquarters until 6 o'clock. There was a sociology class, and apparently he never missed that one. I waited in the courtyard. I saw the students at their desks, and once the class was finished, they hurried into the open air. I questioned 1, 2, 3, without success. "Antoine Batille, the one who's in the papers? I see, yes, but we didn't spend time together. If you could find a person called Artaud." The third student to be questioned had looked around and suddenly called out, turning towards a young man who was walking away. "Artaud! Artaud! It's for you!" And to Janvier, "I've got to go. I've a train to catch." Others were leaving on motorbikes and scooters. "You want to talk to me?" asked a tall young man with a pale face and light grey eyes. I gather you were Antoine Bertil's friend.
Friend is too strong a word. He didn't make friends easily. Let's say that I was a classmate, and we occasionally chatted in the courtyard and sometimes went for a drink together. I only went to his place once, and I didn't feel comfortable. I should say that I'm the son of a concierge on Place d'Enfer Rochereau. I'm not ashamed of it. At his place, I didn't know where to put myself.
Were you at the funeral this morning?
Only at a church. After that, I had an important class.
Do you know if your classmate had any enemies?
I'm sure he didn't.
Was he popular?
He wasn't popular either. Nobody paid him any attention, and he minded his own business too.
What about you?
What did you think of him? He was a decent guy. He was a lot more sensitive than he wanted to let on. I think he was too sensitive, and he tended to close himself away.
Did he talk to you about his tape recorder?
I think he even asked me to come with him one day. He was wild about it. He claimed that people's voices were more revealing than their picture as it appeared in photographs. I remember one thing he said. There are lots of picture hunters are not yet aware of any sound hunters. He hoped to be given one of those miniature tape recorders made in Japan for Christmas, the ones you can hold in the palm of your hand. They don't yet have them in France, but apparently they're waiting for them. He would have only known them from magazine articles.
Janvier hadn't neglected to ask Artaud if Bertil had any girlfriends.
No girlfriends, no, at any rate not that I knew of. It wasn't his style, and he was shy and reserved. But he'd been in love for a few weeks. He couldn't help talking to me about it. He had to confide in somebody, and his sister used to make fun of him, claiming that he was the girl and she was the boy of the house. I didn't see the girl, but she works on Ile Saint-Louis, and he saw her at 8 o'clock every morning. That was the time when she was alone in the cafe. The landlord was still asleep, and the landlady was doing the housework on the first floor. They were constantly interrupted by customers, but they did still manage to have some time to themselves.
Was it really serious?
I think so.
What were his intentions?
From what point of view?
How did he see his future, for example?
He planned to take classes in anthropology next year. His dream was to be appointed professor in Asia, in Africa, in South America, one after the other, so that he could study the different human races. He wanted to prove that they were all essentially the same. The differences would vanish as living conditions balanced out on all latitudes.
Did he plan to marry?
He wasn't yet talking about that. It's too recent. In any case, he didn't want to marry a girl from the same social class as himself.
Was he rebelling against his parents?
Against his family? It wasn't even that. I remember he said to me one day, "When I go back home, I feel as if I'm in 1900.
Thank you. Sorry for taking up your time.
And Janvier concluded, "What do you say, Chief? What if that girl has a brother? What if they went further than young Artaud thinks? What if the brother got it into his head that the son of Mylène Perfumes would never marry his sister? You see what I'm getting at? You're starting to sound a bit 19th century, Janvier, old man. These things still happen, don't they? Haven't you read the statistics? So-called crimes of passion have declined by over half and will soon seem like a quaint anachronism. In fact, Lapointe has found her, and she does work on Ile Saint-Louis. I'll try and have a chat with her tonight. What shall I do now? Nothing. Anything. Everyday tasks. We'll wait." At 6:15, Maigret was having an early evening drink at the Brasserie Dauphine, where he met up with two of his colleagues. At the office, they sometimes spent whole weeks without seeing each other, each one confined in his own department. The Brasserie Dauphine was the neutral terrain where everyone finally met up. "So, that murder in Rue Popincourt. Are you starting to work for Rue des Saussayes now?" At 6:50, Maigret took a stroll along Rue Saint-Louis-en-Lille and could see the girl in the cafe serving the customers. The landlady was at the till, the landlord was serving at the bar. It was the brief flurry of early evening aperitifs. At 7:05, the girl went through a door and came back out a few moments later in the coat that she was wearing in the photograph. She said a few words to the landlady and left. She made straight for Quai d'Anjou without looking around, and Maigret had to quicken his pace to catch up with her. "Excuse me, mademoiselle." She misunderstood and started to run. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. I'd like to talk to you about Antoine." She stopped dead and looked at him with an anxious expression. "What did you say?" "That I wanted to talk to you about—" "I heard you, but I don't understand. I don't—" "There's no point denying it." "Who told you?" "Your photograph, or rather your photographs.
You were outside the dead boy's house this morning with a handkerchief clenched in your fingers. You were there when the funeral service started and when it ended, and then you were at the cemetery. Why was my photograph taken? If you would take a moment and walk with me, I'll explain. We're looking for Antoine Batile's murderer. We don't have any serious trails, no useful clues. In the hope that this murderer would be attracted by the funeral of his victim, I had photographs taken of the rows of onlookers. Then the photographer looked to see who could be found at Quai d'Anjou, outside the church, and at the cemetery. She bit her lips. They walked quite naturally along the embankment and passed in front of the building where the Batiles lived. The black drapes with their silver tassels had disappeared. The windows were lit on every floor. The house had resumed its usual rhythm of life. What do you want from me? I want you to tell me everything you know about Antoine. You were the person closest to him. She blushed suddenly. What makes you say that? He said it in a different way. He had a classmate at the Sorbonne. The concierge's son? Yes. He was the only one. He didn't feel at ease with the others. He always had a sense of being different. Well, he gave this fellow Arthur to understand that one day he was going to marry you. Are you sure he said that? Didn't he say it to you? No, I wouldn't have accepted. We were from different worlds. Perhaps he wasn't from any world except his own. Besides, his parents. How long had you known him? Since I've been working at the cafe. That's 4 months. It was in the winter, I remember. It snowed the first day I saw him. He was buying a pack of Gitan. He came in to get a pack every day. How long was it before he waited for you when you were leaving work? Over a month. Did you become his girlfriend? Just a week ago today. Do you have a brother? I've got 2. One in the army in Germany, the other works in Lyon. Are you from Lyon? My father was from Lyon. Now that he's dead, the family has dispersed and I'm alone in Paris with my mother. We live au Rue Saint-Paul. I worked in a big store, but I couldn't cope. It was too tiring for me. When I found out that they were looking for a waitress in Rue Saint-Louis-en-Lille, did Antoine have any enemies? Why would he have had enemies? Because he liked taking his tape recorder around some very seedy places. Nobody paid him any attention. He sat in a corner or leaned on the bar. He took me with him. Twice. Did you meet up every evening? He came to get me from the bar and brought me home. Once or twice a week we went to the cinema. Can you tell me what your name is? Morissette. Morissette what? Morissette Gawa. They had slowly turned back, crossed Pont Marie, and were now in Rue Saint-Paul. This is my place. Is there anything more you want to ask me? Not for now. Thank you, Morissette. Good luck. Maigret sighed, and by Saint-Paul metro station, he took a taxi that brought him home in a few minutes. He tried not to think about his investigation, and after turning on the television out of habit, he turned it off again, the fear that it might be talking about Rue Popincourt and the art thieves again. What are you thinking about? But we could go to the cinema, and that it's almost mild this evening. We'll be able to walk all the way to the Grand Boulevard. It was one of his favorite pastimes. After a few steps, Madame Maigret took his arm, and they walked along slowly, stopping from time to time to look at a window display. They talked about nothing in particular. Passing face, a dress, the last letter from his sister-in-law. That evening, Maigret fancied a Western, and they had to go all the way to Port Saint-Denis to find one. In the interval, he had a glass of Calvados and his wife settled for a verbena tea. At midnight, the lights went out in their apartment. It hadn't occurred to Maigret that the previous day had been the first day of spring. It had turned up right on time. He saw again the light on Quai d'Anjou in the morning outside the dead boy's house. At 9 o'clock, he had a phone call from Poiret, the examining magistrate. Any news, Maigret? Nothing so far. At any rate, nothing precise. You don't think that sailor, what's his name again? Yvon de Marle? I'm convinced that while he's up to his neck in the art theft case, he has nothing to do with the murder in Rue Popincourt. Do you have an idea? It may be taking shape. It's still too vague to talk about, but I expect certain developments. Quite soon. A crime of passion? I don't think so. Financially motivated? He hated these classifications. I don't know yet. He wouldn't have to wait long to find out. The phone rang half an hour later.
It was the desk editor at one of the evening papers. "Inspector Maigret, this is Jean Horan. I'm not disturbing you. Don't worry, I'm not calling you for information, although if you have any, it would always be welcome." Maigret was rather chilly with the editor of that newspaper, precisely because he complained about not always being told important news items before anybody else. "We print as much as 3 other newspapers. It would be natural." It wasn't war between them, more a sort of sulk. That was probably why the desk editor called him rather than his boss. "Did you read our articles yesterday?" "I've skimmed them. We've tried to analyze the possibility of a close relationship between the two cases. In the end, we found as many clues for as against." "I know. And yet this article brought us a letter which we found in the morning mail that I'm going to read to you." "Just one moment. Is the address written in block letters?" "Yes, the letter too." "I imagine it's on ordinary paper of the kind that they sell in packs of 6, in tobacconists and grocers." "Right again. Have you had another letter?" "No." "Go on." "I'll read it. Dear Sir, I have read with care the articles published over the last few days in your estimable newspaper about what is called the Rue Popincourt affair and the affair of the paintings. Your editor is attempting unsuccessfully to establish a connection between the two affairs. I find it naive on the part of the press to imagine that young Batil was attacked on Rue Popincourt because of a tape. And in any case, did the murderer take his tape recorder away? As to the sailor Demau, he has never killed anyone with his Swedish knife. Those knives are sold in every good ironmongery, and I have one myself, except that mine really did kill Antoine Batil. I'm not boasting, believe me, I'm not proud of it. On the contrary, but I'm weary of all this fuss, and most importantly, I don't want an innocent man like Demau to pay in my place. You may publish this letter if you see fit. I guarantee that it is only the truth. Thank you, yours faithfully." Of course, there was no signature. "Do you think it's a joke, Inspector?" "No." "Is it serious?" "I'm sure it is. Obviously, I could be wrong, but there is a strong likelihood that this letter was written by the murderer. Look at the envelope and tell me where it was posted." "Boulevard Saint-Michel." "You can take a photograph of it if you plan to publish a facsimile, but I'd like it to pass through as few hands as possible." "Do you hope to find prints?" "I'm nearly certain that we'll find them." "Were there any on the newspaper cutting on which someone wrote the word 'no' in green ink?" "Yes." "I read your appeal. Do you hope that the murderer will call you?" "If he's the kind of man I think he is." "He will. I suppose there's no point in asking you what kind of man he is." For now, in fact, I'm obliged to keep quiet. I'll send you someone to pick up that letter, and I'll give it back to you once the case is over." "Fine. Good luck." He turned back towards the door in surprise. Joseph, the old clerk, was standing in the doorway, and behind him there was a man in a beige uniform with big brown stripes on his trousers. His cap was beige too, and had a badge with a gold crown. "This gentleman is insisting on giving you a small package in person, and I haven't been able to get rid of him." "What is it?" Maigret asked the intruder. "It's a message from Monsieur L'Herbier." "The leather merchant?" "Yes." "Are you expecting a reply?" "I wasn't told, but I was asked to hand this package to you in person. It was Monsieur L'Herbier himself who gave me the task yesterday evening." Maigret had unwrapped a beige cardboard box, marked with the inevitable crown, and in the box he found a black crocodile skin wallet, the 4 corners reinforced with gold. Here again, the crown was in gold. A visiting card read only, "A token of my gratitude." Maigret put the wallet back in the box. "Just one moment," he said to the messenger. "You'll probably be better than me at rewrapping this package." The man looked at him in surprise. "You don't like it?" "Tell your boss that I'm not in the habit of receiving gifts. Add, if you wish, that I am still touched by his gesture." "Aren't you going to write to him?" "No." The telephone rang insistently. "Right. Carry on rewrapping your package in the waiting room. I'm very busy." And once he was on his own again, he picked up the phone. Chapter 6. "It's someone who doesn't want to give his name, Inspector. Shall I put him through anyway? He claims you know who he is." "Put him through." He heard the click and said in a voice that wasn't entirely his usual one, "Hello?" Maigret and his interlocutor were equally impressed.
and the inspector was careful to avoid anything that might startle the person on the other end. "Do you know who's speaking?" "Yes." "Do you know my name?" "Your name isn't important." "Aren't you going to try and find out where I'm calling from?" The voice was hesitant. The man lacked confidence and was trying to embolden himself. "No." "Why?" "Because I'm not interested." "Don't you believe me?" "I do." "Do you believe that I'm the man from Rue Popancourt?" "Yes." This time there was quite a long silence. Then the voice asked shyly, anxiously, "Are you still there?" "Yes, I'm listening." "Have you already been given the letter that I sent to the newspaper?" "No, it was read out to me on the phone." "Did you receive the cutting with the photograph?" "Yes." "Do you believe me? You don't think I'm a lunatic?" "I've already told you." "What do you think of me?" "First of all, I know that you have no criminal record." "Because of my prints?" "Exactly. You're used to leading a modest and regular life." "How can you tell?" Maigret fell silent, and the other man began to panic again. "Don't hang up." "Do you have lots of things to tell me?" "I don't know. Perhaps. I have no one to talk to." "You aren't married, are you?" "No." "You live alone. Today you've taken the day off, perhaps calling your office to tell them you were ill." "You're trying to make me say things that will help you identify me. Are you sure that your technicians aren't trying to trace my call?" "I give you my word." "So you're not in a hurry to arrest me?" "I'm like you. I'm glad it's over." "How do you know?" "You wrote to the papers." "I don't want them to go after an innocent man." "That's not the real reason." "Do you think I want to be caught?" "Unconsciously, yes." "What else do you think about me?" "You feel lost." "The truth is that I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Of being arrested." "No, it doesn't matter. I've already said too much. I wanted to talk to you, to hear your voice. Do you despise me?" "I don't despise anybody." "Not even a criminal?" "Not even a criminal." "You know you'll catch me sooner or later, isn't that so?" "Yes." "Do you have clues?" Maigret nearly admitted to him, to get it over with, that he already had a photograph of him, first at Quai d'Anjou, then outside the church, and finally at Montparnasse Cemetery. He would only have to publish these photographs in the papers for a number of people to give him the identity of Bathilde's murderer. If he didn't, it was because he had a hunch that in that case the man wouldn't wait to be arrested, and that they would probably find a corpse at his home. He had to come forward of his own accord, slowly. There are still clues, but it's hard to assess their value. "I'm about to hang up." "What are you going to do today?" "What do you mean?" "It's Saturday. Are you going to spend Sunday in the country?" "Of course not." "Have you got a car?"
"No."
"You work in an office, don't you?"
"That's true. There are tens of thousands of offices in Paris, I can tell you that."
"Do you have friends?"
"No."
"A girlfriend?"
"No. When I have to, I take what I can get, you know what I mean?"
"I'm sure that tomorrow you'll take advantage of the fact that it's Sunday to write a long letter to the papers."
"How come you guess everything?"
"Because you aren't the first person this has happened to."
"And how did it work out for the others?"
"There were different endings."
"Did some of them kill themselves?"
He didn't reply, and there was silence at the end of the line again.
"I don't have a gun, and I know that these days it's almost impossible to get hold of one without a special permit."
"You're not going to commit suicide."
"What makes you think that?"
"You wouldn't have called me."
Maigret wiped his forehead. This conversation seemed almost banal, yet these trivial exchanges were still allowing him to get the man's character in focus. "I'm going to hang up," said the voice at the end of the line.
"You can call me again on Monday."
"Not tomorrow?"
"It's Sunday tomorrow, and I won't be in the office."
"Won't you be at home?"
"I'm planning to go to the country with my wife."
Each phrase was deliberate. "You're lucky."
"Yes."
"Are you a happy man?"
"Relatively, like most men."
"I've never been happy."
He hung up abruptly. Either someone had tried to get into the booth, impatient at seeing him talking for such a long time, or the conversation had left his nerves raw. He wasn't a drinker. Perhaps to get himself courage he would make an exception. He had called from a cafe or a bar. People were rubbing shoulders with him, looking at him without suspecting that he was a killer. Maigret called his wife. "What would you say to spending the weekend in Mont-sur-Loire?" She was so startled that she said nothing for a moment. "But what about your investigation?" "It needs to stew." "When would we leave?" "After lunch." "By car?" "Of course." Even though she had been driving for a year, she still wasn't confident, and she always took the wheel with uncontrollable apprehension. "Buy something for dinner this evening, because the shops may be closed by the time we get there, and something to make a large breakfast with tomorrow morning. We'll have lunch at the inn." Among his closest colleagues, the only one available was good old Janvier, and he invited him to go for a drink. "What are you doing tomorrow?" "You know, Chief, Sunday is the day for my mother-in-law, the children's uncles and aunts. We're going to Moon." He and his wife had lunch quickly at Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir. Then, after doing the washing up, Madame Maigret went and changed. "Is it cold?" "Chilly." "Can I wear my floral dress?" "Why not? You're taking a coat, aren't you?" An hour later, they entered the flow of tens of thousands of Parisians heading for a patch of green. They found the house as clean and tidy as if they'd left it the previous day, because a local woman came in twice a week to air it, dust it, and clean the parquet floor. There was no point talking to her about new cleaning products. Everything was waxed, even the furniture, and there was a strong smell of polish. Her husband looked after the garden, and Maigret found crocuses in the lawn and at the foot of the back wall, in the most sheltered spot, daffodils and tulips. His first concern was to go to the first floor to put on an old pair of trousers and a flannel shirt. He always felt that the house, with its exposed beams and dark corners, and the peace that reigned there, was like a priest's house. He wasn't unhappy with this, quite the contrary. Madame Maigret busied herself in the kitchen. "Are you very hungry?" "Normally hungry." They didn't have a television down here. After dinner, when the weather was a little warmer, they sat in the garden and watched twilight fall and darken the landscape. That evening they went for a gentle walk, going down to the Loire, which, after the rains earlier that week, rolled with muddy water and swept tree branches along. "Are you worried?" He had been silent for a long time. "Not exactly. Antoine Batile's killer called me this morning." "To taunt you? Out of defiance?" "No. He needed reassurance." "And he turned to you?" "There was no one else available to him." "Are you sure he was the murderer?" "I said the killer. A murderer assumes premeditation." "His act wasn't premeditated?" "Not exactly, unless I'm mistaken." "Why did he write to the papers?" "Did you read that?" "Yes. At first I thought it was a prank." "Do you know who he is?" "No, but I could find out in 24 hours. "Aren't you interested in arresting him?" "He'll give himself up of his own accord." "And what if he doesn't give himself up? If he commits another crime?" "I don't think that—" But Maigret was in a state of suspense. Was he right to be so sure of himself? He thought of Antoine Batile, who had dreamed of studying tropical people, and who wanted to marry young Moisette. He wasn't yet 21, and he had been brought down in a deluge in Rue Pourpancourt, never to get back to his feet. He slept badly. Twice he opened his eyes, thinking that he heard the phone ringing. He won't kill again. He tried to reassure himself. Basically, he's the one who's frightened. A real Sunday sun. A sun of childhood memories. Beneath the dew, the garden smelled good and the house smelled of eggs and ham. The day passed uneventfully. Still, Maigret's face seemed to be behind a veil. He couldn't relax completely, and his wife was aware of it. At the inn, they were welcomed with open arms, and they had to clink glasses with everyone because they were almost considered as locals. "A game of cards this afternoon?" "Why not?" They ate local viette made locally, coq au vin blanc, and after goat's cheese, rhumbarbers. "About 4 o'clock?" "Of course." He looked for the most sheltered corner of the garden to set down his wicker armchair, and with the sun warming his eyelids, he soon fell asleep. When he woke up, Madame Maigret made him a cup of coffee. It was a pleasure to see you sleeping so well. He had something like a taste of the countryside in his mouth, and he thought he could still hear the flies buzzing around him. Wasn't it strange to hear his voice on the telephone? Neither of them could help thinking about it, each in their own way. After 40 years in the job, I'm still impressed when I encounter a man who's killed. Why? Because he has crossed the line. He didn't provide any further information. He knew what he meant. A man who kills cuts himself off, in a sense, from the human community. In the blink of an eye, he stops being an individual like the rest. He wanted to explain himself, to say that. He had the words on the tip of his tongue, but he knew that it was no use. No one would understand him. Even real killers, professionals. Their manner is aggressive, sarcastic. It's because they need to show off to make themselves believe that they still exist as men. Will you be getting back very late? I hope to be back before 6:30. He met up with his old friends from the town, sound people for whom he wasn't the famous Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, but a neighbor and also an excellent fisherman. The red mat was spread out in front of them. The cards, which had seen better days, were slightly sticky. The local white wine was cool and fresh. Your call. Diamonds. His opponent on the left announced a sequence of 3, his partner 4 queens. Trumps. The afternoon was spent playing cards, fanning them out, announcing runs of 3 or royal pairs. It was like a restful hum. From time to time the landlord came in to take a look at how each of them was playing, and left again with a knowing smile. Sunday must have seemed like a long day to the man who had killed Antoine Batil. Maigret hoped that he hadn't stayed at home. Did he have a small apartment with his own furniture, or did he pay for a room by the month in a modest hotel? It was better for him not to stay within 4 walls, to go outside and lose himself in the crowd, or perhaps go to the cinema. In Rue Pobancourt on Tuesday evening, it was raining so hard that it looked like a cataclysm, and fishing boats had been lost in the Channel and the North Sea. Wasn't that important in its way? And perhaps also, in its way, Antoine's jacket, his long hair. Maigret tried not to think about it, to concentrate on the game. So, Inspector, what do you say? I'll pass. The white wine had gone to his head a little. He wasn't used to it any more. It went down like cool water, and it was only later that you felt the effects. I'll have to be getting back. We'll stop at 500 points, all right? Let's go for 500 points. He lost, and paid for the rounds. It looks as if you've been neglecting your game in Paris. A bit rusty, aren't you? A bit, yes. You'll have to come for a bit longer at Easter. I hope so. It's the best I can hope for. There are criminals who... And there it was. All of a sudden, he was thinking about the phone call again. Good evening, gentlemen. See you next Saturday. Maybe. He wasn't disappointed. He had had the weekend he had decided to have, but he couldn't hope that his worries and responsibilities wouldn't follow him to the country. At what time do you want to leave? As soon as we've had something to eat. What have we got for dinner? Old Bambois came and gave me a tench, and I cooked it in the oven. He went and looked greedily at the swollen skin, a beautiful golden colour. They drove slowly, because Madame Maigret was even more anxious by night than by day. Maigret turned on the radio and smiled as he listened to the traffic warnings, then the day's news. It was mostly about foreign politics, and Maigret sighed with relief as he noted that there was nothing about the affair in Rue Pobancourt. In other words, the murderer had behaved himself. No crime, no suicide. Only the kidnapping of a little girl in Bouches-du-Rhône. They still hoped to find her alive. He slept better than the night before, and it was broad daylight when he was woken by a lorry whose exhaust pipe sounded as if it was exploding. His wife was no longer beside him. She had probably just got up, because the bed was still warm, and she was busy making coffee in the kitchen. Leaning on the banisters, Madame Maigret watched her husband going heavily downstairs, a little as if she was watching a child going off to sit a difficult exam. She knew barely any more than the newspapers, but what the newspapers didn't know was how much energy he put into trying to understand, how much he concentrated during certain investigations. It was as if he identified with the people he was hunting and suffered the same torments as they did. He was lucky enough to find an open platform bus, and that way he was able to go on smoking his first pipe of the morning. No sooner had he arrived in his office than Detective Chief Inspector Grosjean called him on the phone. "How's it going, Maigret?" "Very well. And you? Those shady characters?" "Contrary to what one might have believed, it was Gouvion, the pathetic lookout, who was most useful to us, and who allowed us to find witnesses for 2 of the burglaries, at the Château de la Pigne à Pajon, and the other in a villa in Dreux Forest. Gouvion often spent 3 or 4 days on the spot, watching comings and goings. Sometimes he went for lunch or a drink nearby. I think he'll crack soon and spill the beans. His wife, who used to be an actress at Châtelet, is begging him to do it. All 4 of them at the Santé in different cells. I wanted to keep you up to date and say thank you again." "What about your case?" "It's going very slowly." Half an hour later, as he expected, it was the editor of the morning newspaper wanting to speak to him. "Another message?" "Yes, except for this one didn't come by post, but was put in our letterbox." "Is it long?" "Quite long. The envelope says, 'To be given to the author of Saturday's article about the crime in Rue Popincourt.' In block letters again. He seems to write very fluently like that. Shall I read it to you?" "If you would be so kind." "Dear Sir, I have read your most recent articles, in particular the one on Saturday, and while I cannot judge their literary value, I have a sense that you are really seeking the truth. The same cannot be said of some of your colleagues who seek sensations, print anything at all, and then contradict themselves the next day. But I have one reproach to make to you. In the course of your last article, you speak of the lunatic in Rue Popincourt. Why that word, which is insulting first of all, and which also implies a judgment? Because there were 7 knife blows? Probably because you say later on that the murderer struck like a madman. Do you know that with words of this kind you can do a lot of harm? Some situations are painful enough in themselves without being judged superficially. It reminds me of that Minister of the Interior not so long ago talking about a 15-year-old boy and using the word monster, which of course the whole of the press picked up. I don't ask to be treated with kid gloves. I know that people only see me as a killer, but I would not like to be troubled in addition by words that probably exceed the thoughts of those who use them. Otherwise, thank you for your objectivity. I can tell you that I have telephoned Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. He seemed understanding, and one is inclined to confide in him. But to what extent does his job not oblige him to play a part, if not to set traps? I think I will phone him again. I feel very tired. Tomorrow, however, I'm going to go back to work at the office. I'm an ordinary paper pusher. On Saturday I attended Antoine Batile's funeral. I saw his father, his mother, and his sister. I would like them to know that I had no complaints about their son. I didn't know him. I had never seen him. I am sincerely repentant about the harm I have done them. Yours sincerely. Shall I publish it? I don't see any reason not to. On the contrary, it would encourage him to write again, and in each letter we learn a bit more. When you've been able to photocopy the letter, please be so kind as to send it to me. You don't need to have it brought by messenger. The phone call didn't come until 12:30, when Maigret wondered whether he should go for lunch. I suppose you're calling me from a cafe, or a bar near your office? That's right. Are you in a hurry? I was about to leave for lunch. Didn't you know that I was going to call you? I did. Have you read my letter? I suspected that they would phone you. That's why I didn't send you a copy. You need the public to read your words, don't you? I'd like them not to get the wrong idea. Because a person is killed, people get the wrong idea about him. You do too, probably. You know I've seen a lot of them. I know. In the days of forced labor, some people used to write to me from Guyana. Others, once their sentence is over, sometimes come and see me. Really? Do you feel a bit better? I don't know. In any case, this morning I was able to work more or less normally. It's strange to think that these same people who treat me quite naturally would become completely different if I just uttered one little phrase. Do you want to utter it? There are times when I have to restrain myself. With my office manager, for example, who looks down on me. Were you born in Paris? No, in a small provincial town. I won't tell you which one, because it would help you to identify me. What did your father do?
He's head accountant in a, let's say, quite an important company. A right-hand man, you understand? The idiot that the bosses can keep there until 10 o'clock at night and make him come in on Saturday afternoon, if not Sunday.
And your mother?
She's in poor health. As far back as I go in my memories, I always see her ill. Apparently it started after I was born.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No. For that very reason. She still keeps the house, which is very clean. When I went to school, I was one of the best turned out among the pupils, too. My parents are proud people. They would have liked me to become a lawyer or a doctor. I'd had enough of studying. Then they thought I would go into the company that my father works for, which is the biggest company in the town. I didn't want to stay there. I thought I was suffocating. I came to Paris.
Where you're suffocating in an office, aren't you?
Except that as soon as I leave, no one knows me. I'm free.
He was talking more easily, more naturally than the last time. He was less frightened. There were fewer silences.
What do you think of me?
Didn't you ask me that already?
I'm talking about me in general, disregarding Upobanco.
I think there are tens, hundreds of thousands of people in a similar situation.
Most of them are married and have children.
Why aren't you married? Because of your condition.
Do you really mean what you're saying?
Yes.
Every word?
Yes.
I don't understand you. You aren't how I imagined a detective chief inspector with the police judiciaire would be.
It's the same with everybody. Even at Cadiz or Fair, we're all different from each other.
What I really don't understand is what you told me last time. You claimed you'd be able to identify me within 24 hours.
It's true.
How?
I'll tell you when we're face to face.
What reason do you have not to get on with it and arrest me straight away?
And what if I asked you what your reason was for killing?
There was a silence even more troubling than the others, and Maigret wondered if he had gone too far.
"Hello," he said.
"Yes."
"I'm sorry for being harsh. You must face the facts."
"I know. That's what I'm trying to do, believe me. Perhaps you imagine that I write for the papers and I'm calling you because I need to talk about me. Basically, it's because it's all so wrong."
"What's wrong?"
"What people think. The questions I'll be asked by the court if I'm ever brought to trial. The summing up by the assistant public prosecutor, and even perhaps especially the plea by my lawyer."
"Are you already thinking that far ahead?"
"You have to."
"Are you planning on handing yourself in?"
"You think I'll be doing that soon, don't you?"
"Yes."
"Do you think I'll be relieved?"
"I'm sure of it."
"I'll be locked up in a cell and treated like—"
He didn't finish his sentence, and Maigret avoided intervening.
"I don't want to keep you longer. Your wife will be waiting for you."
"I'm sure she won't be getting impatient. She's used to it." Silence again. It was as if he couldn't bring himself to break the line that connected him to another man.
"Are you happy?"
he asked shyly, as if obsessed by the question. "Relatively happy, that is to say, as happy as a man can be."
"I've never been happy since the age of 14. Not for a day, an hour, a minute." He abruptly changed his tone. "Thank you."
And he hung up. In the afternoon, Maigret had to go up to Poiret's office.
"How is your investigation coming along?"
he asked, with the hint of impatience common to all examining magistrates. "It's practically over."
"Does that mean you know the murderer?"
"He called me again this morning."
"Who is it?"
Maigret took from his pocket the enlarged photograph of a face taken in the crowd in the sun on Quai d'Anjou.
"Is it this young man?"
"He's not all that young. He's about 30.
"Have you arrested him?"
"Not yet."
"Where does he live?"
"I don't know his name or his address. If I publish this photograph, people who see him every day, his colleagues, his concierge, whoever, would recognize him and immediately tell me."
"Why don't you?"
"That's the question that's troubling him, too, and which he asked me for the second time this morning."
"Had he called you already?"
"On Saturday, yes."
"You realize, Inspector, the responsibility that you're assuming. And in any case, it's a responsibility that I share indirectly, now that I've seen this photograph. I don't like that."
"Neither do I. Except if I went too quickly, he probably wouldn't allow himself to be arrested and would prefer to end it all.
Are you afraid that he'll kill himself?
He hasn't much to lose, don't you think? Hundreds of criminals have been apprehended and very few have taken their own lives. What if he was of that type?
Has he written to the papers yet?
A letter was deposited in a newspaper's letterbox yesterday evening, or last night. I think that mania is well known. If I remember my criminology courses correctly, it's usually the preserve of the paranoid. According to psychiatrists, yes.
You don't agree with them?
I don't know enough to contradict them. The only difference between them and me is that I don't divide people into categories.
But it's necessary.
Necessary? Why?
To judge them, for example.
It's not my role to judge. I was told that you'd be hard to handle. The magistrate said that with a faint smile, but he still meant it. Shall we do a deal?
It's Monday. Let's say Wednesday at the same time.
I'm listening.
If your man isn't behind bars, you'll send his photograph to the papers.
You really want me to do that?
I'm giving you as much time as I think is necessary.
Thank you.
Maigret went back down to his floor and opened the door to the inspector's office. He didn't need them especially.
Are you coming, Janvier?
In his office, he went over to the window and opened it because he was hot, and the noise from outside suddenly filled the room. He sat down at his desk and chose a pipe with a curved stem that he smoked less often than the others.
No news?
No news, Chief.
Sit down.
The magistrate hadn't understood. For him, criminals were defined by one article or another of the penal code. Maigret also sometimes needed to think out loud.
He called me again.
Has he decided to hand himself in?
He wants to. He's still hesitating the way one hesitates to jump into icy water.
I suppose he trusts you.
I think so. But he knows it's not down to me.
I'm just back from upstairs. Then the examining magistrate starts questioning him. Unfortunately, he'll grasp certain realities. I know a bit more about him. He comes from a small provincial town and preferred not to tell me which one.
That means it's a very small town where we would easily have been able to pick up his trail. His father is a head accountant, a right-hand man, as he says, not without bitterness.
I know the type. They wanted him to be a lawyer or a doctor. He couldn't complete his studies, and he didn't want to go into the same company as his father either.
That's not uncommon, as I told him. He's an office clerk. He lives alone. He has a reason for not getting married.
Did he tell you what?
No, but I think I understand.
But Maigret avoided saying anything more on the subject.
There's nothing I can do but wait. He will probably remind me tomorrow. On Wednesday afternoon, I will have to send his photograph to the newspapers.
Why?
An ultimatum from the examining magistrate. He doesn't want to assume the responsibility of waiting for longer than that.
Do you hope that... The phone rang. It's your anonymous caller, Inspector. Hello? Monsieur Maigret? Forgive me for hanging up on you this morning. There are moments when I say to myself that nothing makes any sense. I'm like a fly bumping into a window as it tries to escape the four walls of the room.
You're not in the office.
I went in. I did so in good faith. They gave me an urgent file. When I opened it and read the first few lines, I asked myself what I was doing there. I was seized by a sort of panic, and on the pretext of going to the toilet, I went out into the corridor. I paused just long enough to grab my raincoat and hat in passing. I was worried that I was going to be caught, as if I felt I was being hunted down. At the start of the call, Maigret had gestured to Janvier to pick up the second receiver.
What part of town are you in?
On the Grand Boulevard. I've been walking in the crowd for over an hour. There are times when I'm angry with you, when I suspect you of doing it on purpose to drive me mad, to put me gradually in such a state of mind that I would have no option left but to hand myself in.
Have you been drinking?
How can you tell? His voice grew more vehement. I've had 2 or 3 brandies.
Are you not in the habit of drinking?
Just a glass of wine with meals. Occasional aperitif.
Do you smoke?
No.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know. Nothing. Walk. Perhaps go and sit in a cafe to read the afternoon papers.
Have you sent any other messages?
No. I might write one, but I haven't got much left to say.
Do you live in a furnished apartment?
I own my own furniture and have access to a kitchenette and a bathroom. Do you prepare your own meals? I used to prepare my evening meal. And you haven't done that for a few days? That's right. I go home as late as possible. Why are you asking me such banal questions? Because they help me to understand you. Do you do the same thing with all your clients? It varies from case to case. Are they so different from each other? All men are different. Why don't you come and see me? He giggled nervously. Would you let me go again? I can't promise to do that. You see, when I go and see you, as you say, that's when I would have made a definite decision. Maigret nearly talked to him about the examining magistrate's ultimatum. Then he weighed the pros and cons and decided to keep quiet. Goodbye, Inspector. Goodbye. Good luck. Maigret and Janvier looked at one another. Poor guy, Janvier murmured. He's still struggling with himself. He's lucid, he's not deluding himself. I wonder if he'll come before Wednesday. Don't you ever sense that he's already hesitating? He's been hesitating since Saturday. For now he's outside in the sunlight in the crowd where no one is pointing at him. He could go into a cafe and order a brandy and they'll serve him without paying him any attention. He can go for dinner in a restaurant or sit in the darkness of a cinema. I understand. I'm putting myself in his place. At any moment. If he committed suicide as you fear, it would be even more final. I know, but he's the one who should know that. I only hope he won't go on drinking. A draught of fresh air passed through the room, and Maigret looked at the open window. In fact, why don't we go for a drink? And a few minutes later they were both standing at the bar of the Brasserie Dauphine. Cognac, Maigret ordered, while Janvier smiled. Chapter 7. Tuesday was difficult, but Maigret was in very good spirits when he reached his office. It was such a fine spring day that he had walked the whole way from Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, sniffing the air, the smell of the shops, sometimes turning to look at the bright, cheerful dresses of the women. Nothing for me. It was 9 o'clock. Nothing, Chief. In a few minutes, in half an hour, one of the editors or editors-in-chief would call him to announce a new letter, written in block letters. He was counting on a decisive day. He had prepared for it and arranged his pikes on his desk, carefully chose one, and went and lit it by the window while looking at the Seine sparkling in the morning sun. When he had to attend the morning briefing, he had Janvier go and sit in his office. If he phones, make him wait, and come and get me straight away. Yes, Chief. There was no phone call while he was in the Commissioner's office. There wasn't one at 10 o'clock. There still hadn't been one by 11. Maigret went through some mail, absent-mindedly filled in forms, and sometimes, as if to cheat time, went and spent a few minutes in the inspector's office, taking care to leave his door open. Everyone felt worried, nervous. This telephone that wasn't ringing created a sort of void that made him uneasy. Something was missing. Are you sure there wasn't a call for me? He was the one who ended up phoning the papers. Have you had anything this morning? Not this morning. No. The previous day, the first phone call from the man from Rue Popincourt had come in at 12:10. At midday, Maigret didn't go out with the others. He waited until 1:30, and once again asked Janvier, who knew most about the case, to take his place. His wife didn't ask any questions. The answer was all too obvious. Had he lost the game? Had he been wrong to trust his instinct? Tomorrow at the same time, he would be obliged to go and see the examining magistrate and admit defeat. The photograph would be published in the papers. What the hell could that idiot be doing? Rage surged through him in waves. He was only trying to make himself interesting, and now he's dropping me. Maybe he was making fun of how trusting I am. He went back to the office sooner than usual. Nothing? He asked Janvier automatically. Janvier would have given a lot to have good news to give him, because it was difficult to see his boss in this state. Not yet. The afternoon was even longer than morning. Maigret tried in vain to take an interest in routine work, making the most of the opportunity to get through overdue paperwork. But his mind was elsewhere. He imagined all the possible hypotheses and rejected them one by one. He even telephoned the police emergency number.
Has anyone called you about suicides? Just one moment. There was one during the night. An old woman who gassed herself at Port d'Orléans. A man threw himself into the Seine at 8 o'clock this morning. We were able to save him. What age? 42. Neurasthenic. Why was he so bothered? He had done what he could. It was time to face up to reality. He wasn't unhappy because he had been deceived, but because his intuition had failed him. Because then it was serious. It meant that he had lost touch. And in that case, damn. He had said that at the top of his voice, in the solitude of his office, and he picked up his hat and went without an overcoat, all alone, towards the Brasserie Dauphine, where he drank 2 large beers at the bar, one after the other. No phone call? He asked as he came back. By 7 o'clock, there had been no call, and he resigned himself to going home. He felt cumbersome and not at peace with himself. He took a taxi. He didn't enjoy the sun or the colourful bustle of the streets. He didn't even know what the weather was like. He began heavily climbing the stairs and stopped twice because he was slightly out of breath. A few steps away from his landing, he saw his wife, who was watching him, come up. She was waiting for him the way one waits for a child coming home from school, and he was about to get cross with her. When he was level with her, she merely said to him in an undertone, "He's here." "Are you sure it's him?" "He told me so himself." "Has he been here for a long time?" "Nearly an hour." "Aren't you frightened?" Maigret suddenly felt retrospectively afraid for his wife. "I knew I wasn't in any danger." They whispered outside the door, which was ajar. "We've been chatting." "About what?" "About everything. Spring, Paris, the little restaurants popular with taxi drivers that are disappearing." Maigret came in at last, and in the living room, which served as both a dining room and a drawing room, he saw a man, still young, rising to his feet. Madame Maigret had invited him to take off his raincoat, and he had set his hat down on a chair. He was wearing a navy blue suit, and looked younger than he was. He forced a smile. "Forgive me for coming here," he said. "Up at your office I was afraid that they wouldn't let me see you straight away. People tell so many stories." He must have been afraid of being beaten up. He was embarrassed and tried to find words to break the silence. He didn't realize that the inspector was as embarrassed as he was. Meanwhile, Madame Maigret had gone back into the kitchen. "You're just as I imagined you would be. Take a seat. Your wife has been very patient with me." And, as if he had forgotten to do it until then, he took a Swedish knife from his pocket and held it out to Maigret. "You'll be able to have the blood analyzed. I haven't cleaned it." Maigret set it down casually on a pedestal table and sat down in an armchair facing his visitor. "I don't know where to start. It's very difficult. First of all, I'm going to ask you some questions. What's your name?" "Robert Bureau." "Bureau like an office. You could say it's symbolic, because my father and I—" "Where do you live?" "I have a small lodging on Rue de l'École de Médecine, in a very old building at the end of the courtyard. I work in Rue Lafitte for an insurance company. Or rather, I did work. It's all over, isn't it?" He uttered the phrase with melancholy resignation. He was serene and looked at his calm surroundings as if trying to become a part of them. "What town do you come from originally?" "Saint-Amand-Monton, on the banks of the Cher. There's a big print works there, the Mama and Delvoye print works, which does work for several Paris publishers. My father is a clerk there, and on his lips the names of Mama and Delvoye are nearly sacred. We lived, my parents still do, in a small house near Canal de Berry." Maigret didn't want to rush him and get to the essential questions too quickly. "You didn't like your town?" "No." "Why not?" "I felt as if I was suffocating there. Everyone knows everybody. When you walk down the street you see curtains twitching in the windows. I've always heard my parents murmuring, 'What would people say?'" "Were you a good student?" "Until the age of 14.5 I was top of the class. My parents got so used to it that they told me off if I came down a mark in my report." "When did you begin to get frightened?" Maigret had the impression that his interlocutor was becoming paler, that 2 little hollows formed near his nostrils, and that his lips were growing dry. "I don't know how I've been able to keep the secret until now." "What happened when you were 14.5? "Do you know the area?" "I've passed through it." The Cher runs parallel to the canal. In places it's only about 10 meters away. It's broad and shallow with stones and rocks that mean it can be forded. The banks are covered with reeds, willows and all kinds of shrubs, especially towards Rémont, a village about 3 kilometers from Saint-Amand. That's where the local children go and play. I didn't play with them.
Why not?
My mother called them little hooligans. Some of them swam stark naked in the river. Almost all of them were the sons of print workers, and my parents made a big distinction between the workers and the office clerks. There were about 15, maybe 20 of them playing. There were 2 girls with them. One of them, Renee, who must have been 13, was very shapely for her age, and I was in love with her. I've thought of all that a lot, Inspector, and I wonder if things might have happened differently. I suppose they might. I'm not trying to make excuses for myself. One boy, the butcher's son, kissed her in the bushes. I caught them. They went and swam with the others. The boy was called Raymond Pommer, and he had red hair, like his father, from whom we bought our sausages. At one point he had gone off to relieve himself. He had come close to me without knowing, and I took my knife out of my pocket and flicked out the blade. I swear I didn't know what I was doing. I stabbed him several times, with the sensation of freeing myself of something. For me at that moment it was indispensable. I wasn't committing a crime, killing a boy. I stabbed. I went on stabbing when he was on the ground. Then I walked calmly away. He had grown animated, and his eyes were gleaming. They only discovered him 2 hours later. They hadn't noticed that he was no longer with a gang of 20 or so kids. I went home after washing the knife in the canal.
How did you have that knife at such a young age?
I had stolen it a few months earlier from one of my uncles. I was wild about penknives. One Sunday at my uncle's I noticed that Swedish knife and took it. My uncle looked for it everywhere without thinking of me for a moment.
How did your mother not find it, for example?
The wall of our house facing the kitchen was covered with Virginia creeper, and its dark foliage framed my window. When I didn't have my knife in my pocket, I hid it in the thickest part of the vine.
No one thought of you.
That's what surprised me. They arrested a sailor, whom they then had to release. They thought of every possible suspect, except a child.
What was your state of mind?
To tell you the truth, I felt no remorse. I listened to what the women said in the street. I read the newspaper from Montluçon, which talked about the crime without feeling concerned. I felt no emotion as I watched the funeral passing by. For me at that moment, it was already part of the past, part of the inevitable. I had nothing to do with it. I don't know if you understand. I think it's impossible if you haven't been through it. I continued going to school, where I'd become distracted, and my marks showed as much. Apparently I was rather pale, and my mother took me to our doctor, who gave me a cursory examination. It's his age, Madame Bureau. This boy is a bit anemic. I think I felt I wasn't entirely in the real world. I wanted to get away, not to get away from possible punishment, but get away from my parents, the town, go very far away, anywhere at all.
Are you thirsty? Maigret asked. He was thirsty himself.
He poured 2 cognacs with water and held one out to his visitor, who drank greedily, emptying his glass in a breath.
When did you become aware of what was happening to you?
You believe me, don't you?
I believe you.
I've always been convinced that no one would believe me. It happened bit by bit, as time passed. I felt more different from everyone else. Stroking my knife in my pocket, I said to myself, I've killed somebody. No one knows. I almost wanted to tell them, to tell my fellow pupils, my teachers, my parents, the way you boast of an exploit. Then, one day, I caught myself following a girl along the canal. She was the daughter of some bargees, going back to her boat. It was winter, and night had already fallen. I said to myself that I would only have to take a few quick steps and take my knife out of my pocket. All of a sudden I started shaking. I turned around without thinking and ran back to the first houses in the town, as if I would feel safer there. Has that happened to you often since then? Since I was a child?
At any time?
About 20 times. In most cases I didn't have a particular victim in mind. I would be outside and suddenly I would think, I'll kill him. I found myself murmuring those words under my breath. They weren't directed at anyone in particular, it was just anyone. I'll kill him. I remembered later that when I was a child, when my father smacked me and sent me to my room to punish me, I would mutter the same thing. I'll
Kill him. I don't suppose I could have another glass?
Maigret poured him one, and poured one for himself at the same time. What age were you when you left Saint-Amand?
17. I knew I wouldn't pass my school-leaving exam. My father didn't understand and watched me uneasily. He wanted me to join the print works. One night I left without a word, taking a suitcase and my modest savings.
And your knife?
Yes. 100 times I tried to get rid of it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I don't know why. You see, he tried to find the right words. He clearly wanted to be as truthful and precise as possible, and it was difficult for him. In Paris, at first, I was hungry, and I ended up, like many others, unloading vegetables at the Halles. I read the classifieds and sometimes hurried to wherever there was a job to be had. That's how I ended up working for the insurance company.
Did you have any steady relationships?
No. Every now and again I would settle for picking up a woman in the street. One of them tried to take a banknote from my wallet. Now I nearly took out my knife. My forehead was sweating. I tottered away. I realized that I couldn't get married.
Did you try?
Have you lived alone in Paris without parents, without friends, and come back to your lodgings all alone in the evening?
Yes.
Then you must understand. I didn't want friends either, because I couldn't be honest with them without risking prison for the rest of my days. I went to the Saint-Geneviève library. I devoured psychiatric treatises, always hoping to discover an explanation. I probably lacked knowledge of the basics. When I thought that my case corresponded to a particular mental illness, I realized that I didn't have this symptom or that. I became more and more anxious. I'll kill him. In the end, I looked out for those words on my lips, and then I would run home, shut myself away, and throw myself on the bed. Apparently I groaned. One evening a neighbor, a middle-aged man, came and knocked at my door. I automatically took my knife out of my pocket. "What is it?" I asked through the door. "Is everything all right? Are you ill?" I thought I heard groaning. "I'm sorry." He went away.
Chapter 8. Madame Maigret appeared in the doorway and gave him a sign which he didn't understand, so far removed was it from this atmosphere. Then she murmured, "Would you come here for a moment?" In the kitchen she whispered,
"Dinner's ready. It's after 8. What shall we do?"
"What do you mean?"
"We need to eat."
"It isn't over."
"Perhaps he could eat with us."
He looked at her, dumbfounded. For a moment her suggestion even struck him as quite natural. "No, we don't need a laid table, a family dinner. It would make him horribly uncomfortable. Do you have any cold meat or cheese?"
"Yes."
"In that case, make some sandwiches and serve them with a bottle of white wine."
"How is he?"
"Calmer and more lucid than I feared. I'm beginning to understand why he didn't get in touch all day. He needed to take a step back."
"From what?"
"From himself." "Did you hear?"
"At 14.5, he killed a boy."
When Maigret came back into the living room, Aubert Bureau, embarrassed, murmured,
"I'm keeping you from your dinner, aren't I?"
"If we were at Quai des Orfèvres, I'd have sandwiches and beer sent up. There's no reason not to do the same thing here. My wife is making us sandwiches, and she will serve them with a bottle of white wine."
"If I'd known—"
"If you'd known what?"
"But someone might understand me. You're probably an exception. The examining magistrate won't have the same attitude, and neither will the jury. I've spent my life being afraid of striking again without intending to. I watched myself all the time, in a sense, wondering if I wasn't about to have an attack, at the slightest headache, for example. I've seen I don't know how many doctors. I didn't admit the truth to them, of course, but I complained of violent headaches accompanied by a cold sweat. Most of them didn't take it seriously, and prescribed aspirin. A neurologist in Boulevard Saint-Germain gave me an electroencephalogram. According to him, there's nothing wrong with my brain."
"Was that recently?"
2 years ago. I almost wanted to whisper to him that I wasn't normal, that I'm sick, since he couldn't work it out by himself. Sometimes when I passed by a police station, I wanted to go in and say, "I killed a kid when I was 14. I feel I risk killing again. It needs to be cured. Lock me up. Have me looked after."
"Why didn't you?"
"Because I read the crime pages. At almost every trial, psychiatrists give statements, and often people make fun of them. When they talk about diminished responsibility or mental illness. The jury doesn't take it into account. At best, it reduces the sentence to 15 or 20 years. I tried to muddle through on my own, to feel the attacks coming, to run and lock myself away at home. That worked for a long time.
Madame Maigret brought them a tray of sandwiches, a bottle of Puy Foussé, and 2 glasses.
Bon appétit.
She withdrew discreetly to go and eat alone in the kitchen. Help yourself. The wine was cold and dry.
I don't know if I'm hungry. There are days when I barely touch food, others, on the contrary, when I feel terrible hunger. That may be a sign as well. I look for signs everywhere. I analyze all my responses. I attach importance to my slightest thoughts. Try to put yourself in my place. At any moment, I could... He bit into his sandwich, and was the first to be surprised to find himself eating normally. And to think I was afraid of being wrong about you. I had read in the papers that you were humane, and that sometimes brought you into conflict with the public prosecutor's office. On the other hand, they also talked about how you make people talk during interrogations. You treat the accused gently and cordially to win his trust, and he doesn't realize that you're gradually drawing the truth out of him.
Maigret couldn't help smiling. Not all cases are the same.
When I called you, I weighed each of your words, each of your silences.
You finally came forward.
I no longer had any choice. I felt that everything was collapsing. Wait, let me confess something to you. Yesterday, at one point on the Grand Boulevard, the idea came to me of attacking some random person in the midst of the crowd, to strike out around me wildly, in the hope of getting myself shot down. Can I pour myself some more?
He added with slightly sad resignation.
I won't be able to drink anything like this for the rest of my days.
For a moment, Maigret tried to imagine what Poiret's face would have been like if he had been able to witness this exchange. Bureau went on.
There were 3 days of torrential rain. People often talk about the moon in relation to people like me. I have observed myself. I haven't noticed my impulses being more frequent or stronger when the moon is full. Instead, what counts is a certain intensity. In July, when it's very hot, for example, in winter, when big snowflakes fall, it's as if nature is going through a crisis and... Do you understand? That incessant rain, the squalls, the noise of the wind shaking the shutters of my bedroom, it all put my nerves on edge. In the evening, I left my lodgings and started walking through the storm. After a few minutes I was drenched, and I deliberately lifted my head to receive the sheets of water fully in my face. I didn't hear the signal, or if I did, I didn't obey. I should have gone home rather than carrying on. I didn't look where I was going. I walked and walked. Eventually my hand gripped the knife in my pocket. I saw the lights of a little bar in quite a dark street. I heard footsteps in the distance, but they didn't worry me. A young man in a light-coloured jacket came out, with his long hair plastered to the back of his neck. And something clicked. I didn't know him. I'd never seen him before. I couldn't see his face. I stabbed him several times. Then as I left the scene, I realized that the relief hadn't come, and I retraced my steps to stab him again and lift his head. That's why they talked about a frenzied attacker. They also talked about a madman.
He fell silent and looked around him, as if surprised by the setting in which he found himself.
I'm definitely mad, aren't I? There's no way I'm not sick. If someone could cure me, that's been my hope for so long. But you'll see, they'll just settle for sending me to jail for the rest of my days.
Maigret didn't dare to reply.
You're not saying anything.
I'd like you to receive treatment.
You don't really expect it to happen, do you?
Maigret drained his glass. Drink up. In a little while we'll go to Quai des Orfèvres.
Thank you for listening to me.
He emptied his glass in one, and Maigret topped it up.
Bureau hadn't been wrong about much.
At the Court of Assizes, 2 psychiatrists came and declared that the accused was not insane in the legal sense of the word, but that his responsibility was largely diminished because he found it difficult to resist his impulses. The lawyer begged the jury to send his client to a psychiatric hospital where he could be kept under surveillance. The jury accepted the attenuating circumstances, but still sentenced Robert Bureau to 15 years imprisonment, after which the judge cleared his throat and said, "We realize that this verdict does not correspond completely to reality. At present, alas, we have no establishments where a man like Bureau could be treated effectively while remaining under strict surveillance." In the dock, Bureau looked around for Maigret and gave him a resigned smile. He seemed to say, "I predicted this, didn't I?" When Maigret left, his shoulders were a little heavier than before.